My name is Qixia. It's been 20 days since I woke up in this strange world filled with beasts. Right now, I'm by a small stream, trying to catch some fish. The fish here are massive. Just one is enough to last me an entire day. Looking at my reflection in the water, I can't help but sigh. I've been eating as much as I can, but I'm still so skinny. My stomach growls loudly. For some reason, I've been getting hungry much faster since yesterday, so I had to come out early to fish today. I use a small piece of meat from the tribe's rations as bait. It's all I had, and while it's hard to let it go, it's my only choice. Soon, two big fish swim toward the bait. My heart races as they cautiously enter the basket trap I set. Once they're inside, I quickly pull the trap up and hold it down as the fish struggle. It takes a lot of effort, but eventually they stop moving. Exhausted, I secure the basket and collapse onto the grass, tears welling up in my eyes. I didn't ask for this life. I was in my prime back in the modern world before a car accident ended it all. When I woke up here, I found myself in someone else's body, a body that looks eerily like mine but is far thinner and weaker. On my first day, I was terrified. A beast man showed up and tossed me a chunk of raw, bloody meat. I was scared out of my mind until he used some kind of fire ability to cook it. That was my first meal in this world, and though it smelled good, the taste was awful, too gamey and bland. I forced myself to eat it through tears. That first day didn't end there. The beast man returned later, and, well, something happened that I can't forget. I cried and struggled, but it didn't matter. The pain, the humiliation, it was too much. In my old life, I was still an unexperienced girl, but here, on my first day, everything was taken from me. Later, I discovered this body's memories. Her name was Qixia, just like mine. She came to the Lion King tribe after escaping a beast attack that separated her from her family. Here, she was considered undesirable, too thin to bear children, which made her unworthy of proper care. She struggled to survive on scraps and even joined the gathering team despite her frail condition, but it cost her her life. No one noticed when she didn't come back. No one cared. That's how I ended up in her body. I promised her that I'd live on for both of us. This life may be hard, but I won't give up. I'll survive no matter what it takes. It's been 2 days since I caught those 2 fish, and 22 days since I came to this strange world. My little cave is starting to feel cozy now. When I was a kid, I loved learning how to weave baskets and traps from my grandparents in the countryside. Back then, it was just for fun, but now, those skills are my lifeline. There's no bamboo here, but plenty of strong vines, so I've made baskets and traps to store things. My cave is at the very edge of the Lion King tribe's territory, in a quiet, hidden spot. There's a small path behind my home that no one seems to know about. The stream behind my cave, though small by this world's standards, is clean and sweet. It's where I get all my water and, until recently, my fish. I've been sneaking out to forage on the outskirts of the tribe, but I'm too weak to venture far. My goal is simple, to gain weight. Back in my old life, I was a gorgeous beauty. This body has the same features, but it's so thin that my cheeks are sunken. I want to prove to everyone here that I'm not some ugly weakling. I'm a true beauty. But it's been hard. No matter how much I eat, I haven't gained any weight. Worse, my appetite has grown. What used to be enough for a day is now gone in a single meal. I've already fished out the stream behind my home, so today, I decided to venture deeper into the forest. Carrying a basket on my back and a sturdy stick in my hand, I found something amazing: chestnut trees. The chestnuts here are huge, as big as my fist. I was thrilled. Back in my old life, chestnuts were just snacks, but now they're a feast. I filled my basket with chestnuts, but as I headed home, my stomach started growling again. It's like I can never stay full. The more I think about my situation, the more frustrated I get. In this world, females can have multiple beast husbands, and males dedicate their lives to providing for them. The other females in the tribe live like queens, with their many husbands keeping them well-fed and comfortable. But me? I can't even find one husband, let alone several. By the time I got home, I couldn't hold back my tears. Why is it so hard? I just want to eat well and live. I sobbed as I put the chestnuts away, feeling the weight of this harsh new world pressing down on me. I've been in this strange world for over a month now, and life here is both challenging and unpredictable. My little cave has become a cozy home, but every day is still a struggle to survive. Today, I decided to venture out through the main path rather than sneaking down the hidden trail behind my cave. I needed water and a flat stone to use as a makeshift cooking pan for the chestnuts I collected, but I also figured it was time to learn more about the tribe. As I approached the center of the Lion King tribe, I heard loud cheers and celebration. The sight surprised me. Beast men filled the open area, their excitement lighting up the entire space. The females looked at the center with admiration, and when I followed their gaze, I saw a towering male standing proudly. He was easily over 6 feet tall, with golden hair and a muscular build. He looked like someone from a movie. A young Leonardo DiCaprio came to mind. Curious but out of place, I approached a kind-looking female nearby. "Excuse me, what's happening here?" I asked shyly, tapping her shoulder. She turned around, startled by my touch, and her eyes widened in shock when she saw me. Her reaction wasn't new to me. Being so thin and frail, I'm often met with pity or surprise. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice soft with concern. "I don't think I've seen you before." "I'm Xia," I replied awkwardly, scratching my head. "I live at the far end of the tribe. I don't come out much because I'm not very strong." The female, who introduced herself as Coral, looked at me with such sadness that it made me uncomfortable. She explained that the celebration was for a newly ascended 7th-tier warrior, the strongest in the surrounding tribes. It was a big deal, and the tribe was rejoicing. Hearing her speak about strength and warriors, I couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy. Here I was, struggling to even feed myself, while the rest of the tribe celebrated their powerful protectors. Coral's kind demeanor was a small comfort, but deep down, I knew my place in this world was still uncertain. Today was unexpectedly eventful. While talking to Coral, a kind beast woman I just met, I learned a bit about the strength hierarchy in this world. Male beasts are born with strength levels, most starting at levels 1 or 2. Reaching level 3 is rare enough to be considered exceptional. The young male they were celebrating today had reached level 7, a remarkable feat. I couldn't help but admire him, though my real concern was more immediate. By the way, I asked Coral, "Where does everyone go to bathe?" Coral looked at me with a mix of pity and surprise, as if not knowing that made me even more pitiful. "Come with me," she offered kindly. "I'll show you." She called her partner, K-Eyes, who transformed into a massive golden lion to give me a ride. I was stunned. He looked so majestic, and riding on his back felt like a dream. Coral's kindness warmed my heart, though her frequent pitying glances made me a little uncomfortable. As we reached the bathing area, I realized their water's edge was no small stream. It was a massive waterfall. The sight was breathtaking, with crystal-clear water cascading down into a large, clean pool. Coral laughed at my surprise and led me to a calmer spot where we could wash. While washing my worn-out beast pelts, I felt both relieved and frustrated. The water was refreshing, but my plans to catch shrimp were dashed. This area near the waterfall was too rocky and turbulent for anything like that. After finishing, I hung my clean pelts to dry and stood in the open air, unconcerned since it was just me and Coral. She was kind enough to invite me to her home for dinner, mentioning that her partners had hunted a massive beast and there was plenty to share. My stomach growled at the thought. I hadn't had a proper meal in so long. "Thank you, Coral," I said with a smile. "I'll bring you something nice next time." She turned away quickly, her body trembling slightly. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I later realized she was crying. To her, my offer must have seemed so selfless, given my current situation. On the way back, I couldn't help but scan the ground for a good flat stone to use as a makeshift frying pan. I'd been dreaming of frying fish if my traps by the stream caught anything. Sadly, I found nothing suitable. Still, I couldn't help but feel hopeful. Coral's kindness reminded me that even in this harsh world, There's room for warmth and connection. When Coral and I entered the tribe, I immediately felt the weight of countless stares. It wasn't long before a loud, haughty voice broke the air. Coral, how could you let another female ride on your mate's back? A dark-skinned, curvy female sneered, her eyes full of disdain as she looked at me. Coral didn't hold back. What's it to you? I don't mind. My mate doesn't mind. So why do you care? Her words were sharp, but the other female, who I later learned was named Kina, wasn't ready to let it go. That's her? Kina pointed at me, her voice dripping with mockery. The one who lives at the edge of the tribe? The one no male wanted during the coming-of-age ceremony? And you, Coral, one of the most beautiful females here, are hanging out with her? She's nothing but skin and bones, ugly as sin. Before I could process the insult, Coral jumped off her mate's lion form, stormed over, and slapped Kina square in the face. What happened next was chaos. Coral didn't stop at one slap. She knocked Kina to the ground and climbed on top of her, fists flying. Kina's mate tried to step in, but Coral's mate, K-Eyes, blocked him, his towering lion form radiating danger. In this world, males couldn't intervene in female fights. If they tried, it often escalated into battles between their mates, and K-Eyes made it clear he wasn't backing down. Coral was furious, shouting, "I've put up with your jealousy long enough. You insult me, fine, but how dare you insult Xixia? She's under my protection now. Say another word, and I'll beat you again." I was stunned. Coral, who seemed so gentle and kind, had transformed into a fierce protector. My shock quickly turned to panic as more beasts gathered to watch. I rushed forward, grabbing Coral's arm. "Please, Coral, stop. It's not worth it." Reluctantly, she got up, but not without issuing a warning to everyone. "From now on, Xixia is under my protection. Anyone who dares to bully her will answer to me." Her words made my chest tighten, and tears welled up in my eyes. In this harsh world where I had no friends or family, Coral's fierce loyalty felt like a beacon of warmth. Kina, beaten and humiliated, slapped her mates as she got up, blaming them for not protecting her. Coral wasn't having it. "Don't you dare blame them for your big mouth. If you want another round, just say the word." Kina stormed off, her mates following silently. After everything settled, Coral invited me to dinner again, but I declined, feeling too guilty to intrude further. I returned to my little cave, relieved and grateful. At least my trap had caught a fish, so I had something to eat tonight. As I prepared the fish by the fire, I thought about the day. Coral's actions, her words. It was the first time in this world I felt like someone truly cared about me. But at the same time, I couldn't shake the unease. This world was brutal, and I couldn't rely on someone else's strength forever. Qianxia was completely unaware of the tense atmosphere at the door. She was carefully grilling her fish at the moment, and she just thought that she could throw the chestnuts into the fire and roast them. All of a sudden, she was in a very happy mood. The fish was grilled, and Qianxia squatted on the ground and ate the grilled fish carefully. But while she was eating, there was suddenly a noise, coming from far away and getting closer. Xuan Qi never thought that when he saw her again, she would look so pitiful. She was squatting on the ground, skinny, holding a roasted thorn beast in her hand, and she broke it apart and ate it bit by bit. Who would eat the thorn beast? Only those beastmen who couldn't hunt prey and couldn't afford food would eat this thing. It was the worst food choice in the beast world. For a moment, his heart actually hurt a little. Xuan behind him was stunned. He had someone send meat, so why was this female still so thin, and even reduced to eating thorn beasts to fill her stomach? Is this how your tribe treats females? She's a pregnant female. You let her eat the thorn beast. Xuan Qi was really angry and released a strong pressure at once. This pressure made Xuan and Han Xuan, who followed him, unable to move, and even bent over. Chief Xuan was shocked. This orc was actually a 9th-level orc. The 7th-level orcs were already the best on this continent, and the 9th-level orcs. He couldn't even imagine it. Han Xuan was also stunned when he saw Qianxia for the first time. How could there be such a thin female in the tribe, who was so miserable that she had to eat thorn beasts to maintain her life, and she was pregnant. He thought he should patrol the tribe carefully. Because he was busy with advancement recently, he didn't patrol the tribe properly, resulting in a female living such a miserable life. Qianxia was eating the fish well, but she was interrupted like this. She looked up at the person who came, and the fish, she was scared for a moment, almost fell to the ground, but fortunately she stabilized it. As a beast that has been wandering alone, he has never thought about getting married and having children, so when he came back from hunting and couldn't see her after that day, he didn't have any thoughts. But now seeing her like this, he actually regretted why he didn't go to find her at that time. After all, she is his female.
You.
Why are you here?
This.
Qianxia saw that he was stuttering when he spoke. What is he doing here? Why does it seem like he wants to cause trouble for her? Hearing her words, Xuan Qi put away his pressure, walked over quickly, hugged her tightly. Qianxia, Then he put his hand on her belly and slowly injected energy. Qianxia felt very comfortable all of a sudden, and her hunger was much less. Xuan Qi threw half of the huge beast meat from the space and said to the chief, "Arrange a good, big cave for me, prepare everything for me, and then let your tribe's witch doctor come immediately." Xuan looked at the huge beast meat with shocked eyes. This was the giant bull meat in the misty forest, and it was beast meat with energy. The misty forest was full of dangers, and almost no beast dared to go in easily. Not only was it full of miasma all year round, but the beasts inside were also very ferocious. Such a large piece of energy beast meat could be sold for at least 300 blue spirit stones. As expected, he is a 9th level orc. Xuan did not accept the meat. He had his own ideas. Now that the female is pregnant, he must stay with her, so he will stay in the tribe. If the tribe has a 9th level orc in charge, then the Lion King tribe can be said to be the most powerful tribe in this forest. Chuaner, you are responsible for cleaning and arranging the cave, and then invite the witch doctor over immediately. Han Chuan responded and immediately transformed into a beast and ran back. Xuan said to Xuan Qi again, "You keep this meat. It's all my fault that I didn't manage the tribe well, so that a female had such a hard time. Your name is Qianxia, right? I apologize to you. It's my poor management. From today on, you should stay in the tribe and take good care of your pregnancy. I will let my son Han Chuan send things." Xuan Qi sneered and said, "Who cares about your things? With me here, there is no prey that can't be caught. Now you just need to arrange what I said." Xuan was embarrassed and smiled and said, Yes, I will definitely arrange it for you." Qianxia was confused from beginning to end. Why did this orc appear here? Why did he hug her right away? The chief even nodded and bowed to him. What did she hear them say when she was eating fish just now? Pregnant female? Qianxia looked at her belly fiercely. What? Pregnant? She asked tremblingly. What did you just say? I'm pregnant? Feeling her trembling body, he hugged her tighter and replied, "Well, I'm pregnant with 3. Qianxia's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Before she fainted, there was only one sentence in her mind. It's over. When Qianxia woke up, she was held in the arms of a man, and an old female in front of her was feeling her pulse. The witch doctor was a little shocked. She looked at the extremely thin female in front of her, and she was still very surprised. Because this female actually has a very huge reproductive power. She is so thin, but she has 3 lives in her body. She is a witch doctor, and she already knows that the high-level orc in front of her is a Black King Snake clan. She has heard how difficult it is for the Black King Snake clan to reproduce. Usually they give birth to 1 child per litter, but now this little female has given birth to 3 children, and each of them has a strong vitality. The witch doctor smiled kindly, looked at her, and said, "You have taken good care of your children. They are very healthy. I will prescribe some medicine for you. You drink it for 4 days. It will be good for you and your children." Qianxia was a little depressed. She said why she was always hungry so quickly. She ate so much but didn't grow any meat. It turned out that all the meat in her stomach was eaten up by the piece of meat in her stomach.
Thank you, Grandma.
Qianxia said. The next second, the witch doctor grandma smiled and said to them, "Do you want to engrave a mark? I can engrave it for you." "What is an engraving?" "Engrave, Qianxia." In the end, Qianxia engraved the mark in a daze. After the engraving, a snake mark appeared on her chest, and the orc had a rabbit mark on his chest.
Huh.
She is a rabbit. The witch doctor grandma looked at the beast marks on the two people, and her smile deepened when she looked at the two people. Qianxia had become a beast man with a partner without knowing what was going on, and her husband was very powerful. However, when Qianxia found out that her husband was a snake beast man and that she was pregnant with 3 little snakes, she fainted again. When Qianxia woke up, she was already in a strange cave. She was lying in a soft grass nest full of fragrance, with a soft animal skin spread on it. Her tools were neatly placed on one side, and there was a large flat stone table in the cave, with a bunch of fruits on it, including the green apples and snow pears she knew. In the past, she felt very hungry when she woke up, and even had a stomachache from hunger, but she didn't feel that way today, which made her curious. Could it be because the father of the child had come? The little cub in her belly felt the presence of its father. So, "Qianxia, Qianxia, are you awake?" It was Coral calling her. Qianxia walked out of the cave, and Coral and her partner were waiting for her at the entrance of the cave.
Well,
Not the partner from last time. Seeing that the people came out, Xuan Qi happily stepped forward, took her hand and said, "Do you like this cave? I decorated it for you." Hee, I heard Han Xuan said that he would decorate the cave for you, so I volunteered to book it. Thank you, I live very well and like it very much.
thank you.
Qianxia said with a smile. Suddenly Xuan Qi came over and said to her slyly, "Okay, Qianxia, you found such a powerful beast husband. From now on, no one will dare to bully you." Powerful? How powerful? She really seemed to have no memory of this. Did she forget it? Let's put it this way, you can walk sideways in this forest, and it's not an exaggeration to say that you can walk sideways in this southern continent. Xuan Qi said seriously.
So awesome?
Qianxia had a habit of saying the national quintessence of her previous life. Xuan Qi was puzzled. Qianxia touched her nose embarrassedly. She said it out of habit in her previous life, and it couldn't be changed all of a sudden. Nothing. Hee. Xuan Qi suddenly pulled her up and walked to the cave nearby, saying, "You must be hungry. Your beast husband told our family that you should eat with me today, and eat as much as you want. Your beast husband gave me a big piece of wild beast meat. He said he would go back to get something and asked me to look after you." Oh, Xuan Qi is her neighbor, that's good. When they arrived at Xuan Qi's house, females were cooking and cleaning. Seeing them coming in, the beast husband Qis who had met that day immediately said, "Xuan Qi can eat." Xuan Qi immediately pulled her to sit down excitedly, and then the other 5 beast husbands sat beside them. Qianxia guessed that the one who stood with her at the entrance of a cave just now should be her first beast husband Feng. While eating, the scene changed. The beast husband served Xuan Qi to eat, and Xuan Qi took care of Qianxia to eat, which made her a little bit amused. Isn't this a good girlfriend? Tonight, they ate roasted animal meat. Just like before, the meat had no taste at all, and was even fishy, but Chinatsu still forced herself to eat it. Most males in the animal world eat raw meat, and some females also eat raw meat. But most females are weak and cannot eat raw meat, so males often roast the meat for females to eat. Chinatsu looked at the food in Xuan Qi's house. It seemed that they only grilled food. They didn't know how to cook food. "Do you all eat grilled food?" Chinatsu asked, and Sango nodded. The other beast husbands had a puzzled look on their faces and were obviously very confused about Chinatsu's question, because everyone ate it this way. "I will teach you a new way to eat, but first we need a stone pot. With a stone pot, we can cook food and make soup. Drinking soup in the cold season can warm the body, which is perfect." As soon as these words came out, all the beasts present had their eyes lit up. Warming up in the cold season? That's great. Chinatsu, what is a stone pot? Coral's question made her a little unsure of how to answer. She thought for a while and said, Your beast husband should be able to use his superpowers to chisel stones, right? Of course, my first beast husband Infeng is a 6th level warrior. His superpower is wind, which can be used to cut everything. Coral said as she hugged her partner's arm. Infeng smiled sweetly as she looked at her partner snuggling. Chinatsu was happy when she heard this. Isn't this just a pillow delivered when she dozed off? Xuan, let's go to the waterside. I've seen a place where we took a bath last time. There are a few big rocks that are suitable for making pots. So, Qianxia, Xuan and her beast husband went to the waterside. Originally, Qianxia wanted to go into the water and move them herself, but Xuan stopped her. Xuan directed her beast husband to move the 2 big pebbles designated by Qianxia to the shore, and then Qianxia began to direct Infeng to cut and make stone pots. After they were made, they were polished into a smooth style. So, 2 high-quality stone pots were made. Qianxia even made 2 sets of stone bowls, spoons, plates, rice bowls, and soup plates. Seeing that it was not dark yet, Qianxia suggested to walk around to see if there were any good things. Don't mention it, she actually found peppers and carrot. The chili peppers in this beast world are really big. 1 pepper is as big as 3 of her fingers. Not to mention carrot, it has a strong carrot flavor. This one is as big as a watermelon when pulled out. But after walking around for a while, she only found 2 or 3 pepper trees and a piece of carrot. At this moment, Qianxia was extremely excited. With carrot, she could eat meat without the fishy smell. She picked some peppers and asked Xuan's other beast husbands to carefully dig out the roots. She wanted to take them back to plant, although she had never planted them before, but she would give it a try. Qianxia introduced the 2 plants to Xuan and her beast husbands, and then they took the stone pot and peppers and carrot and went home quickly. The group rushed back home without stopping. Xuan's husbands divided the work among themselves. One immediately lit the fire, one cleaned the stone pot, and one cut the meat, carrot, and chili peppers as she asked. When Qianxia saw the husband washing the pot, he flicked his finger and released water to fill the stone pot. She couldn't help but sigh that it was great to have this water ability. In the future, she would also find a husband with water ability so that she wouldn't have to worry about water. The meat was put into the pot with cold water and 2 slices of carrot were thrown in. After the water boiled, foam appeared in the pot. Qianxia used a spoon to scoop out the foam and clean it. It was a pot of clear meat soup. On the way back, Qianxia learned that there was salt. However, salt is relatively expensive, and people usually eat it very little. They only eat a little when they are greedy. At this time, Xuan took out the salt. Qianxia looked at the salt. It was yellow coarse salt. It's better than nothing. Qianxia pinched a small handful with her fingertips and put it in the soup as a seasoning. She originally wanted to put the chili peppers in directly, but she was afraid that other animals would not be able to eat it, so she asked them to add it individually. Chinatsu prepared a bowl of meat soup for each animal, and they all said it was very novel. Because they rarely eat cooked food, and the cooked food they eat is what the females have left over, and there is nothing to hold the food, so most of the time they wait for it to cool down before eating. The meat is very fishy, but if you don't eat it, you will starve to death, so everyone eats it this way. Everyone tasted the soup and then widened their eyes. This meat, surprisingly, has no fishy smell at all, and it is very fresh. Chinatsu added some chili peppers to herself and tasted it again after soaking it for a while. It tasted pretty good. Seeing Chinatsu add chili peppers, they all tried it as well, as if they had opened the door to a new world, and their eyes lit up as they ate. One male put too much chili peppers and kept snorting. And my mouth seems to be burning. It hurts and burns. This is called chili pepper. You put too much, the feeling you feel now is called spicy. It is a reaction of our taste buds. Qianxia said with a smile. Seeing that Qianxia didn't put much, the others didn't put much either, so it tasted a little stimulating and spicy, which was just right. This method would have been inexplicable in the previous life, but in this world, it is already a rare delicacy. Qianxia, you are so great. You know so much. Coral said while drinking the broth and looking at her admiringly. I will go there more often in the future to see if I can find anything else. Qixia suddenly remembered her chestnuts. Now that there is a pot, can't we eat chestnuts? Coral pointed to the corner of the cave entrance and said, I wanted to throw it away, but I didn't have time to throw it away. Fortunately, you didn't throw it away. This is food, Qixia said with a sigh of relief. But as soon as she mentioned food, the other 5 beasts immediately sat up seriously. In this world, food is always the most important thing. If new edible food is discovered, it will be a blessing to the orcs and should be praised. Infeng looked at Qianxia seriously and asked, Are you serious? This hairy fruit is food that can fill your stomach? Of course, otherwise why would I pick it up? Come, this thing is called chestnut. Before it's ripe, it looks like a hairy fruit. Come, I'll teach you how to eat it. Boil some water. There was another round of busy work of washing pots and boiling water. Qianxia asked Infeng to cut a hole in the chestnut and then threw it into the water to boil. After boiling for a while, when the hole in the chestnut was obviously opened, she took it out and rinsed it with cold water. Chinatsu picked up a chestnut, peeled off the shell, and started eating.
Ah, so sweet.
This familiar smell almost made Chinatsu shed tears. The others also followed Chinatsu's example and started eating chestnuts, and were met with 6 pairs of shocked eyes. Qianxia smiled and said, How is it? Isn't it delicious? This can also be cooked in broth and is also delicious. I like this chestnut so much. It's soft and sticky, fragrant and sweet. So delicious, Coral said as he ate. When her beastly husband heard her express her love, they exchanged glances. Well, she knew that for some time to come, the Coral family would probably have chestnuts to eat every day. Qianxia also taught them how to refine oil. Without oil, how could the food be delicious? Even frying meat would make the pan stick. The oil is fried from the fattiest part of the wild beast's meat. Once fried, the aroma of the oil makes the beasts greedy. You can vaguely hear other beasts outside, asking what's so fragrant. Finally, Qixia fried a piece of tender meat with the freshly fried animal oil and added the only salt and pepper to season it. The group of animals ate it with great satisfaction. I didn't expect it to taste so good. Now I realize what a rough life I lived before. Qixia, you are awesome. Coral ate so much that her belly was full. It was the first time for her to eat such delicious food. The meat had no fishy smell and was tender and fragrant. She also discovered new food. Chinatsu is so amazing. Qianxia looked at Xuanhu and replied with a smile, If you like it, eat more. Then Qianxia said to several beast husbands of Xuanhu, Xuanhu likes to eat so much. You guys should learn from him. Several males nodded repeatedly. After a busy day, Qianxia was also very tired. After eating and drinking enough, she began to feel sleepy. When she was about to go home to sleep, Xuanhu stopped her again. Oh, before her beast husband left, he also gave the medicine given by the witch doctor to Xuanhu and asked Xuanhu to take care of her to take the medicine. So Xuanhu ordered her beast husbands to make medicine for her, and after she drank the medicine, Xuanhu sent her home. It was so considerate. The pregnant woman really fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed. In the middle of the night, she felt someone beside her holding her in his arms, and his hand was stroking her belly, but she was too sleepy and fell asleep again. Qianxia had a rare good sleep. She sat on the nest and stretched, but suddenly found that what she was wearing was not the animal skin she wore yesterday. What she was wearing now was still like a tube top and a short skirt, but the material was like gauze, black gauze. This is more comfortable and cooler than animal skin. Qianxia paused suddenly. Could it be that the beast changed it for her? He is my husband, it's normal. Qianxia comforted herself. She tidied up the bed and walked out. At this time, Xuanhu was sitting outside the cave. She looked at her good friend beast husband with long black hair and a black snakeskin skirt, learning with her own beast husband. What are they learning?
Well,
learning how to take care of their partners. Xuan Qi came back last night. When he came back, she was already half asleep. Looking at the person lying beside him, he felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart.
Now,
He is also a beast with a partner and cubs. He has been alone for a long time. After he was born, his father beast never cared about his life or death, and the mother beast would not care about him even more. He has to support himself at a young age. He can only rely on their snake heritage to hunt and enhance his strength. Fortunately, he is really powerful and has reached the 9th level at a young age. Among the central continent, the eastern continent, and the southern continent that he had been to, only the East Sea of the eastern continent had a 9th level mermaid. The northern continent was unknown. The climate of the northern continent was not suitable for him, with a short hot season and a very long cold season. If he, a snake beast, went to the northern continent, most of them would be in hibernation. He had never been to the western continent, so he didn't know much about it. He only heard that there seemed to be a very powerful race there. When Qianxia came out, she saw Xuan Qi sitting on a big rock in front of the cave entrance, looking ahead with a serious face. Following Xuan Qi's gaze. Isn't this her husband and Xuan Qi's big husband Yinfeng? Qianxia, you're awake. Are you hungry? There's meat cooking in the pot. I'll get you a bowl. Xuan Qi saw her first and hurried down from the rock. Hearing Xuan Qi's words, Xuan Qi turned his head immediately. From his angle, she was facing the light, and she was wearing the snake-sloughed animal clothes he made, with her black hair draped over her shoulders against the light. At that time,
he thought she was pretty.
He walked over and held her waist and said in a low voice, "Did you sleep well last night? Are you hungry?" Qianxia listened to the bass in her ears. She was almost drunk by this voice. She blushed inexplicably, nodded and said, "I'm hungry." Suddenly, Xuan Qi appeared and took Qianxia's hand and walked towards her cave. As she walked, she said, "Let me tell you, this pot of meat is delicious today. Your partner and Yinfeng went to catch it this morning. It's much better than the meat we ate yesterday. The witch doctor also told you to eat more of this meat. It's nutritious. You are too thin." Yinfeng watched his partner snatched from Xuan Qi's arms. He felt a pang in his heart and could only smile awkwardly. "I'm sorry, my partner is always careless in doing things." She just saw that Qianxia was hungry and asked her to eat. Yinfeng explained. Xuan Qi nodded and said nothing. Yinfeng's hands were sweaty at this time. Facing the 9th level orc, he was really stressed. At this time, Xuan Qi pulled Qianxia to sit beside the stone pot, which was stewing mouth-watering meat. Qianxia looked at the pot of meat and thought it looked like chicken, and the smell was similar. There was a layer of yellow grease floating on the surface of the soup, and the meat underneath was white and looked very tender. Qianxia's appetite was suddenly aroused. Xuan Qi filled a large bowl and placed it in front of her. She said excitedly, "Qianxia, eat quickly. This meat is nutritious." The females in the tribe who are in poor health or those pregnant with cubs, the witch doctor asked their partners to catch this for them to eat, saying that it is to replenish the body. Qianxia didn't understand what she was excited about, but she still ate first. She wanted to gain weight. Xuan Qi was very happy. She only found out today that Qianxia was pregnant. She had kept her so busy yesterday. Thinking of this, Xuan Qi called out to the cave entrance, "Yinfeng, Yinfeng." After a while, Yinfeng came in, followed by Qianxia's beast husband. "What's wrong, Shanshan?" Yinfeng asked gently. "Do you have that white fox skin? I want to give it to Qianxia." Xuan Qi said very generously, but Yinfeng was shocked. His partner liked this white fox skin very much, but she had never been willing to use it to make clothes, but now she directly said she wanted to give it to someone else.
"Huh?
Why would you give me the skin?" Qianxia asked while eating. "Oh, I didn't even know you were pregnant. You were busy with us yesterday. You also taught us how to make stone pots, how to cook food in stone pots, how to remove the fishy smell of wild beast meat, how to refine oil, and even discovered new food. What's a mere white fox skin? My beast husband is very powerful. If I want, they will catch more for me. You should accept it," Xuan Qi said very seriously. Yinfeng agreed with what he said and immediately took out a large piece of white fox skin from the space and handed it to Xuan Qi. Xuan Qi was a little stunned at this time. His female is so powerful. When he woke up in the morning, he found a stone pot at home. He was very puzzled about what it was. When he walked out of the cave, he happened to see the cave next door using the same stone pot at home to cook meat. He went forward to ask, and then Infom began to teach him how to use the stone pot to cook meat soup and even how to use a stone pot to fry meat. He tasted a piece of fried meat, which was so delicious that it flew away. It turned out that food could be eaten like this. Then the male began to teach him how to make food for the female, and he also studied seriously. After all, he is not a beast now. It is said that females are delicate. He has no experience in taking care of females, so he has to learn it well now. He suddenly remembered the scene of throwing beast meat to her in the cave. Qixia didn't refuse. She looked at her husband and smiled and said, "Then take it.
Keep it well."
Wearing this fox fur in the cold season is very warm. Qixia realized at this time that her husband was really handsome. She didn't care much about the first meeting and the meeting in the past 2 days. The first time she met, she had just come here and was still shocked. How could she appreciate the handsome guy? The second time they met was when the chief came with him. She was eating and was shocked to see him. She thought he came to seek revenge. To seek revenge for her running away secretly. After all, there is an unwritten rule in the beast world. If a male picks up a female outside, if the male is single, then the female is his partner. If the male already has a partner, he will bring it back to the tribe as before and let the female choose whether to join the tribe. Of course, in general, they will choose a male in the tribe to form a partner and join the tribe. Only Qixia is an exception. No beast is willing to accept her. TSK, I have to say, now that she looks carefully, her husband is really handsome. Why didn't she notice it at that time? She thought, probably because of hunger, she was so hungry that she felt dizzy. A high-nosed bridge, deep golden eyes, thin lips, long black hair to the waist, angular features, and a height of about 1.9 meters. And he actually has abdominal muscles, with beautiful muscle lines all over his body, and a skirt made of the same material as hers. This model-like face, this comic-like figure. Qianxia looked at a certain place inexplicably. If she felt it right or remembered it correctly, there were two. Qianxia blushed quietly. She had been a widow for more than 20 years in the 21st century, and in this beast world for more than 20 days, she had an excellent husband. Suddenly, something flowed to her mouth. Qianxia was about to reach out to touch it, but in a flash, she was already in the man's arms. Xuan Qi looked at the cave entrance, where no one disappeared in seconds. She screamed before she even had time to shout. After a long time, she turned to look at Infom and asked, "Is this the speed of a 9th-level orc?" Infom nodded in shock and embarrassment. When Qianxia appeared in front of the witch doctor, she could see the blood on her hand.
Ah!
How could she have a nosebleed after seeing such a handsome guy? Hurry up and show her. Why is she bleeding suddenly? Xuan Qi said to the witch doctor anxiously and panicked while holding her. Qianxia was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She pulled his arm and whispered, "I'm fine. I'm just a little excited." Excited? Why are you excited? Is this beast meat so delicious? I'll go catch more later. Xuan Qi said in confusion, his eyes still full of worry. At this moment, Qianxia's head was really full of black lines. This is the bad thing about beasts in the beast world. Sometimes it's hard to communicate. Qianxia thought about it and finally blushed and motioned him to lower his head. Then she said in his ear, I was just excited for a while because you're so beautiful. I'm fine. Let's go back quickly." Xuan Qi really didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing her words. This was the first time he heard of an animal bleeding because of admiring beauty, and at the same time, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a smile. The witch doctor looked at the interaction between the two people in front of her and smiled lovingly. She was very pleased that the young beast had such a good relationship. "Since we are here, let's take a look," the witch doctor said very kindly. Xuan Qi obediently carried the person forward and half knelt in front of the witch doctor, so that the person in his arms would feel more comfortable. Qianxia also obediently stretched out her hand for the witch doctor to feel her pulse. You know what? Chinatsu was very curious that people in this world actually practiced pulse diagnosis. It seemed that witch doctors were also a branch of traditional Chinese medicine. Chinese culture is indeed profound and extensive. I've strayed off topic. She didn't eat enough before, so she suffered some damage. Then she got pregnant. You know that the baby in her belly absorbs a lot of food, so you have to make sure she eats and drinks enough every day. The medicine I prescribed before must be taken every day, and it cannot be interrupted for a day. She is too thin now because she cannot make up for the energy. Good child. You should also eat more food yourself, as long as you don't get too full. The witch doctor said this to the two people. Grandma, do you mean that the nutritional energy I eat now is not enough, and what I eat is absorbed by the cub, so I don't grow meat? Is that what you mean? Qianxia asked. The witch doctor took back his hand, looked at her kindly, and said, Well, you can understand it this way. Your beast husband is a Black King Snake clan. This kind of beast has extremely strong innate abilities. Even when it is a cub, it needs to absorb a lot of energy. If it is not absorbed enough, it will start to absorb the mother's energy. But don't worry too much. Your beast husband is very powerful. You don't have to worry about food at all, but you must not hate the cub because of its unconscious absorption behavior. The cub that is hated by the mother beast is likely to give birth to a deformed cub. When you have enough energy and the cub absorbs enough, you will grow meat, so you have to eat more food. At the same time, Xuan Qi's arms tightened a little bit. He was very nervous and scared at this moment. He finally ignored the fact that they did not mate naturally. He forced them. Although he picked up a female in the beast world, he was a single beast. It can be said that she was his female, but mating still required the consent of the female. He just thought she was still breathing and didn't want her to die outside, so he brought her back to the cave. Although he didn't know if she would survive, she would definitely not survive outside. He later learned that the flower in the Sea of Flowers was called Yuqing. Flowers. The scent of flowers can arouse strong desire in beasts, and beastmen often pick 1 or 2 flowers for mating and flirting. He had never seen these flowers before, so he didn't care about them at all when he hunted there. The scent of such a large area of sentimental flowers made his desire surge, and even the energy in his body flow randomly. Later, his mind was dominated by desire, and he forced her. Feeling the man's hand holding her slowly tighten, Chinatsu thought he was worried that she would hate the cubs. She put her hand on his hand and looked at him and said, Don't worry, I won't hate the cubs. They are my cubs, and I can't love them enough. They walked back, and he held her in his arms. Qianxia felt like she had missed something in his arms, and it took her a long time to figure it out. She didn't even know her husband's name. You didn't even tell me your name. It's true. I got pregnant with a baby for no apparent reason, and I don't even know the name of the baby's father. Tell me, is this reasonable? Qianxia started to act like a spoiled child. The person in his arms was as light as a feather. Xuan Qi smiled as he listened to her dissatisfied words. So, he introduced himself again, and formally. My fault. I didn't do well. My name is Xuan Qi, a 9th-level orc, and my beast form is a snake. What was this voice called in the previous life? Xuan, yes, Xuan. It's so nice. She loves it so much. My name is Qianxia. Yeah, I know.
You know?
How did you know? Xuan Qi was at a loss for words again. He wasn't deaf. Didn't the female named Shanhu call her Qianxia all the time? Shanhu calls you Chinatsu all the time. How could I not know that? When we moved the cave, she told me that she was your good friend and that she came to help see if there was anything else that needed to be arranged, so I asked her to help, and later I asked her to help look after you. Oh, Chinatsu felt that she had become stupid for 3 years after pregnancy, and she actually asked such a stupid question. Xuan Qi's eyes darkened, and he hugged the person in his arms tightly again and said guiltily, I'm sorry, I forced you to mate. It was my fault, but I want to explain to you that I didn't mean it at the beginning. I picked you up in the forest. You were only breathing your last breath. Females are precious. I didn't know if you could survive, but I knew if I left you in the forest, you would definitely not survive, so I took you back to my cave. I went out hunting on the day I mated with you. The beast was somewhat intelligent, and I fought with it for a long time, then chased it to a place full of red flowers. The air was full of the scent of flowers. I came here from another continent, and I have never seen this kind of flower, so I didn't care. After the hunt, I went back to the cave to sleep and digest the food, and then it happened. When I went hunting with Yinfeng today, I passed by that sea of flowers again. I asked him and found out that this flower is called the Yuqing flower. Its fragrance has an aphrodisiac effect, and orcs usually pick 1 or 2 flowers for mating and flirting. I smelled a lot of fragrance at the time. Xuan Qi spoke more and more quietly as he spoke. So I'm sorry, Qixia. Please don't hate the cubs, okay? I'm very strong. I can support you and the cubs, he said with a little sob and buried his head in Qixia's shoulder. Qixia felt the wetness on her shoulder. She reached out and touched his head and said gently, "Well, I know. Maybe I should thank you. You saved my life. I just said, I won't hate the cubs. They are my children. How can a mother hate her children? Look at how we met." Maybe it was the blessing of the beast god. I was almost starving to death in the wild, and you met me, took me back to the cave, and gave me a bite to eat. And then I got pregnant with your cub. Maybe this is fate. No beast in the tribe wanted me, but maybe the beast god felt sorry for me and sent you here. TSK, this rhetoric from my previous life, ha ha ha. Qianxia even laughed when she said it herself. Hearing her words, Xuan Qi raised his head, his eyes were red, and his eyes were full of indescribable emotions. At this moment, he secretly swore in his heart that he would take good care of her and love her for the rest of his life, and would never let her suffer any grievances. She deserves it. On the way back, Qianxia and the others received a wave of attention. Who would have thought that the most unpopular and weakest female in the tribe actually had a legendary high-level beast husband? And she was actually pregnant with 3 babies. She was pregnant with 3 babies, proving that she had a strong reproductive capacity. Who would have thought that such a thin beast like a walking skeleton could actually be pregnant with 3 babies in 1 litter and actually had such a strong reproductive capacity? It is not easy to get pregnant in the beast world, and females cannot get pregnant every time they are in heat. The difficulty of reproduction makes the beasts in the beast world attach great importance to their offspring. The strength of a tribe depends on whether the males are strong and whether there are many females. Strong strength means that there is enough protection, which will attract more people to join the tribe. With more people, the tribe will naturally prosper. In this forest, the power of the Lion King tribe is very strong. In addition to the golden lion orcs, many other orcs have joined the tribe. For example, eagle orcs, bear orcs, snake orcs, wolf orcs, etc. The presence of many females means that the tribe has a strong reproductive power, which will attract more males. After all, females are rare and precious, and males all want to reproduce. Strong protection attracts beasts to join, and females will attract males. With more males, the power is stronger. With cubs, the cubs will grow up, and all of this complements each other. This is the thin female. I really underestimated her. That's right. No beast man chose her at the coming-of-age ceremony. Who would have thought that she, with such a thin body, could be pregnant with 3 babies? The only one in our tribe who gave birth to 3 babies at once is Muna, but Muna's figure is incomparable to hers. Is this the 9th rank orc? So handsome, not only good-looking but also powerful. What good luck this skinny female has. If I had known that she had such a strong reproductive ability, I would have chosen her at the coming-of-age ceremony. But now, when Qianxia returned to the cave entrance, she found that the entrance of Shanhu's cave was full of beasts. She was wondering, and the next second Shanhu's voice came. This is called a stone pot, this is a stone bowl, this is a spoon, and this is a plate which is used to hold food. Xuanhu was giving a detailed science popularization to the beasts at this time. After Qianxia left, she started to eat by herself. After a while, beasts suddenly came, and then saw the stone pot where meat was being cooked. The stone pot was emitting bursts of meaty aroma at this time. Later, several beasts came to her house. She was confused and asked them why they all came to her house and what they wanted to see her for. As a result, they all said that they smelled a very fragrant smell and followed the smell. Then they saw the stone pot where food was being cooked, pointed at the stone pot, and expressed their curiosity, and were busy asking for all the information about the stone pot. Xuan Qi explained to them. At the same time, a beast saw Qianxia coming back and shouted, "Xuan Qi, Qianxia is back." In the Lion King tribe today, the name Qianxia is known to all beasts. Hearing that Chinatsu was back, Xuan Qi immediately ran out, and the beasts automatically made way for her. "Chinatsu, come quickly, they are all here to learn, and they also want stone pots and bowls," Xuan Qi said as she led Chinatsu into the cave. Chinatsu looked at the group of people who were almost filling up the cave, a little surprised. "You all want stone pots?" Chinatsu asked. "Yes, we all want them. We also want to learn how to cook food." "Yes, we want stone pots, and we want to learn how to make them." The beasts nodded and said one after another. "The meat that you taught me to cook meat is really delicious." "Do you know how they came here?" "They came here by smelling the fragrance," Xuan Qi said excitedly. She didn't expect that one day she would be looked at with admiration by so many people. She was so happy. Chinatsu remembered that these beast men didn't know how to use utensils at all. Females don't eat raw meat, so males just roast it over a fire and give it to them. Males are even simpler. They eat prey raw directly, and the cubs drink milk. They didn't even have anything to hold the food, or they just put it on the rocks and let it cool before eating. Thinking of this, Chinatsu thought to herself, "Wow, I read a lot of beast novels in my previous life, where the heroine taught the beastmen how to use tools and make tools. Now it's her turn to be the heroine. Who would have thought that one day she would really travel through time and space? Well, since she is here, she might as well make the best of it. Then let her, a beast with 1,000-year cultural heritage, teach everyone. Okay, call your beast husbands later, and we'll go to the waterside in a while. I want to eat now, and we'll set off after we're full." Everyone answered in unison. Okay, and then went home to call their own beast husbands. Coral sat aside, looking at her with admiration and excitement. Chinatsu felt uncomfortable being looked at by her, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face?" "Flowers? What flowers? There are no flowers on your face," Coral answered in confusion. Chinatsu. She was careless, and she said something that the beasts didn't understand. It's okay. I mean, why are you looking at me like that?" Qianxia ate the broth while filling the pot. The broth she had stewed during her absence tasted even better. "I'm just happy. They just came to me and said they wanted a stone pot, and wanted to trade their prey for the cooking method. I told them that you made the stone pot and the bowls, and they were all shocked. I feel happy when I think of their faces at that time. She is really cool." Before, the females in the tribe looked down on the skinny Chinatsu, but now she not only has a super powerful beast husband, but also has a strong reproductive ability that they envy. Even the stone pot and bowls they wanted were thought up by Chinatsu, which really slapped everyone in the face. "It feels so good." Qianxia smiled and said, "As long as you are happy, I will teach you more in the future." After hearing her words, Coral's eyes were filled with sparkling light. From today on, she is Chinatsu's #1 fan. While Qixia was eating, there was another noise at the cave entrance. "Quick, give this animal skin to Qixia. Quick, give this prey to Qixia. You can go hunt later." Xuan Qi and Qixia looked at each other, then Qixia took the bowl and walked out with Xuan Qi. The cave entrance was full of animals, the females who asked for stone pots, and their husbands. The cave entrance was also full of things, prey, animal skins, fruits with unknown names, and a few things that looked like sapphires.
Huh.
"What are these for?" Qixia asked in a bit of surprise. "This is our thank you gift. Please don't be polite. We can't let you teach us for nothing." "Yes, I heard you are pregnant. You must eat more since you are so thin. Look at this piece of animal meat. It can replenish your body. There is no prey at home, and it is too late to hunt now. I won't take the remaining animal skins if they are not beautiful enough. Here are 10 blue spirit stones. You take them," they said very happily, and everyone was very happy. "Qianxia, just accept it. It's a token of everyone's kindness." Xuan Qi sat on the side, and Qianxia nodded. She didn't take it for nothing. She would teach them many things in the future. Then thank you all. I'll let Xuan Qi notify you to gather at the entrance of the tribe later. I haven't eaten enough yet, Qianxia said with a smile. Don't worry, don't worry. Take your time. We'll go back first. Yeah, take your time. Go after you're done. Let's go back and wait for news. After saying goodbye to everyone one by one, Qianxia looked at the supplies on the ground and fell into melancholy. So many. How to put them? Xuan Qi, see if there is anything you like. Take it if you like it. Hearing her words, Xuan Qi waved her hand quickly. I don't want it, I don't want it. I don't need anything. This is a thank you gift from everyone. What do I want? Thank you. She knew that Qianxia was the best. Xuan Qi, who had been standing by, looked at her worried face. He smiled and said, Xia Xia, are you worried about how to put these things? Now he looked at Qianxia with love. Although Chinatsu was still very thin and her cheeks were still sunken, he just thought she was extremely beautiful. Xuan Qi walked behind her and put his arm around her waist. He was overjoyed when he touched her slightly bulging belly, and then he waved his other hand, and the supplies on the ground disappeared in an instant. Qianxia widened her eyes at the scene in front of her. What is this? Is this the space described in the novel? Everything was put away in an instant. Qianxia looked up at him with shining eyes, who was 2 heads taller than her, and asked excitedly, Is this a space power? Xuan Qi found it a little funny. She looked like a little cub who had found something fun. Well, I have 3 powers: ice, fire, and space, Xuan Qi said to her with a smile. At this moment, Yin Feng, who was standing next to Xuan Qi, heard this and his pupils trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched. He actually had 3 powers. Males in the beast world will awaken their powers. This is the blessing of the beast god, so that they can live better. As for when to awaken and whether the awakened power is strong, it depends on personal talent. The earlier you awaken, the stronger your talent. For example, he awakened his power when he was 5 years old. This is considered an early awakening. Han Xuan was a little earlier than him, awakening when he was 4 years old. Among the awakened superpowers, the power of natural elements is more powerful than other superpowers, such as wind, fire, water, earth, thunder and lightning, ice and snow, etc. There is also a very special superpower in the power of natural elements, which is called the power of nature. This ability controls the power of natural recovery and healing, which can make plants grow quickly and restore their own energy through plants. It can be said that as long as there are plants, they can continue to heal and recover. Generally, those who have this ability are high-level wizards. And high-level wizards live in super tribes and are respected by all orcs. For ordinary orcs, only one superpower will be awakened. Beasts with dual superpowers are gifted. Those who awaken many superpowers must have strong talents, but it does not mean that those who only awaken a single superpower are not gifted. These vary from beast to beast. Han Xuan, the son of the tribal chief, awakened 2 superpowers, and they are 2 natural elemental power superpowers. His strong talent made him a 7th-level warrior at a young age. He himself also awakened 2 superpowers, wind power and space power. Although he is not as talented as Han Xuan, he is also a leader in the tribe. He thought Han Xuan was very powerful, but he didn't expect Xuan Qi's talent to be even more amazing. He actually has 2 natural elemental powers and 1 space power. No wonder he is a 9th-level orc. Space power is also the superpower expected by all beasts. With space power, you can store a lot of food. After all, food is the basis of survival. Space power can be divided into low and high levels. Low-level space-time is still, and the space is small and can only hold dead things. High-level space is larger than low-level space, and it can hold living things. And his space power is low-level space. But fortunately, after his efforts, he is only a little bit away from advancing to high-level space. In high-level space, time will not stand still, but you can control time. You can choose to keep your food as it is forever, or you can choose to make your food mature quickly. You can even enter and exit space freely, and this item can avoid many dangers. This superpower can evolve. As the orc's own strength increases, the low-level space will evolve into a high-level space, and the size of the space will also increase with the improvement. Wow, you are so amazing. Is your space the kind that can always keep the shape of what is put in it? Chinatsu was really excited at this moment. She had only read about these in novels, but she never expected that one day she would actually see it with her own eyes. I can keep it as it is forever. My space can be controlled as I want. Xuan Qi answered her with a smile, picked her up and walked into the cave. In Feng at this time. This is simply the darling of the beast god. 2 elemental powers plus a high-level spatial ability. It really makes the beasts more angry than the beasts. Eat well first, eat more. I can cook in a stone pot now. I will cook for you in the evening. He put her down in front of the pot, took the bowl from her hand, and filled it for her again. I cooked a big pot of coral. Coral ate some for herself and left a big pot for her. Chinatsu herself didn't expect that she actually finished the whole pot of broth. Seeing that Qianxia had finished eating, Xuan stood up excitedly and said to her, Qianxia, I will go and inform them to gather at the entrance of the tribe. You can come over after you pack up. Okay, I'll be there in a moment. Xuan turned around, and Infeng immediately transformed into a beast. A majestic lion. He lay down and waited for Xuan to climb up. After Xuan climbed up, he jumped out of the cave. Wow, this big lion is really handsome, Qianxia thought to herself. She turned her head to look at Xuan Qi on the side, and she smiled slyly and said, I want to see your beast body. Xuan Qi was amused by her sly look and said okay lovingly before transforming into a beast body. He also deliberately shrunk a lot. Otherwise, with his class and his original racial characteristics, this cave would not be big enough to accommodate him. Wow, your beast body is so beautiful, Qianxia exclaimed. It is really too beautiful. The black and shiny scales, if you look closely, you will find that they are shining with colorful colors under the light. This is probably the colorful black. In his beast form, his pair of golden pupils were as wide as her shoulders. She couldn't help but reach out and touch him. This should be his. Nose in his human form? It feels so good. She will let him sleep in beast form at night. It will be so cool. As if he suddenly remembered something, Xuan Qi changed back to human form and then conjured up those sapphire-like things. Qianxia then discovered that the stone was glowing blue. What is this? She asked in confusion. Xuan Qi took her hand and placed the 10 blue spirit stones in her hand, then took out a full bag and placed it in her hand. Qianxia took the stone and looked at it carefully. It's quite beautiful. This is called blue spirit stone, which is the currency used by beast men. When we go hunting, some prey will have this spirit stone in their bodies. Spirit stones can be used to upgrade males, and females can be used to strengthen their bodies. High-level spirit stones can even increase the lifespan of females. However, if spirit stones are used on females, males need to help, because females generally do not have superpowers. Xuan Qi explained. Qianxia grasped a key word: general females. General females do not have superpowers, which means that some females will also awaken superpowers. There are such cases, but they are extremely rare. Generally, females who awaken superpowers will become wizards, and those with outstanding abilities will become high-level wizards, and they generally live in super tribes. Take this bag of blue spirit stones and spend it. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. I still have a lot in my space, and I also have amethyst, Xuan Qi said with some pampering. Amethyst? That's it. She was confused again. Seeing her confused face, Xuan Qi felt distressed. She was a female and didn't even know what blue spirit stones and purple spirit stones were. Generally speaking, if a beast in the tribe gave birth to a female cub, it would be an extremely glorious thing. Both the father and the mother beasts would love her very much. I don't know how her father and mother beasts took care of her. He thought about it, and a purple spirit stone appeared in his hand. Then he put the spirit stone in her palm and explained it to her in detail. Blue spirit stone is the lowest quality spirit stone, which is found in most beasts. Purple spirit stone is found in beasts that are a little higher than blue spirit stone. 10 blue spirit stones equal 5 purple spirit stones, and above that are red spirit stone and black spirit stone. 10 purple spirit stones equal 1 red spirit stone, and the value of black spirit stone is inestimable. If converted to the level of orcs, the level of blue spirit stone beasts is equivalent to the 3rd level of orcs, purple spirit stone is equivalent to the 5th level of orcs, red spirit stone is equivalent to the 8th level of orcs, and black spirit stone. I heard it is equivalent to the 12th level. In the continents I have traveled to, let alone the 12th level, there are only 2 9th level orcs, and I am one of them. It is more and more difficult for orcs to upgrade their levels, so in this continent, you can walk sideways because I am invincible. Qianxia looked at him, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. She didn't understand what it was, but at this moment, she wanted to kiss him. Lower your head. Xuan Qi lowered his head obediently. The next second, a warm lip pressed against his snake pupils suddenly tightened, and then he picked her up and deepened the kiss. Who understands? He said that. You can walk sideways because I am invincible, which really moved the beast. When the two stopped, both of them blushed. It's time to go, otherwise Coral and the others will have to wait for a long time. Yeah. Qianxia put the spirit stone in his hand, and Xuan Qi put it back into the space with a thought. Transformed into a beast, he curled her body with his snake tail and put her safely on his head, and then swam out. The feeling of having a partner. It's really good. Seeing Qianxia coming, Coral began to call on everyone to start heading to the water. There were more people this time because they gathered at the entrance of the tribe. The beasts who didn't understand asked them what they were going to do, and they told other beasts. Tens of people spread, and 10 of them spread to 100, and all the beasts who were free followed. The others went first, and Coral waited for Qianxia to arrive at the entrance of the tribe to go together. So many beasts? Yes, the word spread quickly, and eventually the whole tribe knew about it, and all the beasts that were free came. Coral answered with a smile. When everyone reached the water, Qianxia stood aside and began to guide everyone to find the right stone to make a stone pot. See that super big stone? If you have more beasts at home, take this one. It's big enough for you to cook food. That one over there, yes, those who don't have many beasts at home can choose that one. After everyone found the right stone, Infom began to teach how to cut it, and Qianxia explained it. Don't cut too deep, because the bottom will be burned by the fire. If it's too thin, it will be easy to burn. If it's too thick, it will take longer to cook the food. Pay attention to Infeng's cutting technique. After cutting, they started to polish it. This step requires mutual help, because some males don't have this kind of superpower. Infeng uses the wind superpower to turn into a wind roll to polish it, and then those who have the wind superpower start to help others who can't polish it to polish the stone pot. In this way, with mutual help, everyone has a smooth stone pot in their hands. Qianxia looked at the big trees by the water and had an idea in her mind. The stone bowl is still a bit heavy, but the wooden bowl is very convenient. It was estimated that the giant tree in front of them was enough to make bowls for everyone. Husband, cut the tree from this position and then split it in half. The other beasts should get out of the way. Husband? What is a husband? Although Xuan Qi was confused, he knew that Qianxia was talking to him. Another ice blade, and the giant tree was split in half. Stone bowls are still a bit heavy and not very convenient. Today I will teach you how to make wooden bowls. Qianxia directed her husband to divide the tree into different sizes, and directed Infeng to make wooden bowls like stone bowls. All the beasts were stunned. Soon, a set of tableware was made, and each tableware was polished very smoothly, thanks to Infeng's small wind roll. You all have a good look and you know how to do it, then you can do it, communicate with each other, and decide how big the bowls should be. She made more cups this time and made 2 styles, a tall cup and a short cup. She really liked this set of tableware. Isn't this a perfect log-style tableware? I have to say, Xuan Qi was surprised. He didn't expect that he could do this. His partner is amazing. He was proud of it. The tree was really too big. After everyone finished, there was still a large piece of wood left. Xuan Qi took that piece of wood and made another set of tableware according to Qianxia's instructions. Qianxia was originally planning to make another set because the first set was to teach them how to make it, and there was only one set. After seeing that everyone had prepared the dishes, Qianxia was originally planning to go back to the tribe directly, but suddenly remembered. She had been eating in Xuan Qi's cave for the past 2 days. One of Xuan Qi's companions has water ability, so there is no need to worry about using water. Xuan Qi does not have water ability, and there is no water storage tool at home. If she wants to drink water, if she is thirsty and wants to drink water in the middle of the night, then she has to run to find a water source. Qianxia looked at everyone and asked, I want to ask, what do you do with water on a daily basis? What if you are thirsty and want to drink water in the middle of the night? Well, we usually go to the water side when we need water. We take a bath and deal with prey by the water side. After washing, we go back to the tribe. If you are thirsty and want to drink water in the middle of the night, just let the beast husband go to get water. Yes, come here when you are thirsty during the day, drink water, and take a bath by the way. If you are thirsty at night, the beast husband will go to get water. The females answered in unison. Qianxia's mouth twitched. That's right, how could she forget? They roasted the meat directly, took a bath here, and drank water, and took a bath here when they were thirsty. At first glance, it seemed that there was no special need for water. Looking at the males present, they seemed to be used to such practices. Even if they had to walk a distance to get water for the females in the middle of the night, they even felt a little honored? Yes. In the animal world, being needed by females and working for them can be considered an honor. At this moment, Qianxia felt that she might be about to start a new era. Wouldn't you find it inconvenient? Look, the water side is not far from the tribe, but it is still a distance away. When we are thirsty, we just drink a few sips of water, and then we have to run this distance every time. We go back and forth just for a few sips of water. When you are thirsty in the middle of the night, the beast husband will go out to get you water. Now I have taught you to make things that can hold food and water, but before these things, it was so difficult for your beast husband to get water. I think your beast husband should use a large leaf to carry water back for you, right? Qianxia looked at everyone and said. The females looked at each other and nodded. Maybe the distance from the tribe to the water side is nothing for the beast men after they become beasts, but after they become beasts, they have no way to get water. I think they probably turned into beasts and then took the water and walked back to the tribe in the form of beast men. These are Qianxia's guesses. But in fact, it is also obvious that they didn't have any tools before, and the only way to carry water was with leaves. Isn't this what she did when she played with water in the countryside when she was a child? And how could an orc hold a leaf full of water after turning into an animal? So they could only walk back carefully step by step holding the leaves full of water. At this point, Qianxia couldn't help but sigh about the males in this animal world. They really are. After these words came out, some females suddenly looked at their partners beside them, their eyes full of surprise and touching. So, this is how you get water back, Xiangshan? A female looked at her partner beside her with some heartache and asked. She did feel thirsty and wanted to drink water in the middle of the night, and then her partner went out to get water for her. She waited for a long time before she could drink water, and she was very angry about it. Now that she thought about it, he came back with water in his hands. I was too slow and made you wait too long. It's my fault, Xiangshan said with a smile while holding her hand. One sentence made Duo Li burst into tears. She was too much. She really didn't think that he would bring water back in this way. She was saying that the beast body was so fast. Why did she wait so long?
No.
You are very good. Blame me, blame me. Duo Li couldn't help hugging her partner and buried her head in his chest and cried. Xiangshan cried with a guilty look on his face. How could he make his partner so sad? He looked at Qianxia, who was standing in the front, his eyes full of complicated emotions. The female next to Duo Li seemed to have thought of something, covered her mouth with both hands, and her eyes were full of tears. She trembled and said, Qing Keyu. She was very thirsty in the middle of the night, and her beast husband Qing Ke was going to get water for her. Qing Ke had already left the house, but unexpectedly, she came back and called another beast husband away. Not long after, the water was retrieved, but the retrieved water was in the hands of another beast husband. Her beast husband Xuan Qi was an eagle beast, the overlord of the sky, and he flew very fast. The beast husband who went with him to fetch water was a rabbit beast man. If she guessed correctly, Xuan Qi should have asked him to get on his beast body and then hold the leaf containing water. She said why two beasts had to go to fetch water together. She and Xiangshan's family were neighbors. Xiangshan came back late that day to fetch water, and Duo Li was very angry. Even she, who was in the next cave, heard it. No wonder Xuan Qi wanted two people to go. In the beast world, it is a very humiliating thing for beasts who are partners to get on the bodies of other beasts. She didn't expect her beast husband to do so much for her. She must reward him well. For example, let's give him a little eagle beast first. The beasts in front of her had different expressions. Most of the females were moved or distressed, while the males were happy. The joy is because their partners have affirmed their efforts. They really thanked Qianxia. Qianxia looked at the beasts and sighed silently. Females are rare and precious in the beast world, and it is natural for males to take care of their partners. As for females, they are used to enjoying the efforts made by males for them, and even take them for granted but never affirm their efforts. Fortunately, the females in front of them are still teachable. Xuan Qi couldn't help but hug her in his arms again. His partner is so smart.
And
She will affirm the efforts of males for females. This is really the only one he has ever seen. At this moment, she is so beautiful. Inexplicably, he remembered that he told her that she was ugly and stupid in his cave. He apologized and he was ashamed. Xia, I'm sorry. I said you were ugly and stupid at that time. I'm sorry, you can hit me. After saying that, he hugged the person in his arms a little tighter. Okay, I tell you all this because I hope you can understand the convenience of having tools. And I hope that you females can appreciate what your partners have done for you. You have to believe that your partners love you more than their own lives, so you all have to be nicer to your partners. Qianxia inexplicably thought of the female named China. Her attitude towards her partner was terrible. This kind of animal is bad to the core and cannot be changed. As soon as these words came out, Qianxia's image instantly became taller in the eyes of everyone, especially those males. At this moment, their eyes were shining with tears. That was excitement. They have been taught since childhood how to take care of females and regard females as heaven. Even they themselves think that everything they do for females is what they should do, and that they, as males, should give in this way. But now someone tells them that their efforts should be affirmed, and their partners should affirm their efforts for them. How can they not be excited? Okay. Everyone calm down and be nicer to your partner in the future. I will teach you how to make a water storage tool now. Don't waste time. It will be dark if you waste time.
thank you, Qixia.
The beasts said in unison. Qixia picked a relatively thick tree and asked Xuan Qi to cut the tree down and divide it into several sections in the same way. Then he asked Dinfeng to remove the wood in the center in the same way. The shape of a large wooden barrel was formed, and then it was polished. Soon, a large wooden barrel was ready. Qixia even instructed them to make a lid and a wooden scoop for scooping water. It's done. This is a tool for holding water, called a wooden barrel. This lid is on top to prevent small insects or dust from falling into the water and affecting our water use. Unclean water sources can make beasts sick. This is called a wooden scoop, used to scoop water. Qixia explained one by one, and then demonstrated it to everyone. She used a wooden ladle to scoop up a full bucket of water from the water side and put it into the wooden barrel, and then filled a few more buckets of water to clean the wooden barrel. Okay, this is a clean wooden barrel that can store water. Everyone knows how to do it, right? Let's get started. Watch the trees carefully before you cut them down. Don't cut them down randomly to destroy the forest. Qianxia added one more sentence. In fact, she wanted to say not to cut trees randomly to destroy the ecological balance, but she thought that these beasts would definitely not understand. The trees in the beast world grow very tall and very big. If each beast has a bucket, it is estimated that only 2 or 3 trees are enough. She has already cut down a tree. Although there are trees everywhere, now that she has taught them how to make tools, they may think of using trees to make other tools in the future. It is not okay to cut trees randomly. So she reminded them first, so that they all know that cutting trees randomly will destroy the forest. A group of beasts were selecting trees, and Xuan Qi was not idle either. After they had made their selection, he helped cut down the trees and then cut the trees into pieces according to the size they wanted. Yes, it's them. Because males do the work, they are more aware of the needs of the domestic animals. But what everyone does is almost the same, just fill it with water, and when there is no water, just fill it with water. Some families with many animals and the need to bathe the cubs on a daily basis would choose a larger one. Coral was so happy that she took the ladle made by Infeng and immediately went to the water's edge to scoop a ladle of water. Then her eyes lit up. Chinatsu is so smart. She poured water into the wooden barrel one scoop at a time. Infeng didn't want her to work so hard to pour water, so he used his wind power to pour water into the wooden barrel. Coral refused, and she insisted on filling the scoop herself one bucket at a time. She felt a great sense of accomplishment. The other females were just like Coral and filled the wooden bucket with water one scoop at a time, very curiously.
Chinatsu was already hungry at this time.
In fact, she had been hungry for a long time and was thinking of waiting until everyone had finished before going back, but now she couldn't wait any longer. She glanced at the man next to her, and he immediately put his arm around her waist and asked softly, "Are you tired? Are you hungry?" Qianxia nodded in his arms and said, "I'm hungry. I want to eat fried meat." When Xuan Qi heard this, he immediately let her go and transformed into a beast. He used the snake's tail to lift her onto his head and then used it to roll up the barrel and put it into the water. Then the barrel was filled with water. He forgot to put away the lid and ladle of the wooden bucket. Qianxia is hungry. I'll take her back to eat first. Infeng, hold the lid and ladle for me. I'm leaving first. Qianxia quickly added, "If you want to learn, remember to come to my house and bring your bowls." After that, the snake swam away. Infeng, what an anxious beast. After all the beasts filled the bucket with water, they found that it was difficult to carry the bucket in beast form. Only the bear beast form of Dolly's family could carry it. The other beast men were either eagle beasts or lions, and it was indeed difficult to carry it. In the end, Infeng said to carry it back first, and everyone agreed. The beast men are very strong and the weight of this bucket is nothing. But the males were a little regretful. If they had known, they would have called another beast out. In this way, their partners would not have to accompany them for such a long distance. The females didn't care about having to walk back, but they were very happy. They had always traveled on their partner's animal form, and they hadn't walked properly for a long time. Seeing their partner carrying a bucket of water gave them a long-lost heartbeat. "Qingke, you sleep with me tonight. Xiangshan, you sleep with me tonight, too." The gatekeeper beast of the Lion King tribe today looked at the group of beasts approaching from afar. Each male carried a large wooden stake on his shoulder and a large stone in his other hand. The two beasts looked at each other and were both confused. "Isn't this Qingke? What is he doing with this large wooden stake? Why is every male carrying one on his shoulder?" said the gatekeeper beast man Lan Feng. "I don't know. I'll ask later." Another gatekeeper beast man Bauman answered. Soon, a large group of beasts arrived at the gate of the tribe. "Qingke, what are you doing with this large wooden stake? And you are carrying it very carefully." Lan Feng looked at the group of beasts and asked in confusion. "This is a bucket. It contains water. It is convenient for us to use water at home." Qingke's partner Lily answered first. "Bucket? Filled with water?" Lan Feng was even more confused. "Oh, I won't tell you. You won't understand even if I tell you. We are going home." Lily walked directly in the direction of home, followed by Qingke. The sight of each male carrying a large wooden stake made the beasts who had not gone out come out to watch. Every beast had a puzzled look on their face. What are they doing? Carrying a big log and holding a big stone. I don't know. I saw some at Lily's house and Dolly's house. Let's go ask them. Suddenly, the news of a group of beasts carrying big logs and big stones spread throughout the tribe. Everyone was curious. Those who didn't know the truth went to ask the beasts they knew. What's going on outside? It's so lively. Chief Xuan asked. I'll go see my father, Han Xuan said, and immediately left the cave. As soon as he left the cave, he saw Xiangshan, the last of the group, carrying a big log and walking home. The tribe was so lively because other beast men came out to see them carrying big logs. Han Xuan followed Xiangshan's footsteps and came to his house. He saw Xiangshan put down the big stone in his hand first, and then carefully put down the big log on his shoulder. The big log was polished smooth, which made him even more curious. Xiangshan, what are you doing carrying a big stone and a big piece of wood? Han Xuan asked behind him, but he didn't expect to scare Xiangshan. Hey, Han Xuan, when did you come? You scared me without making any noise, Xiangshan said unhappily. Looking at the frightened Xiangshan, Han Xuan felt inexplicably funny. It was really funny that such a big beast was still scared. You are a bear after all, and you are scared by this. Come on, answer me first. I see that all of you are carrying a big piece of wood, Han Xuan said with a smile. This is not wood, it's a wooden barrel, used to hold water. In the future, when you need water to drink, you don't have to run to the water side. When there is no water, you can just go to the water side and get water back. This is a stone pot, which can be used to cook meat, drink broth, or fry meat. These are wooden bowls and spoons, used to hold food. Xiangshan explained them to him one by one. After hearing Xiangshan's explanation, Han Xuan's pupils were shocked. Bucket?
Stone pot.
Cook broth? Cook broth? How do you cook it? Han Xuan was quite curious about this. It was the first time he heard of eating meat in soup. He had either eaten raw meat or meat cooked over a fire since he was a child and had never heard of drinking meat soup. I don't know either. Let's go find Chinatsu later. Chinatsu will teach us. Xiangshan opened the lid of the wooden barrel, scooped out a bucket of water, and put it into the stone pot, and answered him while washing the stone pot and wooden bowls. Kanchuan was surprised by his behavior, but what did it have to do with a pitifully skinny Chinatsu? You mean Chinatsu? What does this have to do with her? Han Xuan asked again. Of course it is related. This bucket, stone pot, and wooden bowl are all made by her. She will also teach us how to use the stone pot. After speaking, Xiangshan washed the pot and bowl for the second time. You are so curious. You will know if you follow me later. Xiangshan looked at him and said. Han Xuan nodded and looked at the big wooden barrel full of water. It was very novel, but he felt it was unnecessary. The water in this wooden barrel is not enough to wash the prey. People take a bath by the water. Why bother with this? Han Xuan said puzzledly. Hearing his words, Xiangshan rolled his eyes at him and then threw him a sentence. You single beast, you know nothing.
Han Xuan.
After packing up everything, Xiangshan took a wooden bowl and planned to go to Qianxia's house. After thinking about it, he felt that he couldn't go empty-handed, so he found the new animal skin he had hunted yesterday. Let's go. At this time, Qianxia was eating delicious fried beef at home. Once again, he sighed that the meat quality of this beast world is really great. As for the beef they call moo cow, it is really fat, tender, and fresh. Just add some pepper and salt when frying. It is so delicious. She had eaten a lot of steaks in her previous life, but none of them were as delicious as this one. She also classified this cow as belonging to the beast world and eats pure natural and pollution-free grass, so it is so delicious. Well, I always feel that it seems a bit wrong to say this, but I don't know what's wrong. Anyway, it tastes good. You seem to like eating the meat of this beast very much, Xuan Qi said with a smile while turning the meat in the pot and looking at her. She ate with a satisfied look on her face. Yeah, this meat is so delicious, fat, and tender. Then I'll grab more, you can eat enough. Looking at the handsome man in front of her frying meat for her, she said what she thought was a love talk. Qixia was still eating with gusto. Before she knew it, many beasts had come outside. At this time, Shanhu stopped them outside Qixia's cave. Wait a minute, Qixia is pregnant with her cub. She is probably still eating now. I will go in first, and I will come out to call you after she finishes eating. The beasts nodded. Qixia was still trying hard to eat at this time. In fact, she was almost full and she thought of what the witch doctor said, so she ate a little more as long as she was not too full. One is for the cub in her belly, and the other is to grow some meat quickly. She is a beauty. She can't stand her skeleton appearance with no meat on her cheeks. Qixia, how is your meal? Are you full? Today my beast husband found milk fruit. I asked him to pick more and send it to you later. Xuan Qi walked to her side with a smile. Milk fruit? What is this? Qixia asked while chewing meat. That's right. The juice of this fruit is as white as milk and tastes sour and sweet. Females and cubs like to drink it the most. Qianxia's eyes lit up. Why does it feel a bit like a lactic acid bacteria drink? Thank you, Coral. Let's eat meat together. The meat is delicious. Qianxia invited, and Coral waved her hands to refuse. I've eaten, you eat yours. By the way, everyone is waiting outside. I'll go out and tell them when you're full, Coral said excitedly. Qianxia also found Coral's appearance inexplicably funny. She was like a little sun, always full of energy. Ha, Coral. Why are you so excited? You are so happy. Qianxia looked at her and asked with a smile. I don't know. I just think you are so awesome. It feels super good to make those beasts who looked down on you before look at you in a new light. Coral replied with a smile in her eyes. Qianxia understood. This is protecting her shortcomings. Ha. Thank you, husband. I'm full. Bring out some more meat. Qianxia said to Xuan Qi, while asking Xuan Qi to bring the beasts in. Xuan Qi, who was standing by, was thinking, what does husband mean? Why does my partner always call me that? Although he didn't understand, whatever his partner said was what he believed. Then he silently took out the meat that had been cut into small pieces and washed and put it aside. Xiangshan and Han Chuan had just arrived when they saw Xuan Qi come out and call everyone to enter the cave. You came at the right time, Xiangshan said as he hurried over. He had to take a good position. Han Chuan followed closely behind. Soon, Qianxia's cave was full of beasts. She sat down, and the huge group of beasts in front of her blocked the light. Most of them were males, and some females came with their partners. Come, listen to my instructions. You all stand on both sides, in a circular position. Hey, stand on both sides. The females will squat in front of you, and the males will be behind you. Don't stand beasts in front of you. If they block the light, you won't be able to see anything. After giving instructions on the positions, Chinatsu began teaching. Qianxia picked up the stone bowl beside her, which was filled with solidified fat, and scooped a spoonful of it into the stone pot. Look, everyone, your stone pot should be built and placed like mine, and then you can light a fire underneath. The white thing I put in now is called fat. This is the fattest part of the beast meat that is fried in the pot. It can make our food more delicious and fragrant. The most important thing is that it will not stick to the pot when we fry the meat. After the fat in the pot was completely melted, the whole cave was filled with fragrance. It smells so good, I want to eat a few pieces of meat. Wow, it turns out that fat can be used like this, so we threw away a lot of it in the past. Qianxia is really amazing. This is so smart. Who would have thought that this fat that beasts don't usually eat can actually make such a good thing? There was another round of discussion. Now the pot is hot, the fat has melted, and start frying the meat, Qianxia said while turning the meat over with 2 branches. Why did she forget to make chopsticks? She would ask Xuan Qi to make one for her later. Even eating meat just now was done with 2 branches that were broken temporarily. Qianxia looked up and found that everyone seemed to be curious about the chopsticks in her hand. She smiled and said, let me introduce this to you. This is called chopsticks. It is a simple version. Later, I will ask my partner to make a pair of good chopsticks. You males can learn how to make them from my partner later. Let's continue to learn how to fry meat. Xuan Qi was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but smile. Living in a group is very good. Why did he have to wander before?
Oh no.
It's good because he met her. The fire for frying meat must not be too big. If it is too big, the meat will easily become old. If the meat is old, it will be difficult to chew, and it will not taste good. If you don't know how to control the heat, fry it slowly, over low heat, Qianxia said as she turned it over again, and then put in some chili peppers. In an instant, a pungent smell filled the whole cave. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Qianxia put very little, but she didn't expect that someone would be choked by the smell. She remembered what she had read in a book in her previous life. Drinking milk would cause diarrhea, and eating dragon fruit would taste like laundry detergent. These were allergic reactions. She just put a few small pieces of chili peppers, which didn't have much of a smell, but there was actually a reaction from the beast. It's better to be safe than sorry, so she quickly spoke up. You beast, go out and get some fresh air. My bucket is by the cave entrance. Go drink some water and wash your face, and come back in later. Anyway, your partner is here, and he can learn. If you don't understand, ask him. After the females left, Qianxia sprinkled some salt into the pot and continued to teach. The salt was given to her by Shanhu. She asked Xuan Qi to take out a whole pepper plant. She had been making tools these days and had not had time to plant the pepper. Fortunately, Xuan Qi's space can lock time, and the pepper is no different from when it was just dug out. Look, the thing with red fruits in my hand is called pepper. It is a seasoning plant that can make the food taste richer, but some beasts may not be used to it. Okay, the meat is fried. Husband, you come to divide it into small pieces, otherwise there will not be enough to share. Hearing Qianxia's instructions, Xuan Qi moved his fingers, and the meat in the pot was divided into small pieces. It is really convenient to have superpowers. Qianxia sighed again. Come on, come up one by one. Do you all bring bowls? Qianxia said while dividing the meat. Fortunately, I remembered to ask them to bring bowls at that time. Otherwise, I don't know how to divide the meat. The beasts who got the meat immediately started eating. In an instant, the fat, tender and juicy meat, the salty taste of salt, and the slight stimulation of chili pepper overturned their stereotypes about meat. In their eyes, meat is not a very delicious food, and it is also very fishy. It is just to fill the stomach, that's all. They never thought that meat could be so delicious. In the past, they ate raw meat, and cooked meat was basically eaten by females. Even cooked meat was roasted over a fire, without any taste. It was still fishy and difficult to chew. Now the piece of meat fried by Qianxia is fragrant and tender, without any fishy smell. The feeling of bursting juice fills the whole taste buds with one bite. It's so delicious. Han Xuan didn't have a bowl. He used Xiangshan's bowl to eat a piece of meat. After taking a bite, he stared with his eyes wide open. It turns out that meat can be eaten this way. It turns out that meat can be fragrant and tender. It turns out that. Han Xuan looked at the thin figure, who was still frying meat with his head down. His eyes moved slightly. Qianxia, can you give me another piece of meat? My partner is still outside the cave, and I want her to taste such delicious meat. Lu Ming asked a little embarrassedly, but he didn't expect to be rejected by Qianxia. No, this meat with peppers can't be eaten by your partner. As soon as Qianxia finished speaking, the noisy voice suddenly stopped, and the beasts looked at each other. They were very surprised why Qianxia was so generous, but why didn't she even want to give an extra piece of meat? Obviously, several beasts asked for 1 or 2 more pieces just now, and she gave them all. They turned their eyes to Lu Ming again. Did Lu Ming and your partner do something to make Qianxia unhappy? Yes. Qianxia is not such a stingy person. Why don't you even give you a piece of meat? You must have done something to make Qianxia unhappy. That's right. Lu Ming waved his hands repeatedly, with a flustered look. No, I didn't, and neither did Qi. This was the first time we met Chinatsu. We saw everyone going to the water, and we followed them. It was the first time we met Chinatsu, so how could I have done anything bad to her? Chinatsu was stunned. She rejected Lu Ming, but she didn't have the chance to explain the reason. How did it turn out like this? Qianxia quickly said, Stop, stop, stop. You misunderstood. Hearing her voice, everyone stopped, and Lu Ming was about to cry. Qianxia looked at Lu Ming's aggrieved expression and felt a little emotional. The little puppy's face, with red eyes and tears in it, really makes me feel distressed. She said to Lu Ming, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. It's not that I won't give you meat, nor do I have a problem with your partner. Just now when I was frying the meat, I put a little chili. Your partner was not very close to me, but she was choked and kept coughing, right? However, other beasts did not have this reaction, which means that the chili is very irritating to your partner. I was worried that she would get sick after eating it, so I refused to give you meat. After hearing what Qianxia said, the beasts who had just accused Luming felt extremely guilty and apologized to him one after another. I'm sorry, Luming. I was too impulsive and misunderstood you.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood you.
Luming wiped away his tears, smiled, and said to everyone, I accept your apology. Then he said to Qianxia, Thank you, Qianxia. You're welcome. I've learned it. Go back and fry meat for your partner to make up for the meat I didn't eat today. Qianxia replied with a smile. At this moment, Qianxia sighed in her heart. What a cute little puppy. Qianxia took a careful look at the males present and found that they all looked very good. They were all handsome guys with their own characteristics. There were handsome men, puppy types, handsome types, and one of them looked like Yen Moquan. It's amazing. A perfect model face. TSK, this beast world is simply a paradise for women. Qianxia turned her head and glanced at Xuan Qi, who was standing behind her, and she couldn't help but smile. There are many handsome guys, but the most handsome and powerful one is hers. And she got it for free. Qianxia's heart. I'm dying of laughter, ha 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 ha. Seeing her turn around and smile at him, Xuan Qi thought she wanted to do something. He smiled and asked her, What's wrong? What do you need me to do? This subwoofer. It's okay, I just... Look at you. Xuan Qi stepped forward and squatted in front of her, looking at her with a smile, and said, Then take a closer look. A voice suddenly sounded, instantly breaking the pink bubble that had just been created. Qianxia, where can I find this pepper? I like the taste very much. A female asked. I found this pepper by the water. I only found a few plants, so I dug them up and came back to plant one to see if I could grow seedlings. Qianxia replied. She and Coral didn't walk far that day and only found 2 or 3 plants. It's possible that there might be more if they went further down to the water. Qianxia put the pepper in front of the animals so that they could see the plant clearly. You can identify this plant carefully. When it is not ripe, the fruit is light green, and when it is fully ripe, it is red. Coral, and I found this plant by the water. You can look for it along the water's edge. When you find it, just pick the ripe fruit. Don't destroy it. You can pick it again when it is ripe. The teaching of frying meat is almost over, and Qianxia will start teaching everyone how to cook meat soup. Shanhu, take your stone pot and use it first. This pot is still very hot and can't be cleaned. Okay, I'll let Infeng get it. Shanhu smiled and agreed, then turned to look at his partner standing side by side with his good friend Shofu. Infeng received the signal and turned to walk out of the cave. Everyone should also pay attention. The temperature of this stone pot is very high after being burned by fire. Everyone must be careful when cooking, so as not to burn it. Those who may have ice or water abilities should pay attention. After cooking, turn off the fire and put some water in the pot to speed up the cooling of the stone pot. The ice ability cannot use the ability to cool down the hot stone pot. The combination of ice and fire can easily cause the stone pot to break. Qianxia felt that she had a great talent for being a teacher. She was really detailed and good, and she was very logical. At this time, Xuan Qi was inexplicably embarrassed and gently wiped his nose with his hand. Just now, when Qianxia said that the stone pot was still hot, he was going to use his ice ability to cool it down. Fortunately, after Infeng brought the stone pot, Qianxia asked him to build another stove for boiling the pot. It's called a stove, but in fact, it's just 3 stones arranged in a triangle structure, and the stone pot is placed on top. Then Xuan Qi prepared to assist. Now, let's teach you how to cook meat soup. First, let's add water to the pot. I filled it up now because I want to give you the amount. When you cook by yourself, you can add as much water as you want to eat. You can add a little more water than you want to eat because when it burns, some of the water will evaporate and the amount will not be that large. Then start to put the meat. Qianxia said that step, and Xuan Qi did it on the side because all the ingredients at home were on him. You have never tried this way of eating before, but no matter how you eat it, you will feel the fishy smell of meat, right? Yes, at this time, Qianxia was like a kindergarten teacher, and she wanted to laugh herself. That's right. Although the orcs in front of him were all tall and strong, they were just like children now, not understanding anything, and then they listened obediently. In fact, there is also some plants that can remove the fishy smell of meat when cooking meat soup. I found a plant called carrot a few days ago. This plant can remove the fishy smell of meat very well. Qianxia said while stretching out her hand, and Xuan Qi took a piece of carrot in her hand. Of course, it was cut into 2 large pieces. This is the carrot in my hand. Unfortunately, I only found one plant at that time, so there is no whole plant for you to refer to, but it is very big. I will give you a small piece to take back later. Okay, thank you, Qianxia. Qianxia is so nice, thank you. The atmosphere was indescribably cheerful. Don't just say thank you verbally. You all send a pray tomorrow. Qianxia is pregnant and still has to work hard to teach you how to make delicious food. I also give you carrot to remove the meaty smell. 1 pray is not too much. Xuan, who spoke directly. Qianxia was generous, and she couldn't bear to see Qianxia's efforts go in vain. It's not too much. We will definitely send it over tomorrow. That's right. Xuan Qi suddenly said, Qianxia likes to eat mooing cow.
Qianxia. Huh?
Okay, we will definitely send mooing cow over tomorrow. The beasts said in unison. Qianxia smiled and said to everyone, then I won't be polite. Thank you all for the rations on behalf of the cub.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha.
The atmosphere was so good, united and friendly. Let's get back to the topic. Now put the carrot in the pot. Pay attention, put the meat in the pot with cold water and put the carrot slices, then start the fire. Qianxia said to Xuan Qi while lighting the fire. You also need to control the heat when cooking soup. Just don't overcook the fire. If it's too big, the water will dry up in a short time. If you're not in a hurry, you can cook it slowly, over low heat. If you're in a hurry, just increase the heat. Look, is there a layer of stuff floating on top? This stuff can't be eaten. This is the dirt from cooking. We use a spoon to scoop it up and skim it off until there's no dirt on the soup. Let's simmer it for a while. Qianxia suddenly remembered the chestnuts and quickly asked Xuan Qi to take them out. In order to explain it better, she also took a chestnut that hadn't been smashed and was still in the shape of a hairball as a display. Isn't this a hairball fruit? Qianxia, why did you pick it up? One of the beasts asked in confusion. Yes, this is a hairball fruit, but I tell you, this is actually called a chestnut, and it's food that can fill your stomach. Qianxia asked Xuan Qi as she spoke while asking him to cut the chestnuts. Look, after you cut it open, there are small black round pieces inside. This is its fruit. How do you eat this fruit? Just make a small cut on it and put it in water to boil. Qianxia felt a little regretful at this moment. She should have prepared some peeled chestnuts so that she could cook chestnut soup now. I also forgot to prepare them. Forget it. You can just watch how to cook it first. Originally, you should prepare peeled chestnuts for cooking soup. I will throw a few of these in and cook them with the soup. Later, the females will share the chestnuts and taste them. But don't learn from me and throw the shelled chestnuts into the soup. I forgot to prepare them and showed you. Normally, you can just boil it with water. For soup, you should use peeled chestnuts. Qianxia said very carefully. There was no way. She felt that if she didn't explain it carefully, the beasts would definitely do what she did, so they did it directly. In the anticipation of the beasts, the broth was finally ready to eat. Qianxia first fished out the chestnuts and asked Xuan Qi to cool them down. After cooling down, Qianxia peeled off the shells and scraped off a layer of chestnut paste with a small stone. It was cooked very well and was very soft and sticky. Come on, everyone, bring your bowls over. I thought about it and decided to let everyone taste the chestnuts. I'll share them, Qianxia said to everyone, and Xuan, who quickly stepped forward and took the bowl handed over. Then it became Qianxia who put the chestnut paste into the bowl first, then Xuan Qi put the soup, and Xuan who handed the soup back. Soon, the chestnuts and broth in their hands were shared, and Lu Ming and his partner also ate. The beasts drank the broth and tasted the chestnuts. Such delicious food made them feel happy and satisfied. It's delicious. The broth doesn't smell fishy at all. The meat tastes sweet. Yes, and the chestnuts are delicious, sticky, and sweet. This is what we call food. The ones we ate before were just for survival. There was another round of excited discussion. Qianxia was already feeling sleepy at this time, and the teaching was almost done. Okay, the tutorials for frying meat and broth have been completed. Now let my beast husband distribute carrot to you. You line up to get it from him. I'm going to rest. Qianxia had just said rest, and the next second she was picked up horizontally. Sleep well, call me if you need anything. Xuan Qi picked her up and walked into the cave, then carefully placed her on the grass nest. Qianxia wanted to say something, but she fell asleep the next second. Looking at her sleeping appearance, Xuan Qi felt warm in his heart. He sent some more energy into her abdomen. When the energy was enough, the cub would be quiet and would not absorb her energy. When Xuan Qi returned outside, everyone had helped to clean up everything. The pots were all washed clean. Xuan Qi took out the carrot and cut it into many small pieces with a few waves of his fingers. Line up and get it, Xuan Qi said lightly. Each beast was given a small piece of carrot, and then they all went home excitedly. On the way back, Xuan looked at the small piece of carrot in his hand, thinking about the delicious food he had eaten today. He also wanted a stone pot. Xiangshan, can you make a stone pot? He looked at Xiangshan beside him and asked. Yes. Xiangshan had just finished speaking when he was dragged away by Xuan the next second. Let's go make one for me. You are not a beast, Xuan. I want to go back and cook for Duoli. It's okay, Duoli likes my tiger skin very much. Make me a set of pots and bowls, and give it to you. Xiangshan couldn't refuse this temptation. His partner liked that skin the most. Looking at the sky that was already a sunset, Xiangshan couldn't help but speed up. He had to hurry up, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to catch up with the cooking. When the sun disappeared, the Lion King tribe was full of the aroma of food. Chief Shershan looked at the stone pot in front of him, where meat was stewing. The whole cave was filled with the aroma of meat. After taking a sip of the broth, his pupils were shocked. Looking at the exquisite wooden bowl and the delicious broth in his hand, his face sank. You mean this stone pot was made by Qianxia and taught everyone? Yes, father.
I want to see it.
Was the broth tonight made according to her instructions? Xuan answered while eating. Qianxia, it's the child who didn't have a male choice at the coming-of-age ceremony. The one who spoke was the chief's female and Xuan's mother Kenglin. Yes, it's her. Shershan's heart was very heavy at this time. When he first knew there was such a thin female, he asked the beast to send her some meat and never paid attention to her again. Later, it was the coming-of-age ceremony. It was not until her beast husband came to the door that he saw her again. Except for the coming-of-age ceremony, I didn't see her again until her beast husband came to the door, and I took him to find Qianxia.
I saw her for the third time.
At that time, she was eating the roasted thorn beast. The partner's words shocked Kenglin. You know, no beast will eat the thorn beast because this thing is not good to eat and has a lot of thorns. A long time ago, a beast caught it to eat, but the thorns got stuck in its throat, and the beast died in the end. Now, she, a female, eats the thorn beast, which means that her life has become so miserable that she has no meat to eat. Shershan, don't you always ask people to send meat over? Although this meat is not much, it is enough for a female like her to eat. How could she fall to the point of eating a thorny beast?
Kenglin asked.
Not to mention his partner's confusion, Shershan himself couldn't figure it out after he came back. Although the Lion King tribe has rules, it does not mean that they are rigidly following the rules. Although Chinatsu did not join the tribe, they would not stop taking care of her just because she did not fully join the tribe. Everyone in the tribe is well fed and clothed, only she, a female who is picked up, has a harder time. As the chief, Shershan should take care of the thin female of the tribe. Besides, Chinatsu was not yet an adult at that time. So he separated a piece of his food from other beasts and asked them to send it over. The second time he saw her was at the coming-of-age ceremony. She stood there, but no male courted her. He and his partner both felt that this female was just too thin and weak, so no male courted her. When she grows meat and becomes fat, there will be males pursuing her. So he later sent some more meat to her, hoping that she could gain weight sooner and find a beast husband sooner. Father, who did you ask to send meat to Chinatsu? Xuan asked. He just realized that his father had sent meat to Chinatsu. Then why was she still so thin, and even had to eat thorn beasts to maintain her life? He thought that he was busy with advancement and did not patrol the tribe, so he did not notice her miserable situation. Since his father knew and took care of her, the reason why she could not eat meat was that someone coveted the meat that his father gave to Chinatsu. I asked who to go. At the beginning, he happened to pass by when I went out, so I asked him to deliver it once. Later, I asked him to deliver all the meat. Sure, Xuan answered.
Han Xuan was silent now.
Qianxia slept very deeply. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. Hey, did I sleep so long? She thought she would wake up in the middle of the night. After all, she went to bed in the afternoon when the sun was about to set. The only bad thing about the beast world is that there is no clock, and she doesn't know what time it is. Xuan Qi had just come back from hunting prey and saw her get up as soon as he entered the cave. Why did you wake up so early? Xuan Qi quickly picked her up and walked towards the cave entrance. In the past few days of living together, he's been very clear about some of her living habits. For example, after waking up in the morning, you must clean your mouth with a branch of fragrant wood, then wash your face with water, and then you can eat. Maybe I went to bed early yesterday, so I woke up early today. Qianxia replied. After he held her and washed her, she sat in front of the stone pot. Are you still eating fried meat today? Xuan Qi asked her while lighting the fire. She nodded in response. Have you noticed that my sleep time is getting longer and longer, and I feel that my appetite has increased a lot? Qianxia looked at him and asked. It's normal for you to sleep more and eat more when you're pregnant, especially since you're pregnant with a black king snake. You don't eat much now, but after 45 days, your appetite will be even greater. Xuan Qi explained.
Then,
how long will it take for me to give birth to cubs? Qianxia had thought about what it would be like to be a mother, but she never expected that she would really be a mother and her children would be 3 snakes. It takes more than 2 months to be pregnant with cubs, which is about 70 days. When the cubs are born, I will have to incubate the eggs, which will also take about 60 days. Xuan Qi said. After saying these words, he suddenly realized that Qianxia now had only herself as a partner, and he would have to incubate the eggs after the cubs were born.
Then,
he would not be able to take care of her. Xuan Qi frowned, feeling a little melancholy. He had never thought of finding another beast husband for Qianxia, because no one was stronger than him, and he was fully capable of taking care of her and protecting her. But now, once she gave birth to snake eggs, he would have to incubate them for 2 months. He couldn't leave the snake eggs. Snake eggs have certain requirements for temperature and humidity. Once he incubates them, the eggs will remember his temperature. As long as he leaves the eggs, the little snakes in the eggs will stop growing and become dead eggs. That's why the black king snake family has a hard time reproducing, and after they are born, they have to rely on incubation. If it's the hot season, he has to dig a hole deep underground early to ensure that the humidity is sufficient, and then incubate the eggs inside. There's no way to hunt, so he can only incubate for 2 months without food or water, and then wait for the little snakes to be born. Noticing that his face suddenly became ugly, Qianxia was shocked and asked quickly, "What's wrong? Why do you look so ugly all of a sudden?" Xuan Qi squatted down in front of her, looked at her seriously, and said, "Qianxia, when the snake eggs are born, I will incubate them. I can't leave the snake eggs during the 2 months of incubation, otherwise our cubs won't hatch."
Qianxia felt relieved.
She thought it was a big deal. Well, you just incubate the eggs after the cubs are born. Qianxia, I said you can't leave the snake eggs, which means I can't take care of you, and I can't go out hunting. You need to find another beast husband or even more. Xuan Qi said very seriously. In the beast world, almost every female has at least 4 or 5 beast husbands, and some even have dozens. Although he didn't want to, it was really unreasonable for Qianxia to have only him as a beast husband. Qianxia's head was buzzing at this time. This big husband is going to find her a second husband.
Ah.
I can take care of myself, and you just need to concentrate on incubating the eggs. Qianxia comforted him. How can you take care of yourself in this state? When I was not here, you ate thorn beasts to fill your stomach. I can't go out hunting. Are you going to eat thorn beasts again? Xuan Qi was a little angry. She can't take care of herself. Are you going to eat thorn beasts again? Qianxia touched her nose embarrassedly. The beast men in this beast world are so cute. They call fish thorn beasts. Qianxia, it's still spring now. Plants grow quickly, beast men reproduce, and beasts are the same, so there is no shortage of food. But then it will be the hot season, rainy season, and cold season. I may not be able to take good care of you alone. Especially in the cold season, I will hibernate. Hunting in the cold season is the most difficult. If you only have me as your beast husband, I'm afraid you won't survive the cold season. Besides, we now have a cub, so my suggestion is that you need to find a strong partner. Xuan Qi said it very seriously, and Qianxia also took it seriously. Yes, the article she read before would say that food is not easy to find in the later seasons. So the beast men would start to stockpile food in the spring. Chinatsu began to recall her memories. In her memories, the parents of this body had already started digging holes to store food at this time. When the hot season comes, there are withered plants everywhere and the wild beasts hardly come out, not to mention the rainy season and the cold season. The rainy season is full of water. It rains continuously, and you have to worry about whether the house will be flooded. Once it is flooded, you have to move to a higher place. In the cold season, snakes will hibernate uncontrollably. Xuan Qi can't take care of her. With her small arms and legs, where can she find food in the cold season? Thinking of this, Chinatsu sighed and said softly, I know. Who is calling me? Qianxia was puzzled. I'll go out and take a look. Xuan Qi turned around and walked out. After a while, he led the short-haired orc she saw last time in. You're not that, eh? She recognized this orc, the one who celebrated the day she and Shan met. Han Xuan was stunned. He thought Qianxia at least knew who he was. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he didn't have a formal meeting with her, nor did he formally introduce himself. My name is Han Xuan. Chief Shan is my father. Oh, Han Xuan. What do you want to talk to me about?
Qianxia asked.
At this time, Xuan Qi on the side was looking at Han Xuan carefully. It seemed that he led the way when he came to find Qianxia, but he was anxious to see Qianxia at that time and didn't pay too much attention to him. A 7th-level orc, the son of a chief, looks okay.
Well.
Okay. Although not as good as him, it's not bad. I came here to understand something. Can I sit down and talk? Han Xuan said to Qianxia with a smile.
Sit down.
Qianxia pointed to the stone bench and asked him to sit down. She asked Xuan Qi to make this stone bench later. Otherwise her ace would hurt if she sat on the stone directly. She also asked Xuan Qi to make a few small ones and put them on both sides of the stone pot so that she could sit conveniently when she wanted to eat here. The big stone bench can also match the big stone table. Han Xuan looked at the stone bench under him. It's really good. He will make one when he goes back later. Oh, let's talk business. It's like this. I want to ask you, how much meat did you get when the tribe sent you meat? Han Xuan said. Qianxia was puzzled by this sentence. What does this mean? Want to take the meat back? Xuan Qi on the side looked at him with narrowed eyes. There was a dangerous atmosphere in the air. If the boy in front of him came to ask for the return of the meat, he would throw it out directly. As for the chief, he would definitely let him know what regret is. It must be said that Han Xuan is really a person with a strong insensitivity. Even Qianxia could feel Xuan Qi's displeasure. He, on the other hand, sat upright, as if nothing had happened. Qianxia glanced at Xuan Qi, who noticed her gaze and smiled at her. What do you mean? Do you want to take back what you gave me now that you have a beast husband? Qianxia said lightly. No, how could that be? It's like this. Yesterday, I used what you taught me to make a pot of meat soup for my father and mother. When my father found out that you invented and taught everyone how to eat this kind of food, he felt very guilty. Han Xuan explained hurriedly, with a look of anxiety on his face. Guilty? Qianxia was puzzled. Yes, he felt that as a chief, he had not paid attention to you except for asking the beasts to bring you meat, so he didn't know that you had such a hard life and had to eat thorny beasts to fill your stomach. This was his dereliction of duty. When you were living such a hard life, the tribe didn't do much for you, but now you have taught the tribe such a precious thing, so he felt guilty. However, The meat my father gave you each time was not little, and it was more than enough for a female like you. How could you still eat thorny beasts to fill your stomach?"
Xuan said.
This statement made Qianxia silent. She began to recall her memories. On the first and second days after this body arrived in the tribe, the meat sent by the tribe was indeed quite large and was more than enough for her to eat alone. But starting from the third day, the amount of meat became less and less, until in the end, the meat delivered was only enough for her to have one meal, not even enough to fill her stomach. In addition, no male came to court her during the coming-of-age ceremony, and she had not fully joined the tribe. This body thought that the tribe had abandoned her, so the amount of meat sent to her became less and less. On the first and second days after I arrived at the tribe did send a lot of meat, which was enough for me to eat alone. But later on, the meat became less and less, especially after my coming-of-age ceremony. The meat sent was only enough for me to have one meal. I was so hungry that I had no choice but to look for food everywhere. Chinatsu spread her hands and said nonchalantly. After hearing what Qianxia said, Han Xuan's face turned a little dark. He didn't expect that Hu, who seemed to be quiet and silent, would actually dare to take the food of females, especially food for an extremely thin female.
He didn't dare to think.
If Chinatsu died in the tribe due to lack of food, she lived at the very end of the tribe, where few animals would pass by on weekdays.
I'm afraid.
Even if she died, no beast would know.
When he thought of this, Xuan looked at Chinatsu.
She was still very thin at this moment, but her mental state was much better than the first time he saw her, and her face had some color. At least it looks a bit beastly. When he first saw her, she was squatting there eating a thorn beast. Her eyes were sunken, her cheeks were fleshless, and her skin was a sickly pale color.
He was totally shocked at that time.
But Han Xuan didn't know that the original Chinatsu had died a long time ago. There's no such thing as handing in the prey in our tribe. Our tribe. Kankawa began to introduce the tribe to Chinatsu. Chinatsu listened to Kanakawa's introduction and learned about this tribe for the first time. The Lion King tribe is a mixed tribe. In order to grow stronger, the tribe accepted many foreign orcs to join. This tribe was not like the hunting teams described in the Beast World novels she had read. Instead, it was a bit like a family in modern life, with each beast taking care of its own. Each female is taken care of by several beastly husbands. In addition, the tribe is located in a very advantageous location, and basically every family lives a very good life. What should the males do with the old and weak females in the tribe? What Han Xuan meant was that females would reproduce, and they would basically not have only one cub in their lifetime. When she and her beast husbands grow old, and the beast husbands lose their ability to hunt, her cubs will provide for them. When they are old, their offspring are at their most capable. So it is not difficult to hunt and support them. Moreover, old orcs don't eat much, and a medium-sized prey can last them a day. Moreover, females will give birth to many cubs in their lifetime. One will bring them food today, and another will bring them food tomorrow. Basically, they will enjoy their old age. The orcs are very respectful to their father and mother. Oh, okay, I get it. Just say what you want to say. After listening to Han Xuan's explanation, Qianxia felt that he was laying the groundwork for something, but he didn't make it clear after laying the groundwork for a long time. I want to say that the meat sent by the tribe was actually my father's own food. He gave you a large piece of his own food. I came to ask because I want to know how much meat you have. Now I have the answer. I want to tell you this, because I hope you don't misunderstand. The tribe did not stop giving you food just because you didn't find a golden lion beast husband and didn't join the tribe. Xuan looked at Qianxia and said in a very firm tone. Qianxia was amused by his firm look. Okay, I know. Thank you for the food, Chief, but I have one thing I want to ask.
You say.
Why do you have to find a golden lion beast man as a partner to join the tribe? I have been in the tribe for a while. Can't I be considered a beast man of the tribe after living here for a long time? This is what Qianxia didn't understand. If you are a male, of course there is no problem, but females are different. Females are rare and precious. No matter which tribe they go to, they are the wealth of the tribe. We had such a situation before. There was a female who joined from outside. She didn't have a beast husband and lived in the tribe for a while. Although she didn't choose a golden lion beast man as a partner, the tribe also regarded her as an orc of the tribe. Her daily food was provided to her by the orcs in the tribe. Until later, she met a wolf beast man, and she wanted to live with the wolf beast man in his tribe. If a female from a tribe wanted to leave the tribe and live in another tribe, the other party would need to give her some supplies, which was equivalent to a thank you gift for the tribe's care. But the female left directly at that time and said, "I am not a female from your tribe. Why should I give you supplies?" So from then on, the tribe set such a rule. Xuan explained. After listening, Qianxia always felt that something was wrong, but she seemed to understand. This is a bit like the modern family raising you up and then you want to get married, and then the other party wants to give some gifts. Then I want to ask again, the tribe manages itself, and she is a female without a beast husband. You just said that her food is provided by the tribe. How is it provided? Who provides it? Don't tell me that those males courted her and sent her food, and then you classified it as provided by the tribe. Qianxia is not stupid. The tribe takes care of themselves and doesn't hand over food. So where does the food provided to her come from? Could it be provided by the chief? She asked clearly. Of course not. The male courts the female. That is a matter between them. What gifts they give has nothing to do with the tribe. It's a long story. Xuan began to tell the story again. One day a female came to the gate of the tribe and said she wanted to join the tribe. At that time, there were very few females in the Lion King tribe, and it was naturally a good thing for a female to want to join the tribe. So, the female lived in the tribe. At the beginning, single males courted this female, gave her prey and animal skins, and even started to do the work of a partner. But this female only cared about collecting things and treated males badly, so gradually no males pursued her anymore. She had no food to eat and no male to provide her with food, so she went to the chief and cried her heart out. As the chief of the tribe, it is his responsibility to protect the orcs under him. The female said that it was not that she did not want to choose the golden lion orc, but she still needed some time. Her beloved orc lost his life while protecting her here, so she wanted to wait a little longer. But even if the chief told these words to the single orcs, still no orcs would pursue her anymore. The chief thought, let's wait until later. When she comes to her senses and is willing to form a relationship, there will be orcs willing to pursue her again. So the chief gave her some of his food every day. It took a long time to divide the meat. My father was so kind, but he got this result. In fact, we didn't ask for much. We just wanted 2 praise as a thank you gift for the tribe's care. Who knew that this female was so vicious? Xuan said. He was a little emotional at this time because every time he thought of what the female did, he was very angry. After listening to the story, Qianxia twitched her mouth. Good guy, it was really given by the chief. If that's the case, she can understand such a rule. The chief is still a good person. She didn't have any males wanting her at the beginning, but he still gave her meat. Qianxia wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, it seemed that it was not necessary now. Because there are no other foreign beasts in the tribe now, and the tribe does not need to provide food and care. If there is no hunting team, then why is there a picking team? Qianxia remembered that the original owner died outside after following the picking team. The so-called picking team, although it's called picking, is actually just picking some fruits and other food. It's mainly for females and cubs to go out and play. After picking, they return to the tribe and divide the things equally. Xuan added after he finished speaking. Females cannot leave the tribe alone. At least one beast man will follow them. Sometimes the females in the tribe want to take their cubs out to play, so they will apply to the chief, and then the chief will form a picking team and arrange beast men to protect their safety. Perhaps you might think that those females have beast men, and since they have made an appointment, why should they just let the beast men go out together? Why do they have to make a deliberate arrangement? Qianxia looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect that he actually knew her thoughts. Seeing her surprised look, Xuan said with amusement, "The strength of the orcs in the tribe varies. There is more than one tribe in this forest. Some tribes are very hateful. We can't take this risk, so we naturally arrange for the stronger ones in the tribe to go out with them to ensure their safety.
I see.
Qianxia felt that she should not express her opinions carelessly in the future. Others have their reasons for doing things, so she should not meddle in it. Qianxia looked at Xuan Qi, who was standing aside. At this moment, he looked like a beast abandoned by his partner, his eyes full of resentment. "TSK, what's wrong with the beast?" She was probably too engrossed in chatting with Han Xuan, and she didn't even know when Xuan Qi had finished frying the meat. Sure enough, when people are concentrating, they tend to ignore other things. Qianxia took the bowl with both hands, looked at his stinky face, raised a sweet smile to him, and said, "Thank you, my best snake." Xuan Qi, who was originally unhappy, was swept away after hearing this sentence. His face flushed, and he stuttered when he spoke. "No, you're welcome. This is what I should do as a beast husband. Is it delicious? There's more after you finish it." Qianxia smiled and nodded at him while eating. Xuan Qi couldn't help but smile, and then continued to fry the meat with concentration. At this time, Han Xuan on the side, "What's wrong? I always feel uncomfortable in my heart. What's going on?" Sorry to bother you so early. I understand the situation. I will inform you when there is a result. I will leave first," Han Xuan said, and then stood up and left. He walked so fast that before Qianxia could say anything, he was gone. "You left too fast." Before she finished asking, Qianxia muttered softly. It is not difficult to know from Han Xuan's words that the meat that should have been given to the original owner was enough for her to eat. In addition, according to her memory, from the third day on, the amount of meat delivered became less and less. Especially after the coming-of-age ceremony, the meat delivered was only enough for her to barely fill her stomach. It was just barely filling her stomach, not barely filling her stomach.
So,
where did all the meat go? Qianxia thought carefully, trying to find the appearance of the orc who delivered the meat from her memory, but unfortunately, she didn't find it. At this moment, she just felt a little sad. She originally thought that when Han Xuan found the answer and caught the beast that greedily took the meat, she would definitely not let them go. But when she thought about it, how could she not let them go? Only she knew. In the eyes of everyone, Qianxia was still alive, although very thin, but she was still alive. She had no way to make the beast who was greedy for meat pay a heavy price. And the beast would at most be punished. She was really unwilling, but she didn't know what to do. Just as she was thinking, the bowl in front of her was taken away by a big hand. "What's wrong? Are you interested in that Han Xuan? You look so lost right after he left. If you want him to be your partner, I'll go and get him for you," Xuan Qi said as he stuffed the bowl full of meat into her hand again. "TSK, it really smells like vinegar." Chinatsu took the bowl and ate the meat while looking at him jokingly. "Really?" Qianxia wanted to tease him and said it in a bit of a nasty way. Xuan Qi's hands, which were frying meat, suddenly paused. Then he put down his chopsticks and sat aside looking at the cave entrance. "My goodness, she really likes that lion. He said he would help her get it, and she really wanted it." Seeing him sulking like this, Chinatsu just found it funny. Chinatsu stood up and walked to his side. She squatted down and looked at him. "Why are you still unhappy?" I agreed. "Why are you still angry?" Chinatsu really wanted to laugh out loud at this moment, but she hadn't had enough fun yet, so she had to hold it in.
I.
Xuan Qi looked at her half-smiling face and couldn't figure out what was going on for a long time, so he simply turned to the other side. "Don't look at her." He didn't understand at this moment, because he had just told her that he would find her a new partner. He feels uncomfortable. Suddenly, a pair of hands hugged him from behind, and a gentle voice sounded behind him. "I'm just teasing you. When did I fall in love with Han Xuan? I was just thinking, if Han Xuan finds the orc who coveted my flesh, how will he punish this orc? I don't want a lighter punishment, because I almost starved to death. A heavier punishment. I think it can't be too heavy after all, I'm still here." Qianxia leaned on his back and said sadly. Suddenly, she turned around and sat astride his arms.
This.
Qianxia faced him face to face, and this posture, inexplicably, made her heart beat faster.
If you want, I can kill him for you.
Xuan Qi stared into her eyes and said in a firm tone. Qianxia was silent. She wanted the orc who greedily took the meat to pay the price, but when Xuan Qi said that he could kill the orc for her, she felt not necessary, but the original owner.
Couldn't he invine?
She suddenly felt so tired. What should she do? I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Qianxia leaned on his arms and said deflatedly, Don't want to think about it anymore. Let's talk about it later. Xuan Qi picked her up and walked into the cave, then gently put her on the grass nest. Chiharu had a dream. In the dream, she saw a girl who looked exactly like her. If she hadn't seen the girl wearing a tattered animal skin skirt, she would have probably thought it was herself. This animal skin skirt was the same one she wore when she first came here. You are Chiharu, right? Chiharu looked at her and asked. The beast man Chiharu didn't say anything, just stared at her steadily. Chiharu suddenly felt a little sad. The beast man Chiharu in front of her had the same face as her, but she looked very immature, with clear eyes, just like when she was 15 or 16 years old in her previous life, ignorant and immature. She forgot that this body was just an adult, not much different from her previous life. Chiharu sat on the ground, stretched out her hand and patted the seat next to her, motioning her to come and sit. The beast man Chiharu still didn't move, just stared at her steadily. Are you here to see me? Chiharu asked again. She still didn't say anything. Chiharu didn't get annoyed and talked to herself. I come from another world. The world I live in is a very lively and prosperous world. This world has a civilization of about 5,000 years. I am a diligent and hardworking little transparent person in this world. I work hard every day to support myself. One day, I just finished my work and was hit and killed by a car that lost control on the way home. It was really painful. When I opened my eyes again, I found that I came to this world and became you. What a coincidence. We look exactly the same and have the same name. After Chinatsu came to this world, she never thought about going back. Although she didn't know if she could go back. She was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Later, she was sponsored by kind people to complete her studies. After graduation, she went to work in a Fortune 500 company. It was very hard, but also very fulfilling. Who would have thought that fate would play such a joke on her? She was hit and killed by a car at a young age. She died, but not completely dead. When she woke up, she was in another world. Chinatsu said to her again, Don't you have anything to tell me? This time, she responded.
Yes.
The orc Chinatsu spoke softly. Seeing her response, Qixia smiled. She was willing to talk to her. What do you want to tell me? Qixia looked at her curiously and asked. At this time, the orc Qixia walked towards her and then sat next to her. It was the place where she patted in front. The orc Qixia began to tell her story. I am from the northern continent, and I am a rabbit beast tribe. The cold season in the northern continent is very long, and it is indeed not a suitable place for us to survive. So my family decided to move to the more suitable southern continent. We walked for a long time and experienced many dangers. When we arrived at the southern continent, we had suffered heavy losses. There are 11 people in the orc Qixia's family. Her mother, father, and 4 other fathers and their 5 brothers and sisters. Taking advantage of the beginning of spring, their family quickly set off for the southern continent. Everything was good at the beginning, and after walking for more than a month they arrived at the edge of the southern continent. This is where the nightmare begins. There are some wandering bad beasts who live in this marginal area.
When he saw them coming, he had bad thoughts.
Her mother and father expressed their willingness to give them all the belongings and supplies they had, just asking them to let her go. The bad beasts agreed, and the whole family believed it. Later, when they had just walked a short distance into the southern continent, this group of evil beasts rushed up and attacked them. These bad beasts saw the marks on their father's bodies and knew that her mother was a rabbit beast man, so they had bad intentions. Her fathers fought hard, while her mother fled with her children. It's just a pity. She was separated from her family during the escape. She walked and searched, but could not find any trace of her mother and the others. She didn't know how far or how long she had walked. Finally, she fainted and was picked up by the orcs of the Lion King tribe and brought back to the tribe. If possible, I hope you can help me find my relatives. It has been so long. I don't know if my father is still alive and if my mother is safe. But if my mother is still alive and if my fathers are not dead, they will definitely go find her. The mark of the beast can sense it. Beastman Chinatsu looked at her and said, "Beast mark. Are you talking about this mark?" Chinatsu pushed aside the snakeskin top on her chest, revealing a black snake-shaped mark. "You're in a relationship." The orc Chinatsu's pupils were shocked. Before she died, she had tried to approach single males, but they avoided her. Even though she said that she had a high reproductive capacity, no one believed her. Yes, with her body, which looks like a skeleton, who would believe that she has a high fertility rate? She is thin because of hunger. If she eats enough and rests for a while, she will gain weight again. What a pity. Well, I've found a partner. My partner is a 9th-level snake orc. I'm pregnant with 3 cubs now. Qixia touched her belly and smiled. At this moment, the orc Qixia was shocked again. A 9th-level orc partner and cubs. She looked at the Qixia in front of her, who was no different from her back then. She was very puzzled and confused. Why did you find a beast husband when you are so thin? You look no different from me back then. How did a 9th-level orc fall in love with you? The orc Qixia asked in confusion. She really didn't understand. 9th-level orcs, what concept? She just treated them as legends. In the northern continent, it is said that there lives a 9th-level orc in the deepest part of the snow-capped mountains. He is extremely powerful and can control the wind and snow. But no one knows what race he is. But now she is told that her body has found a 9th-level orc partner. This dream was very long. In the dream, Chinatsu asked her many, many things. For example, why Chinatsu clearly had her memories, but there were many things she didn't understand. She told Chinatsu that the memories she had were only the memories of a short period of time before her death, so of course, she didn't understand. For example, the question about the beast mark that she mentioned earlier. Now that she can talk to her in the dream, she naturally asks and understands this world well. The beast man Chinatsu also told her in detail about this world. About the beast mark. The condition for forming a partner is to find a witch doctor to engrave the mark after mating. After the engraving is successful, the beast mark of the other party will appear on both sides, and the place where the mark appears is not fixed. After forming a partner, the state of the other party can be sensed through the beast mark. If one party is injured, the other party will feel it. But if one party dies, the other party will be extremely heartbroken, and the beast mark will turn into a lifeless gray. If a female does not want this partner anymore, there are 2 ways to get rid of it. One is to find a wizard to hold a separation ceremony for the 2. After the separation is successful, the male can continue to look for a partner without being affected. The other way is more cruel. The female directly scratches off the beast mark on her body. After the beast mark is cut through the flesh and blood, the bond is broken and the male is backfired. At that moment, they will be in agony and their strength will be halved afterwards. A simple analogy is that if an 8th-level orc has his beast mark scratched off by his partner, his strength level will drop to the 4th level. Orcs whose beast marks are scratched off will be exiled and eventually become stray beasts. They will not be recognized by females, nor will they be accepted by the tribe, and can only wander forever. But in the beast world, females generally do not give up their partners. These are extremely rare cases, especially the second one, which is even rarer. Qianxia is very curious about this beast mark. What if someone forcibly scratches off the beast mark on the female? Then isn't that? The orc Qianxia rolled her eyes at her. Don't worry, the beast mark exists in the female's bloodline, and only the female can affect the beast mark. If it can be easily scratched, and the female accidentally falls and scratches the beast mark, then her partner will be gone. Do you think this is reasonable? Are the beast god and the female god fools? Yes, yes. Qixia said with a guilty conscience. She really is. What nonsense. What she can think of Can the gods of this world not think of it? This world has its own system. The beast man Qixia continued to explain to Qixia. The beast mark will not only make the two sides feel each other, it will also nourish both sides. The male will strengthen his physique, and his cultivation will increase his strength faster than before, while the female will not only strengthen his body, but also beautify her face. The more beast marks a female has, the more nourishment she will get. Qixia was very curious about the many benefits of this beast mark and was very curious about the reason. So the beast man Qixia specially explained the story to her. This knowledge is actually in the inheritance of every orc, something that all orcs have known since childhood. Regarding this aspect, beast man Chinatsu also asked her parents when she was a child. Her parents told her the story their parents told them back then. It is said that a long time ago, there were not many orcs in the beast world, but the number of beasts was countless times greater than the number of orcs. Moreover, the males at that time did not have supernatural powers, so they relied entirely on physical combat to hunt. How could they be the opponents of the beasts? One can imagine their results. Therefore, over time, the number of orcs will become smaller and smaller. Reproduction is already very difficult. The lack of food prevents the females from being adequately nourished, and their physical fitness is very poor. This makes many females prone to dystocia during childbirth. What's more, some people die directly from dystocia during childbirth. The beast gods and goddesses saw the miserable situation of the orcs, and if they didn't do something, they were afraid that the orcs would disappear from this world. So the blessing came down. From then on, every male will awaken their superpowers, and the power of their superpowers depends on their own talents. This is the blessing of the beast god. The purpose is to allow the males to have better hunting abilities, be able to eat well, and be able to take care of and protect the females. The mark of the beast is the blessing of the female god. The goddess considers the loving relationship between the orcs. She wanted females and males to choose each other, to love each other, and choose to be together, just like her and the beast god. So she carefully selected 2 orcs among the orcs. One was a wizard, and the other was a witch doctor. Originally, she only wanted to choose the identity of a wizard, responsible for conducting engraving and pairing rituals for orcs who were willing to become partners, and responsible for communicating with the gods. But then I thought about the difficulty of giving birth to females and the fact that males would be injured when hunting. So she chose another orc, appointed her as a witch doctor, and gave her unique abilities to be responsible for treating orcs when they were sick. Females with the mark of the beast will be nourished by the power of their partner through the mark of the beast, and their physical fitness will gradually become stronger, thus ensuring that they will have a very healthy body. Beauty is because the female goddess loves beauty, so she also added this to the mark of the beast. Chinatsu. Sure enough, all women are the same. No matter what world they are in, it is natural to love beauty. The male has strong hunting power, the female has a healthy and strong body, and with the care of her partner, reproduction becomes less difficult. Soon, the number of orcs gradually increased. The inheritance of wizards and witch doctors from generation to generation has gone through a long historical change. Today's witch doctors can also perform engravings, but they cannot perform separation ceremonies for orcs. It is also because of the long passage of time that some parents with strong talents will give birth to highly talented cubs, and some females will also awaken their superpowers. Xuan Qi looked at the gradually darkening sky, and then looked at Qianxia, who was still sleeping. He felt a little melancholy and at a loss. She had been sleeping for a long time. She started sleeping after eating in the morning, and she hadn't woken up until now when the sun went down. Although pregnant women sleep more, she slept for a whole day without waking up or eating. He felt something was wrong, but he didn't know whether to wake her up now. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to wake her up. Xia xia, xia xia, wake up. Wake up. Xuan Qi shouted very worriedly. In the dream, Qianxia was still chatting with the orc Qianxia. She felt very novel about these things in the beast world. Since she couldn't go back, she decided to live well here. While chatting, Qianxia seemed to hear someone calling her. Wait a minute, why do I hear someone calling me? Qianxia stopped and listened carefully. A voice that seemed to come from a distance was calling her name. The orc Qianxia looked at her with complicated eyes. Maybe it was envy. You should go back. We have been talking for a long time. Beastman Qixia said lightly. Qixia turned around and looked at her, a little confused. Did we talk for a long time? Ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter. It's just a dream. At this time, Qixia didn't realize the time. It's getting late. You should go back. Beastman Qixia said. When she died, she saw herself slowly floating up from that thin body. She floated higher and higher, and when she sank into the clouds and floated out again, she saw a very tall body against the light. This figure looked a bit like a lion and a bit like a tiger. Against the light, she couldn't see clearly. Are you Lord Beast God? She asked carefully. Yes, child. A gentle and somewhat heavy voice. A bit like her father. It turned out that dead orcs really met Lord Beast God. The adults really didn't lie. The Beast God told her that everything has a destiny. He saw her experience in the sky, and he was very sad, but he couldn't do anything for her. It was her own fate. But later, the Beast God told her that her body was resurrected.
She didn't understand.
So the Beast God waved his hand, and she appeared in the back mountain in a blink of an eye. She saw that she, who was supposed to be dead, was catching thorn beasts in the back mountain, holding a thing made of vines to hold the thorn beasts. She didn't know what this thing was. She saw herself lying on the grass beside her with some exhaustion after catching the thorn beasts, and then she cried. Not crying loudly, but the kind of sobbing sound like being wronged, sad and forbearing. Although she didn't know why her body came back to life, she was also very sad when she heard the crying. After a long time, she heard her say, "Don't worry, I will live well with your share." Her share? Later, in the blink of an eye, she returned to the Beast God again. The Beast God told her that there are many worlds in this universe, and the Beastman world is just one of them. The soul in her body now is from another world. She died in her world, and she died at the same time as him. By some strange coincidence, due to the fluctuation of the universe, he traveled through time and space and possessed her body. So, she came back to life like this. The she in the symbol refers to Chinatsu, who traveled through time out of pity for her situation. The Beast God said he could promise her one thing. She said at the time that she wanted to meet her. The Beast God agreed. But later she felt a little regretful. Why didn't she think of meeting her parents? I was so emotional that I didn't think about this aspect. So, the Beast God let her into her dream and met her. Unexpectedly, the other party knew who she was as soon as they met, and told her where she was from and how she came here and became her without any concealment. She also knew that she came to see her on purpose. She is so smart. But she herself did not expect that without any changes, she actually found a partner, and her partner was a 9th-level orc and gave birth to 3 cubs. I have to say, she admires her. Until her death, she had never received the courtship of a male in the Lion King tribe, but she easily found a powerful man who she believed to be a legendary figure as her partner. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. She asked her a lot about orcs and the orc world, and she told her everything she knew. And she only hopes that she can find her relatives for her. Even though she may never know what the outcome will be, her mother, father, brothers, and sisters will be very happy to see her. No one knew that the original Chinatsu was dead. In everyone's eyes, Chinatsu is still alive. Thinking of this, the orc Chinatsu suddenly felt a little pitiful. No one would know if she died. But she soon let it go. Just like the Beast God said, this was her fate and she accepted it. She and her are destined to be together, otherwise she wouldn't be able to be resurrected in her body, right? It's all fate. Listening to the increasingly frequent shouts from afar, the beast man Chinatsu stood up and said to her, "You said you look exactly like me, and your name is exactly the same, right? Well, this is really a coincidence. I was also surprised when I knew your name was also Chinatsu. Especially when I found out later that you looked the same, I even suspected that you were my past life." Chinatsu stood up while talking and laughing. "Which season were you born in?" The beast man Chinatsu asked with a smile. I was born in the rainy season. Chinatsu also said to her with a smile. She still remembered that the director's mother said that she was picked up from the orphanage in August. She seemed to have just been born and was thrown in front of the orphanage door. August is autumn, which is the rainy season in the animal world. In the animal world, there are also 4 seasons. Spring is the spring season, the hot season is summer, the rainy season is autumn, and the cold season is winter. A year is divided into 4 seasons. Each season is 6 months, and a year is 24 months. Well, I was born earlier than you. I was born in spring, so can you call me sister? The orc Chinatsu looked at her and said with a smile. Qianxia felt a little embarrassed. She was 23 years old in her previous life, and this body could only be 18 years old at most. Forget it, forget it. What's wrong with calling me sister? When Qianxia woke up dazedly, she saw Xuan Qi in front of her with an anxious face. What's wrong? Why do you look so anxious? Qianxia rubbed her eyes and said. Seeing her wake up, Xuan Qi's heart finally fell to the ground. He half knelt in front of her and looked at her and said, You slept for a long time. You have been sleeping since you ate in the morning. The sun has set and you still haven't woken up. I am very worried about you, so I plan to wake you up. I called you for a long time before you woke up. Qianxia understood. It turned out that she heard someone calling her name in her dream. It turned out that Xuan Qi was calling her. Huh. Xuan Qi was calling her, and she heard it. Then that she really saw the orc Qianxia. This is not a simple dream. Xia, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Xuan Qi looked at Qianxia, who was in a daze, and asked. She hasn't eaten for a day, and I don't know if she is okay. He just transferred a lot of energy to her while she was still sleeping, for fear that the cub would devour her own energy. Qianxia was interrupted by Xuan Qi, and she came back to her senses and said to him, Anything is fine. I'm a little hungry, you decide. Okay, then I'll fry some meat for you. Today everyone has caught some mooing cows and sent them here. Now I have a lot of beef in my space, enough for you to eat for a while. Xuan Qi said with a smile as he took out a large piece of beef that had been cleaned from the space. With a flick of his fingers, the large piece of meat had turned into many small pieces. Xuan Qi looked at the pieces of meat and fell into deep thought. He had already controlled his coldness, but the cut surface of these pieces of meat was still covered with a layer of frost. At this time, he was a little envious of Yinfeng's wind skills. The wind blade can cut anything well. Xuan Qi picked up the wooden bowl, put all the pieces of meat into the bowl, and then filled it with water. He melted the frost. Qianxia sat on the grass nest and recalled the dream. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure it out. It seemed that she came to see her on purpose. Qianxia shook her head. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. As for what she said in the dream, she hoped that she could find her relatives. She would definitely do it. Looking at the dark sky outside the cave entrance, Qianxia realized that she had really slept for a long time. Did Xuan come to see me today? Qianxia asked. She came not long after you fell asleep. I told her that you were asleep, and she left. Xuan Qi answered while picking up the meat in the water. As he was talking, Yinfeng walked in from outside. Qianxia, you are awake. Yinfeng said. Yes, I am awake. Xuan asked you to come. Qianxia looked at him and said with a smile. Yinfeng was a little embarrassed at this time. His partner hadn't seen Qianxia for a day and kept talking about it. Although Xuan Qi had told her that Qianxia was sleeping, she was still worried and asked why she slept for a whole day, and she had to let him come to check on the situation. But Xuan didn't expect that Qianxia really slept for a whole day. Then I'll go back and tell Xuan that she didn't see you today and kept talking about it for a whole day, so she asked me to come and see. After Yinfeng finished speaking, he turned around and left the cave. After a while, a slim figure appeared at the entrance of the cave, followed by a tall figure. Qianxia, you finally woke up. I missed you so much. Xuan said happily. She hadn't seen Qianxia for a whole day, and she missed her so much that she was unhappy when she ate. Well, I slept for a long time today and scared my partner. Qianxia said with a smile. Xuan Qi was frying meat at this time. Hearing Qianxia's voice, he looked up at her. It really scared me. I know that pregnant females will sleep more, but you just woke up and fell asleep again. You slept for a whole day without eating or drinking. It's scary. He said it very seriously, and he was really scared. Qianxia walked to him and sat down, touched his face and said, I'm sorry, I made you worry.
No.
It's okay. Xuan Qi said, a little stumbling. If someone pays attention, they will find that his ears are red. Qianxia, you are not here today, you don't know. I said yesterday that everyone will carry a mooing cow today, and the females will bring fruits, animal skins, and so on, and they will fill the cave entrance. Those uninformed orcs will gather around and watch. Wow. Shanhu recalled the scene in the morning and sighed. This scene is more lively than the usual celebrations in the tribe. Really? Thank you all so much. Qixia said with a smile. She wanted to say that it must be spectacular, but she thought Coral and the others would definitely not understand what she meant, so she decided not to say it. Coral suddenly sat next to her, turned her head and looked at her, and asked, Qixia, I heard that you ate the thorn beast before, right? Or was it the day I invited you to dinner? Qixia nodded. Coral looked at her distressfully and said, Is the thorn beast edible? No one in our tribe eats thorn beasts. If you are not careful, you will die from eating them. You obviously have nothing to eat. I invited you. Why don't you come to eat with me? Qixia recalled that day. Coral fought for her that day, and her partner at that time looked at her deeply. How could she be embarrassed to eat? Actually, the thorn beast is edible. Although it has a lot of thorns, its meat is very delicious, especially when used to make fish soup. It is delicious. Qixia said with a smile. She was going to popularize knowledge about fish to them. The fish in this beast world are so delicious, and the fish bones are all big bones, not those small fish bones, which you won't eat if you pay a little attention. When she grilled the fish to eat, the meat was very fragrant and tasted very sweet. She couldn't imagine how delicious this fish would be if it was used to make soup. Is the thorn beast delicious? Shanhu expressed doubt. She had only heard of beastmen dying from eating thorn beasts, and beastmen who had eaten thorn beasts also said that they were not delicious. This was the first time she heard that thorn beasts were delicious. However, since it was said by Qianxia, it must make sense. Well, that it should be delicious. Actually, thorn beasts are delicious, but you just don't know how to eat them. When I was hungry before, I went to the back mountain to catch thorn beasts and grilled them. They were delicious. I caught all the thorn beasts in the back mountain, ha. Qianxia said with a smile at this time, but everyone looked at her with pitiful and distressed eyes. Especially Xuan Qi, who was extremely distressed. Chinatsu felt a little amused and helpless when looking at the expressions of the crowd, but she was also very touched. Facing everyone's slightly suspicious eyes, Qianxia couldn't help laughing. Do you think the thorn beast is not delicious, or did you not expect that the thorn beast can be eaten? Qianxia asked with some amusement. Oh, not really. If you say it is edible, then it is definitely edible. It's just that you said it is delicious, and I can't imagine how delicious the thorn beast is. Shanhu replied, We will know tomorrow. I will catch a few fat and big thorn beasts tomorrow and make soup for you. Qianxia had just finished speaking when a wooden bowl full of meat was handed to her. Try it quickly. How is my cooking today? Xuan Qi looked at her expectantly and said, He used to eat prey raw in his life. He had never tried or eaten grilling meat with fire. If he hadn't been a partner with Qianxia, he wouldn't have known that food could be eaten like this, and it could be so delicious. He had no experience in taking care of females. Frying meat and taking care of the female's diet and daily life were all learned from Yinfeng later. He learned to fry meat by watching Qianxia teach him. At first, the meat he fried was not bad, it was edible, but he found that his partner preferred to eat fatter and tender meat. He always couldn't control the heat well, and he practiced a lot in private, and all the meat that was not fried well went into his stomach. Today, when Qianxia was sleeping, he practiced again. He is now very skilled in controlling the heat, and the fried meat is also fat, tender, and juicy. He is very satisfied with himself, and now he wants to see if his partner is satisfied. Qianxia looked at his expectant eyes, took the chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and started eating. It's delicious, Xuan Qi. Your cooking skills are better. Qianxia sighed while eating. Before, the meat he fried was either not delicious, or she liked it to be tenderer, and she didn't specifically say that she liked to eat tender meat. Unexpectedly, he noticed it. At this moment, she was inexplicably moved in her heart, and even wanted to cry a little. She has no father or mother, and the director's mother is her mother. However, there are so many children in the orphanage, and there is only one director's mother. How can she take care of her so much? But she was already very satisfied. The director's mother was a very good person. Now, for the first time, she felt the taste of being loved and cared for, and she felt mixed emotions. At this moment, she felt that she had traveled to the beast world, which seemed to be quite good. Here, she had good friends, a partner who loved her, and even soon she would have her own children. She didn't have to worry about eating and drinking every day, didn't have to worry about the monthly mortgage, and didn't have to work hard every day for a little overtime pay. Being well-fed and clothed here was happiness. Sure enough, when people don't have to worry about anything, they feel full of happiness. Hearing her praise, Xuan Qi was very happy, but he just smiled lightly on his face. "You look greedy, can I have some too?" Shanhu said a little embarrassedly. She knew it was a bit presumptuous, but she was really greedy. Qianxia quickly handed over the bowl. You eat, my partner's cooking skills are very good, you try it," Qianxia said while secretly glancing at Xuan Qi with her peripheral vision. Although she didn't think Xuan Qi would be a stingy person, this was the meat he fried for her, and she was afraid that he would be unhappy if she shared it like this. "You eat it. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot," Xuan Qi said with a smile while frying the meat. He saw Qianxia peeking at him. He just thought it was a bit funny. She was too cute. Of course, he wouldn't mind Shanhu eating the meat he fried. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Shanhu's family for taking care of Qianxia. Being good to Qianxia is being good to him. Qianxia's friends are his friends. Xuan Qi turned around and looked at Yinfeng, who was standing aside, and smiled slightly. Yinfeng received his gaze and looked at him puzzledly. "What are you going to do?" Yinfeng asked him. "Nothing, I just want you to cut the beef in my space into small pieces so that it will be convenient for me to cook for my partner later." Yinfeng was puzzled. He is a 9th rank orc. Isn't it easy to cut the meat into small pieces? Why do you need his help? No, you are a 9th rank orc after all. Isn't this a piece of cake for you? It's too strong. My lowest strength fire blade will cook the meat directly. My ice blade will freeze the meat. I have to thaw it. It's troublesome. Xuan Qi glanced at him and said lightly, "Yinfeng, why do I feel like I've been manipulated by someone else?" Yinfeng walked to the big stone table with a dark face and then said to him, "Throw the meat over here." So, one threw the meat, and the other cut the meat into small pieces while it was still in the air. All the pieces of meat fell on the stone table. When the pile of meat was almost full, Xuan Qi put the meat into the space. Then he continued to throw and cut the meat. During this time, he did not stop frying the meat. One hand threw the meat, and the other hand fried and turned the meat. Qianxia and Shanhu were stunned. "Qianxia, do you think your partner has become more handsome?" Shanhu stared at her partner, who was using skills to cut meat while eating meat.
Yeah, 이도.
Qianxia also ate while watching, but after she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong. Shanhu asked her if she thought Xuan Qi had become more handsome. Did she think Xuan Qi had become more handsome? "Yeah, I suddenly think my partner has become so charming and handsome. We really have the same idea." Shanhu was a little crazy about her at this time, but the object of her crazy was her husband. Qianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing her words. She knew why Shanhu said that. Because men who work hard are the most attractive. Qianxia leaned toward Shanhu and whispered to her slyly, "If you like him so much, give Yinfeng a baby. It would be best if you can give birth to one who looks like him, then you will have a small version of Yinfeng to play with." Shanhu came back to her senses after hearing Qianxia's words, her eyes shining. "A small version of Yinfeng seems very good. Yinfeng, you sleep with me tonight," Shanhu said directly.
Ha.
Infeng was a little surprised. It wasn't him who was going to sleep with Xuan Qi tonight, so why did he suddenly have to accompany her? Xuan Qi, who was standing aside, glanced at his partner calmly, and a smile appeared on his lips.
She really is.
He had known for a long time that Infeng and the other beast men took turns to rest with their partners. At this time, Qianxia didn't realize that her words were about to make a certain male lose the opportunity to sleep with him. Xuan Qi has 5 beast husbands, and each beast husband takes turns to rest with Xuan Qi. Tonight it is Qi's turn to rest with Xuan Qi. At this time, in the cave nearby, Qi was still carefully arranging the bed for tonight, looking forward to the night's service with great joy. When the meat was cut, Qianxia and Xuan Qi were full. After Infeng helped Xuan Qi to clean up and wash everything, Xuan Qi said goodbye to Qianxia and went home. Qianxia was melancholy now that she was full. She had just woken up and was full of energy. How could she get through the long night? Xuan Qi saw that she looked worried and asked her the reason. After learning the reason, Xuan Qi laughed. He dared to say that she would only be energetic for an hour or two and she would be sleepy again later. At this time, Xuan Qi was at her home. Qi looked at Xuan Qi with a hurt face. It was originally his turn to accompany Xuan Qi to rest today, but when he went out, it was Infeng who accompanied her to rest when he came back. He had been arranging the arrangements carefully for a while. Xuan Qi felt embarrassed when she saw Qi with a hurt face. It was also his turn to accompany her to rest, and she felt a little sorry for him because she suddenly changed people. At night, it was pitch black outside the cave, with the sound of insects and birds chirping. If you listen carefully, you can hear faint and ambiguous sounds. In the orc world, night is a good time to raise babies. Qianxia nestled in Xuan Qi's arms, and she gently stroked her belly. You said that after 60 days, you can sense whether the cub is a male or female, right? Qianxia asked. Well, but I guess they should all be male cubs. My tribe. I don't think I have heard of a female cub being born. Xuan Qi said gently, and his hand was placed on her lower abdomen. What if it's a female cub? Qianxia said, unconvinced. Not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Xuan Qi thought for a while and said, if it's a female cub, then I will definitely protect her and not let her get hurt. My Xuan Qi's female cub deserves the best in the world. Qianxia's mouth twitched. It turns out that this is still a daughter captive. Qianxia suddenly wanted to tease him. What about the male cubs? Are they like this for the male cubs as well? Qianxia asked jokingly. Just throw the male cubs out and let them live independently. Xuan Qi said without mercy. Qianxia was frightened by these words. She sat up and looked at him. Xuan Qi, if you dare to throw my son out to live outside, I don't want you a beast. Qianxia said angrily. She worked so hard to be pregnant and give birth to the cubs, but he actually said he wanted to throw him out? If he dared to throw the child out, she would throw him out first. Xuan Qi couldn't understand her reaction. In the beast world, males are supposed to be independent. Many male cubs have to follow their fathers to hunt when they are young. This is very dangerous, but it is also a test. Weak males don't deserve to live. This is the iron rule of the beast world. Being weak means that you can't catch prey, and if you can't catch prey, you'll be hungry, let alone find a partner. No female will be attracted to a weak male, let alone choose him as a partner. If they don't have the ability to hunt, how can they feed their partner and their cubs even if they form a pair? That's why it is said that weak males don't deserve to live. The fundamental reason is that they can't survive at all. Xuan Qi was silent for a while, sat up and looked at her and said, if you don't want me as a beast, then who will take care of you?
Well,
if you can't bear to leave your child, then you can keep it by your side for a while. I can afford it. When Qianxia heard this, she got even angrier. No, what do you mean? What do you mean by keeping it by your side for a while? Qianxia asked. She seemed very angry. Xuan Qi didn't understand why she was so angry. He didn't dare to say anything at this time. Speak. What do you mean by keeping it by your side for a while? Qianxia's emotions were surging at this time. She was very angry when she heard him say that he wanted to throw the child out to live alone. Xia, why are you so angry? In my inheritance, the Black King Snake clan, is like this. I was thrown out by my father to live independently when I was born. I have been fighting for survival since I was young. My 9th level strength is not obtained casually. Talent is important, but hard work is also important. Male cubs of other races may not be thrown out to live independently like me when I was born, but they also have to follow their fathers to hunt and learn skills since they were young. Males must be strong, otherwise how can they support themselves and their partners? Xuan Qi explained. Xuan Qi's words suddenly calmed Qianxia down. She forgot. I am now living in a different world of beasts, not the modern 21st century. She somehow brought the 21st century into this world.
Sorry.
I was a little emotional. Chinatsu said somewhat weakly. This world is cruel. If you are not strong enough, you will become food for wild beasts. Only if you are strong can you survive and live a better life. Just like when she first came here, at first she could only find some wild fruits to eat, those that she could recognize. No matter how hungry she was, she didn't dare touch the fruits she didn't recognize. How dare I risk my life to experiment? Later she found some fish and was able to eat her fill. In this beast world, fish is the lowest level of food for orcs and also the food that is easiest to catch. Even this so-called least effortful food took her a lot of effort and patience to catch. Xuan Qi looked at Qianxia, who looked dejected in front of him, and he felt a little distressed. Never mind. He was a 9th-rank beast man after all, and there were not many who could be his opponent. If his partner couldn't bear to leave the cub, he could just keep it by his side, and he could find a way to teach it when the time came. Xia, if you can't bear to leave the cub, just keep it by your side. I'm very strong, and there's no problem taking care of you, as long as you're happy. Xuan Qi looked at her and said seriously. Hearing his words, Qianxia was stunned. She looked up at him, just looking at him, without saying a word. Xuan Qi felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by her. He asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this?" Qianxia didn't say anything, but just hugged him. She knew it was rare for him to say this. He thought she was very important, so important that he could abandon the rules and laws of the beast world for her, as long as she was happy. Qianxia just hugged him like this, and he also silently hugged her body. After a long time, Xuan Qi, will you be completely loyal and love me? Qianxia still hugged him and asked softly. Of course, Xia, we have become partners. You are my beloved whom I will protect with my life. You don't have to doubt this. Xuan Qi said seriously and firmly. He hugged the person in his arms a little tighter. But don't you think it's too hasty? We have never met before, and we have no emotional foundation. We just had that accident. And then you became partners with me, this. Qianxia said a little uneasy. She felt uneasy only now, and she thought it was funny. But it was true that she had never thought about these issues before. When she thought about these issues, she realized how hasty it was. Xuan Qi let her go, picked her up and put her on his lap, and he hugged her. Do you know that from the moment I picked you up in the wild, you have actually been considered my female? Xuan Qi asked her very gently. He understood now. She was feeling uneasy and afraid because she was pregnant with a cub. Although he had never come into contact with females, he had been wandering around for so many years and had heard many males talk about these problems. His encounter with Qianxia was indeed not so good. I know, Chinatsu said with a guilty conscience. She still knew this. What she felt guilty was that she knew it, but she still ran away secretly. Actually, when I picked you up at the beginning, I didn't say that I wanted you to be my partner and give birth to my offspring. I just wanted to save your life. Then something unexpected happened. I told you about this accident. That day when I came back from hunting, I found that you had left. I was thinking that you might not like me or even hate me. You are so thin and you don't have a partner to support you. But even so, even if we have mated, you can't. I still chose to leave, so I didn't go looking for you with the idea of not disturbing you. As long as I don't tell you, no other orcs will know about it. If we don't engrave it, it won't be considered a true marriage, and it won't be considered successful. It won't affect you. Xuan Qi said seriously, and then continued. Why did I come to you later? Because you were pregnant. I felt it. I was very shocked at first because reproduction is not easy, and we only mated once, and you got pregnant. When I felt the power of the bloodline carefully, I found that there were actually 3 bloodline powers. I was scared at that time. Not only was I scared, I was also very scared. So I immediately packed my things and went hunting, and then I came to look for you again. Surprised, it turned out that his mental activity at that time was like this. Why are you afraid? Qianxia wondered. Xuan Qi was made to chuckle by her question. The reason had been mentioned a long time ago, but she had forgotten it. I'm worried that you will die. Have you forgotten? The Xianwang snake clan is so powerful that even the baby still in the belly must absorb energy every day. This energy is supplied by the food you eat. And you are pregnant with the absorption capacity of 3 zai is very huge. If the energy cannot be replenished, it will absorb your own energy, and your life will be in danger. The absorption power of zai for about 30 days may not be so terrifying. The further you go, the worse it gets. How can you support yourself as a female without a husband and still pregnant with cubs? So, I came to look for you immediately. After Xuan Qi finished speaking, he turned Qian Xia's head to show her. To myself. He looked at her very seriously and sincerely and said, Xia, do you think we don't get along too much? We don't understand each other, and I only chose to marry you because of Zai. Do you think I just fulfill a promise? Responsibility is not because I love you, so you are uneasy or afraid, right? Maybe. Right? Chinatsu nodded. To be honest, I didn't think that much at the time. I only knew that you were pregnant with my baby, and I wanted to take care of you and protect you. Your business is a big deal, and nothing is more important than you. I used to live alone. I have never come into contact with any females. You're the only one. Speaking of which, I decided to make the engraving on my own. I was going to ask you if you were willing, but you fainted at the time. I was very worried, and the witch doctor also said let it go. Let's get married as soon as possible so that the beast mark can nourish you, so I just talked about engraving. Xuan Qi paused here, and then he said sadly, I had already thought about it at the time. If you don't want me, then at least wait until you give birth to the baby safely, and then I'll find a wizard to perform a ceremony for us. He became quieter as he spoke. He actually didn't want to leave her at all. Feelings can be cultivated, but he is afraid that she doesn't want him. Chinatsu understood what he meant, but she couldn't put it into words. Overall, he wanted to be good to her and take care of her, and she was number 1 in his heart. Orc's emotions are straightforward and cautious. It can be said that he came to find her and take care of her because of Zizi, but he did not take care of her and love her simply because of Zizi. He took good care of her daily life and even paid close attention to her favorite tastes. She never said what she liked to eat or what kind of meat she liked to eat, but he noticed it. Chinatsu felt that she was being unreasonable. She was already partnered with him, so there was no point dwelling on this. He was so meticulous and careful in taking care of everything for her, and it could even be said that he would respond to her every request. What is she picking on? Even if he doesn't love her, what else can she say since he has done this? And having the mark of the beast is equivalent to her holding half of his life. Isn't that enough? Of course it is enough. Xia, I don't know how to put your mind at ease. I can only tell you that since I choose to be your partner, I choose to protect you at the cost of my life. If you are happy, I am happy. If you are sad, I am sad. If you die, I will not live. Do you understand what I mean? Xuan Qi looked at her gently and seriously and said, to be honest, he was very anxious and wanted to express his feelings, but he didn't know how to say it. It was true that he came to her because of Zizi in the beginning, but he also really wanted to live with her, not just because of Zizi. How come it's not love? Does it count? As he thought about it, Xuan Qi felt sad. His sudden sadness made Qianxia panic. I know, I understand, You. Don't be sad. We didn't spend much time together before, but now we are a couple. It's not impossible to get married first and then fall in love. I can feel your love for me. Qianxia said in a panic. Yes, there was no emotional foundation before. It's not impossible to get married first and then fall in love. Besides, in the 21st century, Xuan Qi's situation is equivalent to a super rich second generation who is 1.9 meters tall, super handsome, and has a great figure. He pampers and takes care of you, gives you everything you want, and is afraid that you will bump into something every day. Just like that, he doesn't love you. Can you accept it? Nonsense, of course. But since he can do pamper, take care of, and be afraid of bumps and bumps, is it possible for you to say that there is no love? Of course, it's impossible. Qianxia suddenly realized. She was just being stubborn. This is the beast world, and the feelings of beast men are so pure. Since you have chosen, it means that you are willing to give everything to the other party. Since everything has been handed over to her, why should she still worry about whether she loves him or not? It is really unnecessary. Qianxia hugged his neck and said in a tender voice, "I'm sorry. I am too sensitive. Don't be sad. You have protected me at the cost of your life."
Of course you love me.
Xuan Qi hugged her back, resting his head on her shoulder, and a tear fell quietly. No one knew how flustered he was in his heart, and he didn't know how to explain his feelings. The two hugged each other for a long time. No one spoke, just hugged each other tightly. During this period, Qianxia made a decision. She decided to tell Xuan Qi that she was a soul from another world. She did not act impulsively. As a soul from the 21st century living in this beast world, she was destined to not be able to continue living in the primitive beast man lifestyle. The stone pot and bowls were just the beginning. The beast men only knew how to hunt and eat meat because it was the safest food. If they wanted to try plants they didn't know, they would have to pay with their lives. No beast man was willing to risk his life to try these. At present, there are some familiar fruits in the tribe, such as the green apples and pears she saw last time, the milk fruit that Coral brought her last time, and a few fruits she couldn't name. These fruits were discovered after seeing the wild beasts eating them and found that they were all alive and well, and then they were picked back. Last time when they chatted in the dream, she and the beast man Qianxia had discussed the issue of superpowers. The one she remembered most was the superpower of the power of nature. In Qianxia's view, the power of nature is actually a healing superpower. However, this ability has a key point. It can master nature and obtain energy from nature. In a sense, it can be said that as long as there are plants, they are immortal. So, from another perspective, can the power of nature communicate with plants? If those unknown plants are communicated with by the power of nature, wouldn't it be possible to know whether the plant is edible or what kind of function the plant has? No wonder. Beast men with the power of nature generally become wizards. This is how Qianxia understands the beast world that she knows so far. Wizards are like emperors, and beast men respect and believe in them. The emperor should lead the people to live a peaceful and happy life. And this is the duty of wizards. When Qianxia first came here, she also thought she would have a golden finger. Just like what was written in the novels she read, she had some space power or was bound to some system or something. Who would have thought that she had nothing, and even almost starved to death? And the things she is doing now are actually not worth scrutinizing. Beast men are simple-minded and get along well with each other, so no one thinks deeply about this aspect. Once someone raises a question, everyone will react. At first, Chinatsu just hoped that her life here would be more convenient, but later she realized that something was wrong. What she did, at least for this tribe, was too advanced. No orcas asked her how she did it and how she found out that these plants have these uses. Once someone asks her, she can only lie to cover it up. And a lie requires countless lies to cover it up. However, she is destined to lie. How could she tell everyone that she is not the real orc Chinatsu? She is just a soul from another world who traveled through time and space. Since she has to lie, she might as well tell a big lie. At least she doesn't need countless lies to cover it up. In the future, she will definitely make other things, and she may also recognize more plants. For Xuan Qi, it is definitely impossible to hide it, and he will suspect it sooner or later. Moreover, he has traveled to many places before and seen such a big world, which makes it easier to find out. So, she decided to speak out. She believed Xuan Qi. Qianxia stepped out of his arms and looked at him seriously. "Xuan Qi, I want to ask you, no matter what I do, Will you stand by my side? Of course, no matter what you do, I will stand by you. Seeing how seriously she spoke, Xuan Qi also answered seriously. After taking a deep breath, Qianxia said, I want to tell you something. This may be a little unbelievable, but this is the truth. If you have any ideas, you can tell me. It was rare to see Qianxia so serious. Xuan Qi hurriedly sat up straight and nodded at her. Xuan Qi, actually, I'm not the real Qianxia. I came from another world, Qianxia said while carefully looking at his face. But obviously, Xuan Qi didn't understand a little. In fact, before you picked me up, the owner of this body had died, and I just came through and possessed this body. It can be said that I was picked up by you as soon as I started breathing again. Can you understand? Qianxia asked this question. It means that the original beastman of this body is dead. You came through and occupied this body and resurrected, right? Xuan Qi thought for a while and asked. That's right, the original Qianxia is dead, and now I am another Qianxia. Qianxia was a little uneasy at this time. Xuan Qi didn't have any expression, and she couldn't guess what he was thinking for a while. Oh, and then? This sentence made Qianxia feel confused. She had thought of many scenarios, such as treating her as a monster, or even pushing her out to tell everyone. But she had never thought of such a scenario.
Huh? Ah?
Qianxia was shocked. Just like that? That's it? Xia, why are you so surprised? Xuan Qi felt that he had been puzzled many times that day. No, I said I came from a different world. I am not the owner of this body, and I am not from this world. Aren't you surprised? Don't you have anything to say?
Yes.
Don't you have anything to say? Qianxia just felt that this painting style was too weird. Xuan Qi grabbed the person in front of him into his arms again. Surprised. But does it matter? You are you, the one who lives with me. Does it matter whether you are the original Qianxia? He didn't care about what she said. What about crossing or not? What about not being the owner of the original body? He didn't care. He just knew that the person he hugged was her. You. Qianxia never expected that he would react like this. At this moment, she felt that her empty heart was suddenly filled with something, and this thing that filled her heart was called love. Suddenly, she felt the person in her arms tremble slightly, and then she heard a soft sob. Xuan Qi panicked all of a sudden. Xia, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Don't cry. Tell me what's wrong with me, and I'll change it. Xuan Qi comforted Qianxia as long as she cried. When Qianxia stopped crying, she thought, she's not a crybaby. Why does she keep crying? She just thought Xuan Qi was too good, and suddenly she couldn't control her emotions, and she just wanted to cry. As a result, she couldn't stop crying. Qianxia looked up and looked at him with red and swollen eyes. Why don't you mind at all? You heard that I came to this world through time travel, so you won't be scared? Qianxia felt that such things beyond cognition would generally be scary. Looking at her red and swollen eyes, Xuan Qi felt distressed. How could this little female cry so much? What do you mind? Do you mind that you are not the owner of the original body? Xuan Qi was puzzled. He looked at her straight, looked into her eyes, and then said to her in a very firm tone, Xia, you seem to have always been wrong about one thing. You said that I picked you up after you traveled through time, right? Qianxia nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. That's it. From the beginning to the end, I only know you. You are the one who met me from the beginning. Why should I mind? She seemed to have never figured out this matter. Qianxia's heart suddenly paused, and the pent-up emotions in her heart suddenly released completely. Yes, she only met Xuan Qi after she traveled through time. The orc Qianxia had died by then. She didn't say that the original orc Qianxia and Xuan Qi knew each other, and then she traveled through time. Seeing her mood gradually getting better, Xuan Qi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Why don't you say I'm afraid? Haha, I'm a 9th level orc. There are probably no two people on this continent who can be my opponent. What can a skinny female like you do to me? Why should I be afraid? Xia, you're so cute. Xuan Qi couldn't help laughing and said. Qianxia felt like she was going to break at this moment. Is it true that pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years? She thought she was quite smart. How come she became like this now? Just like Xuan Qi said, she was the one who met and got to know him from the beginning. Even if she was a time traveler, she was just a thin female. Why should he, a beast man with a 9th level of strength, be afraid of her? In the end, Qianxia could only classify these as she had read too many novels and was afraid that she would be regarded as an alien. Actually, Xia, when I saw you leading everyone to make stone pots and bowls, I felt that you must be a little different. Xuan Qi said very seriously.
Why?
Why different? Qianxia felt that what she had thought of before seemed to be right. I have been to many places, seen many tribes, and lived in many super tribes, but no tribe would be like you. Some tribes would eat cooked meat, but they were limited to cooking the meat, just like the piece of meat I gave you when you ate it in the cave, not to mention that you would think of making stone pots and bowls, and you discovered the uses of plants such as peppers and carrot, which is enough to show that you are different. Xuan Qi's words made Qianxia's heart skip a beat. It was just as she thought. What she did was too advanced, but there were no orcs who hadn't thought of anything wrong yet. Once someone raised doubts, everyone would react and question them. What should I do? Qianxia fell into melancholy. Suddenly thinking of what she had thought before, Qianxia asked cautiously, "What do you think? If someone asks me about it in the future, I will say that I have the power of nature. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan Qi refuted him. "No. Do you know what it means for a female to awaken superpowers, and what they awaken is the power of nature? If the news gets out, orcs from the super tribe will soon come to find you and take you away. It is not easy for a female to awaken superpowers, and the power of natural force is even rarer. You will be trained by a high-level wizard and eventually succeed him as the next high-level wizard. But you haven't really awakened your superpowers. There will always be a day when you will be exposed, and at that time, you will become a guilty beast. The guilty beast will be killed. He has traveled to so many places and found that only the high-level wizards of the Tuya tribe have the supernatural power of natural force. Tuya, obviously a female name. That senior wizard is called Tuya.
He had heard some stories about this tribe.
In the past, the Tuya tribe was not called Tuya, and it was just a small tribe that could not be any smaller. There are few orcs in the tribe, and the males have only average abilities, so they often worry about food. One day, a female named Tuya suddenly awakened her special powers when she reached adulthood. She could sense the vitality of all the plants around her. She could make the plants grow quickly, use plants to heal her wounds, and recover through plants when she was exhausted. In this way, Tuya used her supernatural power to sense plants and found many plants that could fill everyone's stomachs. These plants eventually became their main food source. When the orcs were well fed and watered, the male's strength increased and the female's physical fitness improved. One day, Tuya saw the goddess in her dream. The goddess said that she saw what Tuya had done for everyone and that she was a very good and kind orc, so she decided to make her a wizard and told her to migrate with the tribe as soon as possible. Because this land will soon become a place where natural disasters strike. When the goddess disappeared in the dream, Tuya also woke up from her dream. After waking up, she found that there were a lot of things in her mind. For example, how to imprint the orcs, how to hold the separation ceremony, etc. It was at this time that she realized that orcs who fell in love and decided to be together needed to be marked, and the mark of the beast would nourish both parties. Why didn't she know this before? Actually, it's because the tribe is too small. The older orcs actually knew that they needed to engrave in order to obtain the mark of the beast, but their tribe was too small, and they lived at the very edge of the continent. How can engraving be done without wizards and witch doctors? So they just kept living like this. Naturally, I would not mention this matter to the younger orcs. It's just that there is no mark of the beast. It doesn't affect their lives. Anyway, both parties have already recognized each other as partners. Of course, apart from these, the most important thing is that she has a route in her mind, and at the end of the route is a small red. That red is the address of the newly migrated tribe. Later, Tuya told the tribe about this matter and asked them to inform the beast men living nearby. Later, Tuya led a group of orcs through mountains and rivers, and after going through untold hardships, They arrived at a new address, the easternmost area near the sea on the east continent. From then on, a tribe called Tuya was established in this area. Qianxia was deflated. She had thought about it for a long time and finally came up with a feasible plan, but it was rejected just like that. Why did she think so at the beginning? Because she felt that she was a soul from the 21st century after all, and it was not difficult for her to know plants. She had already found chestnuts, peppers, and carrot, and she had also seen green apples and pears as fruits. Since these were all there should be others as well. When she was young, she often went to the countryside with the dean's mother to help with work. The dean's mother said that she wanted to learn and understand crops. She could also grow rice. So she thought that being able to pretend that she had natural power should work. After listening to Xuan Qi's words, Qianxia could only sigh. After all, she was not a local and she thought things were too simple. I have encountered the time travel. Why didn't I get a good thing like the golden finger? It would be great to give me a system. Qianxia muttered softly. Xia, what did you say? Xuan Qi seemed to hear someone talking, but it was too quiet to hear clearly. No, nothing. Qianxia perfunctorily passed it over. It's late, lie down and have a rest. Xuan Qi said, and hugged her and lay down. Qianxia was moved again at this time. No wonder everyone likes the double-door refrigerator figure so much. This embrace is so safe, and her whole body is hugged. Xuan Qi, think about what name to give to the cubs after they are born. Names are something that should be thought of early. Xuan Qi was silent. He really hadn't thought about this problem.
Well,
you are the mother of the cubs. You give the cubs a name, I'll listen to you. He really doesn't know how to name. This matter should be left to her, as the mother of the cubs. Qianxia began to think. It seems that in the beast world, you can name anything without considering the father's surname or the mother's surname. At this time, a name suddenly appeared in her mind. Qianxia smiled sweetly. Xuan Qi, I thought of a name. I think it's super good. She was a little excited. Hearing the excitement in her tone, Xuan Qi was also infected. He chuckled and asked what name. Qian, does it sound good? Qianxia was very satisfied with the name. There is a word from her and a word from him. Qian. Xuan Qi read carefully and suddenly smiled. No wonder it is said to be a good name. It is really so good. Qianxia, Xuan Qi, Qian. It sounds so nice. It sounds so nice. It is a really good name. Xia, you are really good at naming. Xuan Qi put his hand on her lower abdomen. Here are his 3 offspring. Finally, Qianxia finalized the names of the 3 cubs. The eldest, Qian the second, Xingyi the third. Luo by Qianxia was very satisfied and couldn't help but sigh that she really deserved to be a woman who had read countless novels. Qianxia was thinking, and a low and magnetic voice rang in her ears. Xia, I'm curious, what did you mean by calling me husband before? Chinatsu was almost mesmerized by this voice. She really loves it. It's a name for a partner. In my world, an orc can only have one partner. If both parties don't want to be together anymore, they can have a separation ceremony and find another partner they like. Qianxia explained in a way that he could understand. She realized that the world of beasts and modern times are still a bit similar. It's just that in the world of beasts, there is generally no such situation of not wanting a partner and wanting to separate. Basically, they are together for a lifetime, while divorce is very common in modern times. I see, then call me again. You haven't called me like this for several days. She hasn't called him husband recently, and she just calls him by his name. Qianxia's mouth corners rose. Is he being coquettish? Husband, Qianxia called sweetly. She called him husband before, because she couldn't get used to the two of them getting along. She didn't even have a boyfriend in her previous life, but suddenly she had a husband in this life. She wanted to call him by his name, but she felt that calling him by this name was too distant, so she said husband inexplicably but smoothly. Now that she is used to it, she just calls him by his name. Xuan Qi felt numb at the sound of husband. He lowered his voice and said, call me again. Qianxia called out sweetly again. The next second, Qianxia was turned over and kissed fiercely. After a while, Xuan Qi finally let her go, but the next second, he quickly got up and walked towards a cave entrance. Xia, you go to sleep first, I'll go out for a while. Qianxia watched him walk to the cave entrance and move the bucket beside him.
Ah.
Is that what she thought?
Puff.
Ha 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 ha. For so many days, he has been very well behaved and has not shown any intention in this regard. She thought he was quite pure and unselfish, but she didn't expect. But it's true, she is pregnant now, and she can't do it even if she has the idea. Qianxia's thoughts went back to the day when the accident happened. I can't remember it. This was her first time experiencing this, but she can't remember what it felt like. I only remember that it hurt. Xuan Qi took a cold shower outside with the bucket in his arms. But it was obvious that the burning desire had not subsided at all, and the water in the bucket had been used up. So, he turned into a beast, wrapped his tail around the big wooden barrel, and went out of the tribe to the water's edge. Qianxia did not plan to sleep. She wanted to wait for Xuan Qi to come back and sleep together. I don't know how many days it will take to reach 60 days. What if there is a female cub? Then I'd better think of a girl's name. Qianxia murmured to herself, and suddenly froze after she finished speaking. She had forgotten how many days she had been in the beast world, and she couldn't even remember how many days she had been pregnant with the cub. She fell into melancholy for a while. Since she moved to the new cave and lived with Xuan Qi, she had never recorded the days since she came to this world. Now that she suddenly thought about it, she was a little sad. Xuan Qi soaked in the water for a long time and finally suppressed the desire. He sighed deeply. Snakes are naturally lustful. He had never come into contact with a female before, let alone mating. Whenever the estrus period came, he would find a remote place to stay by himself and then use force to suppress it, and basically there would be no problem. But now that he has mated, it would be fine if he didn't want to, but once he had this thought, it was really... He still remembered the few days after she left. It was almost killing him. It took him a lot of effort to get used to it. Counting it up, he has been in the Lion King tribe for 10 days. During these 10 days, he was busy taking care of Qianxia while learning how to take care of his partner and learning how to make better food, practicing over and over again. He had never thought about this kind of thing at all. Even if he thought about it, what would happen? Qianxia was pregnant with a cub, and they couldn't mate, so he would be the one who suffered in the end.
For example, now is...
It's really killing me, Xuan Qi said as he got up from the water. The beast changed its body, and its tail rolled up the wooden barrel beside it, put it into the water, filled it with water, and swam quickly towards the tribe. Qianxia had planned to wait for him to come back before sleeping, but she didn't see him come back after waiting for a long time, and then she was tired and fell asleep while waiting. When Xuan Qi arrived at the cave entrance, he found that the cave was pitch black. He thought that the firewood must have burned out, so Qianxia should have fallen asleep. He put the bucket away gently, and a small flame ignited in his hand, and the cave was suddenly lit again. Xuan Qi picked up the branches piled aside and lit the fire again. After quietly packing up everything, he also lay down. Qianxia slept so well that she was refreshed. When she woke up, she saw that he was still lying beside her. Qianxia was a little surprised, because in the past few days, every time she woke up, she couldn't see him by her side. Did you get tired last night? Qianxia muttered softly. The next second, what are you talking about, Xia? Xuan Qi hugged her into his arms again. He was afraid of pressing her belly, so he didn't hug her when he slept. Or he would hug her and take his hand away after she fell asleep. Yeah? Why did you wake up? Qianxia was curious. She spoke so softly. How could she wake him up? I woke up when you woke up. When she woke up, she turned over and he woke up with her. Did I wake you up? Were you tired last night? Xuan Qi. Tired? Why would you be tired? Xuan Qi was puzzled. Didn't you go out last night? Qianxia said in a low voice with a red face.
Ah.
Not tired. I just saw that there was no water in the wooden barrel, so I went out to get a bucket of water back. Xuan Qi said seriously and carelessly. I know, hee. Qianxia, I don't believe you. Xuan Qi kissed her on the forehead and stood up. Are you hungry? I'll try the energy meat for you today, and see how it works. The energy meat is the prey he caught in the misty forest. He didn't dare to give it to Qianxia before, because he was afraid that her body was too weak to withstand the energy all at once. After all, the energy beast meat in the misty forest is used for advanced consumption. Now that she has been nourished by the beast's seal for 10 days, he has also given her a lot of energy, and her current physical condition should be fine. In addition, the cubs are now almost 45 days old, and this energy beast meat should be quickly absorbed by the cubs after eating it, and there should not be much energy left in her body. Originally, the cubs absorb a lot of energy, so Chinatsu had to eat a lot of food. After the food is converted into energy for the body, the cub absorbs the energy. Now you can directly eat energy beast meat to replenish energy, and the cubs can absorb it directly. After absorbing enough energy, the remaining small amount of energy can actually strengthen her body. When the cub is full, the food that Qianxia eats will replenish her own body, and she will gain weight quickly. The day he asked Sango to take care of Chinatsu, he actually went to the misty forest to hunt. What is energy meat? Chinatsu was very curious when she heard what he said. Xuan Qi explained everything to her from beginning to end. This meat is good. Let's try it. I'm tired of being so skinny. Chinatsu was a little excited. With this energy meat for the cub to absorb energy, the other meat she eats will nourish her body, and she will grow meat quickly. Xuan Qi smiled and nodded, then began to help her get up and wash. After washing up, Chinatsu sat next to the stone pot and waited for him to start frying the meat. The fire burned all night, leaving only tiny spots of charcoal. Xuan Qi added firewood to start the fire and then placed the stone pot on it. Then he took out the previously refined oil from the space and scooped a large spoonful into the pot. Soon the grease melted and the aroma of oil wafted through the hole. Seeing that the food was almost cooked, Xuan Qi took out the meat. He had already cleaned the meat, and Yinfeng had helped cut it into pieces last time, so he could just put it directly into the pan and fry it. The aroma of energy meat is different. It is more fragrant than ordinary beast meat. What kind of meat is this? It smells much better than ordinary beast meat. This is giant mutton. This beast is very good for replenishing body energy. This is the beast I hunt the most, Xuan Qi said as he turned the meat in the pot. The giant sheep beasts and giant bull beasts in the misty forest are the most popular among the upgraded orcs because they have a lot of energy in their bodies and their aggressiveness is not that strong. If converted into the orc's power level, it is only equivalent to the power of a 7th level orc. After all, to enter the misty forest, one must be at least an 8th level orc. Chinatsu looked a little conflicted. She couldn't eat mutton in her previous life. It's not because of any other reason, it's just because mutton is too smelly. After trying many kinds of mutton, she still felt that the mutton smell was not removed. She vomited every time she ate it. Finally, she gave up trying mutton and never ate it again. Xuan Qi was concentrating on frying the meat and didn't notice Qianxia's expression. Soon the meat was fried. Xuan Qi picked up a small piece of meat and blew on it. After it cooled down a little, he fed it directly to Qianxia. Chinatsu frowned slightly and ate it. Delicious, so fragrant and tender. Chinatsu was very surprised. She was worried at first, but she didn't expect that the mutton didn't smell at all, but was tender and sweet. Is the meat quality of all animals in the beast world so good? She really expressed this feeling more than once. After the meat was completely eaten, Qianxia felt a little warm, but the feeling soon disappeared. After I ate it, I felt my body was a little warm. Is this energy? Then the feeling disappeared soon. Was it absorbed by the cub? Chinatsu asked. Yes, feeling a little hot is because the energy is being absorbed by the body, and the cub absorbs the energy of the body. Xuan Qi was in a very good mood at this time. When Chinatsu was enjoying the meal, another voice came from the cave entrance. Chinatsu, are you awake? This voice seems familiar. Qianxia looked at Xuan Qi, who understood and stood up and walked towards the cave entrance. Not long after, Xuan Qi and Han Xuan came in. Chinatsu was a little puzzled. Why does he always come so early? Han Xuan and Xuan Qi sat side by side opposite Qianxia. What do you want to talk to me about? Chinatsu asked as she ate her meat. Han Xuan's face was a little heavy at this time, and he looked at Qianxia with shame. I have checked everything. The meat that was originally given to you was coveted by an orc named Hu. Han Xuan began to talk about the cause and effect. Originally, at the beginning, his father Shan just randomly asked an orc to deliver meat to Qianxia. And this orc is Hu. Later on, I just asked him to deliver the meat. Hu is a 4th-level orc. He is shy and has a soft personality, so he has never found a partner. He delivered meat to Chinatsu for 2 days in a row and was seen by a female named China. At first, China thought that this was the prey that Hu had killed himself. He gave meat to Chinatsu because he wanted to pursue her as his partner. China thought, why should such a capable male be taken down by a weak female who is not as good as her? So China began to approach Hu and told him that she would become Hu's partner as long as he gave her the meat. Hu quickly stated that the meat was not his own, but that the chief asked her to give it to Qianxia. But after China knew the truth, she said that as long as Hu gave her half of the meat, she would still consider becoming a partner with Hu. Hu was very excited. But he hasn't agreed yet. Hu, a male who rarely comes into contact with females, was completely unable to resist such temptation. Later, Hu listened to China and gave her half of the meat. Later, China became more aggressive and asked for more and more meat. In the end, there was only a small piece of meat left in Chinatsu's hands. When Han Xuan went to find out the truth, China and Hu had just finished engraving. This is the complete story. I came here to ask you, how do you want to deal with it? China, that bad female, China again. Qianxia was silent for a while. How does the tribe want to deal with it? She would first see what kind of result the tribe would give her. If she was satisfied, she would not say anything more. If she was not satisfied, she would talk about her own ideas. Of course, if they disagreed, she would not mind letting Xuan Qi talk to them about the reason. This is when it shows how awesome it is to have a strong partner. Han Xuan was silent. China, the female, was not very good in character, but she had 2 beast husbands who were both golden lion beast men. Qianxia, do you think this is okay? Let China and Hu apologize to you, and then their family will be responsible for all the food from now until the day you give birth. Han Xuan said while looking at Qianxia's face. Inexplicably, he was a little afraid that she would be unhappy with the solution he gave. Qianxia frowned and said nothing. Xuan Qi on the side suddenly said lightly, Xia still has about 30 days to give birth to a baby. Qianxia glanced at him with amusement. This little thought. He was telling her that she was going to give birth in a few days, and she didn't think the amount of food she would receive during these few days would be enough to compensate her. Why does it feel a bit sinister? Chinatsu retracted her expression and began to think. To be honest, there is no shortage of food at home now. There is still a lot of beef that everyone sent last time, and with Xuan Qi's ability, the food is very simple. In fact, Qianxia had discussed this matter with Xuan Qi early on, but she couldn't figure it out at the time. The same thing. In everyone's eyes, Chinatsu is still alive and well. Only she knew that the real orc Chinatsu had died in the wild long ago. Now, only Xuan Qi knows about this matter. 30 days of food. What kind of punishment is this? She was not satisfied with the result. What if I say I am not satisfied? Han Xuan was shocked by Chinatsu's sudden cold attitude. What he feared finally happened. Then what do you want to do, Chinatsu? Han Xuan simply listened to her thoughts before making a decision. I want China and Hu to get out of the tribe. Chinatsu spoke calmly. This is difficult to do. Han Xuan's brows were twisted. China is originally a female of the tribe. Her father and mother are both golden lion orcs, and 2 of her current partners are also golden lion orcs. In comparison, Chinatsu cannot be considered a female in the tribe. The orcs in the tribe would tend to favor China, even if they knew it was China's fault. But this is how it is among orcs and among tribes. And if we kick China out, her parents will definitely make a fuss. Even if China was kicked out, her beastly husbands would definitely follow her. There are several tribes living in this forest. Apart from the Lion King tribe, the strongest is the Giant Elephant tribe, followed by the Black Wolf tribe, and finally the Fox tribe. After they leave the Lion King tribe, they will definitely find a tribe to join. If they really wanted to take revenge on the Lion King tribe, based on their understanding of the tribe, they would most likely join forces with the new tribe to besiege the Lion King tribe. By then, the tribe will be in dire straits. Of course, this is just the worst possible outcome he could think of. There may be no solution to this. Han Xuan said this with some heaviness. Then he recounted what he had considered. He just hoped that Chinatsu would understand. Surprisingly, Chinatsu's reaction was calm. She had guessed the result. I want China and Huyu to kneel down from the entrance of the tribe all the way to my house and sincerely kneel down to apologize to me. Apart from that, there will be no negotiation. Qianxia's tone suddenly turned cold. Han Xuan wanted to persuade her again, but stopped. He knew Qianxia was serious. Seeing him hesitate, Qianxia added coldly, "This is my bottom line. If she doesn't want to, I don't mind letting my partner kill her partner." After that, Xuan Qi, who was standing aside, seemed to raise a faint blue ice flame in his palm, and the temperature in the cave dropped by several degrees in an instant. Han Xuan knew that this was a warning from him. After Han Xuan left, Qianxia didn't even feel like eating. How could she eat? Qianxia didn't understand. This China seemed to have several beast husbands. Although her strength was not as strong as Shanhu's beast husbands, it should be just a little worse than them. Can't a few males support her as a beast? Why did she do this? Why did she steal the meat? She knew that the original owner was frail. She knew that the original owner couldn't eat, and she knew that no male liked her or took care of her. She knew it, but she still stole her meat. Some people are born bad. This beast man named Huyu is just as disgusting. Qianxia became more and more angry the more she thought about it. At this moment, she really wanted to beat her up. Thinking about this, tears flowed down. Seeing Qianxia crying, Xuan Qi hurried forward and hugged her in his arms. "What's wrong? Why are you still crying? If you're not satisfied, can I kill them?" Xuan Qi said with great heartache. "I'm just not satisfied. How can an orc be so mean?" She clearly knew that the original Qianxia was skinny and weak, and that no male liked her or took care of her. She clearly knew that she had no source of food. Even though she knew that it was the meat given to her by the chief to survive, she still wanted to steal it. Do you know how she died? In order to fill her stomach, she supported her weak body and followed the picking team to pick, but she couldn't hold on, and she died in the wild. And none of the orcs who went out with her actually noticed that she was missing. Woo 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 woo. Of course, I'm not satisfied with this result. I even want her life to be exchanged for another. But
No.
Qianxia cried violently in his arms. Her mind was filled with the scene of the original owner who couldn't eat and dragged her skinny body to work with everyone, just for a little bit of food to fill her stomach. It's called picking, but it's actually just an entertainment activity for others, while she is working hard to earn the food she deserves. She wants to fill her stomach. She wants to live. Xuan Qi was almost heartbroken at this time. It was the first time he saw Qianxia crying so heartbreakingly. "I feel so helpless. We are the only ones who know that she is really dead. I really want to avenge her, but I can't do it. I can't do it. After all, I am still here, unharmed. How can I avenge her? Wowu. Xia, you have done very well. Listen to me, although she has not been driven out of the tribe, we can make her have a hard time in the tribe." Xuan Qi said softly to comfort her. Just when Qianxia was about to ask what she meant, Shanhu suddenly came in. Qianxia, are you awake? What's wrong with you?
Who made you cry?
Shanhu woke up late today. She hurriedly finished her food under the service of the beast husbands and came to find Qianxia. But she didn't expect to see Qianxia in the arms of the beast husbands, with red and swollen eyes, and her whole body was twitching. It was obvious that the person had just cried, and cried very hard. Of course, she didn't believe that Chinatsu's beastly husband would bully her. So it must be someone else who made Chinatsu feel wronged. Shanhu suddenly got angry. Well, Qixia's beast husband. What's going on? Who made Qixia cry? After all these days together, Shanhu realized that she didn't know the name of Qixia's partner at all. My name is Xuan Qi. Oh, Xuan Qi, who made Qixia feel wronged. Xuan Qi simply told the story. He thought about it and deliberately said that because of this incident, Qixia almost starved to death. After hearing this, Shanhu got angry all of a sudden. Well, no wonder he talked about her and Qixia at the entrance of the tribe. It turned out that he had bad intentions all along. Shanhu turned around and left. While walking, he shouted loudly, "Infeng Qi's Lingchuan, Lefeng, Zhui, all of you follow me. I'm going to fight today." Shanhu directly called all the beast husbands. She must teach China a lesson today. Hearing Shanhu say that she was going to fight, Qixia hurriedly stood up from Xuan Qi's arms. But as soon as she stood up, she was pulled back by Xuan Qi. "Shanhu wants to fight for me. No, I have to watch." Of course, she has to watch. When Shanhu gets angry, she becomes impulsive, and her beastly husband listens to her. What if she doesn't control her strength? No, Xia, you don't have to stop her. Shanhu is not a fool. She won't beat that female to death. Besides, isn't Infeng here? Infeng will watch over her. Besides, I told Shanhu about this matter on purpose. Xuan Qi said calmly.
Huh?
What do you mean? Qianxia was puzzled. Xia, you don't have a golden lion orc partner, but that female is a native of the Lion King tribe. Didn't Han Chuan say that her parents are golden lion orcs, and even 2 of her current partners are golden lion orcs? Orcs are cohesive, and if you have a dispute with that female, in the end, the orcs in the tribe will still side with that female. But Shanhu is different. Shanhu is also a native female of the Lion King tribe, and her 2 partners are also golden lion orcs. Infeng is level 6 and Qis is level 5. She and that female are both golden lion orcs. Females have equal rights to speak, and even more. When she makes a scene, the orcs in the tribe will not side with anyone, and then everyone will look at the facts and speak. Once Coral tells the story, everyone will know. This female and her partner will be looked down upon by other orcs in the tribe from now on. In addition, because of your contribution to the orcs in the tribe some time ago, everyone will only stand on your side. Xia, think about it. How does it feel to be disliked by all the orcs? After listening to Xuan Qi's words, Qianxia wanted to give him a thumbs up. This is such a strategic plan. In ancient times, he must have been an emperor. I feel a little sorry for Coral. Qianxia felt a little guilty. It's okay, I'll talk to Infeng, and I'll give them another giant bull beast. Xuan Qi said it calmly. In fact, Qianxia thought too much and felt that Coral was used, but in Xuan Qi's eyes, this was mutual help among orcs. Coral came to the door in a hurry with 5 beast husbands. At this time, China was still making love with the beast husbands. China, get out here. You black-hearted bad witch, get out here right now. Coral was really furious. She would always remember the day she met Chinatsu. At that time, Chinatsu greeted her, and her first reaction when she turned around was to be frightened. She was too thin, terribly thin. Chinatsu didn't have to live such a hard life. She could have relied on the food given by the chief to take good care of her body, and when her body was well, there would naturally be males who would woo her. By then, life would not be so difficult. Coral didn't believe it. There were so many single and excellent males in the tribe, and Chinatsu would not be without males who liked her after she got well. Chinatsu should have had a good life. It was all because of these 2 black-hearted beasts. Chinatsu was almost forced to death by them. After a while, Chinatsu and her partners came out. Shanhu, what are you crazy about? Why are you running to my cave so early in the morning? China was a little afraid of Shanhu, but she would not show it. Why am I crazy? Haha, don't you know what you did? Shanhu sneered. What did I do? How could I not know? I haven't seen you these days. Why are you upset with me? China continued to be stubborn. At this time, she felt a little uneasy, but she didn't know why. Infeng, what do you mean by disturbing our sleep so early in the morning? I know you are strong, but you are too much. China's beast husband Lingxi said. We females are talking. What do you have to do with it? Get out. Shanhu cursed without any hesitation. Lingxi was embarrassed by the rebuttal and blushed, and he couldn't say anything. After all, in the beast world, Males cannot interrupt females when they are talking. So, he just called Yinfeng's name directly. But what he didn't notice was that Yinfeng didn't say a word from beginning to end. At this time, Yinfeng looked at Lingxi with cold eyes. Yinfeng spoke indifferently and coldly. I heard from Q eyes that you wanted to attack Xuan Qi last time? Lingxi's pupils dilated, and his expression was terrified. Last time Xuan Qi and his partner had a fight, he was anxious and wanted to stop Xuan Qi, but was finally scolded by Q eyes. It has been a few days since this happened, and he himself has forgotten it, so why did he bring it up again? I think you have forgotten all the rules. I think I need to teach you what the rules are. Yinfeng's extremely cold tone made Qina's beast husbands tremble all over. Especially Lingxi. His eyes were full of fear. He just wanted to gain some favor in front of Qina. How did things turn out like this? Lingxi stood beside Qina in fear, and the other beast husbands looked at him with blame. In the entire tribe, except for Han Chuan, Yinfeng is the strongest. They are no match for Yinfeng. If they fight, they will definitely be hurt. It's all this stupid Lingxi's fault. Coral, what did China do that makes you so angry? A female among the crowd asked. When Coral and the 5 beast men were walking towards China's house, many beast men had already sensed that there was something interesting going on and followed to watch the fun. There should be no one who doesn't know Chinatsu, right? Coral looked at China with a cold face and asked loudly, and everyone responded. After all, the news that he had a 9th-level orc partner who was pregnant with 3 cubs had already spread throughout the tribe. In addition, Qixia taught everyone how to make tools and new ways to eat, so everyone had a good impression of Qixia. Qixia was picked up by an animal in our tribe. Our tribe has always been in charge of its own affairs. Unlike other tribes that have to hand in food and then distribute it, Qixia's food has always been provided by the chief himself. In the first 2 days, Qixia could still get a big piece of meat, but later on, she got less and less meat, and in the end, the meat she got was only enough for 1 meal. Do you know what Qixia ate? She went to the water to catch thorny beasts to eat. She relied on this to survive. When Coral said this, she was almost furious. Hearing this, Qina started to panic. Hu Yu, who was standing behind Qina, also turned pale. She didn't expect that this incident would be dug up so long ago. When she first took the meat, she was a little scared, but then she realized that no one realized that something was wrong, and that no one cared about this female. Then she became unbridled. Xuan Qi turned around and looked at the crowd and continued, "Why is the meat getting less and less? Since the chief has given us the meat, there is no way he would withhold any. Besides, the chief gave us even more meat later. So, what is the reason why the meat is becoming less and less?" It turned out that the chief asked Torigoshi to deliver meat to Chinatsu. When China saw it, she wanted the meat. Hu Yu told China that the meat was not his, but that the chief asked him to give it to Chinatsu. China then said that if she gave her half of the meat, she would still consider becoming a partner with Hu Yu. Later, she asked for more and more meat, and Qianxia got less and less meat. Qianxia almost starved to death in the tribe. The animals were shocked. Everyone was shocked by Coral's words, including Coral's 5 beastly husbands. When they came, they didn't know what happened. Their partner just called them and said they wanted to fight, so they came directly. Sango and Chinatsu are good friends, and they have met Chinatsu many times. They have a very good impression of Chinatsu. No wonder Chinatsu is so thin and she is pregnant. It's really too much, China. How can you be so shameless? You have so many beast husbands who can't support you? You are going to steal other people's meat? Is it because your beast husbands are so useless that they can't even feed you, so they let you use your body to exchange for meat? A beast that eats thorns. 4 ordinary beasts who would eat that thing. You can imagine how difficult Chinatsu's life is, Chinatsu. You are so cruel. This Hu Yu is not a good thing either. Poor Chinatsu. Why is Chinatsu so thin? If Chinatsu's beast husband hadn't come quickly, Chinatsu would have starved to death. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Do you have any evidence to prove that I took the meat? Qina continued to be stubborn while trembling. Before she showed the evidence, she would never admit it. What she didn't see was the pale face of Hu Yu behind her. When Han Xuan found him, he asked him directly what he did with the meat given to Qianxia, whether he ate it himself or gave it to the female. He and Qina had just finished the engraving at that time. Facing Han Xuan's questioning, he was still stubborn at first and refused to admit that he had greedily taken the meat. I have asked Qianxia. The meat she got on the first and second days was a large portion, and from the third day on, the meat was reduced by half, and then it became less and less, and finally it was only enough for one meal. You can deny it, but if Qianxia's beast husband comes to you, I won't care. Han Xuan was threatening and warning. But obviously, this threat and warning worked. You panicked all of a sudden. He was just a 4th-level orc, and Qianxia's beast husband was a 9th-level beast husband, and a little bit of his hands could take away most of his life. I admit that I was greedy for the meat.
You was too scared.
If Qianxia's beast husband really came to the door, Han Xuan would be able to control him with him. But if he refused to admit it, Han Xuan would not care about him. When Qianxia's beast husband came to seek revenge, he would be finished. He told Han Xuan all the causes and consequences and asked Han Xuan to keep it secret for him and discuss compensation with Qianxia. Han Xuan proposed to compensate Qianxia for all the food from now until the delivery period. He agreed. Yu looked at the scene in front of him, his face pale, and he felt the chill jump from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Didn't you agree to keep it secret? Didn't he agree to compensate Qianxia with food? Why did things turn out like this? Shanhu, do you have any evidence to prove that Qina and you were greedy for Qianxia's meat? A voice came from behind Qina and a group of beast husbands. Then, the owner of the voice walked in front of everyone. This is Qina's first beast husband, Songsha, a 5th-level Black Wolf orc. In fact, Songsha already knew in his heart that this was probably the truth, but as the first beast husband, he still had to defend his partner even if he knew his partner was wrong. Evidence? I am the evidence, is that enough? A pretty female voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned around. Xuan Qi came slowly with Qianxia in his arms. Qianxia was still worried and insisted on coming to see. Xuan Qi couldn't persuade her, so he brought her here. But she didn't expect that she would hear those words as soon as she arrived. Qianxia got down from Xuan Qi's arms, then walked to Shanhu, facing Songsha and said, "My body is the evidence. If you want other evidence, then I will ask the chief and Han Xuan to come and have a good chat." Qianxia took good care of herself for 10 days, but she didn't grow any flesh and was as skinny as ever. At this time, Xuan Qi, who was behind Qianxia, narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was endless coldness in his eyes. Songsha's heart sank, knowing that something bad was going to happen. He clearly felt the oppression released by the other party. I'm afraid this matter will not be easy to solve. Go, invite the chief and Han Xuan. Xuan Qi glanced at Yin Feng beside him and spoke lightly. Yin Feng. Yin Feng rolled his eyes at him unhappily, then turned and left to invite the chief and Han Xuan. It's me. It was my selfish desire. I wanted to pursue Qina, so I greedily took the meat given by the chief and gave it to Qina as a gift. It was my fault. Yu suddenly shouted loudly. At this time, his whole body was shaking. He was scared, but this was the best solution he could think of. Qina is his partner now, and he will protect her no matter what. Instead of waiting for the chief and Han Xuan to tell the truth, it is better for him to admit everything himself. He accepted whatever the other party wanted to do. Yu's loud shout caused the scene to freeze for a few seconds, and Qina was also stunned. Yinfeng's steps to ask for help also stopped. Chinatsu was surprised. He was clearly a weak and shy person, but now he had the courage to admit his despicable behavior in front of everyone. This made Qianxia look at him with a higher opinion. Yu walked through the crowd and came to Qianxia. He knelt down directly.
Qianxia, I'm sorry.
I was obsessed. I couldn't catch prey at that time. It happened that the chief asked me to send you meat. In order to please my partner, I secretly greedily took your meat. I was wrong.
It was all my fault.
It has nothing to do with my partner. I will do whatever you want. Yu lowered his head in shame and trembled, and 2 drops of water fell on the ground. He was crying. Then I want you to die? Qian Xia said coldly. Hu Yu was frightened by Qian Xia's words. He looked up at her in astonishment, his eyes full of panic. Qian Xia, isn't your request a bit too much? Song Sha looked at her seriously. Before Qian Xia could speak, Song Sha suddenly flew out. Who are you? How dare you talk to my partner like this? Qian Xia turned around and saw Xuan Qi waving his hand. At this time, Qian Xia screamed wildly in her heart, but she still looked indifferent. Qian Xia's heart, this man is too handsome. At this time, the atmosphere on the field was very tense. Originally, when Qian Xia said that Hu Yu wanted to die, everyone was talking about it, and they all felt that Qian Xia's request was too much. But when Song Sha flew out, everyone shut up tacitly. The 9th rank boss can't be provoked. Hu Yu was already terrified, and now he was terrified to the extreme. Xuan Qi frowned when he saw Yinfeng hadn't left yet. Why are you still here? Yinfeng. Another roll of the eyes. Yinfeng hurried to ask for help. If no one is asked, this matter will not end well. China's beast husband silently helped Song Sha up, and then looked at Hu Yu kneeling on the ground and sighed silently. Qian Xia looked around at everyone and finally her eyes stopped on Song Sha. I was too much. When Hu Yu took the food I needed to survive to please China, did he ever think that I was hungry? Do you know what kind of life I was living? I always thought that it was because I didn't find a golden lion orc as a partner that the tribe gave me less food. If that was the case, I would accept it. After all, it was the tribe that took me in when I fainted in the wild, and I am very grateful to the tribe. So, I joined the picking team to earn some food for myself, but I didn't expect that I would faint from hunger in the wild, and in the end it was my partner who saved me. Qixua's words made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. Those who originally thought she was too much, now all lowered their heads in tacit understanding and stopped talking. They didn't expect Qixua to have such a thing, and if this happened to them, they might not let her go so easily. Do you know what I do when I don't have food to eat? I go to catch thorny beasts to eat. I have almost caught all the thorny beasts in the back mountain. What should I do if I am still hungry? I go to find fruits to eat. I don't care if those fruits are edible or not. I just know that I am so hungry and I need to fill my stomach. I almost starved to death. Do you know? Qixua deliberately exaggerated. Originally, she just wanted to highlight how pitiful she was at the beginning, but as she spoke, she remembered the original Qixua who starved to death in the wild, so that her voice trembled at the end. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it. I'm sorry. Hu Yu knelt on the ground and apologized in tears. As soon as Kan Chuan and the chief arrived, they heard Qixua's choking and trembling words. Kan Chuan's heart stagnated. He didn't expect that she almost starved to death. For a moment, Han Chuan didn't want to say good things for China and Hu Yu. China was stunned by Qianxia's words. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. She didn't want Qianxia to die. She just wanted that little bit of meat greedily. Looking at Hu Yu kneeling on the ground, she looked at Song Sha, who was injured beside her. She walked to Qianxia trembling with tears, and then knelt down. Yes. I'm sorry, Qianxia. I'm greedy, I'm wrong. You can do whatever you want me to do, but please let Hu Yu go. He did this because he listened to me, you. Please. Don't kill him, okay? China was really scared. At the beginning of the matter, she was thinking about how to shirk responsibility, but she didn't expect that Hu Yu actually admitted it directly and took all the mistakes on himself. At that moment, she was stunned. She was spoiled by her parents since she was a child. She must get what she wants. If there is something that doesn't go her way, she will lose her temper and make a fuss. Her parents would always coax her and finally give her what she wanted. Although she had many beast husbands, she knew that they didn't really marry her because they liked her. They just wanted offspring. Just because the female they were pursuing didn't want to marry them. In the end, she was the only one who agreed. But she didn't expect that Hu Yu would treat her sincerely. He would rather take all the blame on himself. Even when Qianxia said she wanted his life, he didn't say anything wrong about her. Qianxia, can we discuss this matter properly? Although this is a huge mistake they made, after all, you're still alive. If they want Hu Yu's life, Forget it, Chief Xuan said to Qianxia. Qianxia was stunned by the chief's words. She was stunned and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Xuan Qi immediately stepped forward and took the person into his arms. The chief didn't just happen to say what Qianxia didn't want to hear the most, and what made Qianxia saddest. Qianxia's abnormal expression and Xuan Qi's protective behavior made Han Xuan clearly feel that something was wrong. Thinking back to what his father said, he was very puzzled. Why is that? Chinatsu suddenly felt so powerless. Originally, when she reached this point, she felt that her goal was about to be achieved and she could get justice for the deceased Chinatsu. She didn't really want Huyu's life. She just wanted to scare them. Let him and China know what mistakes they have made. She wanted them to apologize sincerely and repent sincerely. Now she got the result she wanted. She should have been satisfied. Forget it. What do I want your life for? I won't forgive you easily. From now on, remember to send the daily food I produce. Qianxia didn't want to say anything at this time. She glanced at Xuan Qi, and Xuan Qi immediately understood what she meant. He picked her up and turned to leave. Seeing Qianxia's wrong expression and her back, Shan Hu also hurriedly left, and several beast men hurried to follow. Chief Shan originally thought that it would take more words to persuade Qianxia. He even planned that if Qianxia didn't agree, he would have to use the fact that he sent her food. Although the cause of the matter was because of this matter, it was also true that he sent her meat for so long. Retracting his thoughts, Chief Shan looked at the two people who were still kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "You should thank Qianxia for her kindness. If she insists on wanting your lives, I can't stop her. You should send food to Qianxia every day. Also, if you commit crimes again, you all get out of the tribe." The matter came to an end. Shan Hu returned home right after Qianxia. She wanted to go find Qianxia, but was stopped by Yin Feng. Shan, go find Qianxia later. Qianxia probably doesn't want anyone to disturb her now. He just saw Xuan Qi's face was very solemn, and Qianxia's mood just now was so wrong. He thought it would be better not to disturb her at this time. Shan Hu was like a deflated ball. She walked to the nest and sat down. These two beasts are really too much. I know Qianxia had a hard time before, but I didn't expect that she almost starved to death. Fortunately, Qianxia was lucky and found Xuan Qi as her beast husband. Otherwise, I dare not think about how she would live. That was before. Now Qianxia has Xuan Qi as her beast husband. Who dares to bully her? Qianxia will only get better and better in the future. Yin Feng comforted her. Qi on the side looked at the two, with a strange look on his face. Did Qianxia give Shan Hu some kind of love potion? From the beginning to now, his partner's mind is full of Qianxia. When he wakes up, he wants to find Qianxia, and wants to find Qianxia for everything. Yin Feng was the same. He did whatever Qianxia's beast husband said. He hadn't forgotten what Xuan Qi said just now about going to invite the chief and Han Xuan. But what Qi didn't know was that Shan Hu liked Qianxia so much and liked to get along with her. At first it was just because of sympathy and pity for the weak. After all, Qianxia at that time was the most pitiful weak person in the tribe. Later it was because of Qianxia's own personal charm. Shan Hu thought Qianxia was kind and smart, and was very kind and generous to her. After returning to the cave, Chinatsu went to sleep. Now she didn't want to think about anything, she just wanted to be alone. Xuan Qi left the cave after confirming that Chinatsu fell asleep. Before leaving, he did not forget to ask Shan Hu to help look after Chinatsu. Okay, go and do your thing, Chinatsu, I'm here. Shan Hu was so happy that she could take care of Chinatsu again. Maybe it was because of the first impression, she really liked taking care of Chinatsu. Just like taking care of a cub. Xuan Qi didn't rush out. He first went to find Han Xuan. Chinatsu will give birth to a cub in 30 days, and he will have to incubate eggs immediately after giving birth, and he won't be able to take care of her at that time. So, he has to find a beast husband for Chinatsu before she gives birth. And the candidate for this beast husband is Han Xuan. You came to see me, is there something? Han Xuan looked at the person and asked. Yes, there's something. Xuan Qi said while leaning against the cave entrance. Han Xuan looked at him, waiting for his next words, but He didn't expect the beast to remain silent for a long time. Xuan, what are you talking about? You came to me not to release your charm to me, right? Xuan was speechless. Xuan Qi. Look at what he is talking about. What kind of charm is he releasing with a male? Besides, he is now a beast with a partner. Who else does he need to release his charm to? I heard that you haven't found a partner yet? Xuan Qi pretended to be casual. At this time, Xuan had already sensed the unusual atmosphere. You came to me. Don't you want me to become Qianxia's second beast husband? Xuan asked tentatively. He lowered his head, frowned slightly, and the expression on his face seemed to be reflecting. Yes, he was indeed reflecting. Did he show it so obviously? Forget it. Since the words are so clear, it would be easier to just say it directly. Xuan Qi looked up at him and said very seriously, Yes, you are right. I want you to become Qianxia's second beast husband. Is he serious? Xuan began to feel at a loss. No, what does this mean, Xuan Qi rolled his eyes at Xuan. He suddenly felt that this decision was not so correct. He had already told him to be Qianxia's second beast husband, and he was still asking what it meant. Is he mentally ill? Qianxia is about to give birth. After the snake eggs are born, I will have to incubate them immediately, and the incubation time will be 60 days. I can't leave the snake eggs during these 60 days. Otherwise, I won't be able to take care of Qianxia. So, I want to find her a partner. Obviously, you are the beast I am optimistic about. Xuan Qi said very sincerely. Xuan, thank you so much for thinking so highly of me. This is not good, right? Qianxia agreed. Xuan asked hesitantly. As soon as he said this, Xuan Qi raised his eyes and glanced at him, his golden snake pupils full of teasing. There is a play. What's not good? What? You, Xuan, have a favorite female? Come on, if you have a favorite female, why haven't you made a partner mark yet? He didn't believe it. If there is a female you like, can you resist not forming a mate? What a joke. No animal can resist. Of course they have been together and have children for a long time. Of course, he and Chinatsu were accidents. Well, it was a gift given to him by the beast god. He just wants to become stronger before finding a partner. He is not even old. He is only 20 years old. Xuan was silent. Why? Do you really have a female you like? Xuan's attitude made Xuan Qi a little uncertain. No, I don't have any females I like. Xuan answered suddenly. Xuan Qi. He felt that he was losing his patience. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just tell me whether you are willing to be Chinatsu's second beast husband. Xuan Qi no longer wanted to argue anymore. Waste of time. He still has to go to the misty forest to hunt. Xuan fell into silence again. He couldn't tell how he felt about Chinatsu, but if Xuan Qi asked him to be Chinatsu's husband, he wouldn't object. For some reason, Chinatsu's figure appeared in his mind. There were scenes of her teaching the orcs in the tribe to cook, scenes of her talking to him, and scenes of her suddenly becoming depressed in front of the crowd today. Hey, suddenly thinking of this, Xuan asked his doubts. I want to ask, today after my father finished speaking, Chinatsu suddenly changed, and you also rushed to protect her, huh? Why is that? He thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with what his father said. Xuan Qi looked at him meaningfully and said, You will know after you become Qianxia's partner. Xuan was confused. Xuan Qi didn't want to say anything more here. He stood up, turned around, and left. As he walked, he said, Do you want to be Qianxia's beast husband? Think about it carefully. Give me the answer tomorrow, and I'll leave first. To be honest, Xuan Qi was not worried that he would not agree. He had a hunch that Xuan would definitely agree. After Xuan Qi left, Xuan had no mind to do anything, and he simply lay down. It's not that Xuan had never thought about finding a partner. There were many beautiful and good females in the tribe, but he didn't have any idea about them. So he has always focused on improving his strength. When Qianxia first came to the tribe, he only heard that an orc in the tribe picked up a thin female, and then he didn't pay attention to it. He didn't even attend the coming-of-age ceremony at that time. It was not because of anything else, but he didn't plan to find a partner at that time, so he didn't go, and he didn't meet Qianxia. His thoughts suddenly drifted back to the first time he saw Qianxia. Her eyes were very beautiful. Han Xuan didn't know how long he thought about it, and when he thought it through, it was already dark. He quickly got up, tidied up a little, and walked quickly to the cave where the chief lived. Inside the cave, Chief Xuan was preparing to eat with his partner Kanglin. Just as they were about to start, they saw their child walking in quickly. "Chuaner, have you eaten yet? If not, let's eat together." Kanglin looked at her child with a smile. "Father, Mother, I want to be together." Han Chuan's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, shocking Kanglin so much that the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground, and Xuan beside him was also stunned. "Cub, tell me, which female did you like that made you suddenly realize your mistake, and did the female agree?" Kanglin was very curious at this time, and her gossiping heart was ready to act. Her cub had been more determined than other beasts since he was a child. Other beasts had already found their partners early, but he was only thinking about improving his strength. If a female wanted to approach him and want to be his partner, he would run faster than anyone else. Even if he saw her again in the tribe, he would take a detour. Whenever she mentioned the matter of being his partner, he would leave immediately with various excuses. His resistance was extremely obvious. Kanglin once suspected that her cub didn't like females. She was sad for many days because of this. Xuan was also very curious about which female made his cub realize his mistake. "I want to be his partner with Qianxia." These two short sentences were like two bombs. Xuan and Kanglin were blown to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside.
What?
The couple said in unison. "Father and Mother, you heard me right. I want to be a couple with Qianxia." Han Xuan repeated it calmly. "My son, tell me why you suddenly want to be a couple with Qianxia. Did Qianxia like you?" Kanglin put away her shocked look and continued gossiping. She had only seen Qianxia once at the coming-of-age ceremony, and she only remembered that she was very thin. She had just heard her partner Xuan tell her about what happened today. She was just sighing, and then her son said he wanted her to be a couple. "No, Qianxia's beast husband found me and said he hoped I could be Qianxia's second beast husband. After thinking about it, I agreed." Han Xuan said calmly. Xuan was silent for a while. "When are you going to be a couple?" "Your mother, and I will send you some gifts." He had to ask first. Qianxia's body probably didn't have anything good at home, so he had to prepare some generous gifts to send. At this moment, he completely forgot that Qianxia had a 9th-rank beast husband. His mind was full of thoughts about his child and Qianxia being together. Qianxia was having a hard time. How could he help her? Kanglin always felt that something was wrong and thought about it for a long time.
Hey, that's not right.
"You said Qianxia's beast husband came to you to talk about this. What did Qianxia say? Did she agree? You said to be together, so you're together. Why didn't you ask Qianxia?" Han Xuan was puzzled. "Do you need to ask again? If Qianxia didn't agree, why would Xuan Qi come to talk to him? You go find Qianxia now, right now." Her beast husband said what he said. "Are you going to live with Qianxia or with her beast husband? Really, go and find out." Kanglin was speechless and hurriedly drove people away. How could she give birth to a wooden-headed child? He didn't look like his father was pursuing her back then. Han Xuan was driven out of the cave by his parents. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the cave at a loss. Do I really have to go find Qianxia to ask? He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little afraid of seeing Chinatsu. Finally, after standing in the dark for a long time, Han Xuan finally plucked up the courage and made up his mind. He wanted to find Chinatsu and ask her. But when he just arrived in front of Chinatsu's cave, he ran into Xuanhu, who came out. Xuanhu told him that Chinatsu had gone to bed. He was at a loss again. "Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow." At this time, in the foggy forest, wild beasts were howling and flames were everywhere. Xuan Qi was killing like crazy in the forest. All he could think about was to kill quickly, kill more, and go home early. Later, he killed from night till dawn, until the space was almost full, and he stopped and left. Chinatsu is becoming more and more sleepy. When she woke up today, she found that Xuanhu had been up for a while, but Xuan Qi had not come back yet. In order to take care of Chinatsu, Shanhu waited for Chinatsu to wake up and cooked food at her house, just to make it convenient for Chinatsu. Chinatsu, Han Xuan came to see you last night, but you had just fallen asleep at that time, so I told him that you were asleep, Shanhu said while eating the broth. Looking for me? Chinatsu was puzzled. Before Shanhu could answer, a familiar voice sounded at the entrance of the cave again. Chinatsu recognized it this time. It was Han Xuan. Chinatsu is awake. Come in, Shanhu shouted loudly. When Han Xuan came in, he saw Chinatsu and Shanhu eating, but did not see Xuan Qi. He frowned slightly. Where is Xuan Qi? He said that he would give him an answer tomorrow. Where is he? At this time, Xuan Qi was washing the blood on his body in a pool outside the misty forest. Do you have anything to do with me? Chinatsu asked in a very normal tone. It was obviously a normal tone, but this tone became cold in Han Xuan's ears. His slightly frowned brows now became tightly frowned. What does this mean? Does she dislike herself?
Why was she so cold to him?
If she didn't like him, why did she let Xuan Qi ask him if he was willing to be her second beast husband? Han Xuan didn't realize that his mood had completely changed at this time. What he didn't expect was that asking him if he was willing to be Qianxia's second beast husband was just Xuan Qi's personal idea. Xuan Qi originally planned that if Han Xuan agreed to be the second beast husband, he would communicate with Qianxia, and he would talk to Qianxia. Unexpectedly,
I have something to say to you,
Han Xuan said hesitantly. Qianxia took a sip of the broth, looked at him, and nodded.
You say.
Han Xuan was about to say something, and then remembered that Shanhu was still. Shanhu, can you go out first? I want to talk to Qianxia privately. Shanhu rolled his eyes at him unhappily, then picked up his bowl and walked out. Qianxia was puzzled. What did he want to do? Qianxia, don't you like me? Han Xuan asked, a little embarrassed and a little hurt. This sentence directly confused Qianxia. What is this? No, what do you mean? Why didn't I understand? Xuan Qi told me yesterday and asked me if I was willing to be your second beast husband. I thought about it all night and agreed.
Ah.
Qianxia was stunned. Why didn't Xuan Qi tell her and find her a second husband? Qianxia's reaction made Han Xuan even more sad. What does she mean? Qianxia just calmed down. She looked up at the other party, but saw Han Xuan's face full of melancholy. Qianxia? What's wrong with you? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. I always feel that something is wrong. But something is wrong. Qianxia was crazy. Han Xuan looked at Qianxia with resentment and said, Qianxia, don't you like me? If you don't like me, why did you let Xuan Qi ask me if I am willing to be your second beast husband? I agree now. Why do you treat me like this? Stop. Wait, Han Xuan, I'm more curious about why you agreed. Regardless of other things, Qianxia is more curious about this. She is still very thin now, and her beauty has not grown back. So, she was very curious about why Han Xuan agreed to be her second beast husband. Qianxia knew that Xuan Qi went to Han Xuan to tell her all this for her. It was just that he didn't discuss it with her in advance, which made her embarrassed now. I don't know. Just go with your heart. When Xuan Qi told me about this, I found that I didn't resist. I also found that I always pay attention to you inexplicably recently. After thinking about it all night, I agreed to be your second beast husband. I wanted to ask you last night, but you were asleep. Han Xuan said his thoughts very straightforwardly, and he was not shy at this moment. After all, they're going to become beasts living together, so why should they be shy, right? Han Xuan's words surprised Qianxia. He actually paid attention to her. Don't you dislike my thinness? Xuan Qi and I were an accident after all, and then we became a couple, but you, Han Xuan, are the first warrior of the Lion King tribe. There are many females who admire you. They are much better than me. Why did you choose me? To be honest, with this body now, Qianxia sometimes thinks she is ugly. Why do you dislike your thinness? You are thin only because you are hungry. I have become your partner. How could I let you go hungry? Although I am not as powerful as Xuan Qi, I am at least the only 7th level warrior on this continent. The females in the tribe are good, but what does it have to do with me? If I had a female I liked, I would have found a partner long ago, and would not have waited until now. Han Xuan himself did not know why. From the first time he saw her and the things that happened later, he had a very strange feeling towards Qianxia. He always paid attention to her inexplicably. When he was not in contact with her, he always thought of her inexplicably. Hearing this, Qianxia already understood. Han Xuan might really like her a little, but he did not realize it. Qianxia never thought that with this body, she could actually attract the love of males. She and Xuan Qi can be said to have married first and then fell in love, but Han Xuan is different. Qianxia became serious. She also knew her current situation, and the day of giving birth was not far away. She did not know whether Shaoxi would sit in confinement after childbirth, but she would definitely sit. As a person in the 21st century, this must not be lost. By that time, Xuan Qi would be incubating the eggs while she would be in confinement after childbirth, so there would be no one to take care of her daily life. No wonder Xuan Qi was so anxious that he came to her house to ask, "Have you made up your mind? Do you really want to be my beast husband?" Qianxia looked at him and asked very seriously. Han Xuan saw the seriousness in her eyes. He immediately sat up straight and then looked into Qianxia's eyes very seriously and said, "Well, I have made up my mind. I want to be your partner." Qianxia smiled gently. "Okay, wait for Xuan Qi to come back, and we will discuss the matter of getting married. This kind of thing must be handled by the husband." "Okay, then I'll go back and pack up first," Han Xuan said, and left immediately. Before Qianxia could finish her words, she was gone.
Huh? This?
Chinatsu was confused. "Clean up? What a clean up? Can Xuan? Of course I will pack my bags and move in right away to live with my wife." After Han Xuan left, Shanhu came in with a bowl in her hand, looking back at the direction he left. "Qianxia, what does Han Xuan want to talk to you about? Why do I feel like he seems very excited?" After saying this, Sengo sat down opposite Chinatsu. Qianxia smiled slightly and said happily, "Nothing, it's just that he wants to be with me maybe." "Happy?
What?"
Coral got so excited that he knocked over the bowl. Beast God, what did she just hear? Can Xuan is going to be a couple with Chinatsu? Shanhu stood up and sat next to Qianxia. "No, what's going on? Why is it so sudden? Why does Han Xuan suddenly want to be your partner?" No wonder Coral was so surprised. Many females in the tribe have a secret crush on Han Xuan. But Han Xuan is different. When he sees the females who are pursuing him, he would like to take a few detours before leaving. If there were any females who didn't express their love for him, he would still be able to talk to them. Han Xuan didn't know how many females he had rejected. Before, there were even females from other tribes who came to pursue Han Xuan, and they directly stated that as long as Han Xuan became her partner, she could bring her beast husbands to join the Lion King tribe. This condition was really tempting for the Lion King tribe at that time. However, Han Xuan refused. After all, Han Xuan is the bravest warrior in the tribe, so everyone can understand that he has higher standards. But later on, he would avoid females when he saw them, and for a while everyone wondered if he didn't like females. However, in the animal world, people don't take these things so seriously, and there's nothing wrong with males liking other males. It's a pity that such an outstanding warrior like Han Xuan will have no descendants to inherit his excellent genes. He said that during that period everyone looked at him with regret, even the females who pursued him. The only benefit is that there are fewer females pursuing him, so he can be more quiet. I'm not many days away from giving birth. After giving birth, Xuan Qi will have to hatch the eggs. He can't take care of me, so he decided to find a partner for me, and then he went to find Han Xuan. Qianxia explained, "Your Xuan Qi is so amazing that he came directly to your house to find someone to be your partner." What shocked me was that Han Xuan actually agreed. Qianxia smelled a hint of something unusual in Shanhu's words. "It seems like there is some story in your words. Tell me about it?" Qianxia asked curiously. So Shanhu told Han Xuan's past history. After listening to Shanhu, Qianxia's first reaction was to look at her body. How did he fall in love with her? "I have to say, Qianxia, you're the most amazing female I have ever seen. TSK, 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 TSK. If the news that Han Xuan wants to be your partner spreads out, the tribe will explode." Shanhu looked like she was watching a good show. Qianxia is worthy of being Qianxia. Not only did she take a 9th-level orc as her partner, but now she is also about to take down the tribe's first warrior. When Xuan Qi returned to the cave entrance, he ran into Xuan, who was moving things. Xuan Qi. Xuan, what are you doing? Xuan Qi asked with a frown. Xuan on the other side also frowned. Do you want to see what you're talking about? Of course, I am moving in to live with you. No, he just went hunting for one night. What happened? Was his house robbed? Qianxia and Xuanhu heard some arguing sounds at the cave entrance, so the two got up and went out to check. When the two arrived at the cave entrance, they saw Xuan Qi and Xuan staring at each other, and Xuan was holding a lot of things in his hands. Qianxia, what does this mean to move luggage? Xuanhu, wow, exciting. In the end, the 4 people sat down to sort things out. To be precise, there should be 3 people, and Xuanhu came to eat melons. So you came directly to Qianxia? You moved all the things? Xuan Qi said with gritted teeth. Although he wanted to find a partner for Qianxia, can the nature of his arrangement be the same as the other party's initiative? Didn't you say that you wanted me to be Qixia's partner?
What do you mean now?
Xuan retorted without any hesitation. That's right. He came to him and asked if he was willing to be the second beast husband. He agreed, and Qixia also agreed. What's the problem with him moving his things in? Qixia, what should I do if I have such a headache? Xuanhu, exciting. Finally, after talking about it, Xuan also moved in.
Xia, you, and Xuan.
Mate later, and then go to the witch doctor to engrave it. God knows how sour Xuan Qi felt when he said this. Qixia was stunned.
This.
Does it matter if I'm pregnant with cubs? Xuan Qi looked at Xuan with a little cold eyes. I just felt it. The cubs are in good condition. He just needs to be careful and gentle. Xuan Qi, you kid, be gentle. To be honest, Qixia didn't want to have a relationship with Xuan so soon. After all, she didn't have much contact with Xuan. She originally thought that after Xuan came, she could get familiar with him first and slowly cultivate feelings. Now suddenly they are saying that they're going to do it directly. Xuan saw that Qianxia was somewhat resistant, and her originally happy face instantly turned into disappointment and sadness. Xia, one more beast mark means one more nourishment. Although Xuan's strength is a little worse than mine, he is at least a 7th-level orc. With his beast mark nourishment, you can grow meat faster, and it is also good for the cub. Xuan Qi naturally saw Qianxia's resistance, so he explained to Qianxia like coaxing a cub. He knew that what Qianxia wanted most now was to grow meat. Xuan was originally very sad, and after hearing Xuan Qi's words, he glared at him. Xuan, you only know how to talk all day, and I know I am not as good as you. Talk. Xuan Qi's words made Qianxia silent. She had forgotten about the beast mark nourishment. Forget it, what is coming will come, so what is the difference between before and after?
Well, then.
Xuan, you get ready. Qianxia's cheeks flushed when she said this. Coral was excited at this time. She pulled up Chinatsu and said to the other 2 beasts, get ready. I'll take Chinatsu to my cave first. When you're ready, you can come and get Chinatsu. Then she took Chinatsu out. The first thing Coral did when she brought Chinatsu back to her cave was to call all 5 beast husbands together. The 5 beast husbands and Chinatsu looked at Coral in confusion, not understanding what she was going to do. Guess who Chinatsu's new partner is?
Coral said slyly.
The beast husbands looked at each other, and they only saw surprise in each other's eyes. Chinatsu has a new partner? They had not left the cave today. They only went to Chinatsu's cave in the morning to cook broth, and then came back. Sengo stayed with Chinatsu to take care of her. Chinatsu held her forehead with her hand, speechless. Infeng glanced at Qianxia and had a doubt in his heart. Could it be Xuan? In the past 2 days, only Xuan has come. But doesn't Xuan dislike females? It's Xuan. Ha. You are shocked. Coral was very excited at this time.
What?
All 4 beasts said in unison, while the other beast was expecting it but was also shocked.
I didn't expect that.
Yinfeng looked at Qianxia, who was standing beside him, and silently gave Qianxia a thumbs up in his heart. That's awesome. Let's not talk about Xuan Qi for now, let's talk about Han Xuan. Han Xuan is the best male in the tribe, but he is strange. He avoids the females who pursue him, and everyone assumes that he doesn't like females. It would be surprising if he suddenly decided to get married. After all, Chinatsu is the most powerful one. To be honest, although Chinatsu's current appearance cannot be said to be ugly, it is indeed a little off. It may be because she is too thin. But just like that, she not only took down Xuan Qi, but now she has also taken down Han Xuan. One is level 9, the other is level 7. This forest. Oh no, this continent she can walk sideways on. Yinfeng only wants to say one thing. Strong, so strong. On the other side, Han Xuan and Xuan Qi stared at each other in the cave. Han Xuan. Xuan Qi. Humph. Han Xuan looked at the location of the grass nest, as if he had thought of something. How should I arrange to accompany Xia to sleep at night in the future? Xuan Qi gritted his teeth. We haven't even become a couple yet, and Xia is already asking for it. Of course I'll sleep with Xia. Han Xuan. Do you want to look at what you are saying? You are a beast husband, and I am not a beast husband. I don't agree. I am the #1 beast husband. I just don't agree. If Chinatsu was here right now and saw them bickering like this, she would probably die of laughter. Like two elementary school students quarreling. In the beast world, the position of the first beast husband is equivalent to the position of the queen in ancient times, and he has the absolute right to control and command other beast husbands. Of course, if the #1 beast husband is not as strong as other beast husbands, he will most likely lose his voice. Despite the quarrel and noise, Xuan Qi still helped Han Xuan decorate the cave. Originally, the grass nest was in the deepest corner of the cave, which was big enough for him and Chinatsu to sleep in. But now with the addition of Han Xuan, it was obviously not enough. So they arranged the large area at the back of the cave into a nest, which was big enough for the three of them to rest together. Of course, this was the result of a quarrel between the two of them. Han Xuan looked at the well-arranged grass nest, looked around, and thought for a moment. I remember there is a cave next to it. This cave is smaller than the other caves, so no beast has lived there. Now that I'm here, Xia will give birth to a baby later, and this cave won't be big enough for us to live in. Let's dig a passage out of the cave next to it, so that Xia can give birth to a baby there, and you can hatch the eggs there. Xuan Qi didn't say anything, but just looked at him with appreciation, and then nodded in agreement. The two of them did what they said. Xuan Qi waved his hand to collect everything. After the smoke and dust dispersed, a hole of medium size appeared in front of the two beasts. Obviously, this hole was definitely not enough. Han Xuan condensed another windroll of medium size, which was like a drill, and quickly drilled along the original hole. Han Xuan was working seriously, while Xuan Qi, who was standing beside him, looked at him calmly. It was not strange to have two powers, but what surprised him was that Han Xuan actually had lightning power. Among the powers of natural elements, the most destructive power was lightning. To be honest, this was the first time Xuan Qi had seen lightning power. It must be said that this kid's talent was really excellent. Although it was a little worse than his, it was also very good. In addition, he also had a wind power. With the help of lightning and wind, he dared not imagine how powerful it would be. Soon, a perfect cave entrance was made. Han Xuan used the wind power to clear all the rubble and other things in the cave out of the cave, and even blew away the dust and other things. Xuan Qi once again sighed in his heart. The wind power is really so useful. At Shanhu's house, when Han Xuan was digging a hole, the huge noise scared her and Qianxia, and Yinfeng even went out to take a look. This noise. Are they setting up the cave or dismantling the cave? Shanhu said in shock. As soon as he finished speaking, Yinfeng walked back. Shan, you are really right. They are really dismantling the cave. Dismantling the cave? Qianxia was puzzled. Yinfeng probably knew what was going on, but he did not respond to Qianxia's doubts, but just winked at Shanhu. After receiving the signal, Shanhu hurriedly said, Hey, Qianxia, Why do you care about them? Anyway, they must have arranged everything well. Just wait for them to pick you up. At this time, Qianxia actually felt like a newlywed waiting to get married. Xuan Qi and Han Xuan made the new cave clean and beautiful. With Han Xuan's wind ability, the uneven places on the cave wall were smooth and flat. Of course, the original cave was also leveled. Han Xuan was very considerate to pave the new cave bed with cut and polished large stones, and then put fresh soft and clean hay on it, and finally covered it with clean and warm animal skins. This is where he and Qianxia will sleep tonight. On the day of getting married, of course, careful preparations must be made. Of course, the original cave sleeping position was also paved with stone pieces, and the nest was relaid. Xuan Qi looked at Han Xuan with a happy face while doing this, and his heart was sour. He found a partner for his partner, and he was so sad. Although he knew that this was normal, he still felt sad. Originally, Qixia belonged to only him, but now she was going to be shared with another beast. Han Xuan seemed to sense Xuan Qi's sadness, and he walked towards him with a serious expression. I know you feel bad now, but I'm not here to take Qixia away. I'm here to join you. It's more important for the three of us to live a good life than anything else. Han Xuan looked at him and said seriously, Xuan Qi. If Qixia were here at this moment, she would roll over with laughter. What a familiar phrase. After the two beasts completely arranged the two caves, they went to the next door to pick up Chinatsu. Han Xuan followed Xuan Qi into Shanhu's house, and he received a wave of attention from Shanhu's friends. But this kind of attention is more intriguing. Xia, we are here to take you home, Han Xuan said. Sangha was so excited that she pulled Chinatsu to her feet and then pushed her to Kankoa's side. Han Xuan carefully picked up Chinatsu and turned to leave. The moment he picked up Chinatsu, Han Xuan felt a pang of heartache. Chinatsu is really too light. Xuan Qi did not follow him. He just silently watched him and Qianxia leave. Infeng came over, put his arm around his shoulders, and patted him twice. You'll get used to it. It's normal to feel a little uncomfortable at first. I felt the same way at first. As a beast man, I can tell you that this kind of life is actually not bad. As the first beast husband, we should be open-minded. Infeng thought Xuan Qi would thank him for his comfort, but he didn't expect Xuan Qi to just give him a cold look and leave. Xuan Qi thought, is he okay?
Hey you.
The beast world has too few curse words. Infeng gritted his teeth and looked at his leaving figure and couldn't curse for a long time. Good intentions don't go well. When Han Xuan carried Qianxia back to the cave, Qianxia was shocked. The big cave was the cave where they lived originally. The two sides of this cave were repaired flat, and the large stone table originally placed in the middle was put aside, which made the cave wider. On the other side, two stoves were built horizontally against the stone wall. A stone pot was placed on one of the stoves, and small stone benches were placed on both sides. It's almost like a modern dining table. The place is more spacious, and there is more space for setting up. If the Shanhu family comes to eat together in the future, there will be enough space. I made 2 stoves, so it will be convenient to cook for you in the future. One for frying meat and one for cooking soup. Later, I will make another stone pot, and I will make 1 or 2 more sets of bowls and utensils. Han Xuan said very gently, while holding the person in his arms. After all, he is here, so of course he should prepare more of the items needed for life. He and Xiangshan learned how to make stone pots and bowls last time, and there was no problem at all. The further he walked into the cave, the more shocked Qianxia was. She actually saw the floor? Han Xuan, how did you think of cutting these stones into pieces and laying them on the ground? She was really shocked. At this time, Han Xuan had walked to the grass nest, and he gently placed Qianxia on the grass nest. We dug through the cave next door, and some big rocks fell down. I originally wanted to cut these rocks to make it easier to transport them out, and it would be better to pile them outside. Then Xuan Qi suddenly suggested cutting these stone pieces to pave the ground, and then cover them with grass nests. This would be much cleaner. After it was done, I found that the effect was very good, Han Xuan said very gently. This floor is really great. Qianxia really wanted to scream for Xuan Qi at this time. Han Xuan knew that Qianxia was very excited now, but he had to interrupt her. Xia, let's talk about the floor later. We have more important things to do now. Qianxia looked up and was about to say something, but a warm lip pressed down. A spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The cave was filled with ambiguous atmosphere, and the heavy breathing and tender breathing were intertwined. Xuan Qi stood at the entrance of the cave with his back to the cave, listening to the extremely ambiguous voice coming from the cave. He smiled bitterly and turned to leave. As soon as he walked to the entrance of Shanhu's cave, he saw Hu Yu, who was not far away, carrying a mooing cow and walking towards him. This was the food delivery. Seeing the prey, Xuan Qi remembered that he had to give Yinfeng a giant bull beast, but he was busy with other things and almost forgot it. Yinfeng, Yinfeng. Xuan Qi shouted while taking out a giant bull beast from the space and throwing it at the entrance of the cave. When Yinfeng walked out, he only saw a huge prey placed at the entrance of the cave, almost blocking the entrance of the cave. After he went out, he saw Xuan Qi standing outside the cave. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to cut meat for you again? Yinfeng looked at the huge bull beast speechlessly. What does it mean? You don't even need to process the prey now, and just let him cut it. Don't put it in front of your own house. Put it in front of his house. If you cut it like this, there will be blood all over the ground in front of his house. It's too much. Yinfeng was secretly saying bad things in his heart, but he heard the other party say, "It's for your family, a thank you gift." What? Yinfeng was incoherent. What? You said this prey is for our family? Yinfeng was stunned. This prey is for their family. Sorry, I scolded too early. He is a mean person. Xuan Qi looked at him with disdain. This kid must have scolded him in his heart just now. He is 200% sure. It's a pity that he specially picked a big one for him. Thousand-faced beast. This is the meat of the giant bull beast from the misty forest. Xuan Qi reminded. Just from Yinfeng's reaction, it was obvious that he had never seen a giant bull beast before. He probably thought it was an ordinary wild bull beast that was fat and strong. Yes, he was only at the 6th level and was still far from entering the misty forest. Hu Yu just came in front of Xuan Qi and was about to hand him the prey, when Yinfeng suddenly rushed forward and hugged Xuan Qi tightly. Hu Yu. You, Xuan Qi, are my good brother. Yinfeng hugged Xuan Qi tightly and said gratefully, "From today on, Xuan Qi is his half-brother's good brother. Such a big giant bull beast can be given to you just by asking. You know, such a big giant bull beast can be sold for at least 800. Oh no, at least 1,000 blue spirit stones in the trading market." Xuan Qi pushed Yinfeng away with disdain, and then straightened the snake's slew clothes on his body. Xuan Qi, today's prey has been delivered. I'll leave first. Hu Yu put the prey down and left. Xuan Qi, let's go to the waterside to process the prey. I'll cut it into pieces while we're at it.
Okay.
So the two beasts collected the prey, changed their forms, and quickly left the tribe and headed for the waterside. After an unknown amount of time, the love affair in the cave was over, and Qianxia was so tired that she fell asleep. She was pregnant, so Han Xuan was especially cautious. She was already so aroused that she almost died from Han Xuan's cautiousness. It is comfortable, but I always feel that it is not very satisfying, and I feel like I am neither here nor there. But she really didn't have time to think so much. Being so cautious in love affairs was really tiring. The same goes for Han Xuan. Chinatsu fell asleep, and Kanchuan used a particularly soft animal skin to wash her body. Touching her skinny body, Han Xuan's eyes felt a little warm. Chinatsu is a beast with a hard mouth but a soft heart. Don't be fooled by her repeated demands for the beast to kneel down and to kill it. In fact, she just wants to scare the other party. He knew that she just wanted a sincere apology, nothing more. Even in the previous difficult days, when he was clearly unable to survive, he never asked the tribe for help and just quietly worked hard to find food to fill his stomach. He generously taught everyone his knowledge and skills and did not ask for any compensation. How silly! Fortunately, Coral is smart. Xuan looked at the sleeping Chinatsu and complained lovingly. He would never forget the first time he saw her. Like a frightened little rabbit, pitiful and silly. Xuan felt that what attracted him to Chinatsu might be the beautiful qualities in her. Kind and generous, gentle and resolute. And on the day when he was learning to make stone pots and bowls with Xiangshan, Xiangshan had been telling him about Chinatsu's deeds. Chinatsu not only taught everyone how to use tools, but also taught the females to appreciate the males' efforts towards them. He was greatly shocked at that time. All orcs have always assumed that males are born to take care of females, and females naturally think that males should give everything for them, even their lives. Xuan has seen too many tragic moments of males. They are ordered around by the females, and if they are not satisfied, they will be beaten and scolded, while the males endure it silently. He did not pity them, because they just randomly find a female to mate with, and it just so happens that this female is willing to accept them. They choose to be together not because they like the female, but for the sake of offspring. But why do we have to have offspring? Of course, the better outcome is that the female they randomly choose is a good female who will treat them well. Over time, they will develop feelings for each other and stay together for the rest of their lives. That is the best outcome. There were many females in the tribe who pursued him. No matter how nicely they spoke or how gentle they behaved, they always maintained a condescending attitude. Aren't orcs equal? Why do the beast god and the female goddess become the symbols of beautiful love? It's because they love each other and are willing to give to each other instead of just taking from each other. But in today's animal world, how many females can do this? Xuan suddenly remembered the first time he officially came to her house. At that time, Qianxia was so engrossed in chatting with him that she completely forgot about Xuan Qi beside her. Xuan Qi was a little unhappy at the time, and after Qianxia took the fried meat from Xuan Qi, she said to him, "Thank you, my best snake." He still remembered that he felt very uncomfortable when he heard these words. Now that I think about it, he might have started noticing her even earlier. Chinatsu is the only female who appreciates her partner's efforts. Also, because of Chinatsu, the females in the tribe now have more respect for their partners, and they will appreciate their partner's efforts for them, and no longer take their partner's kindness for granted. The living atmosphere in the Lion King tribe is unprecedentedly happy. After Xuan covered Qianxia with the animal skin, he walked out of the cave and headed for Shanhu's house nearby. He wanted to go to the waterside. Xuan Qi was not at home, so he could only ask her to help take care of Qianxia. He and Xuan Qi were covered with a lot of dust when they were repairing the cave. The two beasts used a lot of water to wash their bodies. He just used water to wipe Qianxia's body, and now the water in the bucket is almost empty. He had just finished his work and was sweating a lot, so he thought about going to the waterside. One is to take a good bath, and the other is to replenish the water at home. Facing Xuan's request, Shanhu looked at him with a smile. "Oh, go ahead, I'll stay there now, you do your thing, don't worry about the family, Qianxia has me. I can take care of Qianxia again." Shanhu was delighted. After explaining everything, Xuan changed into a beast and prepared to take the big wooden barrel to the waterside. An embarrassing scene appeared. He couldn't carry this big wooden barrel in his beast body. He was a big golden lion. His hands and feet were running. He couldn't hold the wooden barrel. He didn't have space. Xuan looked at the big wooden barrel for a long time. He turned around and left. Forget it. Wait for Xuan Qi to come back and let Xuan Qi go to fetch water. Isn't he the first beast husband, the head of the family? He is tired. Let him go. But what was unexpected was that when Xuan arrived at the water's edge, he saw Xuan Qi and Yin Feng not far away. "Xuan?" He came to the water's edge. Why didn't he bring the wooden barrel out to fetch water? It's not like he didn't use water when he took a bath before. Xuan Qi had seen Xuan a long time ago, but he didn't want to pay attention to him now, so he didn't say hello to him. Xuan took off his animal skin skirt and entered the water. While washing, he looked at Xuan Qi and Yin Feng. Noticing the sight, Yin Feng looked in the direction of the scents and saw Xuan washing. "Oh, it's done." Xuan came to take a bath. "You and Qianxia successfully became a couple?" Yin Feng gossiped. It hasn't been engraved yet. I'll ask the witch doctor to engrave it later when Qianxia wakes up. Xuan Qi frowned slightly. Wait until Qianxia wakes up? I told you to be careful, didn't you listen to me? Xuan Qi's tone was a little cold. Sensing that the atmosphere was wrong, Infom quickly shut up. Now he is a transparent beast. Han Xuan knew that he might have misunderstood a little and also felt the coldness of his tone, but he didn't care and didn't intend to explain. He couldn't possibly hit him. The next second, a chill rose from all around Han Xuan, and the water area where he was located began to form ice in a small area from far to near towards him. Han Xuan immediately activated the wind power in his body, and a tornado gradually grew larger with himself as the center, breaking all the surrounding ice. He was crazy. He actually attacked him. Why are you crazy? Isn't it normal to be tired from mating? What's wrong with Xia falling asleep because she was tired? Han Xuan was a little angry. He did it on purpose. He is the cub's father. Doesn't he know whether the cub is in good condition or not? Forget it, don't bother with him. He just joined this family. He can understand that Xuan Qi is a little jealous. Just let him vent. Xuan Qi didn't say anything. He just glanced at him lightly and continued to wash the meat on his hands. At this time, Infeng on the side. He was watching Xuan Qi attack Han Xuan, and he was extremely nervous. He thought the two beasts would fight. He was also thinking about what he should do if they fought, how to stop them. The most important thing is, he can't beat either of these two beasts. The result is that after one move, one person cleans the prey while the other continues to take a bath. What kind of inexplicable situation is this? What are you standing there for? Keep cutting. Oh, come on. Infeng continued to work as a cutting machine. Han Xuan watched while watching them cooperate. Xuan Qi threw the beast into the air, and Infeng quickly cut the meat in the air. After the cut pieces of meat fell to the ground, Xuan Qi picked them up and washed them, and then put them directly into the space. He can cut with wind blades. Han Xuan swam over and said to Xuan Qi, "How much meat do you have to cut?" Xuan Qi didn't even raise his eyes. 30. Han Xuan. Infeng. Han Xuan's first reaction was, is he crazy? So many prey? Judging from his appearance, he had already dealt with a lot of prey before, but he said there were still 30 beasts to deal with. How many prey did he kill? Han Xuan suddenly envied the ability of space. Han Xuan still recognized the beasts in Xuan Qi's hands, including giant bull beasts, giant sheep beasts, and giant pig beasts. These are all beasts in the Misty Forest, all of which are purple spirit stone level. Although he had never been to the Misty Forest, he had seen beasts trading these prey when he went to the trading market before. He was also tempted, but the price was too high, so he didn't buy it in the end. That's why he worked so hard to improve his strength and advance, and he also wanted to go to the Misty Forest. On the other side, Infeng. Just let him die of exhaustion. He was a little embarrassed to take the prey given by Xuan Qi, but now, this is what he deserves. He has been cutting for a while, and roughly counting, there are at least more than 20 prey. Although I know Xuan Qi is very powerful, but the Misty Forest, more than 20 beasts, this is too strong. I was already very surprised, but now I tell him that there are not only more than 20, but also 30. It's so strong that it makes the beasts tremble. To be honest, Infeng at this time can't imagine how strong Xuan Qi is. Infeng made up his mind silently, and started to practice hard to improve when he returned. Let me come too. It's faster with more people. Xia is still at home, Han Xuan said as he quickly went ashore and put on his fur skirt. Xuan Qi didn't say anything either, but threw 2 wild animals in his hands. When Qianxia woke up, she found Shanhu cooking food at her house. Hey, Qianxia, you woke up. Are you hungry? I wanted to wait for your partners to come back to cook for you, but they didn't come back for a long time. I was afraid that you would be hungry when you woke up, so I cooked first. Shanhu saw Qianxia woke up and hurriedly filled a bowl of broth for Qianxia. After Qianxia took the broth, she asked in confusion, "What did Xuan Qi and Han Xuan do?" Han Xuan said he went to the waterside. Xuan Qi, and Infeng also went to the waterside. Qianxia, why did they all go to the waterside? Looking at Qianxia, who was eating well, Shanhu's satisfaction was immediately full. Qianxia, grow meat quickly. Your husband is really smart, Qixia. He actually thought of cutting stones into pieces to pave the floor so that your feet won't get muddy. When Coral first arrived at Qixia's new home, she was also amazed by the floor. Her words suddenly reminded Qixia. She looked at Coral's feet covered in mud and came up with a new idea. Qianxia looked at the stone floor below her and then at the ground of the cave, and an idea came to her mind. The cave can be paved with stone floor, which will be clean and beautiful. The original ground of the cave was a mud floor, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it before, but now with this floor, it feels different. Shanhu, I decided to pave the cave with floor, which will be clean and beautiful. The idea of this floor was proposed by Xuan Qi, and Han Chuan was responsible for cutting it. You can let Yin Feng and Han Chuan learn, and then you can lay it too. Okay. Shanhu's eyes sparkled at this time. She fell in love with this floor as soon as she came here, and Qianxia told her before she asked, and asked her to ask Shofu to learn. Qianxia is really the best friend. The floor was laid randomly, so it looks like a messy pattern. Qianxia thought about it, and thought she could design it. Only by cutting the stones into the same squares and then aligning them one by one and laying them, wouldn't it be the same as the modern tile floor? Just thinking about it, a voice came from outside the cave. It was Xuan Qi and Han Chuan who came back. When the two beasts walked into the house, they saw Qianxia, who had already eaten the food, and Shanhu was sitting on the side. Xuan Qi and Han Chuan looked at each other. Xuan Qi, I should have known not to dawdle earlier, and I would have missed cooking for Xia. Han Chuan, I am so stupid. Why am I dawdling? I will just come back directly after taking a shower. Why should I care about him? On the first day of becoming a partner, he didn't even cook for his partner. My God. You are back. I like this floor so much. Xuan Qi, you are so smart. How did you think of it? Han Chuan's cutting skills are so good. Each piece of stone is cut so evenly and polished so smoothly. It's great. Qianxia praised from the bottom of her heart. At this time, the two beasts looked at each other again, and they both saw the blush on each other's faces. Obviously, this is a small thing. It can be said that it is their job as a partner, but Qianxia actually praised and affirmed them. Qianxia is the best female. There's no water at home. I'll go get some water. Xuan Qi blushed and turned out of the cave. He changed into a beast and rolled up the bucket with his tail and soon disappeared. Xia, I'll go get the witch doctor, and after the seal is engraved, there will be a beast seal. After the seal is engraved, the couple is successful. Han Chuan turned around and was about to leave, but Qianxia stopped him. Wait, Han Chuan, let's go together. The witch doctor is old, so we won't bother her to go there. Qianxia was about to stand up, and Shanhu hurriedly helped her up. The witch doctor in the tribe looked very old, so she and Han Chuan could just go there. Thank you, Shanhu, for taking care of me again. I'll ask Xuan Qi to send you some prey later as a thank you. Oh, Qianxia, there's no need to be so polite between you and me. They are good friends, and good friends take care of each other, so there's no need to be polite. Han Chuan walked over and picked up Qianxia. Thank you, Shanhu, for looking after Chinatsu for me. We'll leave first. Shanhu nodded, and when Han Chuan carried Chinatsu out, she followed him out. No one was at home, so of course she went back to her own home. It was almost evening when Han Chuan and Chinatsu went out. This was the time when the orcs in the tribe were most active. Those who went out hunting were about to return, and those who needed to cook began to do so, while the cubs were laughing and playing in the middle of the open space. Seeing Kenkawa carrying Chinatsu towards the witch doctor's cave, the other beasts started gossiping again. Why is Kenkawa carrying Chinatsu? Is Chinatsu feeling unwell again? That's not right. Doesn't Kenkawa dislike contact with females? Why is he carrying Chinatsu? Are they heading to the witch doctor's cave? The beasts talked about it a lot, and some even followed behind to the witch doctor's cave. Han Chuan and Qianxia both heard everyone's discussion. Qianxia smiled secretly in Han Chuan's arms. What on earth did you do? Why do all the orcs in the tribe assume that you don't like females? When they know that we are a couple, the tribe will be very lively. The last time this happened was when Xuan Qi carried her to the witch doctor, and the situation was exactly the same as now. I didn't do anything. They were just too annoying, so I took a detour when I saw them. Over time, the tribe spread the word that I didn't like females. I was too lazy to explain, and it just happened to make those females who pursued me give up. Xuan said as he stepped into the witch doctor's cave. In the cave, the witch doctor saw Xuan carrying Chinatown and thought that Chinatown was feeling unwell. Is Chinatown feeling unwell? To be honest, when the witch doctor saw Xuan holding Chinatown like this, she didn't think the two beasts were related. Although it was strange why Chinatown's discomfort was not sent by Chinatown's partner, it was not strange for Xuan, as the son of the chief, to care for the tribe's orcs. Xuan's dislike of females was deeply rooted in the beasts' hearts. Grandma, we are here to engrave. Xuan said, a little unhappy. He never admitted that he didn't like females. That was what the orcs in the tribe thought. Good guy. Even the witch doctor thinks so about him. It's really enough. Xuan's words made the witch doctor's body shake. What? Did she hear it right? Chuan boy, say it again. What are you doing here? Xuan held his breath, and when he was about to say it again, Qianxia spoke. Grandma, you heard it right. Xuan and I are here to carve a seal to become a couple. Hearing the answer, the witch doctor was stunned for a long time. Hey, come on, all of you sit down, I'll carve a seal for you. The witch doctor's eyes were a little hot at this time, and she was a little excited. You kid, who said you don't like females? It made me sad for a long time. It's great. Qianxia is weak, you have to take good care of Qianxia. Who spread the rumor that Xuan doesn't like females? Xuan has grown up with her since he was a child. This child is not only talented, but also kind-hearted. Sooner or later, he will succeed Xuan as the chief of the tribe. But one day, there was a rumor in the tribe that he didn't like females. It was so convincing that she was upset for a few days. It was such a pity that such excellent genes were not passed on to future generations. But now it's good. The child has found a lifelong partner, and Chinatsu has a strong reproductive ability. I believe they will soon be able to give birth to a cub belonging to both of them. Soon, the news of Xuan and Qianxia's marriage spread throughout the Lion King tribe. All the beast men were shocked. The males were shocked that Xuan did not dislike females, and then they were surprised that his partner was Qianxia. Again, Qianxia's current appearance was really not pretty. The females who had pursued Xuan had mixed feelings. They originally thought that Xuan did not like females, so they gave up on this idea. Unexpectedly, he did not dislike females and he did not fancy them at all. The entire Lion King tribe was in an uproar again. Why say again? Because the last time it was in an uproar was when Qianxia was in a relationship with a 9th-level beast man and was pregnant with 3 cubs. Xuan and Kenglin also learned the news that their cubs had successfully engraved the relationship. Xuan, do you think I should wear this animal skin or the other one? Kenglin tried on the clothes excitedly. She was going to meet the cubs and Qianxia later, so of course, she had to dress cleanly and decently. Thank God of Beasts for blessing her. Fortunately, her proudest cub likes females. Otherwise, she would have cried to death. Otherwise, she would not be able to hold her little grandson. Xuan looked at his partner and smiled. Are you so excited? You're just going to give something to the children. Why are you dressed so formally? It was formal. She even took out her favorite fur skirt that she usually didn't want to wear. As a mother, I can't be casual when I meet my cub's partner for the first time. By the way, where is the white bear skin? Find it quickly and give it to Qianxia later. Kenglin was in a very good mood. You like this white bear skin very much. Are you sure you want to give it to Qianxia? Xuan asked in surprise. He knew very well how much his partner liked this white bear skin. Because she liked it so much, she didn't even want to make it into clothes to wear. Oh, there are a lot of furs at home. It's just a white bear skin. I'll give it away if I give it to you. Kenglin didn't care. On the way back, Xuan and Qianxia still received a wave of attention. When they returned to the entrance of the cave, they saw Xuan Qi standing at the entrance waiting. In fact, Qianxia had already seen Xuan Qi's figure from a distance. Somehow, Xuan Qi's figure suddenly became lonely in her eyes. This made Qianxia suddenly realize that Xuan Qi might feel sad because she had a new partner. Seeing the golden lion beast mark on Qianxia's shoulder, Xuan Qi couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. Xuan Qi, from now on, you won't be the only beast to take care of me. You've worked hard in the past days of taking care of me alone. Qianxia came down from Han Xuan's arms. She stood below and looked into Xuan Qi's eyes and said with a smile, "Now is the time to comfort the big husband." Xuan Qi looked at Qianxia, who smiled obediently at him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He really lost to her. He picked up Qianxia again and walked into the cave, followed by Han Xuan. "Xuan Qi, why don't you kill one more prey when you hunt? Shan Hu has taken a lot of care of me, so give her a prey as a thank you gift."
I've already sent it. What?
My husband and I really have the same thoughts. Yeah. Xuan Qi, I want to eat fried beef. I'm hungry again. Okay, Han Xuan, I talked to Shan Hu and asked you to teach Infeng the techniques and methods of laying the floor. Oh, by the way, I want to lay this floor in the cave, and I have some designs and suggestions for this floor. Okay, call Infeng when I go to find stones tomorrow. Xia, tell me your design and suggestions after you're full. Just like that, the two beasts were coaxed into submission. While Xuan Qi was preparing food for Qianxia, he and Han Xuan had already made clear their respective divisions of labor. Because Xuan Qi had a space, the food at home was stored in Xuan Qi's space, so Xuan Qi was more responsible for Qianxia's diet. There was nothing special to do at home at the moment, so Han Xuan could just do it himself. As for food, they would take turns going out hunting, and there would always be someone at home to accompany Qianxia. Most of the food Xia eats now is the meat of wild beasts in the misty forest. If I go out or something, I will give you the food in advance. You'll be responsible for Xia's food tomorrow morning, but before giving it to Xia, I will taste it first to see how good your cooking skills are. Oh, by the way, Xia likes to eat fatter and tender meat. Xuan Qi explained to Han Xuan while frying the meat. When Xia wakes up in the morning, the first thing you should do is to carry her to wash. She is used to using fragrant wood to clean her mouth. If there is no fragrant wood at home, you should make sure to replenish it. In just 1 or 2 days, Xia's appetite will definitely increase suddenly. She may eat many meals a day. This state will continue until the day when the cubs are born. The food can be a mixture of wild beast meat and ordinary wild beast meat. This way, she will grow meat faster. Xuan Qi explained a lot of things, no matter how big or small. Qianxia felt like crying when she listened to him. He was really so good to her. He actually noticed all the small details in life. Xuan Qi felt that it was a bit inconvenient to leave the food with him. After all, he was not the only one taking care of Qianxia now, and Han Xuan would also want to cook for Qianxia. If he was at home, it would be fine. He could just take it out directly. If he was going out, the food would have to be taken out and put away in advance, but the food would not be fresh enough. Of course, Qianxia wanted to eat fresh food. At this time, Han Xuan envied the ability to have space. When Qianxia heard Xuan Qi's distress, her first reaction was to think of a refrigerator. Hey, she didn't know what Han Xuan's ability was yet. Han Xuan, what is your ability? I have lightning and wind abilities. Qianxia understood. 2 natural element abilities, really amazing. Qianxia turned to look at Xuan Qi. I want to ask, will the ice cubes transformed by your ice ability melt? If I inject some specific energy, it won't melt. Although Xuan Qi didn't know why Qianxia asked this, he knew that Qianxia must have thought of a good idea. Xuan Qi's answer made Qianxia's eyes light up. If this is the case, then the refrigerator. Isn't it there? Qianxia expressed her idea, and Xuan Qi was also shocked. He had never thought that he could use the ice ability in this way. He did it right away. Xuan Qi condensed a rectangular refrigerator according to Qianxia's description, and the length and size of the refrigerator was the same as the large stone table at home. He was really amazed by the magical abilities of the beast world again. Qianxia just briefly described to Xuan Qi the appearance of the rectangular freezer in modern convenience stores, and he built it directly. Han Xuan, who was standing by, looked at Qianxia's excitement, and he remembered what Xuan Qi said to him at that time. You'll know when you become Qianxia's partner. His Qianxia seemed to have many secrets. Xuan Qi successfully built the refrigerator. Wow, this freezer is really good, and the cooling effect is also very good. Xuan Qi, put the meat in and try it. Wait, let's find some big leaves to put on the bottom. Otherwise, I'm worried that the meat will stick to the freezer. Just as Qianxia finished speaking, Han Xuan had already gone out to find big leaves. It was rare to see Qianxia so excited and energetic, and Xuan Qi was very happy. After a while, Han Xuan came in with a few clean big leaves. Generally speaking, the beast men use them directly, but Han Xuan found that Qianxia liked to be clean, so he washed the leaves. Han Xuan was about to put the leaves directly into the freezer, but Qianxia stopped him. Wait, Han Xuan, there's still water stains on this leaf. If you put it in like this, it will become small ice chips in a while. Wipe it clean before putting it in. Han Xuan found a clean piece of animal skin and wiped the water stains before putting it in. Qianxia looked at Han Xuan and smiled. Thank you, Han Xuan. Xia. Don't be so polite to me. It's my duty to do things for my partner. Han Xuan's face was a little red. According to Qianxia, Xuan Qi put a small part of the cut energy beast meat and ordinary beast meat into the freezer, and then condensed a thinner piece of ice as the lid of the freezer. In this way, the first freezer in the beast world was completed. This is called a freezer. It can store and preserve our food. But it should be noted that the food will be frozen hard if it is left for a long time. You must defrost it before you take it out to cook. Just soak it in water for a while. Qianxia said softly. She feels very happy now. She has two partners who really love her. When Xuan Qi was about to call Qianxia to eat meat, a voice came from the cave entrance. Qianxia, is Han Xuan at home? Qianxia glanced at Han Xuan. Is this voice the chief's voice? Han Xuan smiled at Qianxia. It's my father. I'll go out and take a look. Xia, come and eat the meat, otherwise it will get cold in a while. The meat was fried before it was put in the freezer, and it will get cold if it is not eaten. Qianxia sat down immediately after hearing this, and Xuan Qi immediately handed over the bowl full of meat. Qianxia ate while observing the cave. She always felt that something was needed. Now there is a floor and a freezer. What else is missing? Qianxia ate while looking at the meat in the bowl, and suddenly an idea came to her. Dining table. There is a dining table missing. In the past, when eating, she would sit by the stove and eat directly with a bowl, and she never thought there was anything wrong, but now it is different. She wants to modernize the life of the beast world. Xuan Qi, I want to make a special table for eating, so that it will be more convenient for us to eat. As she was talking, Qianxia saw Han Xuan walking in with Chief Xuan and an older female, and the chief was holding a lot of things in his hands. Han Xuan smiled. Xia, my father and mother saw that I was married and sent us some things. Qianxia quickly put down the bowl in her hand and stood up. Xuan Qi also stood up and supported her. Chief, what should I call you? Qianxia didn't know whether the couples in the beast world called each other's parents as they did in modern times, and she was a little at a loss. Just follow Han Xuan and call them father and mother. Kenglin smiled kindly. Okay, father and mother. Qianxia called sweetly. These are a little gift from your mother, and I just consider it as congratulations to you and Xuaner on your marriage. Xuan said with a smile as he handed everything in his hand to Han Xuan, who also took it with a smile. Father and mother, please sit down. Qianxia invited Xuan and Kenglin to sit next to the stove. Looking at this somewhat shabby appearance, it is urgent to make a dining table. In the eyes of a modern person like Qianxia, it seems shabby, but in the eyes of Xuan and Kenglin, everything in this house is exquisite and good. Hey, Qianxia, why is there a big ice cube in your house? Kenglin was puzzled. Hearing his partner's puzzled voice, Xuan also discovered the large freezer placed next to the stone wall. Oh, this is a freezer used to store food. In the current weather, it is still a little hot during the day, and ordinary meat will smell after a while if left like this. But now we have freezers, and we can put food in them to keep it fresh, and it won't go bad for a long time, which is very convenient. Chinatsu explained gently. Xuan and Kenglin were shocked by what Qianxia said. It turns out that ice cubes can be used like this. Chinatsu is really so smart. Seeing Xuan and Kenglin's curiosity, Qianxia took them to see the freezer and told them how to use it. This freezer was condensed by my partner Xuan Qi using his ice power. I just tested the specific effect and saw what it would look like tomorrow morning. If the effect is as satisfactory as I thought, I will ask Xuan Qi to come to your house to make one for you. Oh, no, it's too much trouble. Kenglin waved her hand to refuse. How embarrassing it was. She came to see her partner. Why did she take things from her partner? It's okay, mother, my partner is very powerful. It's just a little power thing. It's not a big deal, right, Xuan Qi? Qianxia looked at Xuan Qi and winked and said playfully. Xuan Qi was touched by her cute wink. Well, no trouble. I'll go back with you and make one for you later, but let me make it clear first. I can prevent ice from melting, but this requires energy to maintain. You inject some energy into the freezer every 3 days to ensure that this freezer can be maintained. Thank you so much. Thank you, Qianxia. Thank you, Xuan Qi. Xuan was a little excited. This is a good thing. With this freezer, you can store a lot of food, so you can eat fresh meat at any time. After a round of greetings, Xuan and Kenglin said goodbye to Qianxia. Qianxia is a good female. Chuan, you have to take good care of Qianxia and treat her well. Do you understand, Qianxia? If Chuaner makes you unhappy, you come and tell your mother and your mother will scold him. Kenglin pretended to be majestic and said a few words, which made Qianxia feel very funny. Parents in the animal world are quite similar to modern parents. Thank you, mother. Han Chuan will be very good to me. How could he make me unhappy? If he makes me unhappy, then let my first beast husband teach him a lesson. It's not hard for mother to do it. Ha ha ha. Mother, Chinatsu, why do you think of me like this? How could I make Chinatsu unhappy? Am I such an ignorant beast? Han Chuan expressed his dissatisfaction. He is a good beast with husbandly virtues. At this time, Xuan Qi on the side said faintly, It's not impossible for you. After watching the chief and his wife leave, Xuan Qi glanced at Han Chuan, who was hesitant to speak, and turned to Qianxia and said, Xia, I'm going to make the table. You should tell Han Chuan something. Qianxia was a little stunned for a moment and nodded after she came to her senses. She knew what Xuan Qi meant. Han Chuan looked at Xuan Qi's leaving figure, and unknown emotions surged in his eyes. Xuan Qi. He is actually quite good. He really thinks he is very good. Although this beast bar often has a poisonous mouth, he really takes care of all aspects. This all aspects refers not only to Qianxia but also to him. Qianxia and Han Chuan sat face to face. Qianxia picked up the bowl and continued to eat, while Han Chuan opposite him was very nervous. Han Chuan, are you nervous? Qianxia was a little amused. Why was he so nervous? I don't know, but if you tell me your secret, I will. I will. Han Chuan didn't know why, but he was very nervous and stuttered when he spoke. Qianxia put down the bowl at her hand and looked at him solemnly. Han Chuan, my secret may be a little unbelievable. I hope you are mentally prepared. Qianxia's sudden solemnity made Han Chuan suddenly become solemn. I'm fine, I can accept it. Ha 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 ha, Han Chuan, you really have such a funny contrast, so cute, ha 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 ha. Qianxia was really touched by Han Chuan's cuteness. Needless to say, in front of outsiders, Han Chuan was majestic and domineering, like those leaders, but after she became a partner with him, she found that he was a little silly and cute. Xia. Han Chuan was embarrassed and annoyed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Are you very curious about why I know so many things that no one knows, such as stone pots and bowls, and even the big freezer just now? Han Chuan nodded. What Qianxia did was unprecedented in the beast world. Oh no, at least in this forest. He didn't think this would be the knowledge possessed by Qianxia's original tribe. If a tribe has this knowledge, it must be a super tribe in the beast world, and this knowledge will definitely spread. But no. He had never heard of any tribe making stone pots and bowls, nor any tribe making delicious food, let alone knowing about plants like carrot and chili peppers. If they don't even know about plants, then they naturally don't know the functions of plants. The living habits of the beast men in the beast world are pretty much the same, only Chinatsu breaks this exception. Xuan, I'm not from this world. I'm a soul that traveled from another time and space. Actually, I'm not wrong. The real Chinatsu really starved to death, and then I came to her body to be reborn. It's incredible, right? Chinatsu said calmly, but Xuan was shocked. He had never thought that this would be the case. Soul travel. Unbelievable. Yes, sorry. Xuan panicked.
Sorry?
Why do you say sorry? Chinatsu looked into Xuan's eyes and asked.
Alas.
Xuan calmed himself down. He had lost his composure several times tonight. I usually inspect the tribe. Of course, this is not a requirement of the tribe, but my personal behavior. After all, I am the son of the chief, and I also want to do something for the tribe. And at that time, I was about to reach a higher level, so I stopped inspecting the tribe and was busy with the higher level. That I'm sorry was said to the original Chinatsu. If he went to inspect the tribe right after his advancement, he might have found this poor orc and discovered that Huyu and China were greedy for meat, and maybe she wouldn't have died. After hearing Xuan's words, Qianxia smiled and comforted him. Xuan, you don't need to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. She died a long time ago. She died outside when she was in the picking team. Then I traveled through time and space to her body, and then I was picked up by Xuan Qi. To put it bluntly, if things were as you said, I would not have come to this world, would not have met you, and would not have become your partner. It seems a bit unfair to the original owner to say this, but what she said is also true. Who knows about things like space-time effects? She happened to travel through time and possessed her body because the original owner died. If the original owner had not died, she would definitely not appear here. Xuan hesitated to speak. Forget it, just follow the beast god's arrangements. Now that he has met the current Chinatsu, let it be. At the same time, he finally understood why Chinatsu was so tough on China and Torigoshi and why she had to make them kneel down and apologize. Because Chinatsu really died, killed by their greed. He also understood why Chinatsu suddenly seemed to have lost her soul when his father said that. Because she was sad, but she had no way to tell everyone that Chinatsu was really dead. Everyone just saw that she was alive and well. Xuan looked at Qianxia and hesitated for a while. Xia, I'm going to beat you up. Chinatsu was surprised, and then looked like she understood. Xuan wanted to vent her anger, and also vent the anger of the original owner. Qianxia smiled slyly. It's not impossible. Later, the orcs in the tribe would always see Huyu with a bruised face from time to time. Of course, this is all in the past. Seeing that Xuan was very receptive to the idea of traveling through time, Chinatsu took the initiative to talk about the modern world. The world I live in is a world with 5,000 years of civilization. The pots and bowls used in my world are very exquisite. Qixia said a lot, and Xuan was fascinated. Actually, the earliest history of my world was also like the present, but there were no superpowers in my world. Our ancestors had no fire, and they could not use tools. They ate all the food raw. Isn't it very similar to your previous life? Qixia thought of the knowledge about primitive society that she had learned before. This is a bit similar to the beast world. Is that so? It is quite similar. Before you, everyone's life has always been like this. Now, with the things you taught, the beast men in the tribe live very happily.
Thank you, Xia.
Xuan said to Qixia, very seriously. Qixia wanted to tease him again. She approached Xuan and looked at him playfully. You are not afraid of me. I am a soul from another world? Xuan was amused by her. He picked up Qixia and held her in his arms. I'm just surprised. How can I be afraid? What are you afraid of? You can't beat me. He was not afraid of her, because she was a soul. She couldn't beat him, so what was there to be afraid of, right? Xia, come and take a look at this table.
Is it what you want?
Xuan Qi's voice came from the cave entrance. Let's go and see what good ideas you have come up with. When Qianxia saw the table Xuan Qi had made, she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up.
Great.
It's really great. Xuan Qi looked at Qianxia's actions, although he was puzzled. but from Qianxia's expression. It should be a compliment to him. Xuan Qi smiled slightly. Are you praising me? Yeah, you are really smart, you know all this, it means to praise you for being awesome. Qianxia said very happily. This table was made by Xuan Qi with new wood, but it was just a prototype, and the surface was still a little rough. Roughly speaking, it should be 2 meters long, and the width is estimated to be about 80 to 90 centimeters. If it is high, it will be very high, reaching her chest. I don't know how high you want the table to be, so I didn't cut it short. See how high you want it to be?
Qianxia thought about it.
If you have a table, you need a chair, and then you can decide the height of the table. The table will be like this first, we have to make the chair first, and then we can decide the height of the table with the chair. Xuan Qi and Han Xuan looked at each other, both confused.
Chair?
What is a chair? Qixia thought about how to make a chair, but after thinking for a long time, she felt that the project was a bit troublesome. Although she believed in the abilities of her two partners, it was not necessary to make such a hassle. It was just a meal, just make a simple stool. So Qixia told the two beasts about her idea, and the two beasts immediately went to cut down trees to make stools. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Qixia asked to go together. After all, the idea was in her mind, and with her guidance, the speed would definitely be faster. They should be able to finish and go home before the sun completely sets. So the three of them rushed to the waterside. When they arrived at the waterside, Han Xuan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten the stone pot and bowls he said he would make today. He went to help cut meat after taking a shower and completely forgot about it. It was all Xuan Qi's fault. Han Xuan and Xuan Qi picked a larger tree, and then the two beasts started to work, with Qixia guiding them on the side. Qixia looked at the water surface, and she always felt as if she had forgotten something. When Xuan Qi and Han Xuan were making stools, Qixia, who was originally sitting, suddenly stood up. It's over. I said I was going to make a thorn beast for Shanhu, but I forgot. Qianxia was upset. She just said she forgot something. It's okay, let's do it tomorrow. I guess Shanhu herself has forgotten about it, otherwise she wouldn't have mentioned it, right? Xuan Qi comforted. Qianxia stood up suddenly just now, which scared him. He thought something had happened, but it turned out to be because of this. With Qianxia's guidance, the stools were made quickly, and then Han Xuan quickly used the wind roll to polish the stools. Soon, a total of 6 stools were made. Xuan Qi put out the table that had been put away. Qianxia sat on the stool and compared the height of the table. She quickly determined the appropriate height of the table. After cutting the table legs to the appropriate height, Han Xuan polished the table again, and soon the table was also made. Han Xuan made 2 sets of bowls with the remaining wood, and then quickly picked a large pebble to make a stone pot. Xia, do you think this stone can be used to make a stone pot? Han Xuan asked affectionately. This one is fine. Han Xuan smiled and prepared to start, when suddenly Xuan Qi's voice came from the side. He forgot to make the stone pot today, and just remembered it. Looking at his anxious look, I'm afraid he planned to make the stone pot when he came to the waterside to take a bath today, and then forgot about it, and just remembered it when he came to the waterside. He had clearly already taken a fancy to that stone, but he still had to ask Chinatsu. What a pretentious beast. He won't give him this chance. I have to say, Xuan Qi's truth is revealed. Han Xuan glared at Xuan Qi. It's all his fault. He had to fight with him. Otherwise, how could he forget about it? Qianxia burst into laughter. This was definitely a show of vying for favor. Okay, who hasn't forgotten?
Ha ha ha.
Hurry up and do it. It's getting dark and I'm hungry again. She couldn't remember how many days she was pregnant, but from what Xuan Qi said, it should be close to 45 days now. Her appetite has also increased a lot. She just finished eating and she's hungry again. Hearing that Qianxia is hungry again, the two beasts immediately put away their expressions. Han Xuan made the stone pot, and Xuan Qi also helped. The stone pot was quickly made. Xuan Qi quickly put the things away, changed his beast form, and wrapped Qianxia with his tail, and put it on his head, and hurried back. Xuan Qi's mind was full of thoughts at this time. Qianxia is hungry, and the cub is hungry too, so I have to cook quickly. Han Xuan was stunned by Xuan Qi's smooth movements. Before he could react, Xuan Qi had already swam a short distance with Qianxia. Snake beast. After saying that, he immediately changed into a beast form and ran towards the two of them. Wait for me. When Qianxia returned home, she saw the floor and asked in surprise, Hey, aren't we going to make the floor? Xuan Qi was puzzled. Aren't we going to make stools? No, Xia, I will make the floor with Yinfeng tomorrow. Han Xuan, who came back behind, said hurriedly.
Oh.
Qianxia was speechless. Does pregnancy really make people's memory so bad? When she was still working in her previous life, Qianxia heard those married colleagues discussing this topic, saying that pregnancy makes people emotionally sensitive and memory is also very bad, but she didn't think so. Some colleagues said that when they were pregnant, they wanted to cry when they saw the moon was not round, they wanted to cry when they saw the flowers withered, and they kept thinking about taking the keys before going out, and only remembered that they didn't take the keys when they came back from shopping. One colleague had even worse emotional problems. When she was pregnant with her second child, her colleague at the workstation opposite her kept a small tank of goldfish on the table. This tank of small goldfish had been kept for a long time. She looked at the little goldfish that day, and she cried a mess as she looked at it, and she couldn't stop it. The colleagues beside her thought that she had encountered some difficulties and cried so miserably, and hurriedly asked her what was wrong and what happened. As a result, she said that she had seen the small goldfish in the tank in the office for a long time, and she felt so strong. At that time, the women in the office who had given birth said that they could understand, but those who had never been pregnant, like Chinatsu, just thought it was outrageous. Chinatsu remembered the night when she cried and asked Xuan Qi if he really loved her. This progesterone is really... Retracting her expression, Chinatsu said helplessly and speechlessly, I'm pregnant. My memory has become so bad. When I came back and saw the floor, I was shocked. I thought we were going to make the floor, but we ended up making a table and chairs. Han Xuan came over and touched Chinatsu's head. This situation will also happen to other pregnant females in the tribe. It's a normal phenomenon. Xia, don't worry. Just eat well and sleep well. Xuan Qi and I will take care of everything at home. After eating and drinking, it was completely dark. Qianxia sat by the stove and watched Xuan Qi and Han Xuan tidying up the cave. She felt sleepy as she watched. Xuan Qi was originally tidying up the meat in the freezer. He glanced at Qianxia and found that her head was nodding. A little cute but scary. Xuan Qi quickly dropped the things in his hands, walked over quickly, picked her up, and walked towards the cave. Qianxia responded drowsily. Be good, go to sleep. Xuan Qi coaxed gently and then put her on the soft grass nest. Qianxia fell asleep in seconds. Looking at the sleeping person, Xuan Qi gently put his hand on her belly. In fact, Qianxia's belly has bulged, but she is too thin now, and it doesn't look obvious when she wears a snakeskin skirt, but now it is obvious that it is bulging. Tomorrow is the 45th day of pregnancy. Xuan Qi retracted his hand and turned to leave the cave. Han Xuan had just washed the dishes and put them in place, and turned around to see Xuan Qi coming out. Xia fell asleep?
Yeah.
Han Xuan understood. You should get up early tomorrow. Oh, forget it. I'll make my morning meal tomorrow, and you can make the rest. It's almost done. Go and sleep with Xia. Xuan Qi originally wanted to ask him to get up early to prepare food for Qianxia, but after thinking about it, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. Qianxia must be very hungry in the morning, but there's no time to wait for him to slowly prepare it. When Qianxia is full, he will teach him when they make their own food. Han Xuan was very surprised to hear Xuan Qi ask him to sleep with Qianxia. Didn't he say that he would sleep with Qianxia? Seeing that Han Xuan didn't move for a long time, Xuan Qi frowned. What's wrong with him again? Why don't you go? What do you want to do? Oh, no, I'm just a little surprised. Han Xuan pouted. Xuan Qi rolled his eyes directly. This beast has a bad brain, right? Today is the first day he has been with Qianxia, so of course he should accompany Qianxia to rest. Could it be that he took the joke last time seriously? Xuan Qi thought it should be. Sure enough, he has a bad brain. If Han Xuan knew that Xuan Qi thought of him like this, he would have fought with him. He just respected him as the #1 beast husband. The night was long, and everyone had a beautiful dream. Qianxia was awakened by hunger. She was sleeping and she just felt so hungry that she felt a little pain. Xuan Qi Han Xuan. Qianxia called confusedly. She still felt so sleepy. Hearing Qianxia's call, Xuan Qi immediately walked in quickly. Are you awake? Are you hungry? Qianxia didn't say anything, but just stretched out her hand to hold her. Xuan Qi hurriedly picked her up and walked out. I'm so hungry, my stomach hurts a little. Qianxia closed her eyes and whispered in Xuan Qi's arms. She was really sleepy, but she was so hungry. Hearing her say that her stomach hurt because of hunger, Xuan Qi's heart was panicked, and he hurriedly held her and sat down and then transferred energy to her lower abdomen. Sure enough, today is the 45th day, and the symptoms began. Seeing Qianxia drowsy in his arms, Xuan Qi shouted to the cave entrance, Han Xuan.
Come in.
Han Xuan woke up early. Although Xuan Qi said yesterday that he was responsible for making the morning food and let him do the rest, he still got up early, even earlier than Xuan Qi. He had no experience in taking care of females and didn't understand Qianxia's habits, so of course he had to learn more from Xuan Qi. He got up early, so he took out the frozen meat from the freezer and soaked it in water to thaw it. When Xuan Qi woke up, the meat was just thawed. Xuan Qi even looked at him with appreciation. Xuan Qi made broth in the morning, and Han Xuan followed him step by step. After the broth was stewed, he went next door to find Yin Feng. I'm going to bring Yin Feng to do the flooring today. At this time, Han Xuan and Yin Feng were about to cut the big rocks they had brought back at the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, they heard Xuan Qi calling him anxiously, and Han Xuan hurried into the cave.
You fill the food to feed Xiaxia.
The cub's reaction is too strong. I need to transfer energy to Xiaxia. Xuan Qi's face was not very good. He didn't expect that this reaction would be so strong. Qianxia was not sleepy, but almost fainted. He just transferred energy to his lower abdomen, and the cub's reaction was particularly strong. They kept devouring his energy. Xiaxia, don't sleep, Xiaxia. Eat something, otherwise you won't be able to hold on. Wake up, don't sleep. Xuan Qi shook Qianxia lightly and called out anxiously, while Han Xuan hurriedly filled the broth. Qianxia was awakened by Xuan Qi's shaking. When she opened her sleepy eyes, she saw Han Xuan was about to feed her broth. Give me the bowl. Qianxia heard Xuan Qi's words. She knew that today was the 45th day. No wonder she was so hungry that she was aching from hunger. Qianxia took the soup bowl and drank it directly in big gulps. After drinking a bowl of warm energy broth, Qianxia felt much better. More, I'm so hungry. Han Xuan quickly took the bowl and filled it with broth and handed it to Qianxia, who drank it all up. She drank 3 full bowls of broth. After drinking the broth, Qianxia ate another bowl of beast meat, and then she started to feel sleepy again, so Xuan Qi carried her to sleep again. After Qianxia fell asleep, Xuan Qi felt the cub's condition again, and fortunately, it finally stabilized. Xuan Qi's heart finally fell down. It was really the blessing of the beast god. Fortunately, Qianxia woke up by herself. If she didn't wake up, and the cub was madly absorbing energy in her body, the consequences would be disastrous. She didn't fall asleep in his arms just now, but she really fainted a little. Xuan Qi expected that Qianxia would be hungry after waking up, but he didn't expect it to be like this. It was his negligence after all. In the past, black king snakes gave birth to 1 cub per litter, but now Qianxia is pregnant with 3, and the energy required is 3 times more. He was careless, his fault. When Xuan Qi came out of the small cave, Han Xuan was waiting outside with an anxious look on his face.
How is Xiaxia?
The situation is stable. From now on, Xiaxia must not be left alone. If there is anything, wait for me or you to come back. Don't let Shanhu help take care of it anymore. Because of my racial characteristics, we may need to transfer some energy to Xiaxia at any time. Xuan Qi told Han Xuan about the situation, and Han Xuan frowned. It turned out that the situation just now was so thrilling. You and I should pay more attention to Qianxia's situation when we go to bed at night. The closer it is to giving birth, the greater the cubs need to absorb energy. We can't let the situation like today happen again. I was negligent today. It was about noon when Qianxia had a good sleep. At this time, the cave was filled with the aroma of meat. I feel hungry again after smelling the aroma.
Qianxia sighed.
Being pregnant is really painful. Xia, did you sleep well? Xuan Qi turned around and saw Qianxia sitting up from the nest. Qianxia nodded.
Hungry again.
She really can eat a lot now. Her appetite is several times that of before. Xuan Qi smiled slightly. There is still broth warming in the pot. Do you want to eat it, or do you want to eat fried meat? I want to eat both. I also want to eat vegetables. Green vegetables? Qianxia came back to her senses suddenly and talked nonsense again. No, I want to eat broth and fried meat. Is there any fruit at home? I want to eat it. It's really fortunate that her digestive system is not bad. She has been in the beast world for so many days and has eaten meat for so many days. Fortunately, she didn't get constipated. Xuan Qi picked up Qianxia and took her to wash while softly saying, I'll ask Han Xuan to pick some. I threw away some of the ones I had at home that were spoiled. Xuan Qi carried Qianxia to the cave entrance and washed with water. Outside the cave entrance, Han Xuan and Yin Feng were working hard to cut stones. Han Xuan, stop for a moment. Xia wants to eat fruit. Go pick some of the ones we usually put at home. After hearing Xuan Qi's words, Han Xuan looked up and saw that Qianxia had woken up. Okay, I'll go pick the fruit. Xia, wait for me. After saying that, he changed into a beast and ran away quickly. Yin Feng looked at Qianxia, then looked at his own cave. Qianxia, are you feeling better? Shanhu has been wanting to find you. Qianxia was a little amused when she heard that Shanhu wanted to find her. Why does it feel like Shanhu is either sleeping or looking for her to play? She is afraid that her beast husbands will be jealous.
Haha.
Shanhu is so cute. I've rested well. You call Shanhu. I'll wait for her at home. After saying that, Xuan Qi took Qianxia into the cave. Yin Feng quickly put down the big stone in his hand and walked quickly towards home. Qianxia sat on the brand new dining table. Xuan Qi put a bowl of broth in front of her. Eat the broth first.
I'll go fry the meat now.
Xia, wait a minute. Xuan Qi was as doting as he could be at this moment. Qianxia was eating when Shanhu's voice came from the entrance of the cave. Qianxia, you finally woke up. I've been missing you for a long time. As she spoke, Shanhu had already come to Qianxia.
Huh?
What is this? Shanhu looked at the brand new dining table with a light in her eyes. Sure enough, Qianxia was the smartest female. She could always do many things that surprised the beasts. Qianxia looked at Shanhu and smiled dotingly. This is called a dining table. When we eat, we usually hold the food in our hands, right? For example, I am eating meat soup now. When the soup is just cooked, it is very hot. It is not convenient for us to hold it in our hands, right? Now that we have a table, we can put it directly on the table without worrying about burning our hands. When we eat, we can sit together to eat. It is more delicious to eat together. If Coral's eyes were shining before, then after hearing what Chinatsu said, Coral's eyes were full of little stars shining. Before Coral spoke, Chinatsu had already spoken. Let Yin Feng learn from Han Xuan. Chinatsu said it a little slyly, but when she turned around and thought about it, she suddenly felt that Han Xuan was a little pitiful. Han Xuan is like a brick and can be moved wherever he is needed. Chinatsu couldn't help laughing. There is no other way around this. Yin Feng and Han Xuan both have wind-related abilities and are most suitable for cutting and polishing. Xuan Qi has both fire and ice elements, and ice blades are more suitable for cutting than fire blades, so he was able to cut trees to make tables and stools, but in the end it all fell into Han Xuan's hands for more detailed polishing and trimming. After a while, Han Xuan came back with an armful of fruit. Xia, take a look at which ones you want to eat. Do you want to put the rest in the freezer? Now in Han Xuan's eyes, the freezer can hold anything. Chinatsu smiled again. She was really touched by Han Xuan's cuteness. When she heard the word freezer, Coral saw a large block of ice against the wall on the other side in confusion. Why didn't she notice it when she just came in? Why didn't she notice it when she just came in? Such a big one. No, just put the fruit on the table. If you put the fruit in the freezer, it will be frozen and hard. It won't taste good if you thaw it. Not everything can be put in the freezer. Thank you, my big lion, for picking the fruit for me. The words thank you, my big lion made Han Xuan's face red. He lowered his head slightly, trying not to let Qianxia see. Han Xuan put the fruit on the table in a panic, and two of them rolled off the table. He was even more flustered. Xuan Qi, who was frying meat, seeing Han Xuan like this, he sneered in his heart. It's because they haven't been together for a long time. Thinking back to the beginning, he was like this too, but now his face doesn't blush anymore. Of course, his heart is still beating. If it doesn't beat, he will die. Qianxiao explained with a smile and asked Shanhu to eat the fruit, but Shanhu didn't respond for a long time. Qianxiao looked at Shanhu and found that she was staring at the big freezer in a daze. Oh, Qianxia stretched out her hand and waved in front of Shanhu's eyes. Come back to your senses. I'll ask Xuan Qi to go to your house and make one for you later. The effect of the freezer is better than she thought.
Ah?
Thank you, Qixia. Shanhu was so happy. At this moment, she was thinking about how to thank Qixia. Yesterday, Infeng came back and took out a large piece of energy beast meat, saying that Xuan Qi had sent their family a giant bull beast from the misty forest. She didn't know what was so special about this meat, but her beast husband's eyes lit up. Later, after Infeng explained to her, they realized how valuable the gift Xuan Qi gave them was. Now with the dining table and freezer, Shanhu walked to Qixia and hugged her. Wow, Qixia, you are so good to me. I can't repay you. I can't repay you at all. Qixia felt that today was the day she laughed the most. And this. Shanhu's words made her want to laugh again. Qixia poked Shanhu's forehead with her finger. What are you repaying? Who asked you to repay? What nonsense are you talking about? She was willing to be nice to her. Who asked her to repay, really? Shanhu deserved it. When she had nothing at the beginning, only Shanhu showed her kindness without reservation. She remembered that Shanhu let her get on Qi's space body and said that she would send her food at that time. They just met for the first time at that time. Xuan Qi came over with a bowl of fried meat and placed it in front of Qianxia. Xia, eat first, I'll go make a freezer and come back. After saying that, he turned and left the cave. Han Xuan just picked up the fruit and saw Qianxia smiling at her. After dinner, Qianxia and Shanhu watched Han Xuan and Infeng make stone slabs at the entrance of the cave. Shanhu's other beastmen had already cleared the cave and were waiting for the two to cut the stone slabs. On his side, Xuan Qi had already put all the things into the space. Qianxia drew a square on the stone piece with burnt charcoal and then asked Han Xuan to cut it along the line so that a square floor was obtained. The remaining stone pieces can be cut in this way. Qianxia was very satisfied with the floor. Qianxia, you are so smart. Shanhu is simply Qianxia's #1 fan. Soon, under Qianxia's guidance, Han Xuan and Infeng cut all the stones into pieces and polished them, and then the floor pieces were made. The next step is to lay the floor. Han Xuan and Xuan Qi laid them one by one according to Qianxia's instructions, aligned the lines, and then compacted them. Shanhu's 5 beast men were learning on the side. Soon the floor was laid, and the whole cave seemed to be a little more spacious. The light was a little brighter, and it looked particularly clean. Except for Chinatsu. All the beast men were shocked. The effect was simply amazing. The 5 beast men of Coral ran back excitedly to start laying the floor. Chinatsu followed Coral, while Han Xuan and Xuan Qi arranged the layout at home. Coral, I said last time that I would make a thorn beast, but I forgot until now. Let's go catch the thorn beast after the floor is laid. Chinatsu said apologetically. Oh, I forgot too. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about it. Let's go catch the thorn beast after the floor is laid. It was a little funny. Sure enough, Xuan Qi was right. Coral herself didn't remember it. At this time, Chinatsu suddenly remembered that she said she wanted to grow peppers. Chinatsu held her forehead. How could she forget it? Coral's cave was bigger, and the floor was not enough at the end of the laying. Infom hurriedly moved stones back to cut and polish the floor. When Coral finished laying, Chinatsu was hungry again. Coral, you go ahead, I'll go back to eat something, and later I'll ask Xuan to come and call you to catch the thorn beast. Coral nodded. Just as Qianxia turned to leave, Xuan Qi came over. How is it? Are you hungry? Xuan Qi's biggest worry now is whether Qianxia is hungry.
He has already thought about it.
He will cook more food every time. After Qianxia is full, he will pack it up and put it in the space. Anyway, his space can control time and stop it directly. What you put in is the same as what you take out. When you are at home, you can eat freshly cooked food. If you go out, you can always have something to eat when you're hungry.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
The broth is in the pot, and the fried meat is also fried. Xuan Qi directly carried Qianxia back home. Qianxia was thinking about where to catch the thorn beast while eating. The waterside where the tribe is now going is a waterfall flowing down from a high mountain. This waterfall is not small. With this water flow, it is estimated that there are few fish below. The point where the waterfall falls is a large circular pool, and the water flows in a straight line further down. This section is where the beastmen often come. The water flow is gentle and not deep. The distance between the two banks is estimated to be only 2 or 3 meters. The tribal orcs use water, bathe, and process prey in their daily lives in this place. When I was walking downstream with Coral, it seemed like there was a very large lake below, but I didn't look further down at that time. There might be fish and shrimp there. After thinking for a long time, Chinatsu decided to go to the back mountain. The last time she went fishing, she caught some fish in the back hills. Now it's been a while since she last went fishing, so she must have caught a few more fish. In addition to catching fish, I also wanted to see if there was a suitable place by the stream in the back mountain to grow some peppers, carrot, etc. Fortunately, the plants in the animal world are relatively large. Apart from the carrot that was distributed, plus the ones used at home these days, there is still a small part left, so there are more peppers left. I don't know what kind of pepper this is, but adding some will make the flavor full. However, Xuan Qi, and Xuan didn't eat much pepper, so there were a lot of leftovers. Xuan, go call Sean who will go to the back mountain. Okay. Soon, Coral came over with Infong and Kai's. When Chinatsu and his group arrived at the back mountain, Chinatsu saw several large fat fish swimming leisurely in the stream. Hurry, hurry, there are 4 or 5 thorn beasts, just in time. Just enough to eat. Almost at the moment when Qianxia finished speaking, Xuan Qi and Xuan also released their special powers. Xuan Qi condensed 5 ice needles and shot them out, while Xuan directly struck down with a bolt of lightning. Qianxia looked at Xuan with an indescribable look. If this lightning strikes, the fish will be cooked. Xuan Qi slapped Xuan on the back of his head and said, "Are you sick? You used lightning to blast the thorn beast?" Xuan wanted to get angry, but when he looked up, he saw Chinatsu's expression. Lightning strike. Thorn beast, is that not okay? The main reason is that the thorn beast is in the water, and the wind ability is not very convenient, so he used the lightning ability. Xuan couldn't explain it for a long time. It's okay. It's my fault for not explaining it clearly. Chinatsu comforts Kankawa. She forgot that Xuan also had a lightning skill. Coral, Infong, and Qis on the side lowered their heads, and their bodies were trembling. Who would understand? The 3 of them could hardly hold back their laughter. After a while, the water calmed down, and sure enough, 5 fish were floating on the water. At the same time, Xuan received a wave of stares. Xuan, you pick up the fish. No, you pick up the thorn beast, and have a look. Chinatsu estimated that this fish seemed to be okay. Soon Xuan caught all the fish. Among the 5 fish, only 1 was charred by the lightning, and the other 4 had no marks on the surface. Chinatsu guessed that it might be that the lightning just happened to hit that fish, and then the power killed the other fish. Well, that should be the case. In general, it is still edible. Chinatsu looked at Xuan and smiled and said, "Look, the other 4 are still edible. We still succeeded." Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not messed up. Look, these things on the thorn beast are called fish scales. We don't eat these when we eat the thorn beast, so we have to scrape them off. Qianxia made a small stone knife again, and Han Xuan learned it and found a big stone to make a big stone knife. Now, there is a small knife and a kitchen knife.
Qianxia began to teach.
First, scrape off the scales of this fish, then cut open the belly, remove the internal organs, and remove the gills of this fish. This way, the thorn beast is processed. Do you understand? Several beasts nodded obediently. Okay, there are just 3 fish left. A thorn beast, Yinfeng, and Qi, you try it. Qianxia handed the small stone knife in her hand to Yinfeng. After Yinfeng took the stone knife, he perfectly processed a fish according to the steps taught by Qianxia, and Qi also completed it beautifully. What should I do with the remaining fish? Qianxia looked at Xuan Qi and Han Xuan. Who of you wants to try? Xuan Qi pointed directly to Han Xuan on the side, without saying a word. He is a new beast, he should learn more and do more anyway, he has seen it. Let me try. Han Xuan chose to use the big stone knife he made to deal with the thorn beast. With one cut, he scraped off one side of the fish scales. Han Xuan looked at the big stone knife in his hand with surprise. This is really too convenient. Many times, superpowers are not always convenient. For example, when dealing with the thorn beast now, he can't use superpowers to deal with it well, but with this stone knife, it is very convenient to simply deal with some food in daily life. According to Qianxia's teaching, Han Xuan also dealt with the thorn beast perfectly. Everyone has learned well, haha. Qianxia praised a little. The next step is to find a suitable place to plant peppers and carrot. After Qianxia walked back and forth for a short distance, she finally decided to plant it at the foot of the mountain near the water source. After Han Xuan used the windroll to drill a small hole in the ground, Qianxia put the whole pepper plant in it and covered it with soil. Coral used leaves to fill water to irrigate the roots. Chinatsu planted the carrot a short distance away from the peppers, dug a hole, and buried the cut pieces of carrot inside, then Coral continued to water it. She had never planted carrot before, but when she was at home before, the leftover carrot she had would sprout naturally, so she thought it would grow if buried directly in the soil. While they were planting things, Chinatsu ordered several males to find some big branches and bring them back, as she wanted to fence off this small area. After all, Chinatsu was not sure if there would be any small animals here, and if they were destroyed, it would be a disaster. After everything was done, they went back home. After returning home, Chinatsu ate a bowl of fried meat to fill her stomach, as she was a little hungry. Coral's family all came to Chinatsu's cave. Today was the first dinner for the 2 families. With so many people, there was not enough space, so Chinatsu ordered Kenkawa to take Yinfeng to make tables and chairs, and the others helped.
Lufeng, right? Clean the 2 pots. Zhu-yi, right?
Smash the hairy fruits, and take out the chestnuts. Remember to make a hole for the chestnuts. I feel like 2 pots are not enough. Shan Hu, use your pot. Qianxia arranged the division of labor, and everyone started to get busy. Looking at everyone busy, Qianxia felt very fulfilled and happy. Perhaps this is what is called plain and happy. Qianxia first instructed Xuan Qi to boil the chestnuts in water, and then rinse them with water to take out the chestnuts. At this time, she started to cook the chestnut broth. Just when the broth was ready, Han Xuan and Yinfeng came back. Yinfeng waved his hand, and a wooden dining table and 6 stools appeared. Then the 2 tables were put together, and the dining table was in place. Seeing the 2 come back, Chinatsu began to prepare for teaching. Okay, everyone is here. I will start teaching you how to make a thorn beast. Qianxia sat in front of the other 2 stone pots and said to everyone with a smile. Everyone quickly gathered around Qianxia. Let's heat the pot first, then scoop a spoonful of fat into the pot to melt it. Now you can put the thorn beasts in. Be careful, the thorn beasts must wipe the water dry. Otherwise the oil will splash out when the water falls into it, and it will cause blisters if it is seriously burned. Qianxia put a big fat fish in each of the 2 pots, and the fish made a sizzling sound as soon as they were put into the pot. This side has been fried for a while. We have to turn it over and continue frying until both sides are browned, just like now. Then put a piece of carrot, then add boiling water, and then we will wait for it to stew for a while. Qianxia started to heat oil in another stone pot that had just boiled water. Qianxia, what are you doing with this? Coral asked curiously. Qianxia scooped fat into the stone pot and looked up at Coral and said, "These 2 thorn beasts will make soup for everyone, and I will fry the other 2, for everyone to eat."
Wow.
The beasts said in unison. They were very excited. At this time, the aroma of fish soup has filled the entire cave. What a nice smell. Is this the smell of the thorn beast? I dare not imagine how delicious it will be. Coward, I dare to think. Qianxia was very amused. If you fry the fish, put the chopped carrot in after the oil is hot and stir-fry it slightly. The purpose of this is to remove the fishy smell, and then you can put the thorn beast. There was another sizzling sound. The pan for frying fish belongs to Shanhu's family. She has a large family, so the stone pot is relatively large, which is enough for 2 fish. It's still the same. Fry until both sides are golden brown. Okay, now push the thorn beast to the side and add some. Hey, can you all eat chili? Qianxia was about to put the chili in and suddenly remembered this thing.
Yes. You can eat it.
Hearing the affirmative answer, Qianxia put the chili in the pot and stir-fried it. There was no other way. Chili was the only seasoning ingredient she had found.
Seasoning.
Seasoning? Oops, she forgot to add salt before.
Just
stir-fry the peppers a little like now, then push the thorn beast back, and remember to turn it over, so that both sides have flavor. You can sprinkle some salt at about this time, turn it over, and sprinkle some salt on the side. When the fried fish was out of the pan, the fish soup was also ready. Wow, this soup is so white, like milk. Shanhu's eyes lit up. The soup is ready now, and then I'll sprinkle some salt to season it, and it can be served. Qianxia wanted to serve the soup, but was stopped by Xuan Qi. Xuan Qi picked up Qianxia and walked to the dining table and put her on the stool. Leave the rest of the things to us males. Your teaching is over. Thank you for your hard work, Xia Xia. Before everyone started eating, Qianxia gave another special reminder. Everyone must be careful when eating the thorny beast. Spit it out if you eat the thorns. The thorns of this thorny beast are quite large and easy to feel. Everyone responded and officially started eating. In tacit agreement, everyone's first action was to fill a bowl of fish soup. Wow, it's delicious. How can I describe this taste? Qianxia responded, fresh, and fragrant. Yes, so fragrant and fresh. It turns out that the thorny beast is so good. Let me try the meat. At this time, Shanhu took a piece of fish meat from the soup. She chewed it carefully. Fortunately, there were no thorns. Qianxia, this thorny beast is delicious. The meat is so soft and tender. Shanhu said excitedly, and then she picked up a piece of fried fish meat. The skin was crispy and the meat inside was tender. With the simple seasoning of chili, it was also very delicious. Shanhu turned around and looked at Qianxia with a look of regret. Qianxia, it would be nice if you were a male. As soon as the words fell, Xuan Qi and Han Xuan looked at Shanhu, and Shanhu's beast husbands also looked at her. The atmosphere was weird for a few seconds. You just want to see that I can cook, right? Isn't it the same if your beast husbands learn to cook for you? If I were a male, I wouldn't be able to meet my partner, and I can't bear it. Qianxia joked, easing the weird atmosphere. I just said it casually. How could Qianxia become a male? Hey, what are you two looking at, really? Shanhu pouted. She saw the expressions of Han Xuan and Xuan Qi. Isn't it so obvious that she said it casually? How could Qianxia become a male? Amidst all kinds of exclamations and praises, the first family dinner ended successfully. After dinner, Qianxia felt sleepy, and Han Xuan carried her to sleep. Shanhu was also carried home by Yinfeng, and the others were tidying up all the remaining things. Remember to move your table back. Xuan Qi gave some instructions. It was already night when Qianxia woke up, and Xuan Qi hugged her. Are you awake? Do you want to eat now? He knew as soon as Qianxia woke up. Well, to eat, Xuan Qi got up first, and then carried Qianxia out. Han Xuan was frying meat at this time. Seeing Qianxia being carried out by Xuan Qi, he smiled slightly. Xia Xia, did you sleep well? I fried meat. Try my fried meat. Qianxia also smiled slightly. Okay. As soon as she sat down, Han Xuan put a bowl of fried beef in front of her, and Qianxia immediately picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Very good, just the fat and tender feeling I like. Thank you, Han Xuan, it's delicious. Qianxia looked at Han Xuan and said with a smile. Han Xuan, who was praised, looked happy and satisfied, while Xuan Qi on the side secretly looked at him with contempt. I don't know who it was, but he killed 3 mooing cows in an afternoon. He only killed 2 at the beginning. Han Xuan, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Qianxia looked at Han Xuan while eating. Han Xuan was a little surprised. Qianxia wanted to ask him something? Sitting opposite Qianxia, Han Xuan asked with a serious face, Xia, what do you want to ask? I want to ask which tribe is near our tribe. Qianxia was thinking, since the original owner was picked up near the Lion King tribe, is it possible that her mother and brothers and sisters are also nearby? The closest to our tribe is the Black Wolf tribe, and the Giant Elephant tribe and the Fox tribe that I told you about before are on the other side of the water where we are going. Kan Xuan wondered why Chenatsu suddenly asked this. Qianxia raised her eyes and glanced at Xuan Qi, who was standing beside her. After receiving her gaze, the latter sat down next to Han Xuan. It's like this. Qianxia told them about the time she saw the original owner in her dream. Xia, was this the dream you had when you slept all day? Xuan Qi had a deep impression of that day. Qianxia nodded. To be honest, I always feel that she came to see me. She is really a good female. She never complained to me about her unhappy life, nor did she say anything about the tribe. She just hoped that I could help her find her family, that's all. I'll check this matter, and I'll ask the Giant Elephant and Fox tribes. Han Xuan's face was solemn. Since it was her request, he would definitely do it. At this time, I really want to compete with you. Han Xuan gritted his teeth when he said this. Well, count me in. Xuan Qi on the side said faintly, and Han Xuan looked at him in surprise. When the two looked at each other, they made an unspoken decision. Oh, why did I forget to ask clearly at that time? Let me think about it. At that time, she said brother and sister, so can I understand it as she has a brother, a sister, and a brother? It seems that there is nothing wrong with this understanding. Qianxia started to worry again after she finished speaking. It seems that it is not very useful to know now. The original owner had 4 other fathers besides her own father. She didn't know what kind of orcs these 4 fathers were, let alone what kind of orcs her brothers and sisters were. When Qianxia didn't think about it carefully, her mind was full of rabid orcs, but now she thought of this problem. It's over. At that time, I was busy asking her about the things in this world. She told me these things, but I didn't ask clearly at that time. In addition to her biological father, she has 4 other fathers. These 4 fathers were not told at that time. Her brothers and sisters didn't say what kind of orcs they were, and I didn't ask at that time. It's my fault. What should I do? Qianxia was inexplicably anxious at this time, and she wanted to cry when she was anxious. Xia, don't worry, it's okay. I can handle it. If there are foreign orcs, it's not that difficult to check. Our tribe has several males from other tribes. I will go back with them to ask, don't worry. Han Xuan hurried to comfort her. Han Xuan is right, Xia, don't worry too much. It's easy to check whether there are new orcs in a tribe. Han Xuan is the son of the chief, so he can ask and find out. Han Xuan and Xuan Qi's gentle words calmed Qianxia down. Qianxia thought for a while and said, I'll go with you then, so it will be easier to find me. When her mother and her brothers and sisters see me, they will always recognize me. Xuan Qi and Han Xuan looked at each other. I think Xia, you should take care of yourself a little longer and go when you gain some weight. Well, Han Xuan is right, you are too thin now, and there is still a little difference in your appearance. What if people don't recognize you when you go? Qianxia was silent. It seems that what he said is not unreasonable. She is no longer the original owner. Maybe some of the living habits of the original owner are no longer in her place. After chatting about all sorts of things for a while, it was time to go to sleep. Tonight, Xuan Qi was going to accompany Qianxia to rest. As soon as Xuan Qi hugged Qianxia and lay down, Qianxia sat up again. The big movement made his heart tremble, and he sat up quickly. No, I can't go to see them. I have forgotten what they look like. Even if they stand in front of me, I can't recognize them. That will be a problem. Qianxia just suddenly thought of this problem, which scared her. I dare not imagine how to make things right if this really happens. After Xuan Qi pondered for a while, he thought of a solution. Xia, look at this. Wait a minute, Han Xuan, come in. Call another family member in first before starting to discuss matters. Han Xuan came in with a puzzled look on his face. Aren't you going to sleep? Why call him?
Could it be
3 beasts sleeping together? Xuan Qi first told Han Xuan about Qianxia's worries, and then began to talk about his own ideas. This is what I think. Han Xuan, you said that there are orcs from other tribes in the tribe. Then you can ask them to go back to the tribe to find out if there are any foreign orcs, or orcs who were picked up like Xia. If there are, ask clearly what kind of orcs they are, and where they came from. You have to explain this clearly, and give them an excuse to deal with the tribe members. We won't let them ask in vain. We will give them a piece of giant cow meat. Xia, you can rest assured to fatten up first. When the time comes, we will go to those tribes and leave a message saying that there is a female named Qianxia in the Lion King tribe looking for her family. If it is your family, Xia, I think there will be news, or they may come to the tribe directly to find you. When Xuan Qi finished speaking, he found that the 2 people in front of him were staring at him blankly. Xuan Qi didn't understand. What's wrong? Why are you looking at him like this? I saw that the 2 people silently gave him a thumbs up. Qianxia just felt that Xuan Qi was really handsome. Who understands? My husband is handsome and smart, with a good figure and high combat power. Han Xuan, I admire you, I really admire you. Xuan Qi chuckled, you too. I really lost you. At this moment, he felt inexplicably warm in his heart. Han Xuan smiled and then said to Qianxia, now you can rest assured, Xia, you just eat and drink well during this period and fatten yourself up. I will go to other tribes to deliver messages. Go to bed. Qianxia smiled sweetly at Han Xuan and said, okay, you go to bed early too. Han Xuan couldn't help but stepped forward and rubbed Qianxia's head, then turned and left the small hole. Okay, let's rest. Yeah, go to bed. In the next half-month, Qianxia either ate and slept, or slept and ate, and didn't even go out. The pregnancy time is getting longer and longer, and the energy absorbed by the cubs is too huge. She now eats 8 or 9 meals a day. Not long after eating, she starts to feel sleepy and eats after waking up. And this is when Xuan Qi and Han Xuan give her a lot of energy every day. So if there is nothing special, she won't go out. The only thing that makes Qianxia feel very relieved is that she has gained weight. Now her belly is obviously bulging, and her hands and feet are obviously fatter. These past 2 days, Xuan Qi and Han Xuan always looked at her with strange eyes. She asked them what was wrong, and they just said it was nothing. On the contrary, Xuan Hu would exclaim when she came to see her, and kept praising her for being beautiful, which made her very happy. She really wanted to look in the mirror to see what she looks like now. Xuan Qi, let's go to the waterside to play today. I haven't been out for a long time. I want to go out and see the scenery. Qianxia said coquettishly. Okay, we'll go when Han Xuan comes back. Qianxia hurriedly said, call Xuan Hu and go play together. I'll go and tell them now. Xuan Qi said, and turned to Xuan Hu's house. After a while, Xuan Hu came over hopping, followed by Xuan Qi and her beast husbands. Qianxia, you look good again today. Xuan Hu's eyes were sparkling every time she looked at Qianxia. She didn't expect that Qianxia would be so beautiful after she grew meat, with red lips and white teeth, big and beautiful eyes, a small and tall nose, and she looked very delicate. Although there is no requirement for skin color in the beast world, most females have a bit of yellow and black skin, which is related to their daily love of sunbathing. Qianxia doesn't like sunbathing. If she goes out in strong sun, she has to use big leaves to block the sun's rays. Therefore, her skin is relatively white, which makes her stand out among the beast men. Perhaps influenced by Qianxia, Qianxia's family doesn't like sunbathing, and later she stopped. The main reason is that she also wants to be white. On the self-cultivation of beauties in the beast world. Haha, you're making me happy again. Qianxia smiled happily. I'm not making fun of you. I'm telling the truth, Yinfeng. Don't you think so? Yinfeng, who was named, nodded very sincerely. To be honest, after Qianxia gained weight, she looked like a different beast, very beautiful. Those who didn't have a partner with Qianxia at the beginning slapped their thighs. Hey, today, do you have any plans? At this time, Han Xuan had just returned from Shishan and saw a group of people standing at his house. Generally, in this case, there is something going on. Qianxia said she wanted to go to the waterside to see the scenery, and she will set off after you come back. Xuan Qi said while putting away the fruits on the table. Han Xuan turned into a beast at the entrance of the cave. Then let's go. So, Han Xuan walked in front. Qianxia sat on Xuan Qi's head. Next to him was Shanhu sitting on Yinfeng, followed by Shanhu's other beast husbands. The group walked towards the entrance of the tribe in a mighty manner. Is that Qianxia? Really? Wow. How did she become so beautiful? This. Hearing these discussions, Shanhu turned around and said to Qianxia with a proud face, Look, I'm telling the truth. You are really beautiful. Okay, I know, I'm happy again. Qianxia said with a smile. Although she didn't feel like she had gained much weight, it seemed that her beauty was back. After arriving at the water's edge, Qianxia looked at the natural scenery and felt very comfortable. Qianxia turned around and looked at everyone, smiling. Everyone, let's have a picnic. Everyone didn't understand what a picnic meant for a while, and after Qianxia briefly explained it, everyone agreed excitedly. Chinatsu walked to the water's edge, and the gently flowing water was like a mirror, reflecting her beautiful appearance. Her long, straight black hair fell on both sides, and her almond-shaped eyes looked innocent and cute, with clear and bright eyes. Under her small and tall nose was a rosy and tender cherry mouth. Her skin was very white, and her long black hair made her face even more beautiful. What a pure and lustful beauty, with red lips and white teeth. To be honest, this face was very similar to her in her previous life, but it felt better than her in her previous life. It would probably look better if I gained some weight. Chinatsu muttered to herself as she looked at herself in the water. Be careful. Don't fall into the water. Qianxia turned to look at Xuan Qi and smiled sweetly. I'm very careful. Xuan Qi doted on her nose. The animal skin is ready. Let's go back and sit. Shan, who was already sitting on the animal skin carpet at this time, and excitedly shouted to Qianxia, who was walking over. Qianxia, come on, it feels great. I really like picnics. This feeling of sitting by the water, eating delicious food, and looking at the scenery is simply too great. After Qianxia took a seat, she looked at the scenery in front of her. The sunlight fell on the water, looking sparkling and dreamy. Beside her were the spots of light and shadows from the sunlight passing through the branches. Qianxia's thoughts suddenly drifted away. The little yellow flower in the story has been floating since the year I was born, and the swings in my childhood have been swinging with my memories until now. I tried to hold your hand on the windy day, but the rain gradually became so heavy that I couldn't see you. Time flies so fast. She has been in this world for a long time. Qianxia sang softly. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, but the wind gradually blew the distance away. She and her previous life self are already very far away. Qianxia, are you singing? It sounds so nice. Shanhu's voice interrupted her drifting thoughts. Shanhu looked at Qianxia in amazement. Qianxia can sing. She loves her even more. Did you make this up yourself? The tune is so nice. Can I learn it? Shanhu's expectant eyes sparkled. Whenever Shanhu was like this, Qianxia wanted to laugh. Because Shanhu had a queen face, but her personality and daily behavior were like the quirky girls described in novels. She even felt that their personalities were more in line with their appearances if they were swapped. So whenever Shanhu was like this, there was always a strong sense of contrast. Yes, I made it up. I saw that the weather was so good, so I wanted to sing it. This song is called Sunny Day. Come, I'll teach you to sing it. Qianxia said with a guilty conscience. Sorry, Teacher J. Cho. In this world, just think of it as something I made up. The little yellow flower of the story. The little yellow flower of the story. It's been floating since the year I was born. It's been floating since the year I was born, swinging in childhood. Swinging in childhood, hey, what is a swing?
Ah.
This, I'll ask Xuan Qi Xuan to make one someday, and then you'll know what a swing is. The partners were preparing delicious food, and the two of them were happily enjoying this beautiful moment. Perhaps the meaning of life sometimes lies in these beautiful moments. Just when Chinatsu was teaching Coral to sing, Xuan and Infeng suddenly came over carrying an animal as thick as an arm, which they did not know what it was. Before they could say anything, Chinatsu had already seen it. Little. Big lobster?
This.
I don't know whether to call it a crayfish or a lobster. It's too big. Xia, do you know this thing? Xuan asked with some surprise. He and Infeng originally wanted to go to the lake downstream to see if there were any thorny beasts or something. At first, they didn't see any thorny beasts, so they thought of putting a piece of meat into the water to see if it would attract them to eat. Unexpectedly, they attracted such a thing. Infeng was originally going to throw it away, but he stopped it, thinking that Qianxia came from another world and had seen more. What if she knew something? So he brought it back, but he didn't expect that Chinatsu actually knew what it was. Chinatsu was very excited to see such a big crayfish. Such a big crayfish must be delicious to eat. It should be edible if steamed or boiled, right? Qianxia was already thinking about cooking this crayfish. Xia, can this be eaten? If not, I'll throw it away. Xuan asked curiously, looking at the crayfish with meat still tightly pinched in his hand. Yes. It's edible. This is called crayfish, and it's delicious. Qianxia replied hurriedly. This is a good thing. It is said that crayfish grow in dirty water, but the environment in the beast world is very good, not to mention water pollution. The water supply nearby depends on this waterfall. The beasts will only protect the water source and will not destroy it. Crayfish living in such clean waters, aren't they healthy and delicious? Really? Let's go, Xuan, go find more. Shan, I'll find lobsters for you to eat. Shanhu nodded. Infeng didn't wait for Xuan to speak and directly pulled Xuan away. Ever since Qianxia made the thorny beast soup, he's been impressed by Qianxia's cooking skills. Delicious, love to eat. Now there is new food, absolutely can't let it go. No, eh? I haven't said a few more words to Xia.
You.
Infeng used his wind power to speed up, and Xuan hadn't finished speaking yet. Anyway, Qianxia couldn't see or hear anyone. Qianxia was a little amused. When did Infeng become so impetuous? She remembered that he used to be quite steady. Qianxia, is this lobster delicious? Coral was curious. It's delicious. When they catch it, we'll cook it right away. You'll definitely like it. Qianxia smiled gently. I didn't expect that there are crayfish in the beast world. It's a pity that there is no soy sauce or dark soy sauce, so we can only boil it. At this time, Xuan Qi and Coral's other partner Lifeng came over with a plate of fried meat. The two put the meat in front of their respective partners. Thank you, my big husband, thank you, Le.
Third.
Husband.
Coral. Why do I feel a little shy?
Seeing Coral's blushing face, Qianxia said that she was touched by her cuteness. Similarly, when Lifeng heard Shanhu call her husband, her face turned red. Speaking of why Shanhu suddenly called her husband, it all started from the day when she was going to check on the planting situation in the back mountain. She was acting coquettishly with Xuan Qi at the time and called him big husband. Shanhu heard it and asked what it meant, so she explained it to her. Shanhu and Chinatsu have been together for a long time, and some things have been subtly influenced. For example, Chinatsu will say thank you to her partner. For example, if Xuan Qi and Xuan give Chinatsu something, Chinatsu will say thank you to them after taking it. Later, Shanhu also treated her partner the same way. As for the sweet potato, this is a major discovery, and it was also discovered when Chinatsu went to the back mountain to check on carrot and peppers. There was actually a small sweet potato field in the back mountain just on the other side of the stream, but Chinatsu had never walked there before. The reason why the sweet potato was discovered at that time was because Xuan saw some very beautiful flowers on the opposite side, and then Xuan ran to the opposite side to pick the flowers and called her over. After Chinatsu went over, she saw this small piece of sweet potato leaves, and at that time she only felt that it was very familiar and didn't remember what kind of plant it was. It was not until she was halfway through picking the flowers that she suddenly remembered that these were sweet potato leaves, and she was immediately excited. Now she had staple food and vegetables. Later, Qianxia also fenced off the sweet potato field. She planned to eat part of it and see if she could grow more of it. Now the back mountain has become her planting base. Xuan Qi continued to get food for Qianxia, but this little food was not enough. Qianxia, I'm going to the bathroom, you eat first, Xuan said, and ran into the bushes not far away. Qianxia looked at the direction where Xuan disappeared and chuckled. Really, the time spent with Xuan was always very happy. Looking at the sparkling water, Qianxia got up and walked to the water's edge. After slowly sitting down with her pregnant belly, she put her feet in the water.
Ah,
it's so comfortable. Qianxia couldn't help but sigh. At this time, on the other side of the forest, Fuyu had just hunted a beast, and the beast sprayed blood all over him. He loved cleanliness and couldn't bear it at all, so he was dragging the prey to the water's edge. The first skirt I just made yesterday is going to be lost again. He was always careful when handling prey, but today this beast was very stubborn, so he cut its throat directly. He rarely came to the upper reaches, but today he came here to chase the prey. Fuyu looked at the blood on his body with disdain while walking out of the forest and coming to the shore. When he looked up, a beautiful figure caught his eye. At the same time, the beautiful figure on the opposite side also looked up at him. Qianxia had been looking down at her feet in the water, and when she looked up, she saw a tall figure dragging the prey on the opposite side. The two banks were not far apart, and she could see each other's appearance clearly. This orc is so handsome. What beautiful eyes! Qianxia secretly exclaimed in her heart. The figure with broad shoulders and narrow waist, the obvious muscle lines in the arms, and the neatly arranged 8 abdominal muscles. Looking at this extremely handsome beast man in front of her, Qianxia remembered the high-end BJD doll she bought in her previous life. At this moment, it seemed as if the doll had become real. His eyes reminded Qianxia of the glass beads she played with when she was a child. There was a small circle of red in the golden pupil and the black pupil in the middle of the red. Does it look good? Fuyu raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and then put down the prey in his hand and went directly into the water to wash the blood on his body. If he doesn't wash it quickly, the blood on his body will dry up.
Nice,
Chinatsu answered honestly. Hearing her answer, Fuyu's smile deepened. The little female in front of me is very beautiful, but looks a little silly, and her skin is rare and white. It was the first time he saw a female with such white skin. In fact, he hated people staring at him, but when she stared at him, he didn't resist at all. Unlike those females who looked at him obsessively, her eyes seemed to be appreciating something beautiful. Beautiful things? Him? Fuyu's smile deepened, and he took a few steps towards her. Little female, which tribe are you from? Suddenly, he felt a flash of murderous intent and a sense of oppression from the high-level orcs. He turned his head sharply and looked to the side, only to see a black-haired orc wearing a black snakeskin skirt slowly walking towards him. Fuyu was shocked. When did orcs above level 7 appear in the forest? He had just broken through to the 7th level not long ago. Before that, he had only heard that Han Xuan from the Lion King tribe had advanced to the 7th level orc, but the sense of oppression just now was higher than that of the 7th level. Xuan Qi had just filled the broth when he turned around and saw a male approaching Qianxia. His face instantly darkened, and he directly released his coercive power. He originally wanted to freeze the water surface directly, but when he found that Chinatsu's feet were placed in the water, he changed his strategy to release the pressure. Sensing this unusual aura, the other beastmen of Coral also stood up and walked over. What happened? As soon as Qi's finished speaking, he saw a tall figure standing in the water. He was about to say something when Lafong beside him spoke up. Fuyu, why are you here? Lu Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect to see this guy here. Lu Feng's words attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, Lu Feng was a little overwhelmed. Do you know him? Xuan Qi spoke coldly.
Ah.
Yeah, he is an orc from our fox tribe, the 8-tailed red gold fox. Lu Feng explained to everyone. At this time, except Qianxia and Xuan Qi, everyone else was a little surprised. So this is the 8-tailed red gold fox. Qianxia looked at the other party and sighed in her heart. It turned out to be a fox orc. No wonder the temperament is so charming.
Seeing Lu Feng, Fuyu se tense nerves relaxed.
But when did the Lion King tribe have such a powerful orc? Fuyu glanced at Qianxia, smiled slightly, turned around and walked back a few steps. Why am I here, isn't it obvious? At this time, everyone saw the beast on the other side. Xuan Qi didn't say anything else, just put down the broth in his hand and went to hug Qianxia back. The water is cold, don't play for now, drink some soup. Xuan Qi's gentleness at this time and the indifference just now are completely different. Qianxia is a female, so naturally she can't feel Xuan Qi's pressure, but she obviously feels that the atmosphere is wrong. Could it be that she thought that the orc named Fuyu was going to do something to her and she misunderstood? Well, thank you, big husband. The orc didn't do anything to me just now. He was covered in blood when he dragged the prey here. He came to take a shower. When he saw me, he asked me which tribe I was from. It's nothing,
Chinatsu explained.
At this time, Shanhu came out from the bushes nearby. Oh my, I should have listened to Chinatsu. If she had listened to Chinatsu, she wouldn't have eaten so many sweet potatoes. She kept farting, which made her dare not come back for a long time. Shanhu's appearance broke the weird atmosphere. At the same time, Han Xuan and Yinfeng also came back, but they had nothing in their hands. Han Xuan was about to say something, but he saw a tall figure in the water with his back to them. Red hair? Fuyu? Han Xuan called out to the figure tentatively, and then the other party turned around. When Han Xuan said the name, Xuan Qi on the side also looked up and glanced at him, but he quickly looked away. Hearing someone calling him, Fuyu turned around and saw Han Xuan standing opposite. He had condensed several wind blades in his hand. Almost in an instant, the wind blades flew out, and Fuyu hurriedly released his supernatural power. With a sound of ding, several wind blades were crushed by Fuyu with one hand. The orcs present looked at the scene in front of them and didn't know what was going on. Shanhu sat next to Qianxia and asked in a low voice, "Who is this red-haired orc? Why did Han Xuan fight him?" I don't know either. Qianxia was also a little confused at this time.
What
was going on? For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit tense, but the next moment, the atmosphere broke the ice, and Han Xuan grinned. Upgraded to level 7? Fuyu rolled his eyes at him, turned around, and continued to take a bath. Yeah. Han Xuan was a little excited at this time, and quickly walked to the shore and squatted down. You can't do it either. So many days later than me. Fuyu secretly rolled his eyes and didn't respond to him. Han Xuan, are you familiar with him?
Qianxia asked.
Hearing Qianxia's question, Han Xuan turned his head and smiled and replied, Yeah, very familiar. Of course he is familiar. After all, they have been fighting since childhood. But he hasn't seen him for a long time, so he was a little unsure when he saw the red hair just now. Unexpectedly, it was really him. Qianxia nodded and said nothing. Xia, I'm sorry, I don't know if this lobster is the only one. We squatted for a long time and didn't see the second one. Han Xuan said, a little aggrieved. Xuan Qi on the side rolled his eyes directly. You have the nerve to be aggrieved when you didn't catch the prey?
Trash.
Qianxia smiled slightly, stretched out her hand and rubbed his head. What are you saying sorry for? If you didn't catch it, you didn't catch it. We don't lack this food. It's hard for you to squat for so long. At this time, Han Xuan was very moved. His partner is indeed the best female. He didn't catch the prey, and his partner didn't blame him. It's okay, his partner even comforted him and said that he worked hard. He loves Qianxia the most. Shanhu watched the interaction between Qianxia and Han Xuan. She hesitated for a moment, looked up at Yinfeng and said, You worked hard too. Yinfeng was flattered, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but it was suppressed and then raised again. Thank you, Shanshan. Infeng. How come this taste is so good? The conversation behind him was heard by Fuyu, and he was a little surprised. What surprised him was that the beautiful little female was actually Han Xuan's partner. Fuyu slightly turned sideways, seemingly taking a bath carefully, but actually looking at her with his peripheral vision. This little female was actually pregnant, and he didn't even notice it before. I don't remember the last time I saw Han Xuan. At that time, he was still at the 6th level. The next time I heard about him was when he was promoted. Han Xuan is much more mature now, probably, because he has a partner. Fuyu glanced quietly at Xuan Qi beside him, and then lowered his eyes. This orc is probably more than level 8. Fuyu's thoughts were a little complicated. There is no news yet as to when such a high-level orc appeared in this forest. Moreover, this orc is obviously also the partner of this little female, and Han Xuan is also a partner. Thinking of this, Fuyu glanced at Han Xuan again. At this moment, the latter was squatting in front of the little female and smiling brightly. Fuyu held his forehead. Forget it, this guy CA and possibly be the #1 beastly husband, no matter how you think about it. Explanation: not everyone who is strong is the best beast husband. I have introduced this aspect to you in the previous article. It just means that if the strength of the beast husband who joins later is much different, it is very likely that the first beast husband will lose his voice, but this varies from beast to beast. If the beast husband who joins later is very strong but he respects the first beast husband very much, then the first beast husband has the final say. Similarly, if the stronger beast husband does not take the first beast husband seriously and his partner does nothing, then the first beast husband can be said to have no say. So here Fuyu is wondering which of these two people will be the #1 beast husband. After thinking about it, he feels that Han Xuan should not be the one. Han Xuan suddenly turned around to look at Fuyu, who is still in the water, then looked at Qianxia and Xuan Qi, his eyes hesitant. Xuan Qi, can I invite Fuyu to have a picnic with us? He hasn't seen him for a long time. Qianxia's first reaction was to look at Xuan Qi, only to see him frowning slightly. Xuan Qi felt a little helpless and amused at this moment because both Qianxia and Han Xuan were looking at him. The former looked cautiously, while the latter stared at him eagerly. Anyway, the beast man named Fuyu didn't do anything, and he was Han Xuan's friend. It was just a meal, so it wouldn't be a problem. Cook for yourself. Xuan Qi spoke calmly. The food is almost ready, but if we invite others to eat together now, there won't be enough food. Cook and treat your friends yourself. Han Xuan stood up excitedly and put his arm around Xuan Qi's shoulders. I knew you were a good beast. Before Xuan Qi could push him away in disgust, Han Xuan had already turned around and walked to the shore again. Fuyu, come up and have a picnic with us. Han Xuan squatted on the shore, holding a small branch in his mouth that he had picked at some unknown time. Xuan Qi looked at the small branch and then glanced at the bushes behind him. Sure enough, there was a branch with the top obviously broken off. Xuan Qi sneered. I thought he was sincerely thanking me. Bah. Fuyu was a little surprised. Invite him to join you? Fuyu turned around, and the first person he saw was the high-level orc on the shore. He saw that the other person had an indifferent expression. He then looked at the others, who were busy with their own things. Fuyu smiled playfully. Okay, then this prey will be a thank you gift, you must take it. When he finished speaking, Han Xuan's expression changed. The prey was thrown over by Fuyu from the opposite side. Han Xuan quickly stood up and released his wind power to wrap the prey, then slowly threw it to the ground. Are you crazy? What if I don't catch it? Han Xuan was a little furious. This guy just threw it right after he said it. If he didn't catch it, it would hit other beasts. After Fuyu got ashore, he first said thank you to Xuan Qi, and then thanked Qianxia. If his partner and the first beast husband didn't agree, Han Xuan couldn't invite him to a picnic. Although Fuyu didn't know what a picnic meant, seeing that they were resting and eating here, could a picnic mean eating outdoors? While Fuyu was thinking, Han Xuan took him in his arms and walked towards a stove built behind him. Are you kidding? He must work together. Sit and wait for food? Not happening. Xianxia looked at the backs of the two, then looked at Xuan Qi on the side and said with a smile, "He is quite polite." Xuan Qi smiled back. Han Xuan started to light a fire to prepare food, while Fuyu on the side looked at his actions with a puzzled face. "What are you doing?" Looking at this hollowed-out stone, and him releasing a small lightning to ignite it, and then starting to burn the stone, he was very puzzled. "You don't understand this. You kid is lucky to meet me. Today I will let you know what the world's delicious food is," Han Xuan said proudly. Because they were cooking, the things and utensils were prepared and placed next to the stove. Han Xuan first scooped a spoonful of fat into the pot, and soon the fat melted, and then began to put in the cut meat. "What is this?" Fuyu swallowed unconsciously. Although he didn't know what he was doing or what this was, it was really fragrant. While they were cooking over there, Lefeng brought a few baked and slightly cooled sweet potatoes over here. "Shanshan, Qianxia, the sweet potatoes are ready." Take it away, I won't eat it, I definitely won't eat it." "You should eat less too." Xuanhu looked at the baked sweet potatoes with heartache and refused reluctantly. "Let's eat less because she doesn't want to go home and see a group of beasts farting at home." Lefeng looked at the baked sweet potatoes in his hand, then looked at Xuanhu, who was resisting with a look of heartache, and finally looked at Qianxia. Qianxia smiled slightly. "Give me one. You can eat the rest." After Lefeng handed Qianxia a sweet potato, he asked Xuanhu, "Shanshan, are you really not going to eat it?" "Oh, I said I don't want to eat it anymore. Take it away." If she doesn't take it away, she will not be able to bear it and will regret it.
Oh.
Although Lefeng didn't understand why his partner suddenly didn't like sweet potatoes, since it was his partner's words, he would listen. As Lefeng walked away, he kept muttering, "Strange, why don't you like it suddenly? Didn't you eat it happily in the morning?" After seeing Lefeng walk away, Qianxia looked at Xuanhu again. At this time, she was a little depressed. Qianxia thought it was funny. She probably knew why Xuanhu didn't eat sweet potatoes. Qianxia broke the sweet potato in half and handed it to Xuanhu. "Here, eat it." Xuanhu was almost moved to tears. Qianxia understands her. Then Xuanhu started to eat the sweet potatoes happily. "Xuanhu, hee, it's delicious.
Come, try it."
Han Xuan put the fried meat in a bag and handed it to Fuyu, and taught him how to use chopsticks. Of course, these chopsticks were 2 branches that were broken temporarily. The chopsticks at home were just 1 pair for each person, so there were no extra ones for him to use. Fuyu couldn't use the chopsticks well for a long time. He finally picked up a piece of meat, but it fell back into the bowl just when he got it to his mouth. After going back and forth several times, Fuyu threw the chopsticks away. "Fuyu, what the Hades is this? It's so annoying." Fuyu picked up a piece of meat and started tasting it. For a moment, he looked at Han Xuan in disbelief.
Then,
the bowl of meat was almost empty. "Hey, this is mine. Han Xuan tightly protected the bowl of meat in his hand and glared at him fiercely. "This stinky fox. After eating, he comes to steal him again. He is still as bad as he was when he was a kid." Fuyu was still not satisfied. He looked at the bowl of meat that Han Xuan was holding in his arms, and then looked at the stone pot beside him. "I haven't eaten enough." "What does it have to do with me if you haven't eaten enough? Cook it for me and I promise you one thing." "Anything?" "Anything."
"Then you say, you are not as good as me."
"I am not as good as you."
Han Xuan. "No, you?"
Han Xuan was stunned. They have been fighting over who is not as good as whom since they were young. Even if he was beaten by him, this kid never admitted that he was better than him. Now for a bowl of meat? Han Xuan was furious and ate up all the meat in the bowl in 2 or 3 bites. Fuyu watched him eat and swallowed his saliva. Han Xuan didn't want to pay attention to him, but saw him swallowing his saliva. "Never mind, it's just cooking, no big deal." "I'm so annoyed. Go and deal with the prey. I'll spoil you today." Before he finished speaking, Fuyu had already stood up, dragged the prey thrown aside, and walked to the water. Han Xuan. He finally understood. While Fuyu was dealing with the prey, Han Xuan asked Qianxia how to cook lobster. After all, he and Infeng caught this lobster together, so of course they shared it equally. "Just boil the water. Remember to put 2 slices of carrot, and when you see its shell become bright in color, it means it's cooked. Then take it out and soak it in cold water, and you can peel off its shell. Qianxia said carefully. Okay, Xia. Wait for me. Han Xuan went to boil water excitedly. Qianxia sighed silently in her heart. This arm-sized crayfish can only be boiled here, but it's a pity that there is no dipping sauce. But there are carrot and chili peppers, so chopped green onions and coriander are not far away. She believed that there must be one, but she just didn't know when she would find out. Xuan ate the fried meat, occasionally drank some broth, and took a few bites of fruit from time to time. Qianxia, let's go out for picnics more often in the future. I love picnics so much. I can eat more big bites of food. Xuan thought picnics were great. It was so cool to look at the beautiful scenery and eat delicious food. You can come out these 2 days, but not later. It's almost time to give birth to the cubs. After the cubs are born, Xuan Qi will have to hatch the eggs. I can't leave him alone to play. Qianxia stroked her bulging belly and said with a smile. Xuan Qi was very moved by these words. Go if you want to, it's okay, Xia. Xuan Qi looked at her with tenderness in his eyes. No, the family must be together. The lobster was cooked. Han Xuan carefully peeled the shell and took out the meat. He then divided it into 2 and gave it to Qianxia and Xuan. Xuan looked at the small piece of shrimp meat and was very curious. He could not wait to swallow it in one bite. I think. Chew, chew, chew. This meat. Chew, chew, chew. Is delicious, but it is a bit tasteless. Xuan finished it in 2 bites, while Qianxia's portion was still in her hand. It's like this, mainly because we don't have the right seasoning now, but it's still delicious, right? Qianxia smiled and then divided the lower half of the shrimp meat in her hand into 3 portions. Xuan Qi, Han Xuan, you guys also taste it. Hearing this, Han Xuan looked at Xuan Qi, and Xuan Qi also looked at him at the same time. They both saw shock and joy in each other's eyes. Xuan, oh no, it's eaten too fast. Xia, you can eat it. You don't have to give it to us. That's right, I'll go downstream tomorrow to see if I can catch more. Xia, you eat it. Xuan Qi and Han Xuan were naturally unwilling to eat it. It's okay, Are you two not going to listen to me now? Qianxia pretended to be angry. Xuan Qi and Han Xuan looked at each other again. Obviously, they both understood what Qianxia meant, and they stopped being pretentious. They picked up a piece of shrimp and started eating. Qianxia smiled slightly, and also picked up the shrimp and started eating. Although there was no dipping sauce, the shrimp tasted very fresh and sweet. Xuan looked at Qianxia, then glanced at Yinfeng secretly, then lowered her head and played with her fingers. Qianxia always habitually thinks about her partner, but she habitually accepts the kindness of her partners to herself. She just saw how Qianxia treated her partner, so she learned from Qianxia, but she always messed up. Xuan felt very frustrated at this time. Sensing that Xuan was in a wrong mood, Qianxia suddenly realized something, and then drove Xuan Qi and Han Xuan away, leaving only the 2 of them. Qianxia sat over and hugged Xuan, lowering her head slightly. What's wrong? Why are you unhappy? Let me guess. Is it because you feel that you haven't shared the shrimp meat with your partner? Hearing this, Xuan raised her head and looked at Qianxia in surprise. You. Qianxia, do you have some kind of telepathic ability? How did you know? Xuan's tone became weak at the end, and then she lowered her head again. Qianxia took Xuan's hand and gently enlightened her. In fact, I think it would be better for you to eat it yourself. Look, I only have 2 beast husbands, and such a small piece of shrimp meat can barely be divided into 1, but you have 5 beast husbands. There is only such a small piece of meat. If it is divided into 6 portions, each person can't get a finger's worth of meat. Although this lobster is the size of a forearm, there is really not much meat. Xuan raised his eyes and looked at Qianxia. He didn't say anything, but Qianxia understood this look. Do you think that even if you don't share it with other beast husbands, you can share it with Yinfeng, right? After all, this lobster was caught by him and Han Xuan together. Am I right? Xuan nodded like pounding garlic. Qianxia smiled and reached out to touch Xuan's little head. But have you ever thought about it? If you give it to Yinfeng, what about the other beast husbands? Although I know they may not have any objections, they will still feel disappointed and sad. Your original intention is to treat each partner equally, but sometimes, like the shrimp meat now, when it is difficult to divide, you can eat it yourself. This is another kind of fair treatment, don't you think? Chinatsu's gentle guidance instantly restored Coral to full health. Chinatsu, you're right. I really like you so much. Senga was so excited that she wanted to hug Chinatsu. She opened her arms halfway, but suddenly closed them again. I was so excited that I almost forgot that Chinatsu was pregnant, hee. Finally, Shanhu coquettishly rested her head on Qianxia's shoulder, holding her arm and gently rocking her. I will learn a lot from you in the future. You don't even know, when we were dividing the shrimp meat, I looked into Xuan Qi and Han Chuan's eyes. The tenderness, the love. Tut tut tut. All the words are in that one sound. Tiske, tisk. Chinatsu smiled sweetly and patted her little head again. What a lovely girl. Chinatsu was happy, but Kan Chuan was in chaos. After Fuyu peeled off the skin of the prey, he hesitated for a while, looked back at the location of the stone pot, and then stretched out a claw. A layer of golden light slowly attached to the claw. With a few clicks, the prey was cut into many pieces. Fuyu frowned as he looked at the pieces of meat scattered all over the floor. He picked up the pieces of meat, washed them again, and moved them back to the stone pot. After placing them in place, he went back to pick up the pieces of meat, washed them again, and moved them back to place them in place. Han Chuan put one hand on his waist and the other on Xuan Qi's shoulder, looking at Fuyu, who was moving back and forth. No, is he not very smart? Isn't there an animal skin on the ground? And he wash it and put it on the animal skin before bringing it over? Xuan Qi didn't say anything. His face was calm. He glanced at Han Chuan beside him and then looked at the beast that was moving the piece of meat. Haha, otherwise they would be able to play together. After Fuyu arranged the pieces of meat, he began to look for Han Chuan's position. Before he could say anything, Han Chuan came over. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the piece of meat I gave you to eat earlier was only a small piece. How big was the piece you cut? Fuyu sat on a stone nearby and replied calmly, not enough to eat. Kenkawa. Han Chuan was speechless for a while, then he spoke gloomily. Why did you steal my food and prey before? Are you greedy and too lazy to hunt, so you steal mine? This time Fuyu finally looked the beast straight in the eye. He said expressionlessly, No, I just wanted to steal it from you.
Hey,
you kid. Han Chuan was so angry that he sent a lightning bolt on his head. He knew it. As early as when Han Chuan condensed thunder, Fuyu directly activated his special ability. Almost instantly, a layer of golden light covered his entire body. With a snap, a small gray-black smoke rose. When the smoke cleared, Fuyu was seen sitting upright, as if nothing had happened. I'm so angry. Han Chuan released several lightning bolts at Fuyu, but Fuyu remained as still as a mountain. Such a big commotion naturally attracted other males, even Qianxia and Shan, who looked over here, but soon they stopped paying attention. They were all familiar beasts, and at most it was just a fight between males. Yinfeng came to Xuan Qi and looked at the scene in front of him, confused. What's going on? Don't they know each other? Why are they fighting? To be precise, it was Han Chuan who was fighting unilaterally, and the other party didn't move at all. Who knows? Xuan Qi said lightly. These two beasts can't even put together a complete brain. How can he know them? He has a brain. Is this the gold power? It seems. Not bad. Yinfeng looked at the golden light on Fuyu's body, touched his chin, and said half-questioningly. There are many kinds of powers, but the power of natural force attribute is more powerful. Among them, the gold power is mainly for defense, and it can resist all attacks when the power is turned on. Of course, if the opponent's class is higher than his own, he may not be able to block for long. If the class is much higher, the opponent may break the defense instantly. But if they are of the same class, he is basically invincible. Gold system, it's interesting. Xuan Qi has heard of this kind of ability, but it is the first time he has seen it. Yinfeng recalled and continued, but the gold system of this fox orc seems to be different from the ordinary gold system. In addition to defense, it can also solidify. I don't know how it works. I vaguely remember that when an 8-tailed fox was born in the fox tribe, The fox tribe excitedly sent orcs to invite the chief to attend the celebration. I heard that other fox tribes also invited them. But these are all things in childhood. As for why he knew that the ability of this fox orc seemed to be different from the ordinary gold system, it was because Han Xuan told him. He is 1 year older than Han Xuan. When Han Xuan was young, he liked to run out. He would go out no matter what. Then one day he came back and told him that he had met a new friend. He was quite surprised at the time. Why was he surprised? Because when Han Xuan was a child, he really hated all the beasts, not only his own tribe, but also the beasts from other tribes. Han Xuan liked to find people to fight, but no beast cubs of the same age in the tribe could beat him, and those older than him would not fight with him. So he ran out to find cubs from other tribes to fight. Sometimes when he fought too hard, the beast men from other tribes would bring their cubs to the tribe to ask for compensation. So when he heard Han Xuan say that he had made a new friend, how could he not be surprised that there were beasts willing to be friends with him? Han Xuan told him that this new friend was a beast man from the fox tribe on the other side of the river with 8 tails, and he liked his 8 tails very much, and then told him about his situation, so he knew about it. He also saw the supernatural power displayed by the other party to confirm that this was the 8-tailed fox beast man.
I'm sorry.
Fuyu suddenly apologized, and Han Xuan was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Han Xuan asked again in disbelief. Fuyu looked up and looked Han Xuan in the eye and said word by word, sorry. Han Xuan suddenly jumped back, his face terrified. Why didn't this guy act according to common sense? He actually apologized? And he was quite sincere? In fact, Han Xuan was really overthinking. Fuyu just didn't want to waste time with him anymore and was afraid that he would be too angry and not cook meat for him, so he just apologized. Are you this beast? Hearing Han Xuan's words, Fuyu is puzzled. Do you want to see what you are talking about? What kind of beastly language is this? Fuyu was speechless. Who else could it be but him? Han Xuan silently glanced in the direction of Qianxia, then looked at Fuyu. Forget it, since you have apologized, I will not bother with you. Han Xuan started to light the fire again while talking. He was going to start cooking. Xuan Qi, Chinatsu will give birth in a few days, right? Yin Feng put his arm around Xuan Qi's shoulder and chatted. Well, there are still 7 days until the baby is born. When talking about Chinatsu and Zai Zai, Xuan Qi always couldn't help but smile. During the time when she was pregnant with Zizi, Qianxia told him and Kanchuan many times about things related to Zizi and her world. He finally understood why Chinatsu was so angry when he said he wanted to throw the cub out of his life. After all, the things inherited from the 2 worlds are different. However, if Qianxia wants to keep the baby by his side, then he can keep it by his side. It's not like he can't afford to raise it. At most, he can just take the baby out to train like other ordinary orcs. Now there is a Han Xuan in the family. Although Han Xuan is a lion, he may be more experienced in this regard. After all, lions live in groups. There were only a few days left, and it seemed that he would have to go out for some hunting in the next few days. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, but unfortunately, the rain gradually blew the distance so far. You try to sing this line. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, but unfortunately, the rain gradually. Hey, how do you sing the latter part? Shan Hu forgot again. Qianxia laughed out loud. She really couldn't hold it back. She was teaching Shan Hu to sing before, but in this short part, she just couldn't remember the sentence no matter what, and she forgot it every time she sang this part. She practiced many times, but she always stopped here. Don't laugh, don't laugh. It's so embarrassing. Shan Hu's little face turned red. She was so embarrassed. It's not embarrassing. It's just you and me. Why are you afraid of being embarrassed in front of me? We are family, it's not embarrassing. Qianxia started to coax the child again. Just when she was about to say something else, there was suddenly a burst of angry laughter. Ah, how long have you not eaten? Han Xuan was frying meat while being furious. A sincere compliment instantly calmed down the irritable Han Xuan, and then he fried the meat silently, without saying a word. The males watching couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time to see Han Xuan get embarrassed. It was so funny. Ha 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 ha. Qianxia, what are they doing over there? Shanhu was very curious when she saw their husbands gathered in a circle. Qian Xia was also very curious. Let's go over and take a look. When Qian Xia and Shanhu walked over, they only saw Han Xuan busy frying the meat and Fuyu busy eating beside him. What's going on? Qian Xia asked, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Xuan Qi beside her gently put his arm around her waist, his gentle and low voice ringing in her ears. Nothing, it's just that this fox orc really likes the meat cooked by Han Xuan. Qian Xia looked at the two of them, then glanced at Xuan Qi in confusion. She didn't believe it. Han Xuan had just finished a pot of meat, and Fuyu had quickly taken it over and started to devour it. Can't you eat slower? At least give me some time to fry it. Han Xuan couldn't hold it back again. How long has he not eaten? He didn't even mind the meat being hot right out of the pot. He just grabbed it and ate it. He had just put the meat in the pot for less than 2 minutes, and he had already eaten most of it. After he finished eating, he stared at him frying the meat. It was unbearable. Han Xuan turned around to pick up the chopsticks he had used before and threatened gloomily, "You must use chopsticks to eat, and if you don't use chopsticks, you can't eat." Fuyu hesitated and glanced at Han Xuan with a gloomy face. After taking the chopsticks, he walked to the water to clean them, then came back and sat down to start using chopsticks to pick up the meat. Looking at his appearance, Han Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. It would take him a while to learn how to use chopsticks. He could finally fry the meat well. Who would understand? Frying meat was more stressful for him than hunting, and he was so anxious. Qianxia just watched Fuyu pick up a piece of meat, then dropped it back into the bowl, then picked up another piece of meat and dropped it back into the bowl. After a lot of effort, he finally picked up a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth, and it fell to the ground with a snap. Fuyu looked at the meat on the ground with a frown. What a pity for the meat, but it's dirty. How about washing it? After struggling for a long time, Fuyu was about to pick up the meat to wash it, when a gentle voice rang out. It's okay if it falls off. There's still a lot of meat. I'll teach you how to use chopsticks. Qianxia thought he might have a bit of a germophobia. Before she taught everyone to cook food in a stone pot, everyone simply washed it and started eating, and didn't care even if it was stained with some dirt. But just now when Han Xuan picked up the chopsticks from the ground and handed them to him, she clearly saw hesitation and disgust on his face. In the end, he went to the waterside to wash the chopsticks before using them. Qianxia walked over, took the chopsticks from his hand, and began to show him how to pick up meat with chopsticks. Fuyu's heart suddenly trembled, and he looked up at the person in front of him. His heartbeat was a little strong at this moment. This distance is a bit too close. Look, hold it like me and then use a little force and you can pick up the food very well. Qianxia didn't want to do anything, but she saw that he couldn't pick it up, and he picked it up and dropped it again. He finally picked it up and was about to eat it, but it fell to the ground again. It was too miserable. Just follow my instructions.
Try it.
Qixia handed the chopsticks to Fuyu. Fuyu glanced at her, took the chopsticks, and began to pick up the meat as Qixia taught. After dropping it 2 or 3 times, he finally succeeded in picking up the meat and finally put it into his mouth. Qixia was very pleased to see his success. He smiled and turned to leave. Thank you. Fuyu looked at her back and thanked her gently and sincerely. Qixia was startled, turned around slightly and looked at him and said with a smile, "You're welcome. You are Han Xuan's friend, which means you are also a friend of our family. Han Xuan's cooking skills are very good. You should try more." After that, Qixia said to Han Xuan, "Thank you for entertaining your friends, Han Xuan." Han Xuan smiled brightly. "It's not hard. Thank you, Xia." To be honest, Han Xuan was very touched. Although he always knew that Qixia was a very good female, every time something happened, he had to sigh again. For example, now, Chinatsu didn't know that the meat she was eating was the prey caught by Fuyu. She only saw him frying meat for her, and there was a lot of it. If it were other females, seeing their partners treating and eating so much food, they would inevitably complain in their hearts even if they didn't show it on their faces. After all, in the animal world, food is precious even when there is no shortage of food. But now, Chinatsu was not unhappy at all. Instead, she asked him to entertain his friends well and let his friends eat more. Qianxia smiled at Han Xuan, then turned to Xuan Qi and said, I'm a little sleepy. I want to sleep on you, who knows? Xuan Qi's beast form is so comfortable, cool, and icy. In this slightly hot and humid weather, it is very comfortable to sleep on it. How about we go home first? Xuan Qi asked with some concern. It's okay. Everyone is in a good mood today. If we leave first, it will ruin the atmosphere. Besides, Han Xuan is entertaining friends here. We can't leave him alone. I'll take a nap and sleep on the animal skin carpet. It's rare that everyone is so happy today. If she leaves now, Shanhu will definitely follow her back. If Shanhu goes back, her animal husband will definitely follow her back. Then Han Xuan will be left alone here. After all, he still has to entertain friends. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xuan Qi picked up Qianxia and walked back. He wanted to sleep with his partner. Qianxia was going to sleep, and Shanhu didn't know what to do, so he simply asked Yinfeng to go to sleep with him. The main thing is that she does whatever Qianxia does. Fuyu saw everything. He looked at the meat in the bowl, then looked at Han Xuan, and suddenly felt that the meat in his hand was not fragrant. This stinky lion actually has such a good partner. He was jealous. I won't eat it anymore. Fuyu put the bowl down directly. Han Xuan. Looking at the last pot of meat in his hand, he looked at him again, sneered, and then a large purple thunder condensed in his palm. If you don't finish this pot of meat today, we must have an explanation here today. Choose it yourself. Before, his frying speed couldn't keep up with his eating speed, which made him anxious. Now he has fried it, and he said he doesn't want to eat it?
Fuyu.
That's not necessary. Isn't it okay for me to eat it? Fuyu picked up the bowl again and started eating. It's not that he was afraid of Han Xuan, but he felt that there was no need to fight with him. Han Xuan, how long have you been together? Fuyu's sudden question made Han Xuan a little stunned for a while. He began to think about how long he and Qianxia had been together. It seems like more than a month. How did you know each other? We are. No, why are you asking? You can't be. I'm just curious. How did a piece of wood like you find a partner? Fuyu quickly explained himself. Han Xuan looked at him suspiciously, and after looking around, he saw that his expression was calm. I'll trust you for once. Fuyu lowered his head to eat the meat, and no one saw the thoughts surging in his eyes. When Fuyu finished eating the meat, Qianxia also woke up. Looking at the gradually dimming sunlight, it was time to go back. Pack up, we should go back. Everyone packed up quickly. After the things were distributed, Xuan Qi and Yinfeng waved their hands and put them into the space. If you have time, you can come to the Lion King tribe to sit. We will go back first. Han Xuan said to Fuyu very proudly. Well, I will bring the first prey to visit you another day. Oh no, bring two prey. The prey that was supposed to be given to them today was eaten up by him. Although Fuyu was talking to Han Xuan, his eyes had already passed through Han Xuan and looked at the charming figure behind him. Han Xuan nodded, then turned around and turned into a beast. Xuan Qi on the side picked up Qianxia and put her on Han Xuan's back. After Qianxia sat down, Xuan Qi immediately turned into a beast. The group slowly walked towards the tribe under the afterglow of the sunset. Fuyu looked at the people who were leaving. His expression was gloomy. Such a beautiful atmosphere really made the beasts envious. Qianxia sat on Han Xuan's back. She leaned down slightly and gently stroked the hair on Han Xuan's neck. Han Xuan sensed something, and he even looked back at Qianxia. Fortunately, he is in beast form now. If he was in human form, people would have seen his upturned mouth corners. Speaking of which, this is the first time Qianxia has sat on his beast body. Although he doesn't know why Qianxia suddenly sat on his beast body today, he is very happy. At this time, Qianxia was thinking, wow, I touched a big lion. It's a super big one. Who knows? She never went to the zoo to see lions in her previous life, and she has a lion husband in this life. But speaking of it, it seems that she has never touched Han Xuan's beast body or sat on it since they got married. She sat on Xuan Qi's beast body in daily travel. When she said she wanted to go back just now, she told Xuan Qi that she wanted to sit on Han Xuan's beast body. At first, Xuan Qi was not very willing because she was pregnant now, and he was not sure if she sat on the lion's body. The snake's head is stable, and the head can remain motionless even if the lower body moves. So every time she went out, she sat on Xuan Qi's head. It was quite stable, and she didn't feel anything. But now she sat on Han Chuan, and there was a very obvious ups and downs. When Qianxia chose to sit on Han Chuan's beast body to go back, she thought that she couldn't be partial to one over the other. She came here on Xuan Qi's beast body, and she would sit on Han Chuan's beast body when she returned, but now she realized that she had been partial to one over the other. Han Chuan, your beast body is really big, Qianxia praised. That's right. Among the lions of my age, I am the strongest and my beast body is also the biggest. After saying that, Han Chuan raised his head proudly. Not only that, even if we are not the same age, he is also the strongest. Yin Feng, who was walking side by side, turned his head to look at Han Chuan, with a faint grin on his mouth. He is still as disliked by beasts as when he was a child. God of beasts, can you poison him to mute him? When Qianxia and the others were about to reach the entrance of the tribe, they found Qina standing at the door, and her beast husbands were carrying things out one by one. What's going on? Qianxia was a little curious. Oh, she should be going to the Black Wolf tribe, Coral answered without surprise. She had heard rumors a few days ago that China was going to leave the Lion King tribe to live in the Black Wolf tribe, but she didn't care. If she left, she would leave. It would be better if she left. Leaving the tribe? I'm a little surprised. Chinatsu seldom moved around in the tribe. One reason was because of her pregnancy, and the other was that she didn't want to deal with other orcs. It was very tiring. Some time ago, the news that there was a freezer in the chief's house spread throughout the tribe. Everyone was curious, so they all went to the chief's house to see the freezer. The chief also told everyone the function and usage of the freezer. Everyone was amazed, and of course they asked the chief how he got the freezer. The chief told them the truth, and then Chinatsu's family was in an uproar. All the orcs in the tribe wanted to have a freezer, so they all brought their best and most precious animal skins to Chinatsu's house. As a result, they were once again amazed by Chinatsu's house and expressed their desire for the same one. The floor and tables and chairs are fine, just let Han Chuan teach the other males. As for the matter of the freezer, it depends on whether Xuan Qi is willing. There were other ice-type orcs who also tried to condense the shape of a freezer, but the ice melted after a short while, and finally they came to Chinatsu's house to ask for a freezer. In order to let Qianxia have a good rest, Xuan Qi agreed to everything, even though it didn't take much supernatural power to condense a freezer. The Lion King tribe is now a sophisticated tribe. Every household has floors, tables and chairs for eating, and a freezer to keep food fresh. Oh no, there is one that doesn't. After the incident broke out, China's family did not have a good life in the tribe. The females who were originally on good terms with China no longer associate with her, and even when they meet her in normal times, others will ignore her existence. Her beastly husbands have no say in the male group. Before the incident broke out, the females in the tribe thought that China just had a bad temper and a bad mouth. But they didn't expect that she was not only mean-spirited, but also had a bad heart. It was impossible for such a beast to continue to associate with her. If their own partners are unwilling to pay attention to them, their partners will naturally not pay attention to them either. Gradually, a tacit understanding was formed in the tribe, and no one was willing to have any communication with them anymore. China tried many times to please her old friends, but they simply ignored her. Even when she brought the best animal skins and food, no one was willing to pay attention to her. China's companions saw other males starting to decorate the cave. After the decoration was completed, the cave looked brand new and extremely beautiful. They went forward to ask for advice, but no animal was willing to pay attention to them. Later, they watched as every family in the tribe decorated their caves. Every family became very beautiful, and every family had a large freezer. But they had nothing. China couldn't stand being isolated like this, so she decided to leave the tribe and find a new tribal life. So she discussed with Songsha and decided to go to Songsha's Black Wolf tribe. After making the decision, China went to find the chief. Chief Xuan naturally did not try to persuade her to stay, but agreed readily. He also reminded Qina to send food to Qianxia. After all, Qianxia had not given birth yet. Qina nodded awkwardly and went home to move. So this is the scene that Chinatsu saw. Qianxia suddenly thought of something, then turned around to look at Xuan Qi, and Xuan Qi received her gaze and smiled at her, and Qianxia also smiled at him. Xuan Qi's words came true. Will the chief not try to stop me? Qianxia was curious at this time. After all, she was a female. She is originally a female of our Lion King tribe. If she wants to leave, she has the right to leave. She just needs to inform father. As Chinatsu and her group got closer and closer, the orcs who were originally watching them all focused their attention on them. Is that the skinny Chinatsu back then? She's so white. And so pretty. I envy Shanhu so much. She can be friends with Chinatsu. Shanhu seems to have become prettier. Discussions broke out, and the eyes of the orcs watching were full of surprise and amazement, while those single males, in addition to surprise and amazement, were more regretful. They regretted why they didn't pursue Chinatsu back then. But, regret it, you didn't like her back then, but now she doesn't like you either. Hearing these discussions full of admiration, China's face turned pale. She glanced at Chinatsu out of the corner of her eye, then quickly lowered her head and turned away. When Chinatsu and her group stepped into the tribe, the orcs greeted Chinatsu one after another. Qixia, long time no see. I went out to play today. Qixia, I haven't seen you for a few days.
You look so beautiful now.
Qixia, can I invite you to my house for dinner? I also want to be friends with you. Qixia looked at everyone, smiled slightly and said, I am a little embarrassed by your enthusiasm. Thank you for your compliments. Yes, I went out to play today. Qixia smiled, but her hand inserted into the hair on Han Xuan's neck was patting quickly. At this time, Qixia's heart, go. There are so many beasts, go. Feeling the movement on his neck, Han Xuan understood and took 2 big steps directly, leaving the center of the beastman's sight. Because the movement was a bit large, Qixia was thrown back on Han Xuan's back, and Xuan Qi was so scared that he turned into an orc and flew over to support Qixia. What did I tell you? I told you to walk carefully and not to bump Xia. Did you ignore my words? Xuan Qi's tone was extremely cold, and Han Xuan shuddered directly.
Han Xuan. So scary.
Xuan Qi was really angry. When Qianxia leaned back just now, his heart almost stopped beating. Don't blame Han Xuan. I was the one who signaled him to go faster, and Han Xuan just listened to me. Qianxia hurriedly defended Han Xuan. It was she who signaled Han Xuan. Xuan Qi glared at Han Xuan, who lowered his big lion head and spoke coldly. Even if it was you, Xia, who signaled him to go faster, he shouldn't have moved so much. Didn't he know you were on his back? I'm not saying anything bad about you. This is the first time Xia sat on your beast body, and she was pregnant. Don't you know to be more careful? My fault, I was too happy. Han Xuan had not yet turned into a human form. The lion beast body sat obediently with its head down and listened to the lecture. Happy? What are you happy about? Qianxia was puzzled. Han Xuan raised his big lion head and looked at Qianxia. Xia, it's your first time to sit on my beast body. I'm very happy. Qianxia. Oh my. I feel sorry for my big lion. It's all her fault. Xuan Qi. Is he sick? Xia is going to give birth to a cub in a few days. After the cub is born, he will start to incubate the eggs. Then he will take full care of Xia. Not to mention sitting on his beast body, he will sleep with him. Now, he is in trouble. He began to regret choosing him as the second beast husband. He has the ability but not the brain. Okay. In the end it was because of my suggestion that Han Xuan did this. Xuan Qi, don't blame Han Xuan. Qianxia could only use the coquettish offensive. Xuan Qi, humph. Seeing Han Xuan being scolded, Yinfeng couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth that were raised. Xuan Qi, you are worthy of being my good brother. Let you show off, your beast body is big, right? I can't beat you, right? Yes, he can't beat you, but it doesn't matter. There are brothers to clean up for him, hee hee. After the little episode, Qianxia sat back on Xuan Qi's beast body. When she was about to go home, someone called her. Qianxia. Chinatsu and everyone else turned around and found that it was China who called her. Chinatsu was puzzled, but she said nothing, and the other orcs watching also looked at China. China was stared at by so many people, feeling awkward and uncomfortable, but she still took 2 steps forward. Yes. I'm sorry, although I'm leaving the tribe, food will still be delivered. Qianxia nodded expressionlessly and then patted Xuan Qi to indicate that she was going home. As soon as Qianxia left, Shanhu and her family followed directly, but unexpectedly, China called Shanhu again. What are you doing? China was a little embarrassed, and after calming down, she exhaled. Shanhu, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Shanhu was very surprised to hear China apologize to her. Not only was Shanhu surprised, but even the beastmen who didn't leave were very surprised. China seemed to have changed a lot in these days. Shanhu stared at China suspiciously. Although she didn't know why China suddenly changed her temper, she would bear it since she apologized. China used to be a little mean and often quarreled with her, but she was the one who got beaten, and she didn't suffer any loss. Thinking of this, Shanhu crossed her arms over her chest and said proudly, "Since you apologize sincerely, I will forgive you out of kindness." Thank you. Shanhu didn't look at China again and urged Yinfeng to catch up with Qianxia as soon as possible, otherwise she wouldn't be able to play with Qianxia after dark. China stared blankly at the backs of Qianxia and Shanhu, and only after they disappeared did she turn her eyes to look at the orcs beside her. Everyone, I'm sorry, I was wrong before. China also apologized to the others solemnly. The worst thing she had done was to covet Qianxia's meat, but she didn't do anything excessive to the other orcs in the tribe. At most, she just quarreled with them. Others couldn't quarrel with her, and she couldn't quarrel with Shanhu. When she quarreled, Shanhu directly started to fight, and she had never beaten Shanhu. China's sudden apology made everyone silent, and after a long time, a female who had a grudge against China spoke. I accept your apology. I hope you will be a good beast in the future. One beast started the conversation, and the rest of the beastmen also expressed their opinions. I accept your apology. I accept your apology, too. I hope you will be a good beast. You don't want to see your partner isolated by other beastmen because of you. China nodded with all her emotions and turned around, and tears fell instantly. During this period, her partner was looked down upon in the tribe because of her, and no beastman was willing to talk to her family. Hu Yu's situation was even more embarrassing. He was cursed by other males in the tribe and often came back with injuries. When he returned home, other beastmen didn't look at him well. He began to become silent. Later, her partner didn't like to go out. Except for going out hunting, they almost never went out again. Every beast was in a very low and depressed mood. In terms of food and daily life, other partners treated her as always, but in other aspects. She clearly felt a sense of distance. She apologized to her partners, but they didn't respond. Songsha asked her to reflect on her actions. What would she do if she were Chinatsu at that time? What would she do if she were those orcs who argued with her? China's family left the tribe, and the promised food was still delivered on time by Hu Yu. Xuan Qi counted the food he had and decided to go hunting. Yesterday was a day away, and there were still 6 days before Qianxia would give birth. He had to stock up a lot of food to survive the next 2 months. Although he could last a long time with a full meal in his beast form, who would want to eat raw food that was fishy and tasteless now that there were delicious food recipes? He couldn't make food when hatching eggs, but he could ask Han Xuan to make it for him.
He went out hunting today.
With Han Xuan at home, and at worst, there was Shanhu's family, so it should be no problem for him to go out. Xia, I'm going out hunting. Han Xuan will take care of you. I'll tell Shanhu's family if Han Xuan is too busy, call Yinfeng. Xuan Qi stroked Qianxia's cheek and said softly. To be honest, he was a little worried about Han Xuan, but he felt more at ease with Shanhu's family around. Shanhu liked Qianxia so much, she shouldn't mind using Yinfeng. If Shanhu knew Xuan Qi's inner thoughts, Shanhu would definitely shout excitedly, use whatever you want. After all, she likes to take care of Qianxia the most. Qianxia had just woken up at this time. When she heard Xuan Qi's words, she just nodded randomly. Qianxia, awake, but not completely awake. Xuan Qi looked at her more and more beautiful and smiled dotingly, then turned and left the cave to explain to Han Xuan. Who would have thought that the skinny female who is not favored by all the orcs would be so beautiful now and would give birth to 3 male cubs for him? Yes, he had felt it when he was 60 days old, 3 male cubs with strong vitality.
It was really his good luck to meet Qianxia.
After explaining to Han Xuan, he went to Shanhu's house next door and explained it again. As expected, Shanhu nodded excitedly. Infeng on the side. Being a tool again when Qianxia had stayed in bed for a long time, Han Xuan had cooked the food. Han Xuan picked up Qianxia and went to wash up and started to sit at the dining table to enjoy the food. While eating, Shanhu and Infeng walked in. Has Shanhu eaten yet? Do you want to eat together? Qianxia said with a smile. Shanhu shook her head fiercely to refuse. Qianxia is pregnant now and sleeps a lot, but she is not pregnant. She woke up a long time ago and ate. While eating, Qianxia remembered Shanhu said yesterday that she wanted to go on a picnic, so she asked Shanhu, "Didn't you say you like picnics very much? Do you want to go today?" Shanhu first looked at Infeng and then looked at Han Xuan. "I want to go, but Xuan Qi is not here today. Is this okay?" Now Xuan Qi is the core beast of the two families. As long as it is a collective activity of the two families, they must first see Xuan Qi's attitude. Qianxia was about to speak, but a voice came from the cave. Han Xuan, are you home?" Han Xuan felt that the voice was familiar for a moment, but he couldn't remember whose voice it was. Before he could speak, Qianxia spoke first. "I'm at home, come in." Hearing the pretty female voice, Fuyu's lips curled up slightly. He threw the two prey in his hand at the door and walked in. The cave was dark and unclear from the outside. After Fuyu entered the cave, he paused for a second or two and was shocked by the scene in front of him. He had never seen such a beautiful, neat, and tidy cave. At this time, Han Xuan and Chinatsu were sitting on both sides of the strange wood placed in the middle of the cave, as well as another female who had the picnic that day and her partner. What was the name of this female? He forgot. "No, you came so soon?" Han Xuan was shocked to see Fuyu's arrival. Did this kid miss him so much? "The prey I said I would give you yesterday was eaten up by me. I feel very guilty, so I couldn't wait to bring you the prey as compensation." Fuyu explained the purpose of his visit, but secretly glanced at Chinatsu. Qianxia looked at Fuyu's long red hair and wondered if Fuyu's beast body would look good. It is a fox after all. "Oh, so that's how it is. Where is the prey?" "I left it at the entrance of the cave." Fuyu never brought prey into the cave because the smell of blood would remain for a long time, which he didn't like. "Fuyu, come and sit down." Chinatsu pointed to the seat in front of her. Fuyu came over and sat down directly, while Han Xuan stood up and went to the entrance of the cave to see the prey he brought. "You are quite thoughtful. 2 prey, but these 2 prey must be processed as soon as possible and put in the freezer to keep them fresh," Han Xuan said as he walked in. Hearing this, Shanhu's eyes lit up. "If you want to process the prey, you have to go to the water side. Since you are going to the water side, why not have a picnic? Freezer?" Fuyu began to look at everything in the cave. The surroundings of the cave were very flat, and the ground was covered with something unknown, but it looked like stone, very flat stone. There was a big ice block against the wall on the right side of the stone wall. Fuyu was very confused. Can ice be stored without melting? Could the freezer that Han Xuan just mentioned be this big ice block? He looked at the stool he was sitting on and the big wooden thing in front of him. Everything here was very novel to him. Qianxia did not miss Fuyu's expression. She smiled and began to introduce him. "What you are sitting on is called a stool, and the one in front of you is called a dining table. We eat here every day. The floor is under your feet, and the big ice block is a freezer, which can freeze food and keep it fresh." Fuyu was a little surprised that Qianxia introduced these things to him, and his face began to turn red slightly. Did she just see him observing the cave? Otherwise, why would she introduce these things to him? Han Xuan walked to Fuyu and hugged his shoulders. "How did you know I live here?" As soon as this was said, the 4 beasts present looked at him. It was hard to describe their faces. Fuyu looked at him speechlessly and then said to Qianxia, "How did you like him?" Qianxia held her forehead. Maybe she didn't have much contact with him before? I didn't think Han Xuan was so stupid before. Han Xuan frowned. Hey, what are you doing? You are saying bad things about me in front of my partner? Do I need to say bad things about you? Do you want to look at what you just said? I don't know where you live. Can I ask the orcs in your tribe? Han Xuan suddenly choked.
Ah,
that's true. Han Xuan touched his nose awkwardly and began to change the subject. Didn't we say we were going to have a picnic? Now it's just right. Let's go to the picnic and deal with the two prey outside. That makes sense. Shanhu, Yinfeng, go and pack up. Let's go to the picnic, Qianxia said with a smile. Shanhu was about to applaud excitedly, but then calmed down. But Xuan Qi is not here. Is it really okay? It's not that Shanhu is afraid of Xuan Qi, but Qianxia is in a special period now. She is a little unsure when Xuan Qi is not here. Although her partner and Yinfeng are also very strong, she is still a little worried. Qianxia held Shanhu's shoulders and said with a smile, "We are just going to the waterside. Han Xuan, Yinfeng, and Fuyu are all here, as well as your beast husbands. What can happen? Don't worry, go and pack up." So Shanhu happily took Yinfeng back to pack up. At this time, Fuyu looked at Qianxia with surprise. Because Xuan Qi was not there, Yinfeng packed all the things. After packing up, the group prepared to set off. With the help of Fuyu, Qianxia climbed onto Han Xuan's lion back, while Shanhu climbed onto Qi's beast body. Why did she let Fuyu help instead of Yinfeng? Qianxia felt that Yinfeng was Shanhu's beast husband after all, and it was actually a bit inappropriate for him to carry her onto Han Xuan's beast body. Although she knew that Shanhu would not mind, and Yinfeng would not mind either, there was nothing she could do. After all, she was a modern soul from the 21st century and had a sense of boundaries. If Fuyu was not there, Qianxia could only let Yinfeng carry her up. Compared with Shanhu's other beast husbands, Yinfeng was the one she was most familiar with. But now there is another beast here, and this beast is a friend and is still single, so she will trouble him for a while. When Qianxia announced the departure, Fuyu on the side turned into a fiery red eight-tailed fox with a whoosh. For a moment, everyone's pace of departure suddenly paused, and then Fuyu also paused. Fuyu. At this time, everyone was amazed at Fuyu's beast body. It's so beautiful. The beast's body was fiery red, and the 8 red tails behind it had very beautiful golden lines, alternating red and gold. Fuyu's beast head also had red and gold lines, and there was a golden mark on the forehead that looked like a small flame, which looked beautiful and charming. So this was the red fox, so beautiful. Oh, Han Xuan was not among the astonished people. After all, he had seen and marveled at Fuyu's beast body a long time ago. Qianxia was a little stunned, and at the same time, she seemed to understand King Zhou a little. Han Xuan had already walked a few steps at this time, but found that no beasts were following him, so he turned his head while talking. Why didn't you follow it, huh? Han Xuan. When he turned around, he saw the other beasts staring blankly at Fuyu's beast body, and Fuyu looked at them with a puzzled look. What's going on looking at each other, right? Hey, are you still going to leave? Han Xuan shouted angrily. For a moment, everyone came back to their senses and quickly followed Han Xuan's pace. Fortunately, they were all in beast form at this time. If they were in beast man form, they would not be able to hide their embarrassed blushes. A group of males stared at a male in a daze. How could they say this out loud? Because Han Xuan had bumped into Chinatsu last time, he walked very carefully and slowly this time, so it took him half the time to reach the water's edge than usual. We're finally here. I'm going to go down and soak in the water today. As soon as they reached the water's edge, Shanhu couldn't wait to jump off Qi's beast body, which scared her beast husbands. After all, the beast body was still a little high from the ground. Yinfeng began to put out all the things. Han Xuan and Qi's quickly took the animal skin and spread it on the ground, then asked Chinatsu and Shanhu to sit down and rest first, while the others started to wash the pots and set up the stove. Fuyu originally planned to deal with the prey, but Han Xuan stopped him and said that he could deal with the prey himself. Then I have nothing to do. Fuyu frowned and said, after all, he didn't know how to cook those foods. Han Xuan glanced at the others and then at Fuyu. It seemed so he could only go and process the prey. Forget it. Let's process the prey together. You can do what I do. Otherwise, if you cut the pieces too big, it will be inconvenient for Chinatsu and Sango to eat. So the two of them dragged one prey to the side to process it. Chinatsu, Sango, I'm going to go to the place where I caught lobsters last time to see if I can catch any more lobsters. Infeng was still thinking about the big lobster. Shanhu waved her hand. You go ahead. If there are any thorn beasts or something, you can catch them. By the way, take out 2 of my animal skin skirts. Okay, put the animal skin skirts here. I'll go first. Shanhu nodded. After Infeng left, Shanhu couldn't wait to go into the water to play. At this time, the sun was not very strong, and it was just right to soak in the water. Xianxia, it's so comfortable to soak in the water. It's a pity that you are pregnant now, otherwise it would be great to soak together. I will give birth to a baby in a few days. After I give birth to the baby, we will go to the water to play. Xianxia said to Shanhu with a smile while stroking her belly. I'm looking forward to it. There are 3 male cubs. Shanhu looked at Xianxia's bulging belly and said with some envy. She wanted to give birth to a little lion to play with, but she hasn't been pregnant for so long. Speaking of this, Xianxia felt a little helpless. She was originally looking forward to having a female cub. Who wouldn't like a soft and tender little girl? But when Xuan Qi told her at 60 days old, all 3 cubs in her belly were male cubs, and her little girl's fantasy was shattered. I want a female cub. How cute are soft and tender female cubs? That's easy. You can give birth to Han Xuan next time. Maybe you can have a female cub. Shanhu said this slyly, which made Xianxia laugh a little. Don't blame me. Didn't you say you wanted to give birth to a little Infeng for fun? How is it going? I want to, but I haven't done anything yet. Shanhu looked helpless. She didn't necessarily want a little lion. As long as she was pregnant, anyone's would be fine. And she didn't try too hard, sometimes with 2 beast husbands. Qianxia was a little puzzled. Although she knew that reproduction in the beast world was not easy, it was not so difficult. Otherwise, how could she get pregnant at once? Shanhu, when was the last time you had that thing? Qianxia suddenly thought of this. That thing? What is it? Shanhu was stunned for a while. Qianxia choked up. She subconsciously wanted to say her period. After thinking for a while, she said, It's when you bleed down there. When was your last time? Oh, you're talking about that. Let me think. Speaking of which, Qianxia has been pregnant since she came to the beast world without having her period. No, she has to ask about this period. Shanhu, how often do we females bleed? I've been pregnant for a while, and I don't remember when I had my last period. Qianxia reluctantly found an excuse to ask. Usually, I bleed once every 3 months, twice a season, but it's hard to say. Do you remember, Dolly? She only bleeds once a season. After saying that, Shanhu continued to recall the time when she last bleed. Qianxia exhaled. Fortunately, Shanhu didn't notice anything wrong. She began to ponder. It seems that females in the beast world have their periods every 3 months, but there are many possibilities. Is it possible that Dolly, who has her period once a quarter, is her period? This seems to be similar to modern girls, just at different times. No, you cut it too big, make it smaller. Is it still big? Do you think females eat meat as much as we do? Forget it, I won't talk about you. You are a single animal, you know nothing. Fuyu. Why are you making personal attacks? Han Xuan gestured to Fuyu, and Fuyu directly clawed down. Just cut it according to this size. After Han Xuan finished speaking, he began to cut the meat in his hand. As he was cutting, he remembered something. I haven't seen you for so long. What did you do? Nothing, I just left the forest and went to the central continent. Han Xuan looked at him in surprise. What did he do in the central continent? No, tell me, what did you do in the central continent? I haven't seen you for a long time, right? You've been in the central continent for so many days? Han Xuan stared at him and asked. Don't ask. Why are you asking so many questions? Just cut your meat, nagging. Fuyu looked a little unnatural at this time, and he quickly lowered his head to cut the meat. Han Xuan looked at him with a little bit of abnormality, narrowed his eyes, and asked him to guess. You're not going to hide. Han Xuan forgot the other person's name halfway through his words. Fuyu's face was embarrassed at this time, but he lowered his head, so Han Xuan couldn't see it. Han Xuan knew that there was a female who liked Fuyu very much before. Thinking of this, Han Xuan raised his eyes and glanced at Fuyu. TSK, with that face of his, which female wouldn't be moved?
No.
Just after he finished thinking, Han Xuan suddenly realized something. He sat up straight and looked at Qianxia not far away. Oh no. Qianxia wouldn't be moved too, right? Han Xuan turned his head and looked at Fuyu with a fierce look. I'm afraid this kid can't be kept. Fuyu had just finished cutting the meat in his hand. He hid his emotions and looked up at Han Xuan. Just when he was about to say that the meat was cut, he saw Han Xuan with a fierce look on his face. Fuyu, what are you crazy about? He was just cutting some meat. What did he mean by his fierce look? Why did you come to me? Han Xuan said viciously. Didn't I say that I came to deliver the prey? Besides, didn't you invite me here? You said that you could come to the tribe when you have time? Didn't you say that? Fuyu looked frank, but only he knew that he was actually a little guilty. After he went back that day, his mind was full of all the scenes of the picnic. But the most profound was the scene of her teaching him how to use chopsticks, the scene of her speaking gently to her partner. All the scenes about her. He didn't sleep well all night, so he hurried to hunt at dawn. Han Xuan still stared at him fiercely, trying to find a trace of expression other than frankness on his face. But unfortunately, he stared for a long time but couldn't find it, so he shifted his gaze. What Kenkawa didn't see was that the moment he shifted his gaze, Fuyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's better. After saying that, Kenkawa continued to cut the meat. He had to hurry up, otherwise Chinatsu and Sengo would have to wait too long. Kenkawa used several wind blades, so the meat was cut at an extremely fast speed. He started to pick up the meat and was about to walk back, when suddenly a hand grabbed him. Looking at the hand holding him, Han Xuan frowned and looked at Fuyu. What are you doing? Wash the meat again and take it back. Han Xuan rolled his eyes at Fuyu and turned to leave, but Fuyu held him tightly, and he couldn't move for a while. You wash it. Wash it for me. Han Xuan was angry, threw the pieces of meat to him, and then turned and left. Finally, Han Xuan sat on the stone beside the stove, watching Fuyu not far away wash the animal skin first and spread it out, and then wash the meat piece by piece and put it on the animal skin. I don't know what's wrong with this beast. He has been very clean since he was a child. Before he knew how to cook food, everyone just hunted and processed it simply and ate it directly. He was different. He had to go to the waterside, wash the prey first, then peel off the complete animal skin, and then wash it carefully again before eating it. Then the remaining animal skins were washed clean, and then dried on the bushes on the shore. After drying, they were neatly folded and went home. Oh, it is necessary to explain that before drying, he even uses water to clean the surface of the bushes. So when they were young, Han Xuan couldn't stand him and would fight with him. Where's the meat? Q-Eyes asked Han Xuan, who was sitting beside him. Everything is ready here. Why hasn't the meat been brought over yet? Han Xuan raised his chin to the front. Here, the meat is coming. Q-Eyes looked over and saw Fuyu coming over with something wrapped in animal skin.
Well,
the animal skin should be meat. When Fuyu walked to the stove, Q-Eyes took the animal skin and asked other beastmen to start cooking. Fuyu looked at Han Xuan beside him and frowned slightly. Isn't he frying meat? Han Xuan was sitting on a stone and admiring the scenery in front of him. He glanced at Fuyu unintentionally and saw his expression. Han Xuan. He understood. Their cooking skills are also very good, even better than mine. Why worry about it? Han Xuan rolled his eyes at him. He almost forgot that this stinky fox has one thing in common. He likes the food he likes, and he will never get tired of it no matter how much he eats. He vaguely remembered that when they were young, they went to catch cuckoo chickens. After he ate it once, he became addicted to the taste. Every time he said he was going to hunt, he would go to catch cuckoo chickens. Later, they caught cuckoo chickens for a month in a row, and they caught all of them. Fortunately, they caught all of them, otherwise I don't know how long it would take to catch them. God knows he is a lion and cuckoo chickens are so small, which is not enough for him to fill his stomach. So, every time he caught them with him, he had to catch prey to eat.
Oh.
Fuyu said and sat down next to Han Chuan, and Han Chuan rolled his eyes again. The two sat quietly, no one spoke, and behind them was Qi and his group busy. Han Chuan was just about to go and see what China was doing and suddenly thought of something, and he looked at Fuyu beside him. By the way, are there any new orcs joining your tribe, or have your tribe picked up orcs in the wild? Fuyu looked puzzled. Why did he ask this? However, there seemed to be some new orcs joining the tribe, but he was not sure about the details. He had just returned not long ago, and he had never paid much attention to the affairs of the tribe. It seems so. What's the matter? Is there any problem? Han Chuan quickly told Fuyu about the matter and told him clearly what he wanted him to do. When Qi and the others were almost done with the food, Yinfeng also came back. Just like last time, he returned empty-handed. It's really strange. Logically, if there is such prey, there shouldn't be only one. Why can't I catch it no matter what? Yinfeng muttered as he walked. Qixia, I remember now. The last time I bled was about 10 days ago. Shanhu said in the water, and she saw Yinfeng walking over from the corner of her eye. Shanhu turned her head to look at Yinfeng. Based on his expression at this time, she concluded that he didn't catch the lobster again. At this time, Qianxia was still calculating the time of this menstrual period. Qianxia, this period just left for more than 10 days. The period in the beast world comes every 3 months. Forget it. She can't figure it out. Anyway, it's definitely not the ovulation period now, so let's leave it to fate. When Yinfeng walked in front of the two, Shanhu looked at Yinfeng with a smile and said, "Did you not catch the lobster?" Yinfeng nodded a little embarrassedly. "Yeah, I guessed it right." Yinfeng. "Huh? Shanshan, how did you know?" Yinfeng looked at her in surprise and asked. Shanhu supported himself on the shore with his hands, then sat on the shore with his feet in the water. Every time you didn't catch the prey, the expression on your face never changed.
I knew it at a glance.
Shanhu waved his hands and made a helpless look. Yinfeng was a little amused. Did he show it so obviously? It's strange to say, it stands to reason that since this kind of prey appeared, there must be more than one, but I went there twice and didn't even see a shadow. It's really strange. Yinfeng was puzzled. Why didn't he catch it? Oh, if you can't catch it, don't catch it. It's not that delicious. It's not as delicious as the thorn beast. Shanhu could only comfort Yinfeng in this way, otherwise she felt that he would always think about the lobster. Sure enough, Yinfeng's expression changed instantly when he heard that the lobster was not as delicious as the thorn beast. Since none of them are as delicious as the thorn beast, I won't look for it. After hearing Yinfeng's words, Shanhu looked at Qianxia with a little pride. Qianxia received Shanhu's signal and smiled slightly. Shanhu was telling her, "Look, I know my beast husband too well. Shanhu, get up and change the beast skin. It's so wet, and you'll get sick easily. It's time to eat." Qianxia saw Qi and Han Chuan walking towards this side with bowls in their hands. "Oh, okay, Yinfeng, change into a beast form to block me. I'll change into a beast skin." Shanhu stood up and took the beast skin skirt beside him. Yinfeng immediately turned into a big lion and blocked Shanhu tightly. When Shanhu changed into the beast skin skirt and came out, Qi and the others arrived. When Qi put down the food in his hand and was about to leave, Qianxia called him. "Qi, Han Chuan, you spread the beast skins on the side, and we can eat here together." Yesterday, everyone tacitly let Qianxia and Shanhu, two females, get along so they didn't eat together, so today they can eat together. Yinfeng changed back to his orc form and then took out the animal skin from the space and handed it to Qi, who took it and began to lay the animal skin carpet with Han Chuan. Fuyu stood silently a little further back, and no one noticed that his eyes had never left Qianxia. Chinatsa looked at Kenkua and Qi's busy, then looked at the others. Everyone was there, except her husband. At this moment, Qianxia suddenly felt regretful. How could she live without Xuan Qi? How could she live without him in this beauty and happiness?
She really didn't think that much at the time.
She had originally planned to stay at home and wait for the 5 days before giving birth. Today is the 6th day before giving birth. Plus, she has to wait until Xuan Qi finishes incubating the eggs before she can come out. So today is the last day she can come out. When we came out yesterday, Shanhu said she wanted to go out for a picnic, so she remembered that and also remembered that today was the last day she could go out to play. After all, she won't be free later. Based on what she had promised Coral before, she asked Coral if she wanted to go on a picnic. Just then, Han Xuan said he wanted to go to the waterside to deal with the prey, so she came out. I remembered what I said yesterday about a neat and tidy family, so today I did it. Chinatsu suddenly became like a deflated ball, listless and depressed. She felt so sorry for Xuan Qi. Infeng was instructed by Xuan Qi, so he was very concerned about Qianxia's condition. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Qianxia's sudden listless look. He was shocked and quickly patted Shanhu's shoulder. Coral looked at Infeng in confusion, but saw Infeng motioning her to look at Qianxia. When she turned her gaze away, she was shocked to see Qianxia's look. Shanhu immediately sat next to Qianxia. Qianxia, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Her eyes were full of worry. I saw that everyone was here, except Xuan Qi. Yesterday I said that our family was together, but today Chinatsu became more and more sad as she spoke. At this time, Infeng suddenly spoke. Qianxia, don't be sad. Xuan Qi had expected that you would come out. He specifically told me to keep an eye on you if you wanted to go out. Besides, you didn't abandon him. He just had things to do and couldn't be with you, so don't think too much about it. Infeng felt relieved. Oh, he thought it was not a big deal. Xuan Qi came home today and asked them to help look after Qianxia while he was going out hunting. After he explained some things, he called him aside and explained some more.
Huh?
Chinatsu was a little confused at this time, and Coral was also a little confused. Did he say this when Xuan Qi came home today? Shanhu looked at her partner in confusion, and Infeng immediately explained. When Shanshan went to the cave entrance to drink water, Xuan Qi called me aside and told me this. Xuan Qi had long thought that Chinatsu might want to go out. Yesterday, when Coral and Chinatsu said they wanted to go out for a picnic, he was right next to them. He clearly remembered that Qianxia said at that time that she could come out in the next 2 days, but not later because it was almost time for her to give birth to the baby, and she would not leave him alone to go out and play after the baby was born. And Chinatsu had said before that she would stay at home well in the first few days after giving birth. Based on his understanding of Chinatsu, he would have to incubate the eggs for the next 2 months, and she would not abandon him to go out and play. Besides, she had promised Coral that he could come out in the next 2 days. Unless Coral herself doesn't want to go out, there is a high probability that Chinatsu will still go out with Coral. Xuan Qi was on his way to the misty forest. There was not much energy beast meat in the space, so he had to prepare some for Qianxia. He remembered what Qianxia said, that in her world, after giving birth to a baby, one had to stay in confinement. At first, he didn't know what confinement meant, but later Qianxia explained that confinement meant eating and drinking well, replenishing nutrition, and mainly replenishing the body's loss from giving birth to a baby, and that during the confinement period, one could not be exposed to the wind or cold water. It was naturally no problem to not be exposed to the wind and cold water, and as for replenishing the body, it was natural to have meat from the misty forest. After all, there was a world of difference between meat with energy and meat without energy. Oh, by the way, you had to catch more giant sheep beasts, as Qianxia liked this very much recently. The misty forest was located at the border of the central continent, the southern continent, and the eastern continent. It was said that because of its special geographical location, the plants in it were born with energy. Therefore, the animals living in it eat these energy plants all year round, and they will naturally have energy in their bodies, and they will also advance their energy, and those carnivorous animals will eat those animals that eat energy plants, and the strong will prey on the weak, forming a closed loop. The reason why the Misty Forest is called the Misty Forest is because this area is shrouded in a layer of toxic gray fog all year round. This fog will not have an effect on animals and plants, but if low-level orcs inhale it, they will have difficulty breathing and twitching hands and feet.
If they do not take the orchid in time, they will die.
The orchid is a dark blue flower that grows on the periphery of the Misty Forest. It is a small one and is not very eye-catching at ordinary times, but it is the antidote to the fog. The existence of the Misty Forest naturally attracted many orcs. After so many orcs experiments, it was finally concluded that orcs of level 8 and above will not be affected by the toxic fog. Sure enough, the most important thing is strength. The orcs who have entered the Misty Forest were surprised to find that the ordinary prey in it were comparable to the 7th level of their orcs. As for whether there were higher level prey, they did not know. After all, they had not encountered them yet. Perhaps because there were no orcs hunting, the prey here multiplied very well, and there were a lot of them. Orc talent is very important, and it is not easy to advance. There are few orcs of the 8th level, and even fewer above the 8th level, so there are only a few orcs who can enter the Misty Forest. Some orcs will catch prey in the Misty Forest and take them to the market for trading, so they make a lot of money. After all, ordinary people can't enter the Misty Forest. There is such a channel to get energy meat, and those who have the conditions are scrambling for it. At the water's edge at this time, Yinfeng looked at Xuan Qi, who was puzzled, and explained again. Xuan Qi told me that he was going to the Misty Forest. The journey is not too far, but it will take some time. He has to stock up on food these 2 days to survive the 2 months of incubation. And he has to come back a few days before you give birth. Today is the best time for him to go out hunting. He thought you would come out, but he has no choice. If he doesn't go out today, he is afraid that if something happens when he goes out later, he will be delayed and will not be able to catch up with you to give birth. He does not allow the plan to change, so he asked me to take care of you more.
So, Xuan Qi, don't be sad.
After hearing Yinfeng's words, Xuan Qi was even sadder. He thought of everything, but she didn't think of him when she was thinking of going out for a picnic. She naturally thought at the time that he had his own things to do, so he should do them, and she would do hers. But when she came out and saw that everyone was there, and he was the only one not there at such a happy time, she suddenly felt that she was selfish. Seeing that Chinatsu didn't look happy at all, Coral was worried and puzzled. Chinatsu, why are you sad? Every orc is free. He knows what he is doing. And why are you sad because of this? There will be many more happy days in the future. This day won't make a difference. If I want to go out and play, and Yinfeng has something to do, then I would say Yinfeng can do his thing, and I can go play if I wanna. There's nothing wrong with each of us doing our own thing. We just do separate activities occasionally. It doesn't mean that I don't like him anymore. That's the truth, but Xuan Qi felt inexplicably guilty. At this moment, Xuan Qi just felt that something was wrong with her mood. Before leaving, her idea was very simple. Today was the last day she could go out and play, and it just so happened that she had agreed to have a picnic with Xuan Hu yesterday. Xuan Qi had something to do, so he could do his own thing, and she could do what she wanted to do. But now, she feels that she has gone a little too far, and she was too inconsiderate. Xia, let's eat. Han Xuan walked over with broth in one hand and fried meat in the other. But when he came to Xuan Qi, he clearly felt that something was wrong with Xuan Qi's mood. Han Xuan quickly put down the food in his hand and looked at Xuan Qi worriedly. Did something happen? Why are you unhappy? After saying that, Han Xuan glanced at Yinfeng and Xuan Hu. Xuan Hu didn't wait for Xuan Qi to speak and told Han Xuan the whole thing directly. Xia, you think too much. We males won't think so much. Xuan Qi has something to do. It's not like we go out to play and leave him alone at home. Besides, I had to come out to deal with the prey, and it's just right now. Don't think too much. Let's eat. Han Xuan knew that Xuan Qi was experiencing symptoms of pregnancy. Xuan Qi had reminded him today, saying that the closer it was to give birth, the more sensitive her emotions would be, and the more she would think. Some time ago, Xuan Qi looked at the crescent moon in the sky and cried for a long time, saying why the moon was not round. How could it not be round? Both he and Xuan Qi were dumbfounded. But I feel so sorry for Xuan Qi. Xuan Qi said to Han Xuan pitifully. After Han Xuan sat down, he hugged Qianxia in his arms. He looked at Qianxia very seriously. Xia, Xuan Qi, and I are males. Males all have their responsibilities. Now, Xuan Qi is going to do what he should do as a father and a partner. The fact that you think of him like this is enough to make him happy. And my responsibility now is to take care of you and make you happy. Since we are out to play, of course we have to have fun. When the golden sunlight turned dim, Xuan Qi finally arrived at the misty forest, and Qianxia and her group's picnic also ended in this dim sunlight and returned. After packing up, everyone started to walk back. Yin Feng and Han Xuan, the two lions, walked side by side, with their partners sitting on their backs, and Fuyu followed behind Han Xuan. Han Xuan took a few steps and always felt that something was wrong. He looked back twice, and well, he didn't find anything wrong. Finally, after he looked back for the third time, he finally knew what was wrong. Han Xuan stopped and turned his head to look at the red fox behind him, very confused. No, why are you following me if you don't go home? Your home is not in the Lion King tribe. Han Xuan was puzzled. They had all gone back to their own homes, so why was he still following him? Hearing Han Xuan's words, Fuyu's body stiffened. Oops, he forgot. Fuyu pretended to be calm and said, I just wanted to give you a ride. Thank you for your hospitality today. Han Xuan turned his head, walked forward, and said, No need to see you off. Don't forget what I told you. Go back to your tribe. Han Xuan left, and the others followed him, leaving only Fuyu standing there quietly. Fuyu looked at the figures of the people going away, his eyes full of loneliness. But soon he cheered up because he thought of what Han Xuan told him, and then he turned around and ran towards the other side. He was going back to the tribe to do business. When Qianxia returned home, she found that Xuan Qi had not come back yet. She didn't know why she was a little uneasy. Han Xuan, did Xuan Qi say how long he would be gone? The sun is about to set, and he hasn't come back yet. Han Xuan carried Qianxia and walked straight into the small cave. After putting her on the grass nest, he looked into her eyes and said, he didn't say how long he would be gone, but if he doesn't come back tonight, he should come back the next day. Isn't it the same before? So don't worry, Xia. Besides, he is a 9th level orc. Although Han Xuan said so, Qianxia was still a little worried. Her heart was beating hard. Seeing Qianxia's worried look, Han Xuan comforted her. Xuan Qi will definitely be fine. He is so powerful. What can happen? Xia, do you want to sleep for a while? Qianxia never doubted Xuan Qi's strength, but forget it. Thinking so much will only increase sadness. Qianxia nodded and lay down. Xia, I'm here in the big cave. Call me if there is anything. Okay. Han Xuan watched Qianxia fall asleep before going out, and after tidying up the things at home, he also lay down on the grass nest in the big cave. At this time, Xuan Qi in the misty forest was fighting a fierce battle. He transformed into a huge beast to resist the opponent's attack. Xuan Qi had a hard time fighting because the opponent's level was the same as his. Both were 9th order orcs, and the opponent was a flying orc, while he was a land-based orc, so he was directly suppressed. Xuan Qi looked at the huge black dragon flying in the sky, and he was very confused. When did a 9th order orc appear here?
And
it was actually a dragon orc. Now, if he is counted, there are 3 9th order orcs. Suddenly, the black dragon in the sky suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a dragon flame at him. This flame frightened Xuan Qi a little, and he immediately changed into a human form and quickly dodged to the side. The dragon flame fell directly to the ground and burned. Seeing this, Xuan Qi released his ice power to try to extinguish the fire to prevent it from spreading and burning the forest. Unexpectedly, Xuan Qi had frozen the flame, but the flame was still burning in his ice. After a while, his ice was melted by the flame, and then the fire began to burn the plants next to it.
what?
This fire can't be extinguished. No wonder he felt that the fire was dangerous just now, so he changed into orc form to avoid it. Seeing the flames that were about to burn, Xuan Qi didn't care about anything else. He shouted to the black dragon in the sky, "Put out the fire quickly." Do you want to burn down the entire forest? Seeing that the black dragon was unmoved, Xuan Qi held his forehead and said, I apologize to you. I really didn't mean it. I can explain to you. Please put out the fire first. As soon as he finished speaking, the black dragon landed in front of the flame and turned into an orc. He raised his hand and waved it, and the burning flame was instantly extinguished. Seeing this, Xuan Qi suddenly thought of a saying he had heard before. So Xuan Qi looked at the other party and asked tentatively, Are you from the dragon clan from the western continent? Xihua didn't expect that there was an animal who knew about the dragon clan. He couldn't help but look at the beast in front of him, but he didn't respond to the other party. Seeing that the other party was only looking at him but not responding to him, Xuan Qi introduced himself first. Xuan Qi, the Black King Snake Orc from the southern continent, I apologize to you. I accidentally injured you when I was chasing the prey. To be honest, Xuan Qi was a little guilty. When the other party came down in beast form just now, he clearly saw a small hole on the other party's wing.
Well,
yes, he did it. This matter is really outrageous. Xuan Qi started hunting after entering the misty forest. He caught most of the prey in the outer circle and then entered the inner circle of the misty forest while chasing a giant sheep beast that was probably level 8. He had never entered the inner circle before. He came to the misty forest mainly for hunting. There were a lot of prey in the outer circle, so he didn't need to go to the inner circle at all. Besides, he didn't have any desire for adventure, and he had to see what was in this magical forest, so he left every time he caught enough prey. I don't know if there are more orcs hunting in the forest recently, or what, but when he came this time, there were fewer prey in the outer circle than before, so he chased this prey into the inner circle. It was mainly because it was the first time he saw an 8th level prey in the outer circle, and he thought that the prey might taste better, so he chased it. The difference between the inner circle and the outer circle is that there is no fog in the outer circle, while the inner circle is lingering with a layer of gray fog like the outside of the forest. If you move a little further away, you can't see any trace of it. After he chased the giant sheep beast into the inner circle, he released his supernatural power in the direction of the giant sheep beast. Later, he saw a black figure in the fog. Then he heard a thunderous roar. He was a little puzzled at the time. Is this the roar of an 8th level giant sheep beast? The first thing Fuyu did when he returned to the tribe was to find the chief. From the chief, he learned that there were indeed several new orcs in the tribe, one of which was a rabbit orc. When Fuyu heard this, he hurriedly pulled the chief to take him to see these new orcs. This rabbit orc was very likely to be Qianxia's family. Xuan Qi also explained the cause and effect to the other party and apologized sincerely, but the other party snorted lightly, as if he had no intention of forgiving. After thinking for a while, Xuan Qi took out a handful of spirit stones from the space and handed them to the other party. This was the only sincere way he could think of. After all, there was energy beast meat here, but there might not be spirit stones. His idea was very simple. The energy in the spirit stones could be used for upgrading, and this energy could also be used to repair his wings. When Xihua saw this pile of spirit stones, he was surprised because there were actually quite a few purple spirit stones and 2 red spirit stones in this pile of blue spirit stones. This snake beast is really rich.
for me?
Xuan Qi looked at the other party's surprised expression and nodded. This dragon beast. Like spirit stones? Xihua happily took the spirit stones, leaving a few purple spirit stones and 2 red spirit stones, and chewed the rest into his mouth. Soon, a strong energy began to fill his whole body, and he quickly changed into a beast. The surface of the huge dragon body was now covered with a layer of faint blue light, and the broken hole was slowly repaired by the blue light. After Xihua completely absorbed the energy, he changed back to the beast-man form. He said to Xuan Qi with a proud face, "Since you are so sincere, I will forgive you for offending me." Xuan Qi. How come he looks so dead, and he smells the same as the stinky lion at home? Xihua took out the remaining spirit stones and played with them in his hands. It was the first time he saw a red spirit stone. This red spirit stone is not rare, and this snake beast man actually gave him 2 directly. Rich, so rich. He came all the way from the western continent to the central continent, passing through one or two tribes. He wanted to barter with the tribes to get some animal skins or something, but was rejected. The other parties said that they only accepted spirit stones. At first, he was a little confused because in the western continent almost everyone bartered, so he felt the same way after coming to the central continent. Qihua felt frustrated for the first time. Who would have thought that he, a dignified 9th-level orc, had only seen 5 blue spirit stones and 1 purple spirit stone among so many prey, and he had swallowed them long ago. Who knew that the central continent would use spirit stones for trading? But what Qihua didn't know was that if he was in a small or medium-sized tribe, bartering would be no problem, but he was in a super tribe. In super tribes, everyone has everything they need, and they only pursue improving their strength, so in super tribes, spirit stones have become a universal currency. Just like Xuan Qi, who lives in the Lion King tribe, he hardly uses any spirit stones. He currently has no idea of pursuing upgrading his strength, and he saves all the spirit stones he gets. Qihua looked at Xuan Qi in front of him, with a gleam in his eyes. Maybe he could make friends with this guy. You're right. I'm from the dragon clan of the western continent. My name is Qihua. Xuan Qi nodded and asked you. Were you asleep just now? Why did Xuan Qi ask this? This is related to the issue of bloodline. Orcs. What are orcs? They are beasts that have evolved into human forms through the changes of time. They can transform between beast form and human form. Although they have evolved into human forms, they still retain the abilities and habits of beasts. For example, he is very fast. If he were in beast form, he would move even faster. Moreover, he would become sleepy and hibernate in winter. These are his basic abilities and habits as a snake beast. Regarding bloodline, the Black King Cobra is the king of snakes. Basically, wherever it appears, snakes within 100 miles will automatically avoid it. This is bloodline suppression. The blood suppression among orcs will only be reflected in attacks. Let me give you a simple analogy. Xuan Qi is a land-walking orc whose original form is a snake. If his opponent is an eagle orc of the same level, they will have to compete in strength without changing their original form. But if they fight with their original form, Xuan Qi will be suppressed directly. Because in the food chain, the snake's natural enemy is the eagle. Moreover, land beasts have no way to attack flying beasts. Even if they attack, flying beasts can perfectly dodge by simply increasing their distance. That's why Xuan Qi had such a hard time fighting against the flying Qihua. However, if there is a huge disparity in strength, bloodline suppression will be useless. For example, Xuan Qi was at the 9th level, and he faced an eagle beast man who was only at the 6th level. As for his changed form, the eagle beast man couldn't even touch his original form, let alone attack him. The dragon clan can be said to be a race with noble blood. It can basically be said that their blood suppresses 99% of wild beasts. Xuan Qi chased the prey to the inner circle, but the other party did not react immediately, and he even hurt him by mistake. From all of the above, Xuan Qi could only think that the other party had changed his original form and fell asleep there and was sleeping very deeply. Because of the blood suppression, his body is still very large, so he doesn't have to worry about being attacked by wild beasts.
Qihua nodded awkwardly.
I was full earlier, so I felt sleepy, so I just took a nap. Xuan Qi understood now. No wonder he asked why there were so few prey in the outer circle. It turned out that this guy ate a lot. I'm curious. Why did you, a dragon from the western continent, come to this misty forest? The dragon clan is almost becoming a legend among the orcs. He just heard it and didn't take it seriously at the time, but now he actually encountered a real dragon. The dragons are arrogant by nature, and they look down on ordinary orcs, so they rarely go out and only live in their own territory. Because they rarely appear, almost no orcs have seen them, and those orcs who have seen the dragons have now become old or even dead. The old orcs told their descendants about the dragons, but their descendants had never seen a dragon, so they naturally regarded it as a legend. Someone told me that the prey here would have spirit stones, so I came here. He thought about looking for spirit stones when he passed by 2 tribes that wanted to trade spirit stones. So he grabbed a mail and asked where he could catch a beast with spirit stones. The other party told him the place, so he came here. Xuan Qi looked at the man in front of him. He was a little unsure whether this orc was really stupid or just had never seen the world. But one thing he could be sure of was that this beast had been fooled. Why did he come to this conclusion? Because from the beginning to now, he had never released his coercive power. He accidentally injured him. In the fog and unable to see clearly, he did not react to release his coercive power of the 9th-level orc to warn the other party. He just came out stupidly. Why did he say he came out stupidly? Because after he accidentally injured him, a huge roar came from the fog. After this roar, a dragon head suddenly stretched out from the fog, and its body below the head was completely blocked by the fog, and it did not make any sound during the whole process. That feeling was like, let me see who it is? When he was attacked and injured, his first reaction was not to release coercion to warn the other party, not to mention that he would release coercion when walking daily. In order to verify his conjecture, Xuan Qi asked again, have you ever told other beasts about your class, or have you ever shown your strength? Qi Hua shook his head. Why would he put that thing there if he had nothing to do? So no other beasts know your class, and the beast man you grabbed doesn't know your class either. But this beast man told you that the prey in the misty forest has spirit stones in their bodies without asking about your class, right? Then, do you know the nature of the misty forest? Qi Hua nodded and shook his head again, with a puzzled look on his face. Any questions? Xuan Qi supported his forehead speechlessly. Fortunately, he was strong. If he had no strength, he would not dare to think about what would happen to this kid. To some extent, the beast man was not wrong. The beasts in the misty forest were more likely to have spirit stones than other beasts outside. However, the beast man rashly told him to come to the misty forest to hunt without knowing his class or asking about his class. That beast was malicious. How could the beast men living in this area not know the nature of the misty forest? This was purely intentional. Only beast men above level 8 can enter the misty forest because the mist is poisonous. Beast men below level 8 will have difficulty breathing and twitching hands and feet if they inhale the mist. If they eat the orchid in time, they will be fine. But if they fail to eat it in time, they will have to go to see the beast god. Xuan Qi explained to him, but the next second he said, oh, I should have asked clearly. Xuan Qi. Is this the point? Xuan Qi looked up at the invisible sky, his eyes full of melancholy. He didn't understand why he always met these silly beasts. Suddenly, he thought of Han Xuan. Han Xuan acted very normal before he and Qianxia became partners. Even when he went to find him, he could guess his intentions before he even expressed them. As a result, after they became partners. Then he met a fox recently. This fox. It's hard to comment on it because he didn't have much contact with it, but he played well with Han Xuan and looked a little stupid. I'm afraid it's hard to say. Now he meets this one again. Should he say he is innocent or stupid? Why did you come to this continent? The dragon race hasn't appeared in the world for a long time, right? Xuan Qi asked tentatively. Isn't this continent adjacent to the western continent? That's why I came here. The northern continent also borders your western continent. Why don't you go to the northern continent? Qi Hua rolled his eyes at him and said, because I want to come to the central continent, not the northern continent, because I want to... What kind of question is this, really? Xuan Qi. It seems to be fine, but also seems like something is wrong. Xuan Qi touched his nose awkwardly. Why are you looking for the spirit stone? For upgrading or for trading? For trading. When Qi Hua heard him ask this, he answered and then recounted his experiences along the way. Finally, he sighed in his heart. Finally, there is a beast that can listen to his complaints. Xuan Qi looked at him with a complicated expression. He was indeed a little naive, but it was also true that he had never seen the world. Xuan Qi had never been to the western continent, so he didn't know much about the situation there, but he said that they all traded goods, so it was very likely that there were no super tribes there. It's like this, the tribe you are in is not a small tribe, but a super tribe. The orcs in the super tribe are stronger than the ordinary tribal orcs, so they don't need prey skins or anything like that because they can catch them themselves. They only pursue strength, so spirit stones have become the main trading currency in the super tribe. If you are passing by other small tribes, bartering is fine. For small tribes, food is the most important thing. Xuan Qi explained to him. Qi Hua was a little surprised. It turned out that the outside world was divided into large and small tribes. Then is the tribe you live in a super tribe or a small tribe? Qi Hua looked at him and asked question. He is a 9th level orc like himself, so he should live in a large tribe like a super tribe. Qi Hua's words stumped him immediately, and Xuan Qi began to think about how big the Lion King tribe was. I don't think it can be considered a small tribe, right? A medium tribe? The tribe I live in should be considered a medium tribe, which is a tribe that is not too big but not too small. Qi Hua became interested when he heard it.
What?
Besides super tribes and small tribes, there is also a middle tribe? I want to go, hee hee. Then can I go with you to your central tribe? Qi Hua's eyes lit up when he said this. Xuan Qi at this time. Xuan Qi looked at the beast in front of him in confusion. Why do you want to go back to the tribe with me? I have never seen the central tribe. I am curious. As expected, sincerity is the ultimate skill. You haven't told me why you came here. I mean, why did you leave the dragon clan and come here from afar? Xuan Qi asked again, while recalling how he responded to him the first time. He asked. It seems that there is nothing wrong with his answer. No, he was led astray by him. Xuan Qi frowned. Oh, my father and mother forced me to form a mate. I ran away because I didn't want to form a mate. Qi Hua said casually. In his eyes, what's the good of forming a mate? It's just hanging around females every day. He likes freedom. He doesn't want to form a mate. Forced you to form a mate? Xuan Qi was surprised. If the father and mother love their cubs, they will urge them to form a mate, but this is the first time to force cubs to form a mate. Is your father a chief? Why is he forcing you to form a mate? Because you are so powerful. Do I force you to find a partner? My father said that a bloodline as powerful as mine must have an inheritance. Xuan Qi's mouth twitched after hearing this. He would never do this to his child in the future, no matter how talented his child is. Because he thought of his child, Xuan Qi suddenly realized the time problem. When he came in, the sun was still there, but the sunlight became dim. He had been in for so long, and the sun was almost going down. Sure enough, not long after he finished thinking, the light began to gradually dim. With a swish, 2 clusters of flames rose at the same time. Xuan Qi seemed to have thought of something. He put away his flame and said to him, I'll find some branches or something, and then use your eternal fire to light it. In fact, this eternal fire can burn on the ground, even if there is nothing. Xuan Qi mainly wanted to set a burning area and separate it from the surrounding areas, so as not to set the forest on fire. At night, Xuan Qi and Qi Hua were chatting around the fire. To be honest, it was only after I came to the central continent that I realized that the outside world is so beautiful. Qi Hua sighed as he looked at the darkness around him. In the Dragon Clan, since his grandfather's generation, there have been rumors about how unbearable the outside world is, how ordinary and common the blood of the orcs outside is, and that even the weakest orc in the clan would be the strongest among the strong in the outside world. Before he came out, he really believed so. But after coming out, he saw mountains and rivers full of green trees, clear rivers and streams, warm and comfortable sunshine and breeze. The land is fertile, there are many wild animals, food is very sufficient, and the orcs get along very cordially and friendly. These are all things that cannot be felt in the Western continent. The Western continent is mostly plains, and the rest are continuous high mountains and valleys. Spring is the most comfortable season, when plants grow, wild animals reproduce, and the plains will change from a yellow sand to a grassland. But the spring in the Western continent is very short. Normally, the spring is 6 months, but the spring in the Western continent is only 3 months. It was still spring, but the hot season had already begun. The sunshine time during the day was very long, while the night was only a short period of time. From this time on, the plants began to slowly wither, and the green grassland gradually turned into a yellow sand plain. The wind in the Western continent was dry and hot, and the water source in spring was always turbid. unlike the clear and clean water in the central continent. With the arrival of the hot season, the land gradually became dry. It can be said that most of the time in the Western continent is a drought period. The rainy season after the hot season is the day that orcs and plant beasts look forward to the most. Although it is the rainy season in the Western continent only rains occasionally, as if the beast god was afraid that the life of this land would die, and specially sent down the source of life to allow the life of this land to last until the cold season. The cold season is cold, very cold, but fortunately the orcs evolved from beasts, and the beasts themselves have thick hair, so it is not too difficult. If there is no water, you can still quench your thirst with snow, but hunting in the cold season is relatively difficult. Many wild animals will hibernate, and because it is too cold, wild animals rarely come out to move. Fortunately, the cold season in the Western continent is very short, almost the same as spring. Both orcs and wild animals will store food in advance to survive this cold season. When the cold season is over and spring comes, the snow covering the mountains slowly melts, and the snow water flows into the plains. The seeds hidden under the yellow sand are moistened and begin to grow again. It goes on endlessly. As for the rumor in the tribe that the orcs outside are very weak, it is really wrong. Look, any orc he meets is as strong as him, and he is the #1 warrior in the dragon clan. Which ancestor was it who said that the orcs outside were weak? Rumors. They are all rumors. If it weren't for the fact that he would never be able to get out once he went back, he really wanted to go back and tell the orcs in his tribe how beautiful the world outside is. For the tribesmen who have lived in Qian Mountain for nearly 100 years, it is time for them to leave the mountain and see the outside world. After Qi Hua came back to his senses, he looked at Xuan Qi expectantly and asked, "Can I go back to your tribe with you? When will we go back?" Xuan Qi had a face full of question marks. What does he mean by when he will go back? Has he promised that he can go back with me? Why do you want to go back with me? Can't you find a tribe to live in by yourself? You are so powerful. There are many tribes that want to stay with you. Xuan Qi. Sorry, I declined. Qi Hua stood up and sat beside him, looking at him with a pair of very clear and clean eyes and said, "Because I know you." Along the way, he only knew the name of this orc. How come we don't know each other? Xuan Qi was speechless. Can this be a reason? If you come back with me, the most I can do is ask the chieftain to arrange a cave for you to live in. I'll be very busy in the future, and I won't have time to take you out to play. Xuan Qi declined in a very subtle way. Busy? What are you busy with? This time, he was curious again. My partner will give birth in a few days, and after the birth of the cubs, I will have to incubate the eggs for 2 months. In my tribe, incubation cannot be separated from snake eggs. Xuan Qi said while throwing dry wood into the fire out of boredom. Qi Hua stood up and sat back opposite Xuan Qi, with a puzzled look on his face. What's so good about being in a relationship? Why do you have to be in a relationship one by one? You have to be around females every day and have no freedom at all. But you're my first friend. When you are incubating eggs, I can go out hunting and bring them to you. Xuan Qi. That's not necessary. Guess why I'm here? Hunting? Knowing that I'm here to hunt, do I need you to deliver the prey? Besides, I don't need you. My partner has other beast men. If there's really not enough food, he'll go hunting. Not enough food? Not happening. Besides, who would ask him to deliver the prey? What would it look like if it got out? Xuan Qi rolled his eyes at him, knowing that he didn't know anything, but because he knew that he didn't know anything, he couldn't say anything to him. Xuan Qi. Even more annoying. Oh, okay, then you take care of your own things and I'll play mine. When are we going back? Qi Hua had already acquiesced that he was going to follow him back to the tribe. Xuan Qi looked at Qi Hua's clear and honest look. Forget it, it's a good thing for the Lion King tribe to have another 9th level orc. Do you really want to go back with me and join the tribe?
Yes.
Let's go. Where to? Xuan Qi smiled at the honest beast in front of him. Hunting. When we've killed enough, we can go back. Isn't this free and powerful labor?
Just right.
According to their strength, it would not take long for the space to be filled up, and they would be able to return home quickly. It happened to be night, and no other beasts could see him flying in the sky like a black dragon. Xuan Qi and Qi Hua began to search for prey in the misty forest. Soon, there were constant wailing sounds in the forest, and the fire was sometimes bright and sometimes extinguished. Xuan Qi was very fast, and Qi Hua saw that he could not fall behind, so he also accelerated his hunting speed. After the two of them hunted hard, the ground in this area was already full of prey corpses. Xuan Qi walked past them one by one, raised his hand and waved, and all the prey were collected into the space. Hey, you actually have a space? Qi Hua was a little surprised. Xuan Qi raised his eyebrows and looked at him and said, "Why, don't you have one?" "Yeah, I don't." He was just trying to tease him, really. Xuan Qi looked at the flame in his hand. Fire and wind dual system? Qi Hua nodded, and then condensed a small wind roll with his other hand. The dual natural system of fire and wind, plus the unique eternal fire of the race. The wind helps the fire. It is really a good combination. Qi Hua put away the power and looked at him. "Do you have fire and space system powers?" At this time, Xuan Qi smiled proudly. "I have both ice and fire, and a high-level space ability."
Wow.
Qi Hua was surprised for a moment, and then said, "Then why didn't you use the ice ability just now?" "Xuan Qi, don't you see what time it is now? It's dark. Can you see more clearly with fire?" "No. At the beginning, when you spit out that eternal fire, didn't I use the ice ability? Why are you still asking?" I forgot." Xuan Qi. Looking at the prey that filled the space, Xuan Qi began to walk out contentedly after checking that there was no fire left, and Qi Hua followed closely behind. After leaving the forest, Xuan Qi immediately turned into a beast, and Qi Hua also turned into a black dragon. "Follow me. I need to go to the waterside to deal with the prey first, and then go back to the tribe." After Xuan Qi gave a simple explanation, Qi Hua nodded and began to fly into the air. A snake and a dragon began to travel in the dark night. Qianxia suddenly woke up. Obviously, she usually sleeps very deeply, but somehow, today she seemed to have a feeling, so she woke up very suddenly. After Qianxia looked at her belly, she called Han Xuan. "Xia Xia, why did you wake up at this time?" Han Xuan came in immediately after hearing Qianxia calling him. He was still a little puzzled at this time. In the recent period, Qianxia has never woken up in the middle of the night. She usually sleeps very deeply. "I don't know. I just woke up very suddenly. I always feel that Xuan Qi is coming back. Or is it because she missed Xuan Qi too much that she has this feeling? It shouldn't be. Doesn't he usually come back the next day? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Qianxia smiled sweetly. "Yes, I want to eat fried meat, the kind of fat."
Okay.
Han Xuan chuckled, then picked up Qianxia and walked to the dining table. After Qianxia sat down, he started to make food. Fortunately, 2 pieces of meat were thawed in the basin early, so there was no need to wait, and he could start making food directly. At the same time, a snake and a dragon hurried to the waterside. After a short rest, they lit 2 eternal fires. Xuan Qi began to process the prey, and Qi Hua was instructed by Xuan Qi on how to cut the processed prey into appropriate pieces of meat. One quickly processed, and the other quickly cut the meat, and the cooperation was quite tacit. The prey was quickly processed, so Xuan Qi took Qi Hua and started to rush back to the tribe. Since it was night, except for the orcs guarding the gate, the other orcs had fallen asleep at this time, so the matter of finding the chief to arrange a cave for Qi Hua could only wait until the next day. When they were almost reaching the tribe, Xuan Qi asked Qi Hua to quickly change back into human form. If the orcs guarding the gate knew now that a dragon orc had come to the tribe, there would be no need to think too much, because the entire tribe would know about it the next day. By that time, Qi Hua would probably be surrounded by all the beasts. After all, the dragon clan has not appeared in the world for a long time. Suddenly a dragon orc appears, and a 9th-level dragon orc at that. How could they not go crazy? At the same time, this is also the reason why he had to take him on the journey overnight. If it were during the day, he wouldn't know how to bring him back. There is no need to think about it. If a giant dragon suddenly appears in the sky, It will not be long before orcs from all over the place come to look for the dragon's traces. When the two walked to the gate of the tribe, the orc guarding the gate greeted Xuan Qi enthusiastically, and when he saw the unfamiliar face next to Xuan Qi, he asked a question. Xuan Qi, who is this orc? This is a friend of mine. He wants to join our tribe, but we came back too late. I will take him to the chief to explain the situation tomorrow. Oh, okay. Go in quickly. Xuan Qi nodded and took Qihua into the tribe. It seems that he can only stay at home tonight. The two orcs guarding the gate looked at Xuan Qi and Qihua going away, and suddenly wondered, doesn't Xuan Qi usually go in and out in beast form? Why did he walk this time? You're right, forget it. Why do you care about others? When Xuan Qi walked to the entrance of his own cave, he found that his own cave was still lit, while the cave of Shan Hu's family next to him was already pitch black. Judging from the brightness of the fire, could it be that Qianxia is still awake? It shouldn't be. She never wakes up in the middle of the night these days. Xuan Qi walked into the cave quickly, and Qihua hurried to follow.
Xuan.
I was thinking. Hey, Xuan Qi, you're back. Why is there an orc following behind you? Qianxia originally wanted to tell Xuan that she still wanted to eat, but she caught a glimpse of Xuan Qi walking in from outside the cave, and behind him was a tall black-haired orc. The orc's eyes were actually red. For some reason, Qianxia's first reaction was to think of a Western vampire. Xuan Qi quickly stepped forward and hugged Qianxia tightly in his arms. Yeah, you're back. Qianxia hugged Xuan Qi for a while and then stepped out of his arms. She pulled his hands and looked him up and down, her face full of worry. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I suddenly became very worried about you in the afternoon and was very flustered. In the afternoon? Xuan Qi's heart trembled. Wasn't this the time when he and Qihua were fighting? Qianxia actually sensed it. Xuan Qi placed one hand on Qianxia's belly, then lowered his head and kissed her. I'm not hurt. How could your husband get hurt so easily? This deep voice in her ear. Qianxia felt her body going to go limp at this moment. I'm glad you're okay. I'm worried about you. When Xuan Qi and Qianxia were being affectionate, Xuan looked at Qihua standing aside and was very puzzled. He took a step and stood directly beside Qihua, staring at him and asked, Who are you? Qihua looked at the orc in front of him with short golden hair and showed a friendly smile. Hello, my name is Qihua. I'm here to join the tribe. Join the tribe? Xuan looked up and down at Qihua, who had long black hair, red eyes, a strong body, and was about the same height as him. Qihua was about to speak, but Xuan Qi spoke first. Qihua, come and sit down. Xuan, you sit down too. I have something to tell you. Xuan looked at Qihua again, and then walked over and sat opposite Qianxia. Qihua followed Xuan and walked over, sitting next to him, and also opposite Xuan Qi. Xuan Qi sat down next to Qianxia, and while holding Qianxia's hand, he said, before talking about this, everyone should be mentally prepared. Qianxia and Xuan looked at each other, and both saw full of doubts in each other's eyes, because it was the first time to see Xuan Qi so serious. Tell me, what's the matter? Xuan couldn't wait any longer. Could it be that he suddenly announced that the orc brought back was Qianxia's third orc husband? No, absolutely not. Thinking about it, Xuan's face began to turn sour. But the next second, his sour face instantly turned into shock and panic. Qihua, he is a dragon, a black dragon, a 9th-level orc, and he wants to join the tribe.
What?
Xuan stood up in shock and looked at Qihua in disbelief. Dragon? The legendary dragon? At this time, Xuan looked at Qihua with an expression like an overturned palette, colorful. Not only is he a dragon, but he is also a 9th-level orc. Isn't it said that 9th-level orcs are equivalent to the existence of legends? Now there are 2 of them. It's okay to have a legend at home, but how come this legend brought back a legend of legends? After all, Qianxia is not from this world, so she was just surprised that there are dragons in this world at first, and she didn't know what status the dragon clan has in this world. If she knew, she would definitely say. Golden Legend Qihua looked at Xuan and smiled and said, Yes, I am a dragon. The original body is a black dragon. Can I join the tribe? Han Xuan didn't reply to him at the first time, but just looked at him quietly. Qianxia looked up and down at Qihua. The other person has long black hair and a pair of red eyes, which are like high-quality rubies, shining brightly. If placed in modern times, Qihua is like a mixed-race child of many countries. It can really be said to be one of God's perfect masterpieces. You are a dragon. Why do you want to join our tribe? Because I came out of the dragon tribe, I have nowhere to go, and after I met Xuan Qi, I came back with him. As soon as Qihua finished speaking, Han Xuan looked directly at Xuan Qi with sharp eyes, as if blaming him for bringing the beast back casually. Xuan Qi didn't look at him either, but just said lightly, "Don't you want these eyes?" Han Xuan's eyes softened immediately, with a smile on his face. Han Xuan, if I can't beat you otherwise. Xuan Qi, you little brat, I can't cure you? What does your dragon body look like? Qianxia was very curious, wondering if the dragons in the beast world and the modern dragons were the same. Do you want to see it?
Wait.
Don't. Xuan Qi shouted in fear, but before he could finish, Qihua had already taken a few steps forward and turned into a dragon with a swish. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. When the smoke and dust cleared, one could see that the huge dragon's body had blocked the entire entrance to the cave tightly. Even the stone wall on the top of the cave was pushed open by the dragon's horns, leaving a big hole, and the ground was covered with rubble. The coral family next door was suddenly awakened by the earthquake. What? Is there an earthquake? Shanhu sat on the grass nest with sleepy eyes. Feng and Q Eyes were watching the surroundings vigilantly. After a long time, they found that there was no movement and coaxed Shanhu to go back to sleep. The cave I worked so hard to repair. Han Xuan was close to going berserk at this point. Xuan Qi rubbed his forehead with a headache. I regret it, I really regret it. I shouldn't have brought him back. Qihua was awkwardly stuck in this hole, and finally looked down at Qianxia and said,
This is my beast body.
After saying this, he quickly changed back into human form. Looking at everything he had caused, Qihua smiled awkwardly and said, I will compensate you for your prey, okay? In fact, it was mainly because Qihua had a misunderstanding of his own body size. When they were the Dragon Clan, they also lived in caves on the cliffs of high mountains, and the Dragon Clan, had always entered and exited in beast form. He didn't think much about it at the time, he just thought the cave was quite big, so he naturally turned into a beast. Who knew? Who knew that this cave couldn't accommodate his beast form? Don't you know how big your beast form is? Can't you turn into a smaller beast form? Xuan Qi is too lazy to blame him now, really. In fact, if the orcs are changing their form in the cave, if the animal is particularly large, they will control the body to become smaller, such as Xuan Qi. In other words, if their beast-shaped cave can fully accommodate them, there is no need to deliberately make it smaller. For example, Han Xuan does not need to deliberately make his beast body smaller, as the cave can fully accommodate it. But Qihua has no such concept. This is how he has lived since he was a child, and he is used to sleeping in the form of an animal. Among the three people, one was furious, one was dead-hearted, and only Chinatsu felt amazed and curious. It's not the dragon that we talk about today that rides on the clouds, but the dragon like in Game of Thrones. Like that big dragon named Drogon. Oh my god, she used to love the three dragons in Game of Thrones, and once imagined how wonderful it would be if she could raise a dragon like the mother of dragons. Although it is not the dragon she raises now, she is very happy and satisfied to see it with her own eyes. Qianxia looked at Chihua's helpless look and burst out laughing. She really couldn't help it. Qihua was like those college students who came out to work during the summer vacation. There was a clear stupidity in her eyes. It's late at night. Clean up the house quickly. My big snake and big lion will have to work hard again. Qihua, this is your fault, so you have to do more. Qihua nodded awkwardly. Qihua. Of course. Qianxia was already a little sleepy at this time, so after giving some instructions, she let Xuan Qi carry her back to sleep. The end of the cleaning, Han Xuan did the most. After cleaning the last stone, Han Xuan turned his head and looked at Qihua and said with gritted teeth, Hate beasts. Qihua, weak and innocent, but not afraid. Xuan Qi looked at Han Xuan and then at Qihua, thinking about it. It seemed that this was the only way, so. Han Xuan, Qihua will sleep with you tonight. No, why? Why don't you sleep with him? Because I am the #1 beast husband, because I am back, I sleep with Xia Xia, and besides, I can still sleep with Xia Xia for a few days. In a few days, I will start hatching eggs. By then, I can't sleep with Xia Xia even if I want to. Xuan Qi knew Han Xuan's control too well. Han Xuan heard it, and it seemed to be true. Considering that he was about to hatch eggs for 2 months, forget it and don't compete with him. He turned his head and looked at Qihua, who was standing beside him. Humph. There is a big hole on the top of the cave now. Fortunately, the floor is laid a little inside, otherwise if the floor is broken, this beast will definitely drag him to cut stones. The deepest part of the cave has long been paved by them into a large grass nest, which can accommodate 3 or 4 beasts. Xuan Qi asked Qihua to go to the entrance of the cave to wash his body with water. He was just covered with dust, so he must not dirty the grass nest. After a period of chaos, all the beasts began to fall asleep. At dawn the next day, Qihua was the first to wake up. Qihua looked at Han Xuan at the other end of the grass nest. The other party was still sleeping soundly. He sat up silently. He rarely slept in the form of an orc, so he slept a little unsteadily. Qihua began to look at everything in the cave. The stone walls on both sides of the cave were cut very smoothly. This cave was paved with a layer of something he didn't know what it was called, which looked smooth and clean. There was also the wooden thing he sat on yesterday. And so on. All made him feel very novel. Is this how the beast men in this tribe live? It feels pretty good. When Qihua was still looking at the cave, Han Xuan beside him also woke up. Han Xuan turned around and saw that he was awake. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly recovered his composure, rubbed his eyes, and stood up. At the same time, Xuan Qi just came out of the small cave. The two looked at each other and began to go to the cave entrance to wash up. Han Xuan just opened the wooden barrel to get water, but found that the bucket was empty. Han Xuan. Xuan Qi. The two turned their heads at the same time to look at Qihua behind them. Qihua didn't understand and just looked at them blankly. He didn't do anything after he woke up. Han Xuan took a deep breath and told himself in his heart, calm down. It's just that Qianxia is still sleeping now, otherwise he will scold this dragon to death. Xuan Qi looked at Qihua, and it was hard to say. He asked him to wash up simply last night. Good guy, he used up all the water in such a big bucket. Forget it, he will go to get water. Xuan Qi turned into a beast, rolled up the barrel with his tail, and swam out quickly. Fox tribe. Fuyu woke up early. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Why was he excited? Because the new rabbit beast man in the tribe was really Qianxia's sister. He could go to the Lion King tribe today to tell Qianxia the good news. Thinking of this, Fuyu simply didn't sleep and directly changed into a beast and ran out to hunt. After eating, he could go directly to the Lion King tribe to find Qianxia. Soon, Xuan Qi came back with water, and the two of them quickly washed up and started their respective work. Xuan Qi first took out several pieces of meat from the freezer and put them into water to thaw, while Han Xuan began to wash the pot and dishes, filled the pot with water, and returned it to the stove. Qihua also got up. He looked at the big freezer curiously and then washed up according to Xuan Qi and Han Xuan's way of washing. The first time he chewed the fragrant wood, his eyes lit up. After chewing, he rinsed his mouth with water, and his whole mouth became clean and fragrant. Oh my God, what kind of things did he use when he was in the Dragon Clan? Xuan Qi walked out of the cave and looked at the sky. He felt that it was about time, so he took out a large piece of energy beast meat from the space and handed it to Han Xuan. Just cook it. It's too late to wait for the meat to thaw. We can eat the thawed meat later. After taking the meat, Han Xuan cut it into small pieces with the wind blade and then started to fry the meat in the pan. Xuan Qi wanted to make broth, so he took out the energy beast meat that had not been eaten yet from the space. This batch of beast meat was cut by Yin Feng, and it was deliberately cut into smaller pieces, which was most suitable for making broth. Qihua was very confused when looking at the two people's behavior. What were they doing? What was this big stone?
But
The meat cooked this way smells so good. When Qianxia woke up from her sleep, she smelled the aroma of food, which made her hungry. Xuan Qi, Han Xuan hearing Qianxia's cry, Xuan Qi and Han Xuan looked at each other. Then Xuan Qi motioned Han Xuan to take care of Qianxia, and Han Xuan grinned and went to take care of Qianxia. Xia, did you sleep well? The fried meat and broth are ready today. Do you want some sweet potato leaves? Han Xuan helped Qianxia up while talking. Yes, you want to eat. Give me a roasted sweet potato.
okay.
Han Xuan picked up Qianxia and walked out. When passing by Xuan Qi, he told him to roast a sweet potato and then continued to take Qianxia to wash up. Xuan Qi silently took out a sweet potato from the space and threw it into the fire. Qihua looked at the two people in front of him and always felt that something seemed to be wrong. Obviously, these two beasts also revolved around females. Why did they feel different from those beasts of the Dragon Clan? When Qianxia washed up and sat in front of the dining table, Xuan Qi had already served the broth and brought it over, and then Han Xuan brought a full bowl of fried meat. Xia, eat some meat first. The sweet potatoes will be roasted in a while. Xuan Qi looked at Qianxia and said dotingly. Han Xuan took the sweet potato leaves on the big stone table outside, washed them with water, and then started to stir-fry the vegetables. Qihua was a little surprised. Do they actually eat grass? He walked silently to the stove and watched Han Xuan frying the unknown grass in the big stone. Soon, Han Xuan finished frying the grass. Qianxia ate a bite of fried meat and a bite of sweet potato leaves, and then a mouthful of broth. It was so delicious. After Qianxia finished eating the bowl, the sweet potatoes were also roasted. Xuan Qi cooled the sweet potatoes and gave them to Qianxia. Do you want broth or fried meat? Qianxia smiled at Xuan Qi. I can have another bowl of fried meat. Xuan Qi gently rubbed Qianxia's head. Okay. After Qianxia was full, Xuan Qi and Han Xuan began to clean up the table. Qihua saw that it was their turn to eat. Xuan Qi and Han Xuan looked at Qihua at the same time. The former had a calm expression, while the latter rolled his eyes. We don't eat raw meat now, Xuan Qi said as he walked over to see how the meat in the dish was thawing. Qihua was a little confused. What to eat if not raw meat? Eat it like that just now, but that little bit of food is not enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Since the Lion King tribe used stone pots to cook food, no orcs have eaten in animal form. The difference between eating in animal form and eating in animal form is that the animal form needs much less food than the animal form, but it gets hungry faster than the animal form. If you eat in animal form, you need to eat a lot of prey in one meal, and it takes a while for the animal form to digest it after eating. After that, even if you turn into an orc form, you won't be hungry for a long time. Of course, if you eat in animal form and then do a lot of exercise, you'll get hungry faster, but it will still last longer than the orc form. Before Qianxia made the stone pot, the males preferred to eat in the form of beasts. Now that there are delicious food recipes, everyone is of course more willing to eat in the form of beast men. Don't eat raw meat, but eat these? How can you be full with just this little food? Qihua. Protest, I protest. Xuan Qi didn't even look at him and walked straight to the freezer to check the amount of meat in the freezer. The ordinary beast meat was almost gone, and there was not much energy beast meat left. So Xuan Qi filled the energy beast meat part and freed up a small part. After breakfast, he went out hunting and got some ordinary beast meat to satisfy his and Han Xuan's daily needs. Xuan Qi wanted Han Xuan to go out hunting, but Han Xuan didn't have the space ability. Even if he hunted and processed it, he could only take one prey home at most, and he could only cut it into pieces when he got home. There are only 2 beast husbands at home now, so it is naturally impossible for 2 beasts to go out at the same time. So instead of letting Han Xuan go out hunting, it would be better for him to go directly. Suddenly, Xuan Qi had an idea that puzzled him. He suddenly felt that it would be more convenient to have another beast husband. One beast husband stayed at home to take care of Qianxia, and the other could go out hunting with him. In this way, he could catch as many prey as he wanted because he had space.
Or
find another beast husband with space? Qi Hua saw Xuan Qi staring blankly in front of the big ice block without responding to him, so he walked over and waved his hand in front of Xuan Qi's eyes. Well, no response. What was he thinking? At the same time, Qi Hua saw that the big ice block was empty and filled with a lot of meat.
Yeah.
Can this ice block still be used like this? Xuan Qi, what are you thinking about? Qi Hua's sudden voice brought Xuan Qi back to reality. Just at this time, Han Xuan was holding the thawed meat and said, "The meat is thawed." Xuan Qi shook his head violently. What was he thinking just now? He was actually thinking about finding a beast husband for his partner. Forget about Han Xuan. Why is he still? But what he was thinking is not unreasonable. Just wait for the food obediently. You talk too much. Xuan Qi rolled his eyes at Qi Hua, then took out the only 4 or 5 pieces of ordinary wild beast meat left in the freezer, threw them into water to thaw, and then started to make breakfast for the 3 of them with Han Xuan. Anyway, this guy is just going to have 1 meal at home, so just treat it as food. Besides, we will have to replenish fresh meat later. After eating, Qianxia sat on a stool and watched her 2 husbands busying themselves. Qi Hua was like a little child looking here and asking there. It was funny. Qianxia, are you awake? I'm coming in. Oh, that's the sound of quarrel. Qianxia shouted quickly. I'm awake. Come in quickly. Qi Hua looked towards the cave entrance, and then at Qianxia in confusion. Why is someone visiting so early? When Shanhu and Yinfeng came in, they saw Qi Hua at a glance. After the 2 looked at each other, Shanhu quickly walked towards Qianxia, while Yinfeng quickly walked towards Xuan Qi. Qianxia, have you found a new beast husband? Hey Xuan Qi, has your Qianxia found a new beast husband? The 2 said in unison. As the saying goes, people from the same family tend to stick together. At the same time, Qianxia and Xuan Qi had the same reaction, and they were both confused. What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? Shanhu and Yinfeng looked at each other again, then looked at Qi Hua beside them, then turned around and started asking questions again. Who is he? Who is this male? Qianxia speechless. So, is the nature of human beings to eat melons? Thinking that Qi Hua was going to join the Lion King tribe, he would have to meet the orcs in the tribe sooner or later, so he might as well get to know each other first. Let me introduce you to. He is Xuan Qi's friend. He came to join the Lion King tribe. He came back too late last night, so he stayed at our house for 1 night. Don't think too much. Qi Hua, let me introduce you. This is Shanhu, and that is her first beast husband Yinfeng. They live in the cave next to you. Since you are going to join the tribe, you should get to know each other first. Shanhu and Yinfeng. Oh, Qi Hua smiled and said, hello, my name is Qi Hua, from. Qi Hua, I will take you to see the chief later. Qi Hua was about to say that he was from the dragon tribe, but was interrupted by Xuan Qi. He looked at Xuan Qi in confusion, and after seeing the serious expression on Xuan Qi's face, he said, oh. Yinfeng squinted at the interaction between Xuan Qi and Qi Hua and realized that there must be some secret between the 2 beasts. His eyes lit up immediately. Why am I a little excited? Qianxia looked at Qi Hua's puzzled and helpless look. She tried to hold back her smile, but she was almost laughing to death in her heart. The main thing is that such a face with this expression is really funny, a little silly. It's really a contrast. Qi Hua, come and sit down. Han Xuan and Xuan Qi will prepare the food later. You wait a little longer. Qi Hua looked at Qianxia and nodded, then walked over and sat down, sitting in the same seat as last night. Han Xuan glanced at everyone, rolled his eyes at Yinfeng, snorted, and continued to fry his meat. Han Xuan, Yinfeng, this bad guy, what nonsense is he talking about? Compared to Yinfeng, Shanhu didn't notice anything wrong at all. If she wanted to join the tribe, of course, she had to go find the chief. Hearing this, Qianxia subconsciously looked at Qi Hua across from him. Qi Hua was originally tilting his head to look at Xuan Qi and Han Xuan. When he heard Shanhu's words, he was still thinking, where did the earthquake come from? How come he didn't know? Suddenly, he felt a gaze, and when he turned his head, he saw Qianxia looking at him, and then she silently looked up at the top of the cave in front of him. Qihua suddenly realized something. This earthquake.
Couldn't it be the one he had last night, right?
Shanhu naturally saw Qianxia's eyes, and she followed Qianxia's eyes. Qihua? She looked up at the top of the cave again, along the line of sight. Wow, what a big hole. I said there was an earthquake. Xia, are you okay? Your cave was shaken to such a big hole? But her and Qianxia's homes are at the foot of the same mountain, so why is her home intact, but Qianxia's home has such a big hole? Shanhu's words made Xuan Qi and Han Xuan pause at the same time. At this time, the troublemaker sitting opposite her seemed very busy. He had nothing in his hands, but kept wiping the table. Shanhu looked at Qihua in confusion, and saw the other party said, "It's a little dusty. I'll wipe it. I'll wipe it." Shanhu, where did the dust come from? Originally, when Qianxia saw him go from a puzzled look to reacting to what she did, she already thought it was very funny, but when she saw him pretending to be busy, she really couldn't hold it back.
Haha.
Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded at the entrance of the cave, just like the first time. Han Xuan, Chinatsu, are you home? Han Xuan was stunned. Isn't this Fuyu's voice? He came so early? It's Fuyu. I told him about finding his family last time. Maybe there is some result. I'll go out and take a look. Han Xuan said to Chinatsu and walked out. Xuan Qi also went back to make breakfast. At this time, Xuan Qi thought, really, why are there so many people here so early in the morning? They haven't eaten breakfast yet. Looking for family, what family? Shanhu looked at Chinatsu with a puzzled look. Chinatsu didn't want to tell Shanhu about this, because it was another story, but suddenly remembered that Shanhu's third beast husband Lingchuan was a black wolf beast man, and he might need his help. So Chinatsu told Shanhu the cause and effect of the matter. I see. I'll let Lingchuan go back to the black wolf tribe to ask. Thank you, Shanhu. Why are you being polite to me? As he was talking, Han Xuan led Fuyu in, and Han Xuan's face was slightly happy. Xia. Fuyu just told me that there is a rabbit beast man in the fox tribe, and she is your sister. Really? That's great. Xia was very happy. Although she only found one person, it was finally a good result. Fuyu stepped forward and spoke. His voice was very gentle and pleasant. I have already asked clearly. This female is called Xia. She was also separated from her family. She met the orcs of our tribe in the forest, and then followed them back. Now she is paired with 2 fox orcs of our tribe. As for the situation of your father and mother, she doesn't know. I also told her about your current situation. Your sister asked me to tell you that she said she was very happy that you are doing well now, but she will not come to see you for the time being. She accidentally fell a few days ago and felt pain in her stomach. After seeing the witch doctor, she found out that she was pregnant. The baby is fine, but the witch doctor asked her to rest well. Hearing that her sister was pregnant and fell, Qianxia stood up suddenly. Han Xuan was shocked and hurried over to support her. Shanhu also stood up to support her. Xia, go slowly. Qianxia turned to look at Han Xuan, take a few pieces of energy beast meat and give Fuyu to take back to my sister, and then give Fuyu a piece as well. Okay. Fuyu was about to refuse his share, but suddenly several pieces of fresh meat were handed to him. He looked up and saw that it was the high-level orc. Suddenly he realized. He didn't seem to know his name yet. 1 piece is yours, and the rest are all Sister Xia's. When Qianxia said she wanted to give the meat, Xuan Qi had already taken out several pieces of fresh energy beast meat from the space. These pieces of meat were of course much better than the frozen ones. Fuyu looked at the pieces of meat and hesitated to speak, but finally took the meat. Thank you. Fuyu thanked Xuan Qi, and then said thank you to Qianxia. You're welcome. It's my duty. Thank you, Fuyu. Qianxia smiled slightly. This gentle thank you. Fuyu completely touched Fuyu's heart, and he quickly lowered his head and turned away to hide his slightly red face. No one knew how fast his heart was beating now. Why don't you go back with the meat quickly? Why are you staying here? Han Xuan looked at him and saw that he didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, so he said very unhappily. The meat is so fresh. Why don't you take it back and eat it? The fox tribe doesn't have a freezer to preserve it. Fuyu rolled her eyes speechlessly at Han Xuan at this time. He really didn't say what he should say and said what he shouldn't say. Just when she was about to say something to him, she suddenly saw a strange face sitting at the table. He didn't even notice that there was a strange beast there. Fuyu's heart tightened. He glanced at the expressions of everyone present calmly and found that everyone looked very calm, as if they were not surprised at the existence of this orc. At this moment, Fuyu's heart seemed to suddenly break. It had only been a short time since he came, and she actually had a new beast husband?
But
if she wanted a new beast husband, why couldn't it be him? Is he so bad? Fuyu was very lost and sad at the same time. I'm leaving. After he whispered these words, he immediately changed into a beast, picked up the meat on the ground, and ran out of the cave. Looking at Fuyu's sudden low mood and quickly leaving figure, Han Xuan was puzzled. What's wrong with this kid this time? Today he didn't even disdain the meat and just took it away by putting it on the ground? Xuan Qi looked at Fuyu's departing figure, frowning slightly. This fox seemed a little unusual. Suddenly Qi Hua's voice sounded weakly. When can we eat?
I'm hungry.
He really wanted to reduce his presence, but he was really hungry. Qian Xia and Shan, who turned their heads to look at Qi Hua at the same time, only to see that the other party looked awkward and cautious, with a pitiful feeling.
Um.
Qian Xia, I'm going to go back and tell Ling Chuan first. I'm leaving first. In Feng, go home. Before Qian Xia could speak, Shan, who had already walked out of the cave quickly, and did not forget to pull In Feng. Qian Xia watched Shan, who's back, and then looked at Xuan Qi. Is the food ready? He seems very hungry. Xuan Qi glanced at Qi Hua, nodded to Qian Xia, and then began to serve the fried meat in the pot. Han Chuan, you cut the thawed meat in the basin and cook a pot of broth.
Got it.
Otherwise, he was afraid that the food might not be enough. Xuan Qi placed a bowl of fried meat in front of Qi Hua, who picked it up curiously. Hey, aren't you afraid of the heat? There are chopsticks. Qian Xia said subconsciously. Qi Hua's hand holding the meat suddenly paused, and he looked up at Qian Xia. What are chopsticks? Qian Xia looked at Xuan Qi, who was sitting next to him, pointed at the chopsticks in his hand, and said, This is chopsticks, used to pick up food. Look at how Xuan Qi uses it. At this time, Han Chuan also put all the meat into the pot, and then filled a large bowl with the broth that Xuan Qi had cooked. Qi Hua looked at the large bowl of golden broth in front of him, curious and greedy. What is this? This wooden container is very curious, and this food is also very curious. He has never seen such a thing and such food. Han Chuan rolled his eyes at Qi Hua, turned around and was about to get a bowl and a soup spoon. Qian Xia hurriedly asked him to get another pair of chopsticks for Qi Hua to use. For Han Chuan, this breakfast was not pleasant because most of the food he cooked was eaten by the dragon, and he was very unhappy. Xuan Qi didn't care too much about Qi Hua eating a lot. He knew that Qi Hua just had never eaten in the orc form, and it was normal for him to eat a lot when eating in the orc form for the first time. After all, he was like this at the beginning, and then he slowly transformed into his current appearance after getting used to the life in the orc form. His appetite in the orc form was only 3 times that of Qian Xia. Qi Hua couldn't learn to use chopsticks no matter how hard he tried, so he just ate with his hands, and he drank a whole pot of this broth. Although he didn't feel completely full, it was okay. I have to say that the food made in this way tasted really good. Han Chuan, go call the chief. Xuan Qi looked at Qi Hua and Han Chuan opposite and said. Han Chuan turned around and left the cave without saying a word. He couldn't wait to get rid of this guy. After Han Chuan left, Xuan Qi said to Qi Hua in a very serious tone, If you want to join the Lion King tribe, you must get used to living in the form of an orc.
Why?
Qi Hua was very confused and puzzled. Why did he still need to live in the form of an orc? Your dragon tribe has not appeared for a long time. Once you show your beast body and strength, it will definitely attract many orcs to the tribe. Their goal is to get you to join their tribe and provide protection for their tribe, and they may even let you conquer other tribes, and they will give you corresponding conditions. Xuan Qi has traveled through so many places along the way. Not to mention the 9th level orcs, the 7th level and 8th level orcs have been recruited crazily by those super tribes. So he never shows his strength outside, and even hunting has to go to places where there are not many beasts. Suddenly thinking of something, Xuan Qi looked at Qi Hua with a puzzled face. How did this guy come from the western continent to the Misty Forest? When he was in the Misty Forest, he once asked him if there were any orcs who knew his strength, and he said no at that time. However, Xuan Qi didn't pay attention to ask him if he had changed his body in front of foreign beasts, but
It should not be.
if so, the outside world would have exploded a long time ago. How can he go to the Misty Forest and follow him back to the tribe? If I don't change my body, how can I hunt? Then I will starve to death. Qi Hua was very reluctant to change his body. Do you think you are full of the food you ate today? Xuan Qi looked at him and asked. Not completely full, but okay. In fact, he still wanted to eat if he hadn't seen Han Chuan's slightly murderous eyes looking at him. Forget it, he is in someone else's house now. He has to be polite. I'm very curious. You should not have changed your body in front of other orcs outside. And you also told me in the Misty Forest that you didn't tell other orcs about your strength. Then how did you come all the way from the western continent to the central continent and to the Misty Forest? Xuan Qi was very puzzled, and Qianxia on the side heard that Qi Hua was from the western continent, and her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. This is the first time I heard of the western continent. Qi Hua spread his hands and said disapprovingly. It was dark when I left the western continent and officially stepped into the central continent, and then I hunted in the forest on the edge. After I was full, I found a cave to sleep. When I woke up, it was dark. Then I continued on my way. When it was almost dawn, I was tired from traveling, so I ate and drank enough and then went to sleep. If I woke up early, I would walk around near the rest stop, and then I came across that super tribe. Qianxia. Okay, so it's the jet lag, right? Qianxia wanted to applaud Qi Hua at this moment. The old saying that fools have good fortune is not without reason. It is not difficult to know from Xuan Qi's words that Qi Hua's identity is not simple for the orcs in this world, and he is also a 9th-level orc. Once his existence is known to the outside world, all major forces will want to win him over to join the tribe, so as to enhance the strength of the tribe or even invade others.
But
This silly Qi Hua, without knowing the outside world, did not make any disguise. He came all the way from the West Continent to the Central Continent and then to the Misty Forest and was finally met by Xuan Qi. And he also went to the super tribe along the way and met other orcs. He was not mentally alert to anyone. If someone asked him about his situation at that time, he would definitely tell others that he was a dragon and a 9th-level orc. After Fu Yu returned to the tribe, he first gave the meat to Qianxia's sister and then returned to his own den, where he curled up in his animal form. The fox chieftain Hu Luo suddenly walked in at this time. Seeing his cub's beautiful fiery red fur, he couldn't help but be proud. For the first time in their red fox tribe, a fox with the same red-gold color as their ancestor appeared, and it was also an 8-tailed fox. How could he not be proud? He is really worthy of being his cub. Seeing his cub covering himself tightly with his tail, exuding a languid aura, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Cub, what's wrong with you? Tell your father what happened. Hu Luo asked cautiously. Why is he so cautious? It's because he is really a very opinionated cub. Before, there was a female in the tribe who liked him very much. The other party rejected many male courtships and came to pursue him instead. Not only did he reject the other party, but he also said that the other party was not good-looking and he would not like her. That day, the female's father and mother came to him to ask for an explanation. He compensated them with a piece of white bear skin to calm them down. If you don't like her, then don't like her. If you refuse, then refuse. Why say she's not pretty? She's obviously pretty. After all, she's one of the most beautiful females in the tribe. But she was also very patient. After 2 days of being hurt, she continued to pursue him. As a father, he naturally hoped that his cub could find a partner as soon as possible. The other party was a pretty good female in the tribe. He persuaded her a few words at the time, but the cub left the tribe and never came back. At first, he thought she was just out hunting, but she didn't come back for half a month. At that time, he was scolded to death by his partner. The stinky cub just returned to the tribe a while ago. When he returned to the tribe, the female had already found a partner and had several beast husbands. Hearing the father's voice, Fu Yu's tail slightly raised, revealing a pair of beautiful fox eyes. Father, how did you pursue mother? Hu Luo heard this, holding his chin with one hand, and began to recall. Suddenly, he looked at his cub fiercely. This kid has a favorite female? Hu Luo immediately squatted in front of Fu Yu and said excitedly, Cub, tell father quickly, do you have a favorite female? Fu Yu raised his 8 tails and nodded again. If you like someone, pursue them. How can you have a chance if you don't? Let me tell you, I pursued your mother the same way. I pursued her before her coming-of-age ceremony. You don't know how many males pursued your mother at that time. Every one of them wanted to be her first beast husband. I sent food and flowers to your mother every day. I accompanied her wherever she wanted to go. Later, when I was accompanying your mother out, we met a stray beast man who wanted to rob your mother. I fought him with the idea of risking my life. In the end, he was beaten away, and I was seriously injured. But your mother fell in love with me from then on and chose me to be her first beast husband at her coming-of-age ceremony. Fu Yu listened carefully and took note of it in his heart. Pursue, send food, send flowers, accompany her wherever she wants to go, and protect her. Suddenly, a figure with long black hair flashed through his mind, and the tail that was originally erected drooped down and covered itself again. For a moment, Hu Luo was a little confused. It was fine just now, its tail was standing up and wagging. How come it has dropped down all of a sudden? What's wrong with you, kid? Did that female reject you?
No. Fu Yu spoke sullenly.
He hasn't pursued her yet, so how can he reject her? I didn't reject you, so why are you like this now? Hu Luo was puzzled. I haven't seen her for just a day or two, and she has a new beast husband. Moreover, her first beast husband is very strong. Oh, it turns out that the female that the kid likes already has a beastly husband, but the other party is stronger than him.
What?
Stronger than the cub? Hu Luo squatted on the ground and began to think. In this forest, if the younger generation has outstanding abilities, the whole forest will know about it. His child is now at the 7th level, but at present, the only one in this forest who is slightly stronger than him is Xuan from the Lion King tribe. What, Xuan? Hu Luo suddenly turned his head to look at his cub, his eyes full of surprise, but he quickly came to his senses. When did Xuan get married? So he asked tentatively, Boy, are you interested in Xuan's females? Fu Yu didn't say anything, but just blinked his fox eyes. Hey, it's true. Xuan really found a partner. His partner now has several beast husbands, but the strength of these beast husbands should not be stronger than you. You are also level 7, just a little later than Xuan.
Get out.
Foxfall. He was driven away before he could finish his words. Fu Yu, I was already annoyed. Now I am even more annoyed. Aren't you on good terms with Xuan? You are at the same level as him. Could it be that he is worried that you will be stronger than him, so? However, as the first beast husband, he certainly cannot refuse other males' pursuit of their partners. Of course, it would be unacceptable if his partner refuses you. According to the rules of the beast world, beast husbands cannot interfere with other males' pursuit of their partners. If the partner refuses this male, and this male still insists on pursuing, the beast husbands can deal with it directly. Fu Yu was a little speechless at this time. He is also an orc, he knows these rules. Why do you have to tell him again? Xuan is not the first beast husband. The first beast husband is a snake orc, his strength. Maybe more than the 8th level. Xuan is not the first beast husband, then he is more. What, more than the 8th level? Hu Luo was confused again. When did the Lion King tribe have orcs above the 7th level? Are you mistaken? More than the 8th level, is it the 9th level? The 9th level orcs are like legends, impossible, absolutely impossible. Hu Luo directly waved his hand to deny his cub's statement, but he was quickly denied by the cub. Father, don't forget, my talent is higher than yours, am I wrong? Fu Yu rolled his eyes at his father, and the 8 beautiful red gold tails behind him began to sway again. Hulua was a little embarrassed, and what the cub said was true. Hey, no matter what, if the female doesn't reject you, then go after her. How do you know if you don't try? Besides, if you don't pursue her, how can others know that you like her? Can you be a little more like me back then? Listening to his father's words, Fuyu sat up with a firm look in his eyes. His father was right, he wanted to show his feelings. Thinking of this, Fuyu ran out directly, saying, "Thank you, father. I'm going to join the Lion King tribe." Hulua looked at his cub's disappeared figure and then looked at the direction of his cave, frowning. This stinky cub. It's over. He will be tickled to death by his partner. At this time, in the Lion King tribe, Han Xuan and Xuan were walking on the way home. Xuan's face was surprised and happy, and he kept muttering, "Cub, that's really the Dragon Clan. Is he really going to join our tribe? He is still a 9th level orc, right?" At this time, Han Xuan's face had an expression of despair. Yes, 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 please don't say anything. Xuan Qi said that this matter must be kept secret. If you say it again, the whole tribe will know. Xuan shut up immediately, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Han Xuan had already told him everything about the matter when he was in Xuan's cave, and along the way, his father had asked countless times. He answered over and over again, and then he asked over and over again. He was tired. Finally, they were home. Xuan rushed directly into the cave. Han Xuan looked at his father's back with a question mark on his face. Han Xuan, no, we are already at the doorstep.
What's the point of rushing in?
Look at you. You are worthless. In the cave, Qianxia, Xuan Qi, and Qihua were all sitting at the table. Seeing Xuan's arrival, the three of them looked at him, and then Han Xuan behind him walked in leisurely. Qianxia looked at the expressions of the two and found it inexplicably funny. One was nervous and surprised, and the other was extremely relaxed. The two father and son standing together were funny. "Father, come and sit." Qianxia pointed to the seat next to Qihua and said, "Oh, okay. Xuan came to Qihua and sat down a little at a loss. He first looked at Qihua next to him and then looked at Qianxia and Xuan Qi. I don't know why, he became more nervous. Han Xuan looked at his father like this, chuckled, and walked to Qianxia and sat down. This is the chief of the Lion King tribe. Xuan Qi spoke to Qihua indifferently. Qihua looked at Xuan beside him and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Chief. My name is Qihua. I want to live in your tribe. Oh, by the way, I am from the Dragon Clan, a 9th Order orc." Xuan was visibly excited. Okay, I will arrange a big cave for you later. You can live in our tribe without worry. Come to me if you have any problems. At this time, Xuan was so excited that he wanted to cry. It turned out that the Dragon Clan his father had told him about really existed. It is said that 9th Order orcs are comparable to legends. During his lifetime as chief, his tribe actually welcomed 2 9th Order orcs, one of which was a dragon. How could he not be excited? Han Xuan looked at his father and silently complained in his heart, "It's just a dragon. He is so excited. He is really promising." The Lion King tribe is only a small to medium-sized tribe now, but it has 2 9th level orcs, one of whom is from the dragon tribe. If this gets out, the Lion King tribe will be in trouble. Qixia will give birth in 2 days, and I will hatch the eggs after giving birth. There must be no mistakes during this period. This matter must be kept secret. Xuan Qi said very seriously, and everyone's expressions became serious and solemn. I know, I will handle this aspect. Xuan lowered his eyes and thought about how to arrange things. Compared to before, he now looked very majestic, more like a chief. Xuan Qi turned to look at Qihua. His golden snake eyes suddenly became sharp. If you want to live here, you have to listen to me. You are not allowed to change into a beast form casually, and you are not allowed to tell other orcs about your origins and your strength. When you want to hunt, come to us, and I will let Han Xuan take you out. If you go out hunting without permission and are seen in your animal form by other animals, then you can't return to the tribe. You can go wherever you want. This is a special period, and I won't allow any possibility of danger to occur. Xuan Qi's words were so cold that Xuan felt a chill all over his body. Qihua on the side frowned and nodded after a while. To be honest, Xuan Qi's words made him feel uncomfortable. So what if he is a dragon? Why does he have to hide? Besides, it's not like he can't beat others. Qianxia didn't miss the expressions on everyone's faces. When she saw Qihua's expression, she thought about it and decided to explain. Qihua, I think it's necessary to explain to you that you want to join the Lion King tribe. Of course, we welcome you very much, but as you can see, I'm going to give birth to a cub in 2 days. As soon as the cub was born, Xuan Qi had to start incubating the eggs for 2 months. However, for his race, once the incubation began, the snake eggs could not be left behind otherwise. Our child would most likely die in the shell. If the news that you are a dragon and a 9th-level orc gets out to the outside world, just like Xuan Qi said, there will be a commotion in the outside world. At that time, many high-level orcs will come to the Lion King tribe. They are coming for you, but it is hard to guarantee that they will not do anything to the tribe. Qianxia paused for a moment, then continued, You may think that you are a 9th-level orc, and your strength is overwhelming everyone, but we cannot guarantee that all orcs are good orcs. They may want to invite you to join their tribe. In this tribe, if you and Xuan Qi are not counted, Xuan is the strongest. But I think that if other super tribes send orcs to invite you, the strength of the orcs they send will definitely not be low. If the worst happens, Xuan Qi is incubating eggs and cannot take action, and the other orcs are not as strong as them. Can you protect the Lion King tribe alone? Of course, I am just assuming. If that situation really happened, if I was robbed, then Xuan Qi would definitely take action, but in this case, the cubs I worked so hard to conceive would not be able to come into this world. So, this is why Xuan Qi restricted you. Qianxia's words made Qihua's pupils tremble. He subconsciously looked at Xuan Qi on the side, only to see that the other party rolled his eyes at him. Qihua lowered his head, his long black hair fell on both sides, and no one could see the expression on his face. At this time, he felt a little heavy in his heart. He was very dissatisfied with Xuan Qi's restriction of him. He even thought in his heart at that time, we are all 9th-level orcs, and he may not be able to beat him in a fight. Why should he listen to him and be restricted? Xuan Qi looked at Qianxia with eyes full of love. He had never told Qianxia what he thought about Qihua, but now, she perfectly expressed his thoughts. She was really so good. Xuan Qi took Qianxia's hand and intertwined it with his own hands. Qianxia turned her head and saw the surging love in Xuan Qi's eyes. She smiled sweetly at him. There was a sweet atmosphere between the two. Xuan did not miss the interaction between Qianxia and Xuan Qi. He was jealous and took Qianxia's other hand and put it in his palm. When Qianxia turned her head to look at Xuan, she saw Xuan's puffed face. She smiled helplessly, pulled out her hand, and pinched Xuan's face. At this moment, she thought, why are you still jealous? Really, but the puff look is still cute, haha. If there were no outsiders now, Qianxia would definitely coax Xuan, but Shershan and Qihua were sitting in front of her, so she could only coax her later. Shershan is an experienced person and naturally understood the situation in front of him. Ahem. Well, I'll take Qihua to see his cave first. Shershan stood up and asked Qihua to go out together. Qianxia also stood up, and the 2 beasts beside him also stood up quickly. For a moment, the 5 people looked at each other. Let's go and take a look together. After all, we know where Qihua lives, right? Hee. Qianxia took the lead in breaking the awkward situation, but she seemed a little embarrassed. Shershan's face was full of smiles. After his eyes wandered back and forth between the 3 people in front of him, he said, Then, let's take a look together. Let's go. Qianxia quickly withdrew her hands, stepped out from the dining table, and walked out. Xuan Qi and Xuan hurriedly followed her and gently supported her. The group first walked past Shanhu's house, and then came to the cave next to Shanhu's house. Qianxia was a little surprised that there was a cave here, because the route first passes her home and then Coral's home, and the stone wall at the entrance of Coral Cave is slightly protruding, causing a certain visual difference. She has always thought that Coral's home is the end of this road, so she has never walked through it. This cave is the 2nd largest cave in our tribe. The The largest cave is where Muna lives, because she has many beast husbands, but apart from her, no other beast family in our tribe has more family members, so this cave is empty. Now it is for Qihua to live in. Xuan glanced at Qihua quietly. When he was at home, the cub complained to him that his beast body was very large, and it broke the cave at home, so he thought of this cave. Everyone walked into the cave. The cave seemed a bit desolate because no one had lived there for a long time. The further you go in, the wider the cave becomes. The pattern is a bit like the shape of a trumpet. Because the light became darker as you walked into the cave, Xuan Qi and Chihua's palms condensed a cluster of flames at the same time, which illuminated a large area at once, while Han Xuan on the side supported Qianxia tightly. Qihua looked at the cave without any joy on his face. This cave was nothing but big. What about the things on the ground? Why is it not here? Qianxia was very surprised when she looked at the cave, because this cave was probably as big as her house and Shanhu's house combined. She didn't know if it could fit Chihua's beast form. Thinking of this, Qianxia turned to look at Qihua beside her. Qihua, can this cave fit your beast form? Qihua turned around and looked back at Shinatsu. In the flickering firelight, he saw her sparkling eyes. This look appeared in her eyes the first time. She said she wanted to see his beast form. She seems to like his beast form very much. Qihua looked around the cave again, a little uncertain. That night when I transformed into a beast, I was actually still holding it back. My wings were already full before I even spread them out. To be honest, this cave is quite big, but I'm a little unsure. I'll give it a try. After Qihua finished speaking, he motioned for everyone to step back to avoid any accidents. Shanhu's house next door. Infeng quickly picked up Shanhu and ran out of the cave, and the others followed closely behind. When they stood outside the cave, they found that the tribesmen not far away were still dancing, chatting, and the cubs were playing. Shanhu looked up at Infeng and then at the other beast husbands, and Infeng and the others looked at each other. What's going on? I remember that there seemed to be such a situation last night. I thought it was an earthquake, but now it seems that it is not an earthquake. Shanhu said in Infeng's arms with a blank face. Infeng looked suspiciously at the cave on the right side of their home. He clearly remembered that there were no beasts living in that cave, but the sound just now seemed to come from there. Infeng put Shanhu down and said to her, the sound just now seemed to come from the empty cave next to it.
I'll go and see.
Hey, I'll go too. Shanhu held Infeng, who was about to leave, with a look of expectation on his face. Infeng glanced at Qi and Jui, and the two beasts immediately protected Shanhu on the left and right, while Lingchuan and Lifeng followed closely behind. The 6 people began to enter the cave in this formation. In the cave, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Qianxia and his group finally saw Qihua's beast form, and Shan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. While everyone was shocked by Qihua's beast form, Xuan Qi was silently estimating in his heart whether he could completely strangle him in his beast form. However, it seems that Qihua's beast form is a little bigger than him, but it's not a big problem. If it were on land, Qihua might not be able to beat him. Qihua still felt that this cave was a little small for his beast form. He could move a little, and even his head was lowered now. It didn't hurt, but it was a little shocking. Qihua looked at Qianxia as he did the first time, and saw that Qianxia's sparkling eyes were full of surprise, which made him very happy. Seeing that Qianxia seemed to like it very much, Qihua slowly lowered his head towards her, and then a gentle and magnetic voice sounded. Do you want to touch it?
Can I?
The little light in Qianxia's eyes became brighter, and at this time, Xuan Qi and Han Xuan beside them both flashed a cold light in their eyes. The same thought came to their minds. This dragon, is it not flirting with Qianxia? Just as Qianxia was excitedly preparing to touch the dragon's head, a scream came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw Shanhu's family looking at Qihua in astonishment, and Shanhu covered her mouth tightly with both hands. Being interrupted by this, Qianxia retracted her outstretched hand, and Qihua also changed back to the beast man form. Infeng looked at Qihua in astonishment, and then looked at Xuan Qi, who looked indifferent. Good guy. It turns out that he deliberately interrupted Qihua today, because he was afraid that he would let slip that he was a dragon. Where is the good brother you promised?
Infeng rolled his eyes at Xuan Qi.
Xuan Qi looked at Infeng, and a question mark floated through his mind. What was wrong with him? Xuanhu trotted to Qianxia's side, and while looking at Qihua in shock, he asked Qianxia,
Qianxia, this.
Qihua is actually a dragon? Although she had never seen a dragon, she had heard a lot of stories about the dragon clan from the old beast men. All the descriptions she had heard before matched up at this time, so she exclaimed at that time. Qianxia looked at Xuanhu, then looked at her beast husbands, and then sighed silently in her heart. She didn't intend to hide it from Xuanhu and the others. She just wanted to wait until Qihua was settled and find a suitable opportunity to explain it to them. Unexpectedly, they saw it first. Yes, Qihua is from the dragon clan. Originally, I wanted to wait until he was settled before telling you, but I didn't expect you to find it first. Qianxia said helplessly. So the loud noise in the middle of the night last night was also caused by him? Xuanhu looked at Qianxia and asked the question in her heart. Qianxia nodded a little embarrassedly. She said she wanted to see his beast form. Xuanhu put her hands on her hips and looked at Qihua with an angry face. I'm surprised that you are a dragon, but even if you are a dragon, you can't always make such a big noise. It was late last night. Why didn't you sleep?
Last night?
In the middle of the night? Wasn't that when Qixia said she wanted to see his beast form? Qihua looked at Qixia innocently, and Qixia happened to look at Qihua, and the two of them bumped into each other's eyes. Qixia quickly retracted her gaze, and then explained to Xuanhu awkwardly.
That.
Xuanhu, it was actually my fault last night. When I knew he was a dragon, I said I wanted to see his beast form in a rush. Qihua didn't think much about it, and he changed for me in an instant, so the big hole above Qixia's house was made by Qihua. No wonder when she said there was an earthquake, Qianxia looked at him silently, and then looked up at her head. Xuanhu looked at Qianxia with a strange expression, and then suddenly reached out and touched her forehead. It's okay, Qianxia. Why did you think of letting him transform into a beast at home? Aren't you afraid that your house will collapse? She seriously suspected that Qianxia had seen Han Xuan transform into a beast so often that she had no concept of the size of the beast. Besides, Xuan Qi always stood outside the cave when he transformed into a beast, so she didn't notice it. Qianxia scratched her head awkwardly and said nothing. At that time, she was thinking about what kind of dragon it was, so she didn't think so much. At this time, Xuan Qi was being circled by Infeng, his eyes full of a feeling of betrayal. No wonder you interrupted Qihua on purpose today. You were afraid that he would let the cat out of the bag, right? I treat you as a brother, and you treat me as a game. He really misjudged him. Infeng was furious. Xuan Qi glanced at him and said coldly, You are sick. Qihua watched everyone chatting. He quietly approached Shirshan, and then spoke in a low voice. Can you arrange a cave for me like the one in Xuan Qi's house that is covered with things? It doesn't matter if it's a little smaller. Shirshan turned to look at Qihua, and for a moment, he didn't react to what he meant. What is a cave with something paved on it? Looking at Shirshan's puzzled expression, Qihua frowned. As the chief of a tribe, how could he not understand what he meant? This was not smart. It's the kind of cave with something on the ground. He told the story again. Shirshan understood this time. It turned out that he wanted a cave with a floor. You mean the floor? The floor of Qianxia's house was made by Xuan Qi and Han Xuan. If you want a cave with a floor, I can let Han Xuan teach you and let everyone in the tribe help you make it and help you lay the floor. He can be taught to do it, and after learning it, he can do it with everyone, but the orcs in the tribe cannot help him, as this will have a bad influence. Xuan Qi and Han Xuan are so powerful. They can actually do this? Qihua was a little surprised. He didn't expect these two beasts to be so smart. Shirshan smiled with relief, and then looked at Qianxia and the others who were talking to the coral family. They are very smart. They suddenly thought of this floor when they were repairing the cave. Later, Qianxia gave a better suggestion, and then we have the floor we see now. Thanks to them, every family in our tribe now uses the floor, and there is also a freezer. Speaking of this freezer, Qihua thought of the big ice block in the cave. He saw Xuan Qi and others take the meat out of it. When they took it out, the meat was frozen hard, and then he put fresh meat in again. Although he didn't understand this behavior, it was mainly because it was the first time he saw it, so he didn't understand it very well. Xuan Qi and Qianxia have already explained the matter about Qihua to the Shanhu family and explained it clearly. Perhaps because they said it very seriously, the faces of the 6 beasts of the Shanhu family also had a solemn feeling. What are you doing? Why are you so solemn? This is something that has not happened yet. We just imagined a worst-case scenario. Besides, only we know about Chihua's affairs, and no one else will know about it, so you don't have to think so badly. Qianxia began to liven up the atmosphere, otherwise the scene would be a bit depressing. Suddenly, Chihua behind him said something shocking. Qianxia, can I live with you? This cave has no floor. The chief said to let other orcs help me make it. I don't think this is a good idea. How about I live with you? This way I don't have to trouble others. Chihua thought his idea was very good. This way he wouldn't trouble others, and he could also look after Xuan Qi, who was hatching eggs. How great. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Chihua was confused. At this time, Yinfeng suddenly spoke. Shan, didn't you finish your food just now? Let's go back to eat. We can't be hungry. Yinfeng winked at Q-Eyes and the others, then picked up Shanhu and walked out, followed by Q-Eyes and the others. Shanhu was confused. She wanted to see what was going on, but she was suddenly carried away. Yinfeng, good guy, if you don't leave now, when will you leave? Why is Xuan Qi's face so dark? I'll go and explain the tribe's affairs first. Chihua, if you have anything to do, just let Han Chuan come to me. I'll leave first. Shershan also found an excuse and left quickly. It's better for him to leave quickly in this love-hate scene of the younger generation, otherwise he will affect their performance here. Looking at the figures leaving one by one, Chihua was puzzled. Why are they all gone? Han Chuan gritted his teeth and answered. How dare you ask? Chihua was even more confused. Why was he too embarrassed to ask? That everyone has left. Let's go home first. We can talk about it when we get home. Qianxia could feel the tense atmosphere and guessed that it was probably because of Chihua's words about whether he could live with them that Xuan Qi and Han Chuan became hostile to him. Although she knew that the two of them would not fight casually, the atmosphere was not very good, so she hurried to disturb them. Xuan Qi didn't even look at Chihua and directly hugged Qianxia and turned to leave. Han Chuan glared at Chihua and turned to leave. Chihua just thought they were inexplicable, but when he saw them walking out, he subconsciously wanted to follow them. Why are you following us? Isn't this your cave? You don't want to go back with us, do you? Han Chuan glanced at his movements and said sarcastically. Chihua's foot suddenly stopped in place, and he couldn't move forward or backward for a while. When Qianxia turned around, she saw Chihua standing there with an embarrassed and helpless look on his face. His appearance suddenly reminded her of the time when she was left at her friend's house by the dean's mother. At that time, she was not welcome and stood in that strange house, and she was also embarrassed and at a loss. Han Chuan, don't be like this. Chihua's cave can't be cleaned up for a while. Chihua, you come home with us first. If you want a floor, let Han Chuan teach you how to make it. After you learn it, you can lay the floor yourself. Let's go back first. Xuan Qi didn't say anything, but just watched everything Qianxia did silently, and then looked at Chihua again. Han Chuan looked at Qianxia protecting Chihua. He snorted and turned around and walked out, muttering to himself as he left. Xia, you actually said that to me for a strange beast, you actually said that to me for others, and asked me to teach him how to make a floor. I'm so sad. Of course, he spoke too softly, and Qianxia didn't hear a word. Qianxia looked at Han Chuan's angry back in confusion, then looked at Xuan Qi again. Did I say something wrong? Why does Han Chuan seem angry? It's okay, Xia, you don't have to worry about him. It's not strange that he often has seizures. Xuan Qi smiled and said, then continued to walk forward with Qianxia in his arms, and said to Chihua while walking, you go back with us first, and we can talk about anything when we get back. Chihua nodded happily and followed the pace. After Shershan left the cave, he sent a message to gather everyone. He first announced that the tribe would have new members joining, and they might need everyone's help to decorate the cave. Everyone agreed very enthusiastically. Then he polished the matter about Xuan Qi's 9th level orc a little, modified some words, and concealed the fact that the new member Qi Hua was a dragon and a 9th level orc, and told everyone the worst-case scenario very seriously. For a moment, everyone's face was very solemn. After all, this kind of thing is not a joke. Don't worry, Chief. We will definitely pay attention. Yes, please rest assured, we all know it. Everyone said very firmly. Xuan nodded with a smile and announced the disbandment. Before he said this, he really didn't worry that the news that Xuan Qi was a 9th level orc had spread, because the distance between tribes is actually quite far. Even the Black Wolf tribe next door takes him half a day to walk to. When the tribes are divided into different territories, they will deliberately divide them a long distance apart so as not to disturb each other and to prevent the tribe from expanding into other tribes in the future. So it can almost be said that a tribe is completely active within its own range. Besides, if someone has spread this matter, then the one who should come to the door would have come long ago, right? Since no one has come to the door until now, it means that this matter has not happened yet. In addition, he has notified them now, so no one will spread it. No orc will take the safety of the tribe lightly. Orcs will only fight for the tribe, and no orcs with conscience will do anything that harms the tribe. At present, the only place where their tribe and the Black Wolf tribe can intersect is by the water, but they don't meet often. They only meet 1 or 2 orcs from the Black Wolf tribe occasionally. Just when Xuan was about to go home, a golden lion led a fiery red fox to him. Hiss, this fox is really beautiful, but why does it look so familiar? Chief, this fox said it wants to see you. I've brought the beast here. I'm leaving first. The golden lion beastman turned around and ran away. Fuyu changed into beastman form. He looked at Xuan and said very seriously, Chief, I want to join the tribe.
Huh?
You want to join the tribe? Xuan was very surprised. He subconsciously thought that why did the fox not go to the other side of the water to join the fox tribe and come to join the Lion King tribe? He remembered that Shanhu was the only beast man in the tribe who was from the fox tribe. There were really no other fox beastmen in the tribe. At this time, he still didn't remember that the fox in front of him was the little fox he had eaten with to celebrate its birth. Xuan looked at Fuyu in front of him with a complicated expression. How could he dare to accept him into the tribe? If he agreed to Fuyu joining the Lion King tribe, he was afraid that the old man Hulo would come to his house to fight tomorrow, and this was not moral. Fuyu, are you and your father having a quarrel? Xuan asked cautiously. To be honest, apart from this reason, he really couldn't think of why Fuyu wanted to leave the Fox tribe and join the Lion King tribe. No, I just want to join the Lion King tribe, Fuyu said honestly, as if he liked the Lion King tribe very much. Xuan, I don't believe you.
That.
Fuyu, if you want to come to the Lion King tribe to play for a few days and stay for a few days, that's fine. I will arrange a place for you to stay immediately, but if you say you want to join the Lion King tribe, that's not possible. Why? I'm still a 7th level orc. Wouldn't joining the Lion King tribe increase the strength of the tribe? Why don't you let me join?
Fuyu protested.
Hearing that Fuyu was a 7th level beast man, Xuan looked at him with approval. Sure enough, he and the old guy had good genes. The cubs born by the 2 beasts were all 7th level. However, he was a little better than him before, and Xuan should be a little better than Fuyu.
No means no.
I still say that if you want to stay in the tribe for a few days and play for a few days, that's fine. I will arrange a cave for you immediately, but don't even think about joining the tribe. Just kidding. Although he had fought with the old guy Hulu a lot, he would not poach people like this. Respect the rights of beasts. Then the only way left is to mate with the females in the tribe, right? Xuan was suddenly stunned. To a certain extent, this is the truth. Wherever the females live, the males will follow. If he wants to mate with the females of the Lion King tribe, and the females live in the Lion King tribe, then he is equivalent to joining the Lion King tribe. Xuan looked at Fuyu suspiciously. Which female in our tribe do you like? Fuyu glanced at him lightly. I won't tell you. Hey, you kid. It was indeed his cub, and the mean look was exactly the same. Okay, It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. You can go back. There is no cave for you to live in the Lion King tribe. Xuan turned around and left. At this time, Xuan's mind was thinking. Within 3 seconds, she would definitely call him, and then she would probably say something that she couldn't tell him now, and she would tell him when the relationship was better. Sure enough, Xuan had just taken 2 steps when Fuyu behind him called him. Wait a minute, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but now I like the other person, but I don't know if the other person likes me, so I'm from the Lion King tribe. If the relationship improves in the future, I will tell you. Do you think it's okay? Xuan was facing Fuyu at this time. He closed his eyes, crossed his hands behind his back, and shook his head gently, with a proud look on his face. What did he say? How did he say it? It's true that like father, like son. If this wasn't too bad, he would really like to applaud himself. Little guy, he can cure the old but not the young? Putting away his expression, Xuan turned around and looked at Fuyu with dignity. Okay, then I'll arrange a cave for you to stay in first, but I have to say first, if your father comes, you have to deal with it yourself. I won't take care of it. The little chicken Fuyu pecked at the rice and nodded repeatedly. He's just his father, easy. The person he is least afraid of is his father. After seeing Fuyu agree, Xuan subconsciously touched his chin and then began to think about which cave to arrange for Fuyu. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up. Fuyu, there are no vacant caves in the tribe right now, but there is a cave that is very large. Can you accept living with another orc? Xuan thought this arrangement was perfect. The two of them could clean up the cave together. Thinking of this, Xuan added, that cave is right next to the cave where Xuan lives. It's just right. If he remembered correctly, his child used to play with Fuyu, right? Look, what a perfect arrangement. Fuyu was still hesitant, but when he heard that the cave was next to Qianxia's house, his eyes lit up. Okay. I can totally accept it. Living in Qianxia's house was impossible, but living next to Qianxia's house now is a great thing. At this time, the old and the young both felt that this arrangement was perfect. Okay, then I'll go again. You follow me, I'll talk to the new orc, and then you will live in a cave, and you can discuss the rest by yourselves. So the two of them walked towards Qianxia's house. When Qianxia and Xuan Qi returned to the cave, Xuan was sitting at the dining table and getting angry. Seeing Qianxia come in, Xuan wanted to say something, but when he saw Qihua behind him, his face fell, and he continued to get angry. Xuan Qi helped Qianxia to sit down next to Xuan. He looked at Xuan straight in the eye and spoke indifferently and majestically. That's enough. If you still look like this when I come back later, I will beat you up. Xuan, who was originally angry, looked at him in disbelief after hearing this. Xuan. So, I am the only one who gets hurt? Xuan Qi can understand Xuan's jealousy. He is like this now just to let Qianxia coax him. He understands everything, but he doesn't spoil him. In the future, Qianxia can't have only the 2 beast husbands, and there is no female in the beast world who has only 2 beast husbands. It is difficult for 2 beast husbands to take good care of their partners. He is not afraid of fighting with others. There is no problem in protecting Qianxia, but the focus of multiple beast husbands in the beast world is not this. Safety is just one of them. It is only spring now. The later the season, the more difficult it will be. Even beast men as strong as him will feel the same when facing these natural problems. At that time, food and water were the main issues. 1 more beast man meant more strength, and 1 more food could be found. 5 people could find 5 portions of food, but 2 people could only find 2. Even if they made a second trip, it would still not be as good as 1 trip, so this was the core. After Xuan Qi finished speaking, he walked straight outside. When he passed by Qihua, he said indifferently, "Come with me." Qihua looked at Qianxia and Xuan in confusion, then turned around and followed him out. After Xuan Qi and Qihua went out, Qianxia turned to look at Xuan, only to see that his face was still puffed up, but it seemed to be a little more puffed up than when he first entered the house. Was it because of what Xuan Qi just said? Qianxia smiled secretly in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She reached out and poked Xuan's puffed face and said in a delicate voice, "What's wrong? So angry?" Seeing Qianxia coming to coax him, Han Xuan's heart first rose a little sweet, and the corners of his mouth wanted to rise, but he tried his best to hold it back. No, this is not enough. So Han Xuan continued to have a puffed-up face, but at this time, he had been looking at Qian Xia from the corner of his eyes from time to time. And how could Qian Xia miss Han Xuan's every move? She couldn't help but want to tease him. You're ignoring me, right? Okay, then ignore me. I won't pay attention to you either, Qixia said, and she looked away without even looking at him. Finally, she turned her head and looked towards the direction of the cave entrance. Kenkawa was stunned. How could this be different from what he expected? No, Xia, Kenkawa was anxious. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. Qixia had her back to him, so Kenkawa naturally couldn't see what Qixia's expression was. But after he spoke, Qixia didn't pay attention to him, which made him even more anxious. Xia, don't ignore me. Turn around and look at me. What's so good about the cave entrance? Don't I look good? Kenkawa was anxious and started to use the coquettish offensive. He remembered that this trick was quite useful for Qixia. At this time, in a place where Kenkawa couldn't see her, Qixia was almost laughing like crazy. Since Kenkawa couldn't see Qixia's expression and Qixia had no reaction to his words, he walked directly to the stool in front of Qixia and sat down. When he walked in front of Qixia, he found that Qixia was laughing secretly. Kenkawa. Okay, I'm even angrier. Han Xuan sat down on the stool with his arms crossed, his puffy face even bigger than before. Qianxia was caught laughing, and after 2 seconds of embarrassment, she began to coax him. What's wrong? Let me guess why you are so angry. Is it because Qihua said he wanted to live in our house, so you are unhappy? Qianxia deliberately got close to Han Xuan and said. Because she was close, Han Xuan couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Qianxia. Her big lion is so funny, ha ha ha. Now that the conversation has been opened, Han Xuan didn't continue to be pretentious. He sat directly facing Qianxia and looked at her. Xia, why don't you seem to be surprised at all by what Qihua said, or have you already fallen in love with Qihua? Qianxia was a little confused at this time. Why was she surprised by what Qihua said, and when did she fall in love with Qihua? No, Han Xuan, did you misunderstand something? Why should I be surprised by Chihua's words? Why do you think I have a crush on Qihua? Han Xuan looked at her with some resentment, and then spoke in a wrong tone. He said he wanted to live with us, and you didn't react at all. If you didn't have a crush on him, and were ready to accept him as your third beast husband, why were you so calm? When Qihua said that, his first reaction was to look at Qianxia, but she had no expression at all, and didn't say a word. Moreover, she even spoke for Qihua later. Doesn't this mean she has a crush on him? Okay, now I feel even more wronged. After hearing this, Chinatsu probably understood something. There might be some rules of the beast world that she didn't understand, and then she happened to do such a thing, so Han Xuan misunderstood. If Han Xuan misunderstood, wouldn't Xuan Qi also misunderstand? Qixia subconsciously looked towards the cave entrance. Would Xuan Qi not be looking for Qihua to be her third beastly husband like he did with Han Xuan as her second beastly husband? Qianxia held her forehead helplessly. She looked at Han Xuan. Well, I want to ask, why did you think I was attracted to Qihua when I didn't react at all to his words? When a male tells a female that he wants to live together, it is equivalent to a request for a partner. Although he found a very poor excuse that he wanted to live with us because there is no floor in this cave, he actually wanted to be a partner with you, and Xia you didn't refuse. Qianxia was stunned. It turned out that there was such a saying in the world of beasts, and if Qihua were here at this moment, when he heard what Han Xuan said, he would definitely have a big question mark in his head. Qihua, I really just feel that there is no floor. Qianxia took a deep breath, sat upright, took Han Xuan's hands, and looked him straight in the eyes. You misunderstood this matter, Han Xuan. Have you forgotten that I am from another world? To me, Qihua is Xuan Qi's friend, and in my world, it is very normal for friends to stay at home, and no matter what happens between you and Xuan Qi, there will always be one person by my side. So I'm really not worried that Qihua will do anything bad. Besides, Look at Qihua's silly and cute appearance. He doesn't have the brains to do that. Han Xuan was stunned at this moment. Oh no, how could he forget that Chinatsu was from another world? He scratched his head with a guilty conscience. So, Xia, you don't like Qihua? Qianxia glared at him unhappily. Just because a male comes along doesn't mean I have to fall for him, okay? She didn't even dare to say that he was an accident. It can be said that Xuan Qi fell in love after marriage, while Han Xuan fell in love over time. After all, she had only had a few contacts with Han Xuan at the beginning. Later, Xuan Qi suggested finding a second beastly husband for her, and after considering various factors, she accepted this arrangement. She is a modern person. Although she has never had a boyfriend in the modern fast food world, she is no longer surprised by relationships between men and women. Besides, the nature of men in the animal world is different from that of modern men. Although she and Han Xuan had no contact or feelings before they became a couple, men in the beast world will assume all responsibilities after confirming the relationship and take good care of their partners in all aspects, and their partners only need to be responsible for being happy. After Qihua followed Xuan Qi out, the two stood outside the cave entrance. Xuan Qi didn't speak, and he didn't speak either. There was a strange silence between the two for a while, and then Xuan Qi looked at Qihua, who was a little embarrassed, and spoke. Do you like Qianxia? Like Qianxia? Qihua was confused. When did he like Qianxia? Xuan Qi had been paying attention to Qihua's expression since he started talking, but at this moment, there was nothing on his face except a blank look. This kid's reaction doesn't look like he likes Qianxia, but if he doesn't like Qianxia, why would he say that? Xuan Qi, please explain clearly. Why do you think I like Qianxia? Qihua looked puzzled. Didn't he say before that he didn't think there was anything good about being in a relationship because he had to be around females every day and he liked freedom? As for being in a relationship, anyway, at least he hasn't thought about it now. I don't know why he thinks he likes Qianxia. It's weird. If you don't like Qianxia, why did you tell her that you wanted to live together? After Xuan Qi finished speaking, he looked at Qihua's silly face and suddenly thought of something, so he added tentatively. Do you know what you mean by saying this? Qihua didn't understand. What's wrong with what he said? Isn't it just saying that there is no floor? Can you live with them? What's wrong with this sentence? What else can it mean? I just dislike that the cave has no floor. What does this have to do with whether I like Qianxia or not? After hearing Qihua's words, Xuan Qi was speechless and even had a headache. Sure enough, he couldn't look at this beast with conventional ideas. He said that he wanted to live with them because there was no floor. He really just felt that there was no floor. Other beasts might use this method to euphemistically express that they wanted to be together. But for this stupid dragon, he really just felt that there was no floor, and he just disliked it. Why does it feel that the current dragon clan and the current beast world are completely two different worlds? Xuan Qi took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Then he looked at Qihua very seriously to explain to him. You dragons may not have seen the world for a long time. Some of the default rules of this world are unknown to you. For example, what you said to Qianxia about wanting to live together, in our opinion, means you want to be Qianxia's partner and want to live together. Qihua's pupils trembled. No. I didn't know you thought so. He didn't understand why such a normal statement would be considered like this. In their dragon clan, if they like a female, they will directly ask the other party if she is willing to be a partner. If she is willing, they will mate directly and then complete the ceremony. If she is not willing, forget it. It's not like here, where they're doing such twists and turns. Suddenly, he felt that what the ancestors said was right. The world outside is really strange. In our dragon clan, there are other beast men living in a cave. This is not a strange thing for me, so I asked this at the time. Don't think too much. Qihua explained again. Xuan Qi nodded. He looked at Qihua carefully, and then asked with some deep meaning, Then, do you want to be Qianxia's beast husband? Qihua looked at Xuan Qi with a frown on his face. For a moment, he didn't know what Xuan Qi meant by this. Become Chinatsu's beast husband? For some reason, he suddenly thought of the way Chinatsu looked at him in beast form, her beautiful eyes sparkling and full of love.
Could it be that?
Chinatsu likes him? But Chihua quickly shook his head and denied the idea. She seemed to just like his beast form because she never showed any sign of liking him when he was in beastman form.
What are you thinking about?
Xuan Qi looked at Chihua, who was in a daze and didn't answer his question for a long time, so he spoke directly to interrupt his daze. After coming to his senses, Chihua looked directly at Xuan Qi. I was wondering, what is the purpose of you asking me this question? Xuan Qi was silent for a moment, and then replied, What's the point? Chinatsu has only 2 partners now, me and Han Xuan. Do you think there is any female in the beast world who only has 2 partners? When you said that, I mistakenly thought you liked Chinatsu. If that's the case, it's not impossible for you to become the 3rd beast husband. At least you are very strong, right? Chihua felt secretly happy after hearing these words. Yes, he was really strong. I want to ask, wouldn't you be jealous if Qixia found a beast husband? Xuan Qi was stunned and did not answer him. Of course, he would be jealous, but he knew clearly that it would be impossible for the 2 beasts alone to take good care of Chinatsu, and as the number 1 beast husband, he had his responsibilities. Kanchuan is younger than him. He can throw tantrums and act like a spoiled child with Chinatsu. He only needs to be responsible for Chinatsu's daily life and make her happy, but he is different. He has to consider the future. After the cub is born, he will have to incubate the eggs, and he will not be able to do anything during that time. At that time, all the tasks of taking care of Chinatsu will fall on Kanchuan alone. Besides, the cub will stay with them and live with them in the future. When that time comes, he and Han Xuan will have to take care of both Qianxia and the cub. There is no need to think about it. They will definitely be too busy. Even now, he feels a little too busy. To be honest, I haven't thought about finding a partner. I ran away from the Dragon Clan because my father forced me to find a partner. And I don't think Qianxia likes me. Forget about this matter for now, but I can promise you that during the period when you hatch the eggs, if Han Xuan is too busy, I will help take care of Qianxia. Chihua said very sincerely, but Xuan Qi was speechless. Xuan Qi, what's the difference between this and being a beast husband? Just when Xuan Qi wanted to say something, a voice interrupted him. Oh, Chihua, Xuan Qi, this is just right. You're all here. Shershan led Fuyu to the 2 of them. For a moment, the 3 beasts except Shershan had different expressions. Xuan Qi, what is he doing here? Chihua, isn't this the beast man from this morning? Fuyu, is this what the 1st beast husband is planning? It seems he has to perform well. Chief, what's the matter? Xuan Qi asked in an unusual tone. Shershan looked at Xuan Qi with a smile, then looked at Chihua and said, It's nothing. I came here to talk to Chihua about something. Shershan pointed at Fuyu beside him and said with a smile, This is Fuyu. He wants to live in our tribe for a while. Unfortunately, there are no vacant caves in the tribe at present. I thought your cave is very big, so let Fuyu live with you. What do you think? The cave has not been cleaned up yet, and you 2 beasts can clean up the cave together. Chihua turned his head and looked at Xuan Qi with a sad face. Can I really live with you? Xuan Qi glanced at him lightly and said, It's not impossible to live together. Hearing this, Chihua's eyes lit up, but the next second Xuan Qi said again, Become a beast husband. Chihua. At this time, no one noticed that Fuyu beside him was already messy. What did he just hear? This beast man named Chihua is a new beast man who joined the tribe. He is not Qianxia's partner. Before he could be happy for 2 seconds, he heard what Xuan Qi said to Chihua again, and his heart was half cold again. This 1st beast husband wants this new beast man to become Qianxia's 3rd beast husband. I want to be Qianxia's beast husband. Fuyu's sudden words shocked the 3 people present for a moment, and the most shocked among them was Shershan. Shershan, good fellow, you said you like the females in our tribe, so you like the females of my child. Fuyu, go back, there is no cave in the tribe, come back later. Fuyu. Shershan dragged Fuyu and was about to leave. How long has it been since his child and Qianxia got together? Moreover, when they got together, Qianxia was already pregnant with a child, and they didn't have a few days of moisturizing. It's not easy for her to give birth to a child, and now a love rival comes. How can this be possible? Xuan, I will protect the happiness of my child. Chief, there's nothing to do here, you go back first. Xuan Qi stared at Fuyu and spoke in a deep voice. Hearing Xuan Qi's words, Xuan somewhat embarrassedly let go of Fuyu's hand, and his eyes kept turning back and forth between the three people.
Okay,
if you need anything, just let Xuan find me.
Yeah.
Xuan glanced at Fuyu beside him before leaving, and turned back every few steps until he could no longer see anything. After Xuan left, Fuyu stood in front of the two of them awkwardly, but he still tried to keep calm. That's just right. There's a beast husband who took the initiative to come to your house, so you don't have to worry about taking care of Qianxia. Qihua said with a sly smile, patting Xuan Qi's shoulder. Xuan Qi glanced at him lightly. Well, if he becomes a beast husband, he will live with us, and you can live over there. Qihua couldn't laugh anymore. He walked to a stone beside him with a bitter face and sat down, and began to think about becoming Qianxia's beast husband. Xuan Qi turned his gaze from Qihua to Fuyu, but he just looked at him and didn't say anything. Fuyu took a deep breath and took 2 steps forward. He looked at Xuan Qi seriously and firmly. Xuan Qi, I want to be Qianxia's beast husband. I'm not as strong as you, but I'm not bad either. I will work harder to improve my strength in the future. I like Qianxia very much. Xuan Qi still didn't speak, just looked at him. Fuyu was very nervous. He said this, but Xuan Qi didn't give him any response, which made him a little overwhelmed. After a brainstorming session, Fuyu decided to stop caring and continue introducing himself. If Xuan Qi, the number 1 beast husband, still doesn't respond, he can just pursue Qianxia no matter what. I'm Fuyu, a 7th-level fox beast man, the son of the chief of the fox tribe, 20 years old this year, with the ability to solidify gold and charm. I have another ability, but it seems that it has not been revealed. I know it exists, but I can't use it yet. I really want to be Qianxia's partner, and I want to take care of her and live with you. Fuyu said this with a powerful voice, his eyes full of sincerity and determination.
Oh.
You still have a special ability that you can't use? Xuan Qi was curious about his unusable ability. Yes, it has existed since I awakened my ability, but I have never been able to use it, and I don't know what kind of ability it is. After hearing Fuyu's words, Xuan Qi lowered his head slightly and stroked his chin. This was the first time he heard this strange thing. Suddenly, he realized that since he came to the Lion King tribe, he had seen many things for the first time. This is the first time I've seen a lightning power, the first time I've seen a dragon, and now there's another power I can't use that I've seen for the first time. That's really strange. For a moment, Xuan Qi felt as if he had traveled so many places in vain. Xuan Qi glanced at Qihua, who was brainstorming on the side. Qihua, how old are you? Qihua was a little confused when he was suddenly called. 22 years, what's wrong? The next second, Xuan Qi spoke in disgust. No wonder your father forced you to find a partner. You're still not looking for a partner after 22 years. Unlike me. Xuan Qi. Unlike me. My baby is about to be born. Qihua. Qihua glared at him fiercely, and then continued to think about whether or not to become Chinatsa's beast husband. To be honest, this choice is a bit difficult for him. Xuan Qi looked at Qihua and Fuyu, and the slight smile on his face faded. In fact, Fuyu and Han Xuan are already very powerful and talented orcs in this world, but they encountered even more evil beings like him and Qihua. Many orcs still thought that 9th-level orcs were relatively old. Who would have thought that they were only 22 years old? This is innate talent, a gap that is difficult to cross through hard work alone. However, Fuyu and Han Xuan are only at the 20-year level. By the time they reach the 22nd level, maybe they will also be at the 9th level? It's all about effort and time. Just when Xuan Qi was about to say something to Fuyu, Han Xuan came out of the cave. Xuan Qi. Hey, Fuyu, why are you here? Han Xuan was very surprised to see Fuyu. Why was this guy here again? Fuyu was a little embarrassed and guilty facing Han Xuan at this time. While she was still thinking about how to respond to him, he spoke again. Forget it. I don't have time to care about you now, Xuan Qi. I have to go to work. You go in and take care of Xia Xia. I'm leaving. After saying that, without giving Xuan Qi time to speak, he turned into a beast and ran away. While Xuan Qi and Qi Hua were out, Qian Xia coaxed Han Xuan and started talking about looking for her family. As she said before, she would go to other tribes to leave messages when she was ready, and now the time was just right. Ling Chuan from the Coral family had already gone to the Black Wolf tribe, and now only the Giant Elephant tribe was left, so Han Xuan was on his way to the Giant Elephant tribe. While Qian Xia was eating fruit, Xuan Qi came in, but there was a Fuyu following behind him. Hey, why is Fuyu here? Qian Xia looked back. She thought Qi Hua was behind, but she found that he was not there. Where is Qi Hua? Did he go to clean up the cave? At this time, Qi Hua was still sitting at the entrance of the cave brainstorming. If you don't form a couple, you can't go back to the Dragon Clan. If a beast returns to the Dragon Clan, it must be forced to form a couple. It seems that forming a couple is better. But if you form a couple, you can't go out and play. Bah, you're still going out and playing, and now you don't even let me change into a beast form. What's the point of playing? In the cave, Xuan Qi and Fuyu sat opposite Qian Xia, and Qian Xia smiled and handed each of them a piece of fruit. Did Qi Hua go to clean up the cave?
Why didn't I see him?
Qian Xia asked while chewing the fruit. He's considering living outside. Xuan Qi also took a bite of the fruit after saying that, but the sour taste made his face wrinkled. Xia, don't you think this fruit is very sour? He looked at Qian Xia and asked worriedly. Qian Xia looked at the fruit in her hand and took another bite. I think. Chew.
Not sour, quite.
Chew. Delicious. Fuyu looked at Qian Xia in front of her and couldn't help but smile. She really looked like those cubs eating so cute. Qian Xia turned her eyes to look at Fuyu, who was standing beside her. Fuyu, are you here to look for Han Xuan? He just went out. Fuyu waved her hands repeatedly. I'm not here to look for Han Xuan, Xia. He's here to look for you. He wants to be your third partner. Seeing that Fuyu had been hesitating for a long time without saying anything, Xuan Qi simply spoke for him. The sudden words made Qian Xia pause as she was about to bite the fruit. She looked at the two people opposite in shock. How did the Qi Hua she thought of suddenly become Fuyu? But why did Fuyu want to be her partner?
That.
Fuyu. You. Why do you want to be my partner? Facing Qian Xia's unexpected expression, Fuyu immediately sat up straight and looked at her very seriously and spoke sincerely. Qian Xia, I like you and want to be your partner. I want to take care of you with them, and I am not bad either. I can take good care of you. Just when Qian Xia was so surprised that she didn't know how to reply, a voice came from the entrance of the cave, getting closer and closer. Xuan Qi. I've made up my mind. I'll be Qian Xia's third beast husband. Qian Xia. Xuan Qi. Fuyu. When Qi Hua walked into the cave, he found that the three people were looking at him, and he subconsciously touched his face again. Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like this? Hearing this, Xuan Qi rubbed his forehead with a headache. Stupid, too stupid. At this time, Fuyu looked at Qi Hua in front of him with a fierce light in his eyes. Originally, Xuan Qi wanted this guy to be the third beast husband, but he didn't agree at that time. Now he asked for it himself, but now he said he was willing, which clearly showed that he wanted to grab the position. Xuan Qi, who was standing by, felt Fuyu's fighting spirit. He put his elbows on the table, supported his head with his hands, and spoke slowly.
Don't think about it.
You can't beat him. He is a 9th-level orc. Xuan Qi's words made Fuyu feel as if he was poured with a basin of ice water, and a chill froze from head to toe. 9th-level orc. This guy is actually a 9th-level orc who is comparable to a legend. Suddenly, Fuyu seemed to understand something. He turned his head and looked at Xuan Qi, and said in disbelief, Are you also a 9th-level orc? He still remembers the pressure he released when they first met, the feeling that frightened the beast so much. Your mind is turning quickly, Xuan Qi said as he stood up and sat down next to Qian Xia, and Qi Hua also sat in the seat where Xuan Qi just sat. Qian Xia's mind was in chaos at this time. Originally, she had a high probability of guessing that Xuan Qi might want to collect Hua's ideas.
But
who can tell her what the situation is now? Xuan Qi took Qianxia's hand and stroked it in his palm. He looked at her and spoke softly. Xia, I always feel that Han Xuan and I alone can't take good care of you. After I hatched the egg, the responsibility of taking care of you fell on Han Xuan alone. If he had to go out hunting or do something, there would be no beast at home to take care of you. I thought about it for a long time, and I think our family still needs to add some more members so that we can better take care of you and the cubs that are about to be born. After saying that, Xuan Qi looked at the two beasts opposite. He originally just wanted to find another partner for Qianxia so that he wouldn't be too busy after the cubs hatched and he could take better care of Qianxia. As a result, who knew that now there would be two?
or
You can take both of them. They're both very strong.
ah?
Qianxia exclaimed in disbelief. She stared at Hua and Fu opposite in amazement, and then looked at Xuan Qi beside her. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. You all go out first, let me think about it alone, Qianxia said seriously. She needed to think calmly now. Okay, we are at the entrance of the cave. Xia, if you have anything to say, just shout loudly. Xuan Qi put down her hand and stood up, and then his eyes turned to Fu Yu and Hua. The two received the signal and stood up, and then the three of them walked out. Qianxia looked at the backs of the three of them, and her thoughts were complicated for a while. She knew that Xuan Qi wanted to find a partner for her own good, just like he found Han Xuan at the beginning. Since Xuan Qi could say that she should take both of them, it means that these two people have passed the test in his eyes, and now she just needs to nod. I didn't have a relationship in modern times, and two men came to me as soon as I came here, and now two more. They're all top handsome guys. Regarding feelings, Qianxia feels that she still has a modern worldview. She always wants to take it slowly, from strangers to familiarity, and then to love. But since she came here, neither Xuan Qi nor Han Xuan took it slowly.